Thus the classical plastic art, after liberating the form completely from the actual or imaginary back wall and setting it up in the open, free and unrelated, to be seen as a body among bodies, moved on logically till the naked body became its only subject. And, moreover, it is unlike every other kind of sculpture recorded in art history in that its treatment of the bounding surfaces of this body is anatomically convincing. Here is the Euclidean world principle carried to the extreme. Any envelope whatever would have been in contradiction, however slightly, with the Apollinian phenomenon, would have indicated, however timidly, the existence of the circumspace. In this art, what is ornamental in the high sense resides entirely in the proportions of the structure for and the equivalence of the axes in respect of support and load. Standing, sitting, lying down but always self-secure, the body has, like the peripteros, no interior, that is, no soul. The significance of the muscle relief, carried out absolutely in the round, is the same as that of the self-closing array of the columns. Both contain the whole of the form language of the work. It was a strictly metaphysical reason, the need of a supreme life symbol for themselves, that brought the later Hellenes to this art, which under all the consummate achievement is a narrow one. It is not true that this language of the outer surface is the completest, or the most natural, or even the most obvious mode of representing the human being. Quite the contrary. If the Renaissance, with its ardent theory and its immense misconception of its own tendency, had not continued to dominate our judgment long after the plastic art itself had become entirely alien to our inner soul, we should not have waited till today to observe this distinctive character of the Attic style. No Egyptian or Chinese sculptor ever dreamed of using external anatomy to express his meaning. In Gothic image work a language of the muscles is unheard of. The human tracery that clothes the mighty Gothic framework with a web of countless figures and reliefs, Chartres Cathedral has more than 10,000 such, is not merely ornament. As early as about 1200 it is employed for the expression of schemes and purposes far grander than even the grandest of classical plastic. For these masses of figures constitute a tragic unit. Here, by the North even earlier than by Dante, the historical feeling of the Faustian soul, of which the deep sacrament of contrition is the spiritual expression and the rite of confession the grave teacher, is intensified to the tragic fullness of a world drama. That which Joachim of Flores, at this very time, was seeing in his Apollyon cell the picture of the world, not as cosmos, but as a divine history and succession of three world ages, the craftsmen were expressing at Reims, Amiens, and Paris in serial presentation of it from the fall to the Last Judgment. Each of the scenes, each of the great symbolic figures, had its significant place in the sacred edifice, each its role in the immense world poem. Then, too, each individual man came to feel how his life course was fitted as ornament in the plan of divine history, and to experience this personal connection with it in the forms of contrition and confession. And thus these bodies of stone are not mere servants of the architecture. They have a deep and particular meaning of their own, the same meaning as the memorial tomb brings to expression with ever-increasing intensity from the royal tombs of Saint Denis onward. They speak of a personality, just as classical man properly meant, with his perfected working out of superficial body, for all the anatomical aspiration of the Greek artist comes to that in the end, to exhaust the whole essence of the living phenomenon in and by the rendering of its bounding surfaces. So Faustian man no less logically found the most genuine, the only exhaustive, expression of his life feeling in the portrait. The Hellenic treatment of the nude is the great exceptional case. In this and in this only has it led to an art of the high order. 5. Act and portrait have never hitherto been felt as constituting an opposition, and consequently the full significance of their appearances in art history has never been appreciated. And yet it is in the conflict of these two form ideals that the contrast of two worlds is first manifested in full. There, on the one hand, an existence is made to show itself in the composition of the exterior structure. Here, on the other hand, the human interior, the soul, is made to speak of itself, as the interior of a church speaks to us through its facade or face. A mosque had no face, and consequently the iconoclastic movement of the Muslims and the Polychians which under Leo III spread to Byzantium and beyond necessarily drove the portrait element quite out of the arts of form, so that thenceforward they possessed only a fixed stock of human arabesques. In Egypt the face of the statue was equivalent to the pylon, the face of the temple plan. It was a mighty emergence out of the stone mass of the body, as we see in the Hyksos Sphinx of Tanis and the portrait of Amenemhet III. In China the face is like a landscape, full of wrinkles and little signs that mean something. But, for us, the portrait is musical. The look, the play of the mouth, the pose of head and hands, these things are a fugue of the subtlest meaning, a composition of many voices that sounds to the understanding beholder. But in order to grasp the significance of the portraiture of the West more specifically in contrast with that of Egypt and that of China, we have to consider the deep change in the language of the West that began in Merovingian times to foreshadow the dawn of a new life feeling. This change extended equally over the Old German and the Vulgar Latin, but it affected only the tongues spoken in the countries of the coming culture, for instance, Norwegian and Spanish, but not Romanian. The change would be inexplicable if we were to regard merely the spirit of these languages and their influence of one upon another. The explanation is in the spirit of the mankind that raised a mere way of using words to the level of a symbol. Instead of some, Gothic I'm, we say ich bin, I am, je suis, instead of facisti, we say tu habs factum, tu as fate, du habs gitten, and again, das whip, man hat. This has hitherto been a riddle 6 because families of languages were considered as beings, but the mystery is solved when we discover in the idiom the reflection of a soul. The Faustian soul is here beginning to remold for its own use grammatical material of the most varied provenance. The coming of this specific I is the first dawning of that personality idea which was so much later to create the sacrament of contrition and personal absolution. This ego habeo factum, the insertion of the auxiliaries have and be between a doer and a deed, in lieu of the feci which expresses activated body, replaces the world of bodies by one of functions between centers of force, the static syntax by a dynamic. And this I and thou is the key to Gothic portraiture. A Hellenistic portrait is the type of an attitude, a confession it is not, either to the creator of it or to the understanding spectator. But our portraits depict something sui generis, once occurring and never recurring, a life history expressed in a moment, a world center for which everything else is whirled around, exactly as the grammatical subject I becomes the center of force in the Faustian sentence. It has been shown how the experience of the extended has its origin in the living direction, time, destiny. In the perfected being of the all-round nude body the depth experience has been cut away, but the look of a portrait leads this experience into the supersensuous infinite. Therefore the ancient art is an art of the near and tangible and timeless. It prefers motives of briefest, pause between two movements, the last moment before Myron's athlete throws the discus, or the first moment after Paeanias's Nike has alighted from the air, when the swing of the body is ending and the streaming draperies have not yet fallen, attitudes devoid equally of duration and of direction, disengaged from future and from past. Veni, Vidi, Vici is just such another attitude. But in I came, I saw, I conquered there is a becoming each time in the very build of the sentence. The depth experience is a becoming and affects a become, signifies time and evokes space, is at once cosmic and historical. Living direction marches to the horizon as to the future. As early as 1230 the Madonna of the Saint and entrance of Notre Dame dreams of this future, so, later, the Cologne Madonna with the bean blossom of Meister Wilhelm. Long before the Moses of Michelangelo, the Moses of Klaus Suterswell in the Chartreuse of Dijon meditates on destiny, and even the Sibyls of the Sistine Chapel are forestalled by those of Giovanni Pisano in Sant' Andrea at Pistoia, 1300. And, lastly, there are the figures on the Gothic tombs, how they rest from the long journey of destiny and how completely they contrast with the timeless grave and gay that is represented on the stelae of Attic cemeteries. 7 The Western portraiture is endless in every sense, for it begins to wake out of the stone from about 1200 and it has become completely music in the 17th century. It takes its man not as a mere center of the world as nature which as phenomenon receives shape and significance from his being, but, above all, as a center of the world as history. The classical statue is a piece of present nature and nothing besides. The classical poetry is statuary in verse. Herein is the root of our feeling that ascribes to the Greek an unreserved devotion to nature. We shall never entirely shake off the idea that the Gothic style as compared with the Greek is unnatural. Of course it is, for it is more than nature, only we are unnecessarily loath to realize that it is a deficiency in the Greek that our feeling has detected. The Western form language is richer, portraiture belongs to nature and to history. A tomb by one of those great Netherlanders who worked on the royal graves of Saint Denis from 1160, a portrait by Holbein or Titian or Rembrandt or Goya, is a biography, and a self-portrait is a historical confession. To make one's confession is not to avow an act but to lay before the judge the inner history of that act. The act is patent, its roots the personal secret. When the Protestant or the freethinker opposes auricular confession, it never occurs to him that he is rejecting merely the outward form of the idea and not the idea itself. He declines to confess to the priest, but he confesses to himself, to a friend, or to all and sundry. The whole of northern poetry is one outspoken confession. So are the portrait of Rembrandt and the music of Beethoven. What Raphael and Calderon and Haydn told to the priests, these men put into the language of their works. One who is forced to be silent because the greatness of form that can take in even the ultimate things has been denied him, goes under like Hölderlin. Western man lives in the consciousness of his becoming and his eyes are constantly upon past and future. The Greek lives pointwise, ahistorically, somatically. No Greek would have been capable of a genuine self-criticism. As the phenomenon of the nude statue is the completely ahistoric copy of a man, so the Western self-portrait is the exact equivalent of the Werther or Tasso autobiography. To the classical both are equally and wholly alien. There is nothing so impersonal as Greek art, that Scopas or Polycletus should make an image of himself is something quite inconceivable. Looking at the work of Phidias, of Polycletus, or of any master later than the Persian Wars, do we not see in the doming of the brow, the lips, the set of the nose, the blind eyes, the expression of entirely non-personal, plant-like, soulless vitality? And may we not ask ourselves whether this is the form language that is capable even of hinting at an inner experience? Michelangelo devoted himself with all passion to the study of anatomy, but the phenomenal body that he works out is always the expression of the activity of all bones, sinews and organs of the inside. Without deliberate intention, the living that is under the skin comes out in the phenomenon. It is a physiognomy, and not a system, of muscles that he calls to life. But this means at once that the personal destiny and not the material body has become the starting point of the form feeling. There is more psychology, and less nature, in the arm of one of his slaves 8 than there is in the whole head of Praxiteles' Hermes. 9 Myron's Discobolus 10 on the other hand, renders the exterior form purely as itself, without relation of any sort to the inner organs, let alone to any soul. One has only to take the best work of this period and compare it with the old Egyptian statues, say the village Sheikh 11 or King Cheops, Pepi, or again with Donatello's David, 12 to understand at once what it means to recognize a body purely with reference to its material boundaries. Everything in a head that might allow something intimate or spiritual to become phenomenal the Greeks, and markedly the same Myron, most carefully avoid. Once this characteristic has struck us, the best heads of the great age sooner or later begin to pall. Seen in the perspective of our world feeling, they are stupid and dull, wanting in the biographical element, devoid of any destiny. It was not out of caprice that that age objected so strongly to votive images. The statues of Olympian victors are representatives of a fighting attitude. Right down to Lysippus there is not one single character head, but only masks. Again, considering the figure as a whole, with what skill the Greeks avoid giving any impression that the head is the favored part of the body. That is why these heads are so small, so unsignificant in their pose, so unthoroughly modeled. Always they are formed as a part of the body like arms and legs, never as the seat and symbol of an eye. At last, even, we come to regard the feminine, not to say effeminate, look of many of these heads of the 5th, and still more of the 4th, centuries 13 as the no doubt unintentional outcome of an effort to get rid of personal character entirely. We should probably be justified in concluding that the ideal facial type of this art, which was certainly not an art for the people, as the later naturalistic portrait sculpture at once shows, was arrived at by rejecting all elements of an individual or historical character, that is, by steadily narrowing down the field of view to the pure Euclidean. The portraiture of the great age of Baroque, on the contrary, applies to historical distance all those means of pictorial counterpoint that we already know as the fabric of their spatial distance: the brown-dipped atmosphere, the perspective, the dynamic brush stroke, the quivering color tones and lights, and with their aid succeeds in treating body as something intrinsically non-material, as the highly expressive envelope of a space-commanding ego. This problem the fresco technique, Euclidean that it is powerless to solve. The whole painting has only one theme, a soul. Observe the rendering of the hands and the brow in Rembrandt, example in the etching of Burgomaster 6 or the portrait of an architect at Kassel, and again, even so late, in Maurice and Libla 14, spiritual to the point of dematerializing them, visionary, lyrical. Compare them with the hand and brow of an Apollo or a Poseidon of the Periclean age. The Gothic, too, had deeply and sincerely felt this. It had draped body, not for its own sake but for the sake of developing in the ornament of the drapery a form language consonant with the language of the head and the hands in a fugue of life. So, too, with the relations of the voices in counterpoint and, in Baroque, those of the continuo to the upper voices of the orchestra. In Rembrandt there is always interplay of bass melody in the costume and motives in the head. Like the Gothic draped figure, the old Egyptian statue denies the intrinsic importance of body. As the former, by treating the clothing in a purely ornamental fashion, reinforces the expressiveness of head and hands, so the latter, with a grandeur of idea never since equaled, at any rate in sculpture, holds the body as it holds a pyramid or an obelisk to a mathematical scheme and confines the personal element to the head. The fall of draperies was meant in Athens to reveal the sense of the body, in the north to conceal it. In the one case the fabric becomes body, in the other it becomes music. And from this deep contrast springs the silent battle that goes on in high Renaissance work between the consciously intended and the unconsciously insistent ideals of the artist, a battle in which the first anti-Gothic often wins the superficial, but the second Gothic, becoming Baroque, invariably wins the fundamental victory. 2. The opposition of Apollinian and Faustian ideals of humanity may now be stated concisely. Act and portrait are to one another as body and space, instant and history, foreground and background, Euclidean and analytical number, proportion and relation. The statue is rooted in the ground. Music, and the Western portrait is music, soul woven of color tones, invades and pervades space without limit. The fresco painting is tied to the wall, trained on it, but the oil painting, the picture on canvas or board or other table, is free from limitations of place. The Apollinian form language reveals only the become, the Faustian shows above all a becoming. It is for this reason that child portraits and family groups are amongst the finest and most intimately right achievements of the Western art. In the Attic sculpture this motive is entirely absent, and although in Hellenistic times the playful motive of the Cupid or Puto came into favor, it was expressly as a being different from the other beings and not at all as a person growing or becoming. The child links past and future. In every art of human representation that has a claim to symbolic import, it signifies duration in the midst of phenomenal change, the endlessness of life. But the classical life exhausted itself in the completeness of the moment. The individual shut his eyes to time distances, he comprehended in his thought the men like himself whom he saw around him, but not the coming generations, and therefore there has never been an art that so emphatically ignored the intimate representation of children as the Greek art did. Consider the multitude of child figures that our own art has produced from early Gothic to dying Rococo and in the Renaissance above all, and find if you can in classical art right down to Alexander one work of importance that intentionally sets by the side of the worked out body of man or woman any child element with existence still before it. Endless becoming is comprehended in the idea of motherhood. Woman as mother is time and is destiny. Just as the mysterious act of depth experience fashions, out of sensation, extension, and world, so through motherhood the bodily man is made an individual member of this world, in which thereupon he has a destiny. All symbols of time and distance are also symbols of maternity. Care is the root feeling of future, and all care is motherly. It expresses itself in the formation and the idea of family and state and in the principle of inheritance which underlies both. Care may be either affirmed or denied. One can live care-filled or carefree. Similarly, time may be looked at in the light of eternity or in the light of the instant, and the drama of begetting and bearing, or the drama of the nursing mother with her child, may be chosen as the symbol of life to be made apprehensible by all the means of art. India and the classical took the first alternative, Egypt, and the West the second. There is something of pure unrelated present in the phallus and the lingam, and in the phenomenon of the Doric column and the Attic statue as well. But the nursing mother points into the future, and she is just the figure that is entirely missing in the classical art. She could not possibly be rendered in the style of Phidias. One feels that this form is opposed to the sense of the phenomenon. But in the religious art of the West, the representation of motherhood is the noblest of all tasks. As Gothic dawns, the Theotokos of the Byzantine changes into the Mater Dolorosa, the Mother of God. In German mythology she appears, doubtless from Carolingian times only, as Frigga and Frau Halle. The same feeling comes out in beautiful mincing or fancies like Lady Sun, Lady World, Lady Love. The whole panorama of early Gothic mankind is pervaded by something maternal, something caring and patient, and Germanic Catholic Christianity, when it had ripened into full consciousness of itself and in one impulse settled its sacraments and created its Gothic style, placed not the suffering Redeemer but the suffering Mother in the center of its world picture. About 1150, in the great epic of statuary of Rheims Cathedral, the principal place in the center of the main porch, which in the cathedrals of Paris and Amiens was still that of Christ, was assigned to the Madonna, and it was about this time, too, that the Tuscan school at Arezzo and Siena, Guido da Siena, began to infuse a suggestion of mother love into the conventional Byzantine Theotokos. And after that the Madonnas of Raphael led the way to the purely human type of the Baroque, the mother in the sweetheart Ophelia, Gretchen, whose secret reveals itself in the glorious close of Faust II and in its fusion with the early Gothic Mary. As against these types, the imagination of the Greeks conceived goddesses who are either Amazons like Athene or Hetairæ like Aphrodite. In the root feeling which produced the classical type of womanhood, fruitfulness has a vegetal character. In this connection as in others, the word sigma mu alpha exhaustively expresses the meaning of the phenomenon. Think of the masterpieces of this art, the three mighty female bodies of the east pediment of the Parthenon 15, and compare with them that noblest image of a mother, Raphael's Sistine Madonna. In the latter, all bodiliness has disappeared. She is all distance and space. The Helen of the Iliad, compared with Kriemhild, the motherly comrade of Siegfried, is a courtesan, while Antigone and Clytemnestra are Amazons. How strangely even Aeschylus passes over in silence the mother tragic in Clytemnestra. The figure of Medea is nothing less than the mythic inverse of the Faustian Mater Dolorosa. Her tragic is not one of future or children, it is with her lover, the symbol of holy present life, that her universe collapses. Kriemhild revenges her unborn children, it is this future that has been murdered in her, but Medea revenges only a past happiness. When the classical sculpture, late art that it is 16, arrives at secularizing 17 the pictures of the god, it creates the antique ideal of female form in a Nydian Aphrodite, merely a very beautiful object, not a character or an ego but a piece of nature. And in the end Praxiteles finds the hardihood to represent a goddess entirely naked. This innovation met with severe criticism, for it was felt to be a sign of the decline of the classical world feeling, Suitable as it was to erotic symbolism, it was in sharp contradiction with the dignity of the older Greek religion. But exactly then, too, a portrait art ventured to show itself, simultaneously with the invention of a form that has never since been forgotten, the bust. Unfortunately, here as elsewhere, art research has made the mistake of discovering in this the beginnings of the portrait. In reality, whereas a Gothic visage speaks of an individual destiny, and even an Egyptian in spite of the rigid formalism of the figure has the recognizable traits of the individual person, since otherwise it could not serve as dwelling for the higher soul of the dead, his ka, the Greeks developed a taste for typical representations just as the contemporary comedy produced standard men and situations, to which any names whatever could be affixed. The portrait is distinguishable not by personal traits but by the label only. This is the general custom amongst children and primitive men, and it is connected with name magic. The name serves to capture some essence of what is named and to bind it as an object which thereupon becomes specific for every beholder. The statues of the tyrannicides 18 the Etruscan, statues of kings in the Capitol and the iconic portraits of victors at Olympia must have been portraits of this sort, viz., not likenesses but figures with names. But now, in the later phase, there was an additional factor, the tendency of the time towards genre and applied art, which produced also the Corinthian column. What the sculptors worked out was the types of life stage, the theta omicron, which we mistranslate by character but which is really the kinds and modes of public behavior and attitude. Thus there is the grave commander, the tragic poet, the passion-torn actor, the absorbed philosopher. Here is the real key to the understanding of the celebrated Hellenistic portraiture, for which the quite unjustifiable claim has been set up that its products are expressions of a deep spiritual life. It is not of much moment whether the work bears the name of someone long dead. The Sophocles 19 was sculptured about 340 or of a living man like the Pericles of Chrysailas 20. It was only in the 4th century that Demetrius of Alopic began to emphasize individual traits in the external build of the man, and Lysistratus, the brother of Lysippus, to copy, as Pliny tells us, a plaster of Paris cast of the subject's face without much subsequent modification. And how little such portraiture is portraiture in Rembrandt's sense should surely have been obvious to anyone. The soul is missing. The brilliant fidelity of Roman busts especially has been mistaken for physiognomic depth. But what really distinguishes the higher work from this craftsman's and virtuoso's work is an intention that is the precise opposite of the artistic intention of a Maurice or a Leibloux. That is, in such work the important and significant is not brought out, it is put in. An example of this is seen in the Demosthenes statue 21, the artist of which possibly saw the orator in life. Here the particulars of the body surface are emphasized, perhaps overemphasized. True to nature, they called this then, but into the disposition so conceived he works the character type of the serious orator, which we meet again on different bases in the portraits of Aeschines and Lysias at Naples. That is truth to life, undoubtedly, but it is truth to life as classical man felt it, typical and impersonal. We have contemplated the result with our eyes, and have accordingly misunderstood it. 3. In the oil painting age that followed the end of the Renaissance, the depth of an artist can be accurately measured by the content of his portraits. To this rule there is hardly an exception. All forms in the picture, whether single, or in scenes, groups, or masses, 22 are fundamentally felt as portraits. Whether they are meant to be so or not is immaterial, for the individual painter has no choice in the matter. Nothing is more instructive than to observe how under the hands of a real Faustian man even the act transforms itself into a portrait study. Point 23. Take two German masters like Lucas Cranach and Tillmann Riemenschneider, who were untouched by any theory and, in contrast to Dürer, whose inclination to aesthetic subtlety made him pliant before alien tendencies, worked in unqualified naivete. They seldom depict the act, and when they do so, they show themselves entirely unable to concentrate their expression on the immediately present plain specified bodiliness. The meaning of the human phenomenon, and therefore of the representation of it, remains entirely in the head, and is consistently physiognomical rather than anatomical. And the same may be said of Dürer's Lucrezia, notwithstanding his Italian studies and the quite opposite intention. A Faustian act is a contradiction in itself, hence the character heads that we so often see on feeble act representations, as far back as the job of old French cathedral sculpture, and hence also the laborious, forced, equivocal character that arouses our dislike in too manifest efforts to placate the classical ideal, sacrifices offered up not by the soul but by the cultivated understanding. In the whole of painting after Leonardo there is not one important or distinctive work that derives its meaning from the Euclidean being of the nude body. It is mere incomprehension to quote Rubens here, and to compare his unbridled dynamism of swelling bodies in any respect whatever with the art of Praxiteles and even Scopas. It is owing precisely to his splendid sensuality that he is so far from the static of Signorelli's bodies. If there ever was an artist who could put a maximum of becoming into the beauty of naked bodies, who could treat bodily floridness historically and convey the utterly unhellenic idea of an inexhaustible outflowing from within, it was Rubens. Compare the horse's head from the Parthenon pediment 24 with his horse's heads in the Battle of the Amazons 25, and the deep metaphysical contrast between the two conceptions of the same phenomenal element is felt at once. In Rubens, recalling once more the characteristic opposition of Apollinian and Faustian mathematics, the body is not magnitude but relation. What matters is not the regimen of its external structure but the fullness of life that streams out of it and the stride of its life along the road from youth to age, where the last judgment that turns bodies into flames takes up the motive and intertwines it in the quivering web of active space. Such a synthesis is entirely unclassical, but even nymphs, when it is Corot who paints them, are likewise shapes ready to dissolve into color patches reflecting endless space. Such was not the intention of the classical artist when he depicted the act. At the same time, the Greek form ideal, the self-contained unit of being expressed in sculpture, has equally to be distinguished from that of the merely beautiful bodies on which painters from Jurgen to Boucher were always exercising their cleverness, which are fleshly still life, genre work expressing merely a certain gay sensuousness, example Rubens's wife in a fur cloak 26, and in contrast with the high ethical significance of the classical act have almost no symbolic force. 27. Magnificent as these men's painting is, therefore, they have not succeeded in reaching the highest levels either of portraiture or of space representation in landscape. Their brown and their green and their perspective lack religiousness, future, destiny. They are masters only in the domain of elementary form, and when it has actualized this their art is exhausted. It is they who constitute the substance element in the development history of a great art. But when a great artist pressed on beyond them to a form that was to be capable of embracing the whole meaning of the world, he had necessarily to push to perfection the treatment of the nude body if his world was the classical, and not to do so if it was our north. Rembrandt never once painted an act, in this foreground sense, and if Leonardo, Titian, Velázquez, and, among moderns, Menzel, Leibloud, Maurice and Manet, did so at all, it was very rarely, and even then, so to say, they painted bodies as landscapes. The portrait is ever the touchstone. 28. But no one would ever judge masters like Signorelli, Mantegna, Botticelli, or even Verrocchio, by the quality of their portraits. The equestrian statue of King Grande 29 of 1330 is in a far higher sense a portrait than the Bartolomeo Colleoni is, and Raphael's portraits, the best of which example Pope Julius II were done under the influence of the Venetian Sebastian del Piombo, could be ignored altogether in an appreciation of his creative work. It is only with Leonardo that the portrait begins to count seriously. Between fresco technique and oil painting there is a subtle opposition. In fact, Giovanni Bellini's Doge, Loredano, 30 is the first great oil portrait. Here too the character of the Renaissance as a protest against the Faustian spirit of the West betrays itself. The episode of Florence amounts to an attempt to replace the portrait of the Gothic style, as distinct from the ideal portrait of late classical art, which was well known through the Caesar busts, by the act as human symbol. Logically, therefore, the entire art of the Renaissance should be wanting in the physiognomic traits. And yet the strong undercurrent of Faustian art will kept alive, not only in the smaller towns and schools of Middle Italy, but also in the instincts of the great masters themselves, a Gothic tradition that was never interrupted. Nay, the physiognomic of Gothic art even made itself master of the southern nude body, alien as this element was. Its creations are not bodies that speak to us through static definition of their bounding surfaces. What we see is a dumb show that spreads from the face over all parts of the body, and the appreciative eye detects in this very nudity of Tuscany a deep identity with the drapery of the Gothic. Both are envelopes, neither a limitation. The reclining nude figures of Michelangelo in the Medici chapel are wholly and entirely the visage and the utterance of a soul. But, above all, every head, painted or modeled, became of itself a portrait, even when the heads were of gods or saints. The whole of the portrait work of a Rossellino, Donatello, Benedetto da Maiano, Mino da Fiesole, stands so near in spirit to that of Van Eyck, Memling, and the early Rhenish masters as to be often indistinguishable from theirs. There is not and there cannot be, I maintain, any genuine Renaissance portraiture, that is, a portraiture in which just that artistic sentiment which differentiates the court of the Palazzo Strozzi from the Loggia dei Lanzi and Perugino from Cimabue applies itself to the rendering of a visage. In architecture, little as the new work was Apollinian in spirit, it was possible to create anti-Gothically, but in portraiture no. It was too specifically Faustian a symbol. Michelangelo declined the task. Passionately devoted as he was to his pursuit of a plastic ideal, he would have considered it an abdication to busy himself with portraiture. His Brutus bust is as little of a portrait as his de' Medici, whereas Botticelli's portrait of the latter is actual, and frankly Gothic to boot. Michelangelo's heads are allegories in the style of dawning Baroque, and their resemblance even to Hellenistic work is only superficial. And however highly we may value the Uino bust of Donatello 31, which is perhaps the most important achievement of that age and that circle, it will be admitted that by the side of the portraits of the Venetians it hardly counts. It is well worth noting that this overcoming of, or at least this desire to overcome, the Gothic portrait with the classical act, the deeply historical and biographical form by the completely ahistoric, appears simultaneously with, and in association with, a decline in the capacity for self-examination and artistic confession in the Goethean sense. The true Renaissance man did not know what spiritual development meant. He managed to live entirely outwardly, and this was the great good fortune and success of the Quattrocento. Between Dante's Vita Nuova and Michelangelo's sonnets there is no poetic confession, no self-portrait of the high order. The Renaissance artist and humanist is the one single type of Western man for whom the word loneliness remained unmeaning. His life accomplished its course in the light of a courtly existence. His feelings and impressions were all public, and he had neither secret discontents nor reserves, while the life of the great contemporary Netherlanders, on the contrary, moved on in the shadow of their works. Is it perhaps permissible to add that it was because of this that other symbol of historic distance, duration, care, and ponderation, the state, also disappeared from the purview of the Renaissance, between Dante and Michelangelo? In fickle Florence, whose great men one and all were cruelly maltreated and whose incapacity for political creation seems, by the side of other Western state forms, to border on sheer bizarrerie and, more generally, wherever the anti-Gothic, which in this connection means anti-dynastic, spirit displayed itself vigorously in art and public life, the state made way for a truly Hellenic sorriness of Medicis, Sforzas, Borgias, Malatestas, and waste republics. Only that city where sculpture gained no foothold, where the southern music was at home, where Gothic and Baroque joined hands in Giovanni Bellini and the Renaissance remained an affair of occasional dilettantism, had an art of portraiture and there with a subtle diplomacy and a will to political duration Venice. 4. The Renaissance was born of defiance, and therefore it lacked depth, width, and sureness of creative instinct. It is the one and only epoch which was more consistent in theory than in performance, and in sharp contrast to Gothic and Baroque the only one in which theoretically formulated intention preceded, often enough surpassed, the ability to perform. but the fact that the individual arts were forced to become satellites of a classicist sculpture could not in the last analysis alter the essence of them, and could only impoverish their store of inward possibilities. For natures of medium size, the Renaissance theme was not too big, it was attractive indeed from its very plainness, and we miss consequently that Gothic wrestling with overpowering imprecise problems which distinguishes the Rhenish and Flemish schools. The seductive ease and clarity of the Renaissance rests very largely upon evasion, the evasion of deeper reluctances by the aid of speciously simple rule. To men of the inwardness of Memling or the power of Grunewald, such conditions as those of the Tuscan form world would have been fatal. They could not have developed their strength in and through it, but only against it. Seeing as we do no weakness in the form of the Renaissance masters, we are very prone to overrate their humanity. In Gothic, and again in Baroque, an entirely great artist was fulfilling his art in deepening and completing its language, but in Renaissance he was necessarily only destroying it. So it was in the cases of Leonardo, Raphael, and Michelangelo, the only really great men of Italy after Dante. Is it not curious that between the masters of the Gothic, who were nothing but silent workers in their art and yet achieved the very highest that could be achieved within its convention and its field, and the Venetians and Dutch of 1600 who again were purely workers, there should be these three men who were not sculptors or painters but thinkers, and thinkers who of necessity busied themselves not merely with all the available means of artistic expression but with 1,000 other things besides, ever restless and dissatisfied, in their effort to get at the real essence and aim of their being. Does it not mean that in the Renaissance they could not find themselves? Each in his own fashion, each under his own tragic illusion, these three giants strove to be classical in the Medicean sense, and yet it was they themselves who in one and another way, Raphael in respect of the line, Leonardo in respect of the surface, Michelangelo in respect of the body, shattered the dream. In them the misguided soul is finding its way back to its Faustian starting points. What they intended was to substitute proportion for relation, drawing for light and air effect, Euclidean body for pure space. But neither they nor others of their time produced a Euclidean static sculpture, for that was possible once only, in Athens. In all their work one feels a secret music, in all their forms the movement quality and the tending into distances and depths. They are on the way, not to Phidias but to Palestrina, and they have come thither not from Roman ruins but from the still music of the cathedral. Raphael thawed the Florentine fresco, and Michelangelo the statue, and Leonardo dreamed already of Rembrandt and Bach. The higher and more conscientious the effort to actualize the ideas of the age, the more intangible it became. Gothic and Baroque, however, are something that is, while Renaissance is only an ideal, unattainable like all ideals, that floats over the will of a period. Giotto is a Gothic, and Titian is a Baroque, artist. Michelangelo would be a Renaissance artist, but fails. Visibly, the plastic in him, for all its ambitiousness, is overpowered by the pictorial spirit, and a pictorial spirit, too, in which the northern space perspective is implicit. Even as soon as 1520 the beautiful proportion, the pure rule that is, the conscious classical are felt as frigid and formal. The cornice which he put onto Sangallo's purely classical facade of the Palazzo Farnese was no doubt, from the strictly Renaissance standpoint, a disfigurement, but he himself and many with him felt it to be far superior to the achievements of Greeks and Romans. As Petrarch was the first, so Michelangelo was the last Florentine who gave himself up passionately to the antique. But it was no longer an entire devotion. The Franciscan Christianity of Fra Angelico, with its subtle gentleness and its quiet, reflective piety to which the southern refinement of ripe Renaissance work owes far more than has been supposed, 32 came now to its end. The majestic spirit of the Counter-Reformation, massive, animated, gorgeous, lives already in Michelangelo. There is something in Renaissance work which at the time passed for being classical but is really only a deliberately noble dress for the Christian German world feeling, as we have already mentioned, the combination of round arch and pillar, that favorite Florentine motive, was of Syrian origin. But compare the pseudo-Corinthian column of the 15th century with the columns of a real Roman ruin, remembering that these ruins were known and on the spot. Michelangelo alone would tolerate no half and half. Clarity he wanted and he would have. The question of form was for him a religious matter, for him, and only for him, it was all or nothing. And this is the explanation of the lonely fearful wrestlings of this man, surely the unhappiest figure in our art, of the fragmentary, the tortured, the unsatisfied, the terrible in his forms that frightened his contemporaries. The one half of his nature drew him towards the classical, and therefore to sculpture. We all know the effect produced upon him by the recently discovered Laocoon. No man ever made a more honest effort than he did to find a way with the chisel into a buried world. Everything that he created he meant sculpturally, that is, in a sense of the word that he and he alone stood for. The world, presented in the great pen, the element which Goethe meant to render when he brought Helena into the second part of Faust, the Apollonian world in all its powerful sensuous corporal presence, that was what Michelangelo was striving with all his might to capture and to fix in artistic being when he was painting the Sistine ceiling. Every resource of fresco, the big contours, the vast surfaces, the immense nearness of naked shapes, the materiality of color, was here for the last time strained to the utmost to liberate the paganism, the high Renaissance paganism, that was in him. But his second soul, the soul of Gothic Christian Dante and of the music of great expanses, is pulling in the opposite sense. His scheme for the ensemble is manifestly metaphysical in spirit. His was the last effort, repeated again and again, to put the entirety of the artist personality into the language of stone. But the Euclidean material failed him. His attitude to it was not that of the Greek. In the very character of its being, the chiseled statue contradicts the world feeling that tries to find something by, and not to possess something in, its artworks. For Phidias, marble is the cosmic stuff that is crying for form. The story of Pygmalion and Galatea expresses the very essence of that art. But for Michelangelo, marble was the foe to be subdued, the prison out of which he must deliver his idea, as Siegfried delivered Brunhild. Everyone knows his way of setting to work. He did not approach the rough block coolly from every aspect of the intended form, but attacked it with a passionate frontal attack, hewing into it as though into space, cutting away the material layer by layer and driving deeper and deeper until his form emerged, while the members slowly developed themselves out of the quarry. Never perhaps has there been a more open expression of world dread in the presence of the become death of the will to overpower and capture it in vibrant form. There is no other artist of the West whose relation to the stone has been that of Michelangelo, at once so intimate and so violently masterful. It is his symbol of death. In it dwells the hostile principle that his demonic nature is always striving to overpower, whether he is cutting statues or piling great buildings out of it. 33 He is the one sculptor of his age who dealt only with marble. Bronze, as cast, allows the modeler to compromise with pictorial tendencies, and it appealed therefore to other Renaissance artists and to the softer Greeks. The giants stood aloof from it. The instantaneous bodily posture was what the classical sculptor created, and of this Faustian man was incapable. It is here just as it is in the matter of love, in which Faustian man discovers, not primarily the act of union between man and woman, but the great love of Dante, and beyond that the caring mother. Michelangelo's erotic, which is that of Beethoven, also is as unclassical as it is possible to be. It stands sub specie aeternitatis and not under that of sense and the moment. He produced acts a sacrifice to the Hellenic idol, but the soul in them denies or overmasters the visible form. He wills infinity as the Greek willed proportion and rule, he embraces past and future as the Greek embraced present. The classical eye absorbs plastic form into itself, but Michelangelo saw with the spiritual eye and broke through the foreground language of immediate sensuousness. And inevitably, in the long run, he destroyed the conditions for this art. Marble became too trivial for his will to form. He ceased to be sculptor and turned architect. In full old age, when he was producing only wild fragments like the Rondinini Madonna and hardly cutting his figures out of the rough at all, the musical tendency of his artistry broke through. In the end the impulse towards contrapuntal form, was no longer to be repressed and, dissatisfied through and through with the art upon which he had spent his life, yet dominated still by the unquenchable will to self-expression, he shattered the canon of Renaissance architecture and created the Roman Baroque. For relations of material and form he substituted the contest of force and mass. He grouped the columns in sheaves or else pushed them away into niches. He broke up the stories with huge pilasters and gave the facade a sort of surging and thrusting quality. Measure yielded to melody, the static to the dynamic. And thus Faustian music enlisted in its service the chief of all the other arts. With Michelangelo the history of Western sculpture is at an end. What of it there was after him was mere misunderstandings or reminiscences. His real heir was Palestrina. Leonardo speaks another language. In essentials his spirit reached forward into the following century, and he was in no wise bound, as Michelangelo was bound by every tie of heart, to the Tuscan ideal. He alone had neither the ambition to be sculptor nor the ambition to be architect. It was a strange illusion of the Renaissance that the Hellenic feeling and the Hellenic cult of the exterior structure could be got at by way of anatomical studies. But when Leonardo studied anatomy it was not, as in Michelangelo's case, foreground anatomy, the topography of human surfaces, studied for the sake of plastic, but physiology studied for the inward secrets. While Michelangelo tried to force the whole meaning of human existence into the language of the living body, Leonardo's studies show the exact opposite. His much admired sfumato is the first sign of the repudiation of corporeal bounds, in the name of space, and as such it is the starting point of Impressionism. Leonardo begins with the inside, the spiritual space within us, and not with the considered definition line, and when he ends, that is, if he ends at all and does not leave the picture unfinished, the substance of color lies like a mere breathing over the real structure of the picture, which is something incorporeal and indescribable. Raphael's paintings fall into planes in which he disposes his well-ordered groups, and he closes off the whole with a well-proportioned background. But Leonardo knows only one space, wide and eternal, and his figures, as it were, float therein. The one puts inside a frame a sum of individual near things, the other a portion cut out of the infinite. Leonardo discovered the circulation of the blood. It was no Renaissance spirit that brought him to that, on the contrary, the whole course of his thought took him right outside the conceptions of his age. Neither Michelangelo nor Raphael could have done it, for their painter's anatomy looks only at the form and position, not the function, of the parts. In mathematical language, it is stereometry as against analysis. Did not the Renaissance find it quite sufficient preparation for great painted scenes to study corpses, suppressing the becoming in favor of the become and calling on the dead to make classical tau alpha rho alpha xi alpha accessible to northern creative energy? But Leonardo investigated the life in the body as Rubens did, and not the body in itself as Signorelli did. His discovery was contemporary with that of Columbus, and the two have a deep affinity, for they signify the victory of the infinite over the material limitedness of the tangibly present. Would a Greek ever have concerned himself with questions like theirs? The Greeks inquired as little into the interior of their own organization as they sought for the sources of the Nile. These were problems that might have jeopardized the Euclidean constitution of their being. The Baroque, on the other hand, is truly the period of the great discoveries. The very word discovery has something bluntly unclassical in it. Classical man took good care not to take the cover, the material wrapping, off anything cosmic, but to do just this is the most characteristic impulse of a Faustian nature. The discoveries of the New World, the circulation of the blood, and the Copernican universe were achieved almost simultaneously and, at bottom, are completely equivalent, and the discovery of gunpowder, that is, the long-range weapon 34, and of printing, the long-range script, were a little earlier. Leonardo was a discoverer through and through, and discovery was the sum in one word of his whole nature. Brush, chisel, dissecting knife, pencil for calculating and compasses for drawing, all were for him of equal importance. They were for him what the mariner's compass was for Columbus. When Raphael completes with color the sharply drawn outline, he asserts the corporeal phenomenon in every brush stroke, but Leonardo, in his red chalk sketches and his backgrounds, reveals aerial secrets with every line. He was the first, too, who set his mind to work on aviation. To fly, to free oneself from Earth, to lose oneself in the expanse of the universe, is not this ambition Faustian in the highest degree? Is it not in fact the fulfillment of our dreams? Has it never been observed how the Christian legend became in Western painting a glorious transfiguration of this motive? All the pictured ascents into heaven and falls into hell, the divine figures floating above the clouds, the blissful detachment of angels and saints, the insistent emphasis upon freedom from earth's heaviness, are emblems of soul flight, peculiar to the art of the Faustian, utterly remote from that of the Byzantine. V. The transformation of Renaissance fresco painting into Venetian oil painting is a matter of spiritual history. We have to appreciate very delicate and subtle traits to discern the process of change. In almost every picture from Masaccio's Peter and the tribute money in the Brancacci Chapel, through the soaring background that Piero della Francesca gave to the figures of Federigo and Battista of Urbino 35 to Perugino's Christ giving the keys, 36, the fresco manner is contending with the invasive new form, though Raphael's artistic development in the course of his work on the Vatican stands is almost the only case in which we can see comprehensively the change that is going on. The Florentine fresco aims at actuality in individual things and produces a sum of such things in an architectonic setting. Oil painting, on the other hand, sees and handles with ever-growing sureness extension as a whole, and treats all objects only as representatives thereof. The Faustian world feeling created the new technique that it wanted. It rejected the drawing style, as, from Oersma's time, coordinate geometry rejected it. It transformed the linear perspective associated with the architectural motive into a purely aerial perspective rendered by imponderable gradations of tone. But the condition of Renaissance art, generally its inability either to understand its own deeper tendencies or to make good its anti-Gothic principle, made the transition an obscure and difficult process. Each artist followed the trend in a way of his own. One painted in oils on the bare wall, and thereby condemned his work to perish, Leonardo's Last Supper. Another painted pictures as if they were wall frescoes, Michelangelo. Some ventured, some guessed, some fell by the way, some shied. It was, as always, the struggle between hand and soul, between eye and instrument, between the form willed by the artist and the form willed by time, the struggle between plastic and music. In the light of this, we can at last understand that gigantic effort of Leonardo, the cartoon of the Adoration of the Magi in the Uffizi. It is the grandest piece of artistic daring in the Renaissance. Nothing like it was even imagined till Rembrandt. Transcending all optical measures, everything then called drawing, outline, composition and grouping, he pushes fearlessly on to challenge eternal space. Everything bodily floats like the planets in the Copernican system and the tones of a Bach organ fugue in the dimness of old churches. In the technical possibilities of the time, so dynamic an image of distance could only remain a torso. In the Sistine Madonna, which is the very summation of the Renaissance, Raphael causes the outline to draw into itself the entire content of the work. It is the last grand line of Western art. Already, and it is this that makes Raphael the least intelligible of Renaissance artists, convention is strained almost to breaking point by the intensity of inward feeling. He did not indeed wrestle with problems. He had not even an inkling of them. But he brought art to the brink where it could no longer shirk the plunge, and he lived to achieve the utmost possibilities within its form world. The ordinary person who thinks him flat simply fails to realize what is going on in his scheme. Look again, reader, at the hackneyed Madonna. Have you ever noticed the little dawn cloudlets, transforming themselves into baby heads, that surround the soaring central figure? These are the multitudes of the unborn that the Madonna is drawing into life. We meet these light clouds again, with the same meaning, in the wondrous finale of Faust 2:37. It is just that which does not charm in Raphael, his sublime unpopularity, that betrays the inner victory over the Renaissance feeling in him. We do understand Perugino at a glance, we merely think we understand Raphael. His very line, that drawing character that at first sight seems so classical, is something that floats in space, supernal, Beethoven-like. In this work Raphael is the least obvious of all artists, less obvious even than Michelangelo, whose intention is manifest through all the fragmentariness of his works. In Fra Bartolomeo the material bounding line is still entirely dominant. It is all foreground, and the whole sense of the work is exhaustively rendered by the definition of bodies. But in Raphael line has become silent, expectant, veiled, waiting in an extremity of tension for dissolution into the infinite, into space and music. Leonardo is already over the frontier. The adoration of the Magi is already music. It is not a casual but a deeply significant circumstance that in this work, as also in his St. Jerome 38, he did not go beyond the brown underpainting, the Rembrandt stage, the atmospheric brown of the following century. For him, entire fullness and clearness of intention was attained with the work in that state, and one step into the domain of color, for that domain was still under the metaphysical limitations of the fresco style, would have destroyed the soul of what he had created. Feeling, in all its depth, the symbolism of which oil painting was later to be the vehicle, he was afraid of the fresco slickness, furtigkeit, that must have mined his idea. His studies for this painting show how close was his relation to the Rembrandt etching, an art whose home was also that of the art, unknown to Florence, of counterpoint. Only it was reserved for the Venetians, who stood outside the Florentine conventions, to achieve what he strove for here, to fashion a color world subserving space instead of things. For this reason, too, Leonardo, after innumerable attempts, decided to leave Christ's head in the Last Supper unfinished. The men of his time were not even ripe for portraiture as Rembrandt understood the word, the Magi's trowel building up of a soul history out of dynamic brush strokes and lights and tones. But only Leonardo was great enough to experience this limitation as a destiny. Others merely set themselves to paint heads, in the modes prescribed by their respective schools, but Leonardo the first, here, to make the hands also speak, and that with a physiognomic maestria had an infinitely wider purpose. His soul was lost afar in the future, though his mortal part, his eye and hand, obeyed the spirit of the age. Assuredly he was the freest of the three great ones. From much of that which Michelangelo's powerful nature vainly wrestled with, he was already remote. Problems of chemistry, geometrical analysis, physiology, Goethe's living nature was also Leonardo's, the technique of firearms, all were familiar to him. Deeper than Dürer, bolder than Titian, more comprehensive than any single man of his time, he was essentially the artist of torsos. 39 Michelangelo the belated sculptor was so, too, but in another sense, while in Goethe's day that which had been unattainable for the painter of the Last Supper had already been reached and overpassed. Michelangelo strove to force life once more into a dead form world, Leonardo felt a new form world in the future, Goethe divined that there could be no new form worlds more. Between the first and the last of these men lie the ripe centuries of the Faustian culture. 6. It remains now to deal with the major characters of Western art during the phase of accomplishment. In this we may observe the deep necessity of all history at work. We have learned to understand arts as prime phenomena. We no longer look to the operations of cause and effect to give unity to the story of development. Instead, we have set up the idea of the destiny of an art, and admitted arts to be organisms of the culture, organisms which are born, ripen, age and forever die. When the Renaissance its last illusion closes, the Western soul has come to the ripe consciousness of its own strength and possibilities. It has chosen its arts. As a late period, the Baroque knows, just as the Ionic had known, what the form language of its arts has to mean. From being a philosophical religion, art has to be a religious philosophy. Great masters come forward in the place of anonymous schools. At the culmination of every culture we have the spectacle of a splendid group of great arts, well ordered and linked as a unit by the unity of the prime symbol underlying them all. The Apollinian group, to which belong vase painting, Fresco relief, the architecture of ranked columns, the attic drama and the dance, centers upon the naked statue. The Faustian group forms itself round the ideal of pure spatial infinity, and its center of gravity is instrumental music. From this center, fine threads radiate out into all spiritual form languages and weave our infinitesimal mathematic, our dynamic physics, the propaganda of Jesuits and the power of our famous slogan of progress, the modern machine technique, credit economics, and the dynastic diplomatic state, all into one immense totality of spiritual expression. Beginning with the inward rhythm of the cathedral and ending with Wagner's Tristan and Parsifal, the artistic conquest of endless space deploys its full forces from about 1550. Plastic is dying with Michelangelo in Rome just when planimetry, dominant hitherto, is becoming the least important branch of our mathematic. At the same time, Venice is producing Zarlino's theories of harmony and counterpoint, 1558, and the practical method of the basso continuo, a perspective and an analysis of the world of sound, and this music's sister, the northern mathematic of the calculus, is beginning to mount. Oil painting and instrumental music, the arts of space, are now entering into their kingdom. So also consequently, we say the two essentially material and Euclidean arts of the classical culture, viz., the all-round statue and the strictly planar fresco, attain to their primacy at the corresponding date of c. 600 BC. And further, in the one and in the other case, it is the painting that ripens first. For in either kind, painting on the plane is a less ambitious and more accessible art than modeling in solid or composing in immaterial extension. The period 1550 to 1650 belongs as completely to oil painting as fresco and vase painting belong to the 6th century BC. The symbolism of space and of body, expressed in the one case by perspective and in the other by proportion, are only indicated and not immediately displayed by pictorial arts. These arts, which can only in each case produce their respective prime symbols, i.e., their possibilities in the extended, as illusions on a painted surface, are capable indeed of denoting and evoking the ideal classical or Western, as the case may be, but they are not capable of fulfilling it. They appear therefore in the path of the late culture as the ledges before the last summit. The nearer the grand style comes to its point of fulfillment, the more decisive the tendency to an ornamental language of inexorable clarity of symbolism. The group of great arts is further simplified. About 1670, just when Newton and Leibniz were discovering the differential calculus, oil painting had reached the limit of its possibilities. Its last great masters were dead or dying: Velázquez 1660, Poussin 1665, Frans Hals 1666, Rembrandt 1669, Vermeer 1675, Murillo, Ruysdael and Claude Lorraine 1682, and one has only to name the few successors of any importance, Watteau, Hogarth, Tiepolo, to feel at once the descent, the end, of an art. In this time also, the great forms of pictorial music expired. Heinrich Schütz died in 1672, Carissimi in 1674, and Purcell in 1695, the last great masters of the cantata, who had played around image themes with infinite variety of vocal and instrumental color and had painted veritable pictures of fine landscape and grand legend scene. With Lully, 1687, the heart of the heroic Baroque opera of Monteverdi ceased to beat. It was the same with the old classical sonata for orchestra, organ, and string trio, which was a development of image themes in the fugal style. Thereafter, the forms become those of final maturity, the concerto grosso, the suite, and the three-part sonata for solo instruments. Music frees itself from the relics of bodiliness inherent in the human voice and becomes absolute. The theme is no longer an image but a pregnant function, existent only in and by its own evolution. For the fugal style as Bach practiced it can only be regarded as a ceaseless process of differentiation and integration. The victory of pure music over painting stands recorded in the passions which Heinrich Schütz composed in his old age, the visible dawn of the new form language in the sonatas of Dal Abaco and Corelli, the oratorios of Handel and the Baroque polyphony of Bach. Henceforth this music is the Faustian art, and Watteau may fairly be described as a painter Couperin, Tiepolo as a painter Handel. In the classical world the corresponding change occurred about 460, when Polygnotus, the last of the great fresco painters, ceded the inheritance of the grand style to Polycletus and free sculpture in the round. Till then, as late even as Polygnotus's contemporaries Myron and the masters of the Olympia pediment, the form language of a purely planar art had dominated that of statuary also, for, just as painting had developed its form more and more towards the ideal of the silhouette of color with internal drawing superposed to such an extent that at last there was almost no difference between the painted relief and the flat picture, so also the sculptor had regarded the frontal outline as it presented itself to the beholder as the true symbol of the ethos, the cultural type, that he meant his figure to represent. The field of the temple pediment constitutes a picture. Seen from the proper distance, it makes exactly the same impression as its contemporary the red figure vase painting. In Polycletus's generation the monumental wall painting gives place to the board picture, the picture proper, in tempera or wax, a clear indication that the great style has gone to reside elsewhere. The ambition of Apollodorus's shadow painting was not in any sense what we call chiaroscuro and atmosphere, but sheer modeling in the round in the sculptor's sense, and of Zeuxis Aristotle says expressly that his work lacked ethos. Thus, this newer classical painting with its cleverness and human charm is the equivalent of our 18th century work. Both lacked the inner greatness, and both tried by force of virtuosity to speak in the language of that single and final art which in each case stood for ornamentation in the higher sense. Hence Polycletus and Phidias align themselves with Bach and Handel, as the Western masters liberated strict musical form from the executive methods of the painting, so the Greek masters finally delivered the statue from the associations of the relief. And with this full plastic and this full music the two cultures reached their respective ends. A pure symbolism of mathematical rigor had become possible. Polycletus could produce his canon of the proportions of the human body, and his contemporary Bach the Kunstderfuge and Wohltemperiertes. In the two arts that ensued, we have the last perfection of achievement that pure form saturated with meaning can give. Compare the tone body of Faustian instrumental music, and within that system again the body of the strings, in Bach, too, the virtual unity of the winds, with the bodies of Attic statuary. Compare the meaning of the word figure to Haydn with its meaning to Praxiteles. In the one case it is the figure of a rhythmic motive in a web of voices, in the other the figure of an athlete. But in both cases the notion comes from mathematics, and it is made plain that the aim thus finally attained is a union of the artistic and the mathematical spirit, for analysis like music, and Euclidean geometry like plastic, have both come to full comprehension of their tasks and the ultimate meaning of their respective number languages. The mathematics of beauty and the beauty of mathematics are henceforth inseparable. The unending space of tone and the all-round body of marble or bronze are immediate interpretations of the extended. They belong to number as relation and to number as measure. In fresco and in oil painting, in the laws of proportion and those of perspective, the mathematical is only indicated, but the two final arts are mathematics, and on these peaks Apollinian art and Faustian art are seen entire. With the exit of fresco and oil painting, the great masters of absolute plastic and absolute music file onto the stage, man after man. Polycletus is followed by Phidias, Paeanius, Alcamenes, Scopas, Praxiteles, Lysippus. Behind Bach and Handel come Gluck, Stamitz, the younger Bachs, Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, in their hands an armory of wonderful and now long forgotten instruments, a whole magician's world created by the discovering and inventing spirit of the West in the hope of getting more and more tones and timbres for the service and enhancement of musical expression in their winds, an abundance of grand, solemn, ornate, dainty, ironic, laughing and sobbing forms of perfectly regular structure, forms that no one now understands. In those days, in 18th century Germany especially, there was actually and effectively a culture of music that suffused all life. Its type was Hofmann's Kapellmeister Kreisler. Today it is hardly even a memory. And with the 18th century, too, architecture died at last, submerged and choked in the music of Rococo. On that last wonderful fragile growth of the Western architecture, criticism has blown mercilessly, failing to realize that its origin is in the spirit of the fugue, and that its non-proportion and non-form, its evanescence and instability and sparkle, its destruction of surface and visual order, are nothing else than a victory of tones and melodies over lines and walls, the triumph of pure space over material, of absolute becoming over the become. They are no longer buildings, these abbeys and castles and churches with their flowing facades and porches and gingerbread courts and their splendid staircases, galleries, salons and cabinets. They are sonatas, minuets, madrigals in stone, chamber music in stucco, marble, ivory and fine woods, cantilene of volutes and cartouches, cadences of flyers and copings. The Dresden Zwinger is the most completely musical piece in all the world's architecture, with an ornamentation like the tone of an old violin, an allegro fugitivo for small orchestra. Germany produced the great musicians and therefore also the great architects of this century: Poppelmann, Schluter, Barr, Naumann, Fischer von Erlach, Dinsenhofer. In oil painting she played no part at all. In instrumental music, on the contrary, hers was the principal role. 7. There is a word, Impressionism, which only came into general use in Manet's time, and then, originally, as a word of contempt like Baroque and Rococo, but very happily summarizes the special quality of the Faustian way of art that has evolved from oil painting. But, as we ordinarily speak of it, the idea has neither the width nor the depth of meaning that it ought to have. We regard it as a sequel to or derivative of the old age of an art which, in fact, belongs to it entirely and from first to last. What is the imitation of an impression? Something purely Western, something related to the idea of Baroque and even to the unconscious purposes of Gothic architecture and diametrically opposed to the deliberate aims of the Renaissance. Does it not signify the tendency, the deeply necessary tendency of a waking consciousness to feel pure endless space as the supreme and unqualified actuality, and all sense images as secondary and conditioned actualities within it? A tendency that can manifest itself in artistic creations, but has 1,000 other outlets besides. Does not Kant's formula space as a priori form of perception sound like a slogan for the whole movement that began with Leonardo? Impressionism is the inverse of the Euclidean world feeling. It tries to get as far as possible from the language of plastic and as near as possible to that of music. The effect that is made upon us by things that receive and reflect light is made not because the things are there but as though they in themselves are not there. The things are not even bodies, but light resistances in space, and their elusive density is to be unmasked by the brush stroke. What is received and rendered is the impression of such resistances, which are tacitly evaluated as simple functions of a transcendent extension. The artist's inner eye penetrates the body, breaks the spell of its material bounding surfaces and sacrifices it to the majesty of space. And with this impression, under its influence, he feels an endless movement quality in the sensuous element that is in utter contrast to the statuesque ataraxia of the fresco. Therefore, there was not and could not be any Hellenic Impressionism. If there is one art that must exclude it on principle, it is classical sculpture. Impressionism is the comprehensive expression of a world feeling, and it must obviously therefore permeate the whole physiognomy of our late culture. There is an impressionistic mathematic, which frankly and with intent transcends all optical limitations. It is analysis, as developed after Newton and Leibniz, and to it belong the visionary images of number bodies, aggregates, and the multidimensional geometry. There is again an impressionistic physics which sees in lieu of bodies systems of mass points units that are evidently no more than constant relations between variable efficients. There are impressionistic ethics, tragedy, and logic, and even, in Pietism, an impressionistic Christianity. Be the artist painter or musician, his art consists in creating with a few strokes or spots or tones an image of inexhaustible content, a microcosm meet for the eyes or ears of Faustian man, that is, in laying the actuality of infinite space under enchantment by fleeting and incorporeal indications of something objective which, so to say, forces that actuality to become phenomenal. The daring of these arts of moving the immobile has no parallel. Right from the later work of Titian to Corot and Menzel, matter quivers and flows like a solution under the mysterious pressure of brush stroke and broken colors and lights. It was in pursuit of the same object that Baroque music became thematic instead of melodic, and reinforcing the theme with every expedient of harmonic charm, instrumental color, rhythm, and tempo developed the tone picture from the imitative piece of Titian's day to the leitmotif fabric of Wagner, and captured a whole new world of feeling and experience. When German music was at its culmination, this art penetrated also into lyric poetry, German lyric, that is, for in French it is impossible, and gave rise to a whole series of tiny masterpieces, from Goethe's Erfaust to Hölderlin's last poems, passages of a few lines apiece, which have never yet been noticed, let alone collected, but include nevertheless whole worlds of experience and feeling. On a small scale, it continually repeats the achievements of Copernicus and Columbus. No other culture possesses an ornament language of such dynamical impressiveness relatively to the means it employs. Every point or stroke of color, every scarcely audible tone releases some surprising charm and continually feeds the imagination with fresh elements of space-creating energy. In Masaccio and Piero della Francesca we have actual bodies bathed in air. Then Leonardo, the first, discovers the transitions of atmospheric light and dark, the soft edges, the outlines that merge in the depth, the domains of light and shade in which the individual figures are inseparably involved. Finally, in Rembrandt, objects dissolve into mere colored impressions, and forms lose their specific humanness and become collocations of strokes and patches that tell as elements of a passionate depth rhythm. Distance, so treated, comes to signify future, for what Impressionism seizes and holds is by hypothesis a unique and never recurring instant, not a landscape in being but a fleeting moment of the history thereof. Just as in a Rembrandt portrait it is not the anatomical relief of the head that is rendered, but the second visage in it that is confessed, just as the art of his brush stroke captures not the eye but the look, not the brow but the experience, not the lips but the sensuousness, so also the Impressionist picture in general presents to the beholder not the nature of the foreground but again a second visage, the look and soul of the landscape. Whether we take the Catholic heroic landscape of Claude Lorraine, the paysage intime of Corot, the sea and riverbanks and villages of Cuyp and Van Goyen, we find always a portrait in the physiognomic sense, something uniquely occurring, unforeseen, brought to light for the first and last time. In this love of the character and physiognomy in landscape, just the motive that was unthinkable in fresco art and permanently barred to the classical, the art of portraiture widens from the immediately human to the mediately human, to the representation of the world as a part of the ego or the self-world in which the painter paints himself and the beholder sees himself. For the expansion of nature into distance reflects a destiny. In this art of tragic, demonic, laughing and weeping landscapes there is something of which the man of another culture has no idea and for which he has no organ. Anyone who in the presence of this form world talks of Hellenistic illusion painting must be unable to distinguish between an ornamentation of the highest order and a soulless imitation, an ape mimicry of the obvious. If Lysippus said, as Pliny tells us he said, that he represented men as they appeared to him, his ambition was that of a child, of a layman, of a savage, not that of an artist. The great style, the meaning, the deep necessity, are absent, even the cave dwellers of the Stone Age painted thus. In reality, the Hellenistic painters could do more when they chose. Even so late, the wall paintings of Pompeii and the Odyssey landscapes in Rome contain a symbol. In each case it is a group of bodies that is rendered rocks, trees, even the sea as a body among bodies. There is no depth, but only superposition. Of course, of the objects represented one or several had necessarily to be furthest away, or rather least near, but this is a mere technical servitude without the remotest affinity to the illumined supernal distances of Faustian art. 8. I have said that oil painting faded out at the end of the 17th century, when one after another all its great masters died, and the question will naturally, therefore, be asked, is Impressionism, in the current narrow sense, a creation of the 19th century? Has painting lived, after all, 2 centuries more? Is it still existing? But we must not be deceived by appearances. Not only was there a dead space between Rembrandt and Delacroix or Constable, for when we think of the living art of high symbolism that was Rembrandt's, the purely decorative artists of the 18th century do not count, but, further, that which began with Delacroix and Constable was, notwithstanding all technical continuity, something quite different from that which had ended with Rembrandt. The new episode of painting that in the 19th century, i.e., beyond the 1800 frontier and in civilization, has succeeded in awakening some illusion of a great culture of painting, has itself chosen the word plein air, Freilicht, to designate its special characteristic. The very designation suffices to show the significance of the fleeting phenomenon that it is. It implies the conscious, intellectual, cold-blooded rejection of that for which a sudden wit invented the name brown sauce, but which the great masters had, as we know, regarded as the one truly metaphysical color. On it had been built the painting culture of the schools, and especially the Dutch school, that had vanished irretrievably in the Rococo. This brown, the symbol of a spatial infinity, which had for Faustian mankind created a spiritual something out of a mere canvas, now came to be regarded, quite suddenly, as an offense to nature. What had happened? Was it not simply this, that the soul for which this supernal color was something religious, the sign of wistfulness, the whole meaning of living nature, had quietly slipped away? The materialism of a Western cosmopolis blew into the ashes and rekindled this curious brief flicker, a brief flicker of 2 generations, for with the generation of Manet all was ended again. I have, as the reader will recall, characterized the noble green of Grunewald and Claude and Jurgen as the Catholic space color and the transcendent brown of Rembrandt as the color of the Protestant world feeling. On the other hand, plein air and its new color scale stand for irreligion. 40 From the spheres of Beethoven and the stellar expanses of Kant, Impressionism has come down again to the crust of the earth. Its space is cognized, not experienced, seen, not contemplated, there is tunedness in it, but not destiny. It is the mechanical object of physics and not the felt world of the pastorale that Courbet and Manet give us in their landscapes. Rousseau's tragically correct prophecy of a return to nature fulfills itself in this dying art, the senile, too, return to nature day by day. The modern artist is a workman, not a creator. He sets unbroken spectrum colors side by side. The subtle script, the dance of brush strokes, give way to crude commonplaces, pilings and mixings and daubings of points, squares, broad inorganic masses. The whitewasher's brush and the trowel appear in the painter's equipment, the oil priming of the canvas is brought into the scheme of execution and in places left bare. It is a risky art, meticulous, cold, diseased, an art for overdeveloped nerves, but scientific to the last degree, energetic in everything that relates to the conquest of technical obstacles, acutely assertive of program. It is the satiric pendant of the great age of oil painting that stretches from Leonardo to Rembrandt. It could only be at home in the Paris of Baudelaire. Corot's silvern landscapes, with their grey greens and browns, dream still of the spiritual of the old masters, but Courbet and Manet conquer bare physical space, factual space. The meditative discoverer represented by Leonardo gives way to the painting experimentalist. Corot, the eternal child, French but not Parisian, finds his transcendent landscapes anywhere and everywhere. Courbet, Manet, Cézanne, portray over and over again, painfully, laboriously, soullessly, the forest of Fontainebleau, the bank of the Seine at Argenteuil, or that remarkable valley near Arles. Rembrandt's mighty landscapes lie essentially in the universe, Manet's near a railway station. The plein air painters, true megalopolitans, obtain as it were specimens of the music of space from the least agitated sources of Spain and Holland, from Velázquez, Goya, Habima, Frans Hals, in order, with the aid of English landscapists and, later, the Japanese, highbrows all, to restate it in empirical and scientific terms. It is natural science as opposed to nature experience, head against heart, knowledge in contrast to faith. In Germany it was otherwise. Whereas in France it was a matter of closing off the great school, in Germany it was a case of catching up with it. For in the picturesque style, as practiced from Rotman, Wasman, K.D. Friedrich and Runge to Maurice and Leibloh, an unbroken evolution is the very basis of technique, and even a new style school requires a closed tradition behind it. Herein lies the weakness and the strength of the last German painters. Whereas the French possessed a continuous tradition of their own from early Baroque to Chardin and Corot, whereas there was living connection between Claude Lorraine and Corot, Rubens and Delacroix, all the great Germans of the 18th century had been musicians. After Beethoven this music, without change of inward essence, was diverted, one of the modalities of the German Romantic movement, back into painting. And it was in painting that it flowered longest and bore its kindliest fruits, for the portraits and landscapes of these men are suffused with a secret wistful music, and there is a breath of Eschendorf and Merrick left even in Thomas and Backlin. But a foreign teacher had to be asked to supply that which was lacking in the native tradition, and so these painters one and all went to Paris, where they studied and copied the old masters of 1670. So also did Manet and his circle. But there was this difference, that the Frenchmen found in these studies only reminiscences of something that had been in their art for many generations, whereas the Germans received fresh and wholly different impressions. The result was that, in the 19th century, the German arts of form, other than music, were a phenomenon out of season, hasty, anxious, confused, puzzled as to both aim and means. There was indeed no time to be lost. The level that German music or French painting had taken centuries to attain had to be made good by German painting in 2 generations. The expiring art demanded its last phase, and this phase had to be reached by a vertiginous race through the whole past. Hence the unsteadiness, in everything pertaining to form, of high Faustian natures like Maurice and Backlin, an unsteadiness that in German music with its sure tradition, think of Bruckner, would have been impossible. The art of the French Impressionists was too explicit in its program and correspondingly too poor in soul to expose them to such a tragedy. German literature, on the contrary, was in the same condition as German painting. From Goethe's time, every major work was intended to found something and obliged to conclude something. Just as Kleist felt in himself both Shakespeare and Stendhal, and labored desperately, altering and discarding without end and without result, to forge 2 centuries of psychological art into a unit, just as Hebel tried to squeeze all the problems from Hamlet to Rosmersholm into one dramatic type, so Menzel, Leibloh, and Marie sought to force the old and new models Rembrandt, Claude, Van Goyen, and Watteau, Delacroix, Courbet and Manet into a single form. While the little early interiors of Menzel anticipated all the discoveries of the Manet circle and Leibloh not seldom succeeded where Courbet tried and failed, their pictures renew the metaphysical browns and greens of the old masters and are fully expressive of an inward experience. Menzel actually re-experienced and reawakened something of Prussian Rococo, Maurice something of Rubens, Leibloh in his Fraugadon something of Rembrandt's portraiture. Moreover, the studio brown of the 17th century had by its side a second art, the intensely Faustian art of etching. In this, as in the other, Rembrandt is the greatest master of all time. This, like the other, has something Protestant in it that puts it in a quite different category from the work of the Southern Catholic painters of blue-green atmospheres and the Gobelin tapestries. And Leibloh, the last artist in the brown, was the last great etcher whose plates possess that Rembrandtesque infinity that contains and reveals secrets without end. In Maurice, lastly, there was all the mighty intention of the great Baroque style, but, though Géricault and Daumier were not too belated to capture it in positive form, he lacking just that strength that a tradition would have given him was unable to force it into the world of painters' actuality. 9. The last of the Faustian arts died in Tristan. This work is the giant keystone of Western music. Painting achieved nothing like this as a finale. On the contrary, the effect of Manet, Menzel, and Leibloh, with their combination of free light and resurrected old master styles, is weak. Contemporaneously, in our sense, Apollinian art came to its end in Pergamene sculpture. Pergamum is the counterpart of Bayreuth. The famous altar itself, 41 indeed, is later, and probably not the most important work of the epoch at that, we have to assume a century, 330 to 220 BC, of development now lost in oblivion. Nevertheless, all Nietzsche's charges against Wagner and Bayreuth, the Ring and Parsifal decadence, theatricalness and the like could have been leveled in the same words at the Pergamene sculpture. A masterpiece of this sculpture, a veritable ring, has come down to us in the Gigantomachia frieze of the great altar. Here is the same theatrical note, the same use of motives from ancient discredited mythology as points d'appui, the same ruthless bombardment of the nerves, and also, though the lack of inner power cannot altogether be concealed, the same fully self-conscious force and towering greatness. To this art the Farnese bull and the older model of the Lacan group certainly belong. The symptom of decline in creative power is the fact that to produce something round and complete the artist now requires to be emancipated from form and proportion. Its most obvious, though not its most significant, manifestation is the taste for the gigantic. Here size is not, as in the Gothic and the Pyramid styles, the expression of inward greatness, but the dissimulation of its absence. This swaggering in specious dimensions is common to all nascent civilizations. We find it in the Zeus altar of Pergamum, the Helios of Chars called the Colossus of Rhodes, the architecture of the Roman imperial age, the new empire work in Egypt, the American skyscraper of today. But what is far more indicative is the arbitrariness and immoderateness that tramples on and shatters the conventions of centuries. In Bayreuth and in Pergamum, it was the superpersonal rule, the absolute mathematic of form, the destiny immanent in the quietly matured language of a great art, that was found to be intolerable. The way from Polycletus to Lysippus and from Lysippus to the sculptors of the groups of Gauls 42 is paralleled by the way from Bach, by Beethoven, to Wagner. The earlier artists felt themselves masters, the later uneasy slaves, of the great form. While even Praxiteles and Haydn were able to speak freely and gaily within the limits of the strictest canon, Lysippus and Beethoven could only produce by straining their voices. The sign of all living art, the pure harmony of will, must and can, the self-evidence of the aim, the unself-consciousness of the execution, the unity of the art and the culture, all that is past and gone. In Corot and Tiepolo, Mozart and Cimarosa, there is still a real mastery of the mother tongue. After them, the process of mutilation begins, but no one is conscious of it because no one now can speak it fluently. Once upon a time, freedom and necessity were identical, but now what is understood by freedom is in fact indiscipline. In the time of Rembrandt or Bach, the failures that we know only too well were quite unthinkable. The destiny of the form lay in the race or the school, not in the private tendencies of the individual. Under the spell of a great tradition, full achievement is possible even to a minor artist, because the living art brings him in touch with his task and the task with him. Today, these artists can no longer perform what they intend, for intellectual operations are a poor substitute for the trained instinct that has died out. All of them have experienced this. Maurice was unable to complete any of his great schemes. Leibler could not bring himself to let his late pictures go, and worked over them again and again to such an extent that they became cold and hard. Cézanne and Renoir left work of the best quality unfinished because, strive as they would, they could do no more. Manet was exhausted after he had painted 30 pictures, and his shooting of the Emperor Maximilian, in spite of the immense care that is visible in every item of the picture and the studies for it, hardly achieved as much as Goya managed without effort in its prototype, the shootings of the 3rd of May. Bach, Haydn, Mozart, and 1,000 obscure musicians of the 18th century could rapidly turn out the most finished work as a matter of routine, but Wagner knew full well that he could only reach the heights by concentrating all his energy upon getting the last ounce out of the best moments of his artistic endowment. Between Wagner and Manet there is a deep relationship, which is not, indeed, obvious to everyone, but which Baudelaire with his unerring flair for the decadent detected at once. For the Impressionists, the end and the culmination of art was the conjuring up of a world in space out of strokes and patches of color, and this was just what Wagner achieved with 3 bars. A whole world of soul could crowd into these 3 bars. Colors of starry midnight, of sweeping clouds, of autumn, of the day dawning in fear and sorrow, sudden glimpses of sunlit distances, world fear, impending doom, despair and its fierce effort, hopeless hope. All these impressions which no composer before him had thought it possible to catch, he could paint with entire distinctness in the few tones of a motive. Here the contrast of Western music with Greek plastic has reached its maximum. Everything merges in bodiless infinity. No longer even does a linear melody wrestle itself clear of the vague tone masses that in strange surgings challenge an imaginary space. The motive comes up out of dark terrible deeps. It is flooded for an instant by a flash of hard bright sun. Then, suddenly, it is so close upon us that we shrink. It laughs, it coaxes, it threatens, and anon it vanishes into the domain of the strings, only to return again out of endless distances, faintly modified and in the voice of a single oboe, to pour out a fresh cornucopia of spiritual colors. Whatever this is, it is neither painting nor music, in any sense of these words that attaches to previous work in the strict style. Rossini was asked once what he thought of the music of the Huguenots. Music, he replied. I heard nothing resembling it. Many a time must this judgment have been passed at Athens on the new painting of the Asiatic and Sicilian schools, and opinions not very different must have been current in Egyptian Thebes with regard to the art of Knossos and Tel el Amarna. All that Nietzsche says of Wagner is applicable, also, to Manet. Ostensibly a return to the elemental, to nature, as against contemplation painting, in Holzmalerei, and abstract music, their art really signifies a concession to the barbarism of the megalopolis, the beginning of dissolution sensibly manifested in a mixture of brutality and refinement. As a step, it is necessarily the last step. An artificial art has no further organic future, it is the mark of the end. And the bitter conclusion is that it is all irretrievably over with the arts of form of the West. The crisis of the 19th century was the death struggle. Like the Apollinian, the Egyptian and every other, the Faustian art dies of senility, having actualized its inward possibilities and fulfilled its mission within the course of its culture. What is practiced as art today, be it music after Wagner or painting after Cézanne, Leibloh and Menzel, is impotence and falsehood. Look where one will, can one find the great personalities that would justify the claim that there is still an art of determinate necessity? Look where one will, can one find the self-evidently necessary task that awaits such an artist? We go through all the exhibitions, the concerts, the theaters, and find only industrious cobblers and noisy fools, who delight to produce something for the market, something that will catch on with the public, for whom art and music and drama have long ceased to be spiritual necessities. At what a level of inward and outward dignity stand today that which is called art and those who are called artists? In the shareholders' meeting of any limited company, or in the technical staff of any first-rate engineering works, there is more intelligence, taste, character, and capacity than in the whole music and painting of present-day Europe. There have always been, for one great artist, 100 superfluities who practiced art, but so long as a great tradition, and therefore great art, endured, even these achieved something worthy. We can forgive this 100 for existing, for in the ensemble of the tradition they were the footing for the individual great man. But today we have only these superfluities, and 10,000 of them, working art for a living, as if that were a justification. One thing is quite certain, that today every single art school could be shut down without art being affected in the slightest. We can learn all we wish to know about the art clamor which a megalopolis sets up in order to forget that its art is dead, from the Alexandria of the year 200. There, as here in our world cities, we find a pursuit of illusions of artistic progress, of personal peculiarity, of the new style, of unsuspected possibilities, theoretical babble, pretentious fashionable artists, weight-lifters with cardboard dumbbells, the literary man in the poet's place, the unabashed farce of expressionism which the art trade has organized as a phase of art history, thinking and feeling and forming as industrial art. Alexandria, too, had problem dramatists and box office artists whom it preferred to Sophocles, and painters who invented new tendencies and successfully bluffed their public. What do we possess today as art? A fake music, filled with artificial noisiness of massed instruments, a raked painting, full of idiotic, exotic, and show card effects, that every 10 years or so concocts out of the form wealth of millennia some new style which is in fact no style at all since everyone does as he pleases, a lying plastic that steals from Assyria, Egypt, and Mexico indifferently. Yet this and only this, the taste of the man of the world, can be accepted as the expression and sign of the age. Everything else, everything that sticks to old ideals, is for provincial consumption. The grand ornamentation of the past has become as truly a dead language as Sanskrit or Church Latin. 45 Instead of its symbolism being honored and obeyed, its mummy, its legacies of perfected forms, are put into the pot anyhow, and recast in wholly inorganic forms. Every modern age holds change to be development, and puts revivals and fusions of old styles in the place of real becoming. Alexandria also had its pre-Raphaelite comedians with their vases, chairs, pictures, and theories, its symbolists, naturalists and expressionists. The fashion at Rome was now Greco-Asiatic, now Greco-Egyptian, now, after Praxiteles, Neo-Attic. The relief of the XLXTH dynasty, the modern age in the Egyptian culture that covered the monstrous, meaningless, inorganic walls, statues and columns, seems like a sheer parody of the art of the Old Kingdom. The Ptolemaic Horus temple of Edfu is quite unsurpassed in the way of vacuous eclecticism so far, for we are only at the beginning of our own development in this line, showy and assertive as the style of our streets and squares already is. In due course, even the strength to wish for change fades out. Ramses the Great so soon appropriated to himself buildings of his predecessors by cutting out their names and inserting his own in the inscriptions. It was the same consciousness of artistic impotence that led Constantine to adorn his triumphal arch in Rome with sculptures taken from other buildings, but classical craftsmanship had set to work long before Constantine, as early, in fact, as 150 on the business of copying old masterpieces, not because these were understood and appreciated in the least, but because no one was any longer capable of producing originals. It must not be forgotten that these copyists were the artists of their time, their work therefore, done in one style or another according to the moment's fashion, represent the maximum of creative power then available. All the Roman portrait statues, male and female, go back for posture and mien to a very few Hellenic types. These, copied more or less true to style, served for torsos, while the heads were executed as likenesses by simple craftsmen who possessed the knack. The famous statue of Augustus in armor, for example, is based on the spearmen of Polycletus, just as to name the first harbingers of the same phase in our own world Lenbach rests upon Rembrandt and Mockert upon Rubens. For 1,500 years, Amasis I to Cleopatra, Egypticism piled portrait on portrait in the same way. Instead of the steady development that the Great Age had pursued through the Old and Middle Kingdoms, we find fashions that change according to the taste of this or that dynasty. Amongst the discoveries at Turfan are relics of Indian dramas, contemporary with the birth of Christ, which are similar in all respects to the Kalidasa of a later century. Chinese painting as we know it shows not an evolution but an up and down of fashions for more than 1,000 years on end, and this unsteadiness must have set in as early as the Han period. The final result is that endless industrious repetition of a stock of fixed forms which we see today in Indian, Chinese, and Arabian Persian art. Pictures and fabrics, verses and vessels, furniture, dramas and musical compositions all is pattern work. 46 We cease to be able to date anything within centuries, let alone decades, by the language of its ornamentation. So it has been in the last act of all cultures. Chapter 9. Soul Image and Life Feeling. I. On the form of the soul. I. Every professed philosopher is forced to believe, without serious examination, in the existence of a something that in his opinion is capable of being handled by the reason, for his whole spiritual existence depends on the possibility of such a something. For every logician and psychologist, therefore, however skeptical he may be, there is a point at which criticism falls silent and faith begins, a point at which even the strictest analytical thinker must cease to employ his method, the point, namely, at which analysis is confronted with itself and with the question of whether its problem is soluble or even exists at all. The proposition it is possible by thought to establish the forms of thought was not doubted by Kant, dubious as it may appear to the unphilosophical. The proposition there is a soul, the structure of which is scientifically accessible, and that which I determine, by critical dissection of conscious existence acts into the form of psychic elements, functions, and complexes, is my soul, is a proposition that no psychologist has doubted hitherto. And yet it is just here that his strongest doubts should have arisen. Is an abstract science of the spiritual possible at all? Is that which one finds on this path identical with that which one is seeking? Why has psychology, meaning thereby not knowledge of men and experience of life but scientific psychology, always been the shallowest and most worthless of the disciplines of philosophy, a field so empty that it has been left entirely to mediocre minds and barren systematists? The reason is not far to seek. It is the misfortune of experimental psychology that it does not even possess an object as the word is understood in any and every scientific technique. Its searches and solutions are fights with shadows and ghosts. What is it, the soul? If the mere reason could give an answer to that question, the science would be ab initio unnecessary. Of the thousands of psychologists of today, not one can give an actual analysis or definition of the will or of regret, anxiety, jealousy, disposition, artistic intention. Naturally, since only the systematic can be dissected, and we can only define notions by notions. No subtleties of intellectual play with notional distinctions, no plausible observations of connections between sensuous corporeal states and inward processes touch that which is in question here. Will, this is no notion, but a name, a prime word like God, a sign for something of which we have an immediate inward certainty but which we are forever unable to describe. We are dealing here with something eternally inaccessible to learned investigation. It is not for nothing that every language presents a baffling complexity of labels for the spiritual, warning us thereby that it is something not susceptible of theoretical synthesis or systematic ordering. Here there is nothing for us to order. Critical, i.e., literally, separating, methods apply only to the world as nature. It would be easier to break up a theme of Beethoven with dissecting knife or acid than to break up the soul by methods of abstract thought. Nature knowledge and man knowledge have neither aims nor ways in common. The primitive man experiences soul, first in other men and then in himself, as a noumen, just as he knows noumena of the outer world, and develops his impressions in mythological form. His words for these things are symbols, sounds, not descriptive of the indescribable but indicative of it for him who hath ears to hear. They evoke images, likenesses, in the sense of Faust II, the only language of spiritual intercourse that man has discovered to this day. Rembrandt can reveal something of his soul, to those who are in inward kinship with him, by way of a self-portrait or a landscape, and to Goethe a God gave it to say what he suffered. Certain ineffable stirrings of soul can be imparted by one man to the sensibility of another man through a look, 2 bars of a melody, an almost imperceptible movement. That is the real language of souls, and it remains incomprehensible to the outsider. The word as utterance, as poetic element, may establish the link, but the word as notion, as element of scientific prose, never. Soul, for the man who has advanced from mere living and feeling to the alert and observant state, is an image derived from quite primary experiences of life and death. It is as old as thought, i.e., as the articulate separation of thinking over, from seeing. We see the world around us, and since every free-moving being must for its own safety understand that world, the accumulating daily detail of technical and empirical experience becomes a stock of permanent data which man, as soon as he is proficient in speech, collects into an image of what he understands. This is the world as nature. What is not environment we do not see, but we do divine its presence in ourselves and in others, and by virtue of its physiognomic impressive power it evokes in us the anxiety and the desire to know, and thus arises the meditated or pondered image of a counter-world which is our mode of visualizing that which remains eternally alien to the physical eye. The image of the soul is mythic and remains objective in the field of spiritual religion so long as the image of nature is contemplated in the spirit of religion, and it transforms itself into a scientific notion and becomes objective in the field of scientific criticism as soon as nature comes to be observed critically. As time is a counter-concept to space, so the soul is a counter-world to nature and therefore variable in dependence upon the notion of nature as this stands from moment to moment. It has been shown how time arose, out of the feeling of the direction quality possessed by ever-mobile life, as a conceptual negative to a positive magnitude, as an incarnation of that which is not extension, and that all the properties of time, by the cool analysis of which the philosophers believe they can solve the problem of time, have been gradually formed and ordered in the intellect as inverses to the properties of space. In exactly the same way, the notion of the spiritual has come into being as the inverse and negative of the notion of the world, the spatial notion of polarity assisting, outward, inward, and the terms being suitably transvalued. Every psychology is a counterphysics. To attempt to get an exact science out of the ever-mysterious soul is futile. But the late period city must needs have abstract thinking, and it forces the physicist of the inner world to elucidate a fictitious world by ever more fictions, notions by more notions. He transmutes the non-extended into the extended, builds up a system as cause for something that is only manifested physiognomically, and comes to believe that in this system he has the structure of the soul before his eyes. But the very words that he selects, in all the cultures, to notify to others the results of his intellectual labors betray him. He talks of functions, feeling complexes, mainsprings, thresholds of consciousness, course, breadth, intensity, and parallelism in spiritual processes. All these are words proper to the mode of representation that natural science employs. The will is related to objects is a spatial image pure and simple. Conscious and unconscious are only two obviously derivatives of above ground and below ground. In modern theories of the will we meet with all the vocabulary of electrodynamics. Will functions and thought functions are spoken of in just the same way as the function of a system of forces. To analyze a feeling means to set up a representative silhouette in its place and then to treat the silhouette mathematically and by definition, partition, and measurement. All soul examination of this stamp, however remarkable as a study of cerebral anatomy, is penetrated with the mechanical notion of locality, and works without knowing it under imaginary coordinates in an imaginary space. The pure psychologist is quite unaware that he is copying the physicist, but it is not at all surprising that the naivest methods of experimental psychology give depressingly orthodox results. Brain paths and association threads, as modes of representation, conform entirely to an optical scheme. The course of the will or the feeling, both deal with cognate spatial phantoms. It does not make much difference whether I define some psychic capacity conceptually or the corresponding brain region graphically. Scientific psychology has worked out for itself a complete system of images, in which it moves with entire conviction. Every individual pronouncement of every individual psychologist proves on examination to be merely a variation of this system conformable to the style of outer world science of the day. Clear thought, emancipated from all connection with seeing, presupposes as its organ a culture language, which is created by the soul of the culture as a part supporting other parts of its expression, and presently this language itself creates a nature of word meanings, a linguistic cosmos within which abstract notions, judgments, and conclusions, representations of number, causality, motion can lead a mechanically determinate existence. At any particular time, therefore, the current image of the soul is a function of the current language and its inner symbolism. All the Western, Faustian, languages possess the notion of will. This mythical entity manifested itself, simultaneously in that transformation of the verb which decisively differentiated our tongues from the classical tongues and therefore our soul from the classical soul. When ego habeo factum replaced physi, a new noumen of the inner world spoke. And at the same time, under specific label, there appeared in the scientific soul pictures of all the Western psychologies the figure of the will, of a well-rounded capacity of which the definition may be formulated in different ways by different schools, but the existence is unquestionable. 2. I maintain, then, that scientific psychology, and, it may be added, the psychology of the same kind that we all unconsciously practice when we try to figure to ourselves the stirrings of our own or others' souls, has, in its inability to discover or even to approach the essence of the soul, simply added one more to the symbols that collectively make up the macrocosm of the culture man. Like everything else that is no longer becoming but become, it has put a mechanism in place of an organism. We miss in its picture that which fills our feeling of life, and should surely be soul if anything is, the destiny quality, the necessary directedness of existence, the possibility that life in its course actualizes. I do not believe that the word destiny figures in any psychological system whatsoever, and we know that nothing in the world could be more remote from actual life experience and knowledge of men than a system without such elements. Associations, apperceptions, affections, motives, thought, feeling, will all are dead mechanisms, the mere topography of which constitutes the insignificant total of our soul science. One looked for life and one found an ornamental pattern of notions. And the soul remained what it was, something that could neither be thought nor represented, the secret, the ever-becoming, the pure experience. This imaginary soul body, let it be called so outright for the first time, is never anything but the exact mirror image of the form in which the matured culture man looks on his outer world. In the one as in the other, the depth experience actualizes the extension world. Alike out of the perception of the outside and the conception of the inside, the secret that is hinted at in the root word time creates space. The soul image, like the world image, has its directional depth, its horizon, and its boundedness or its unboundedness. An inner eye sees, an inner ear hears. There exists a distinct idea of an inner order, and this inner order, like the outer, wears the badge of causal necessity. This being so, everything that has been said in this work regarding the phenomenon of the high cultures combines to demand an immensely wider and richer sort of soul study than anything worked upon so far. For everything that our present-day psychologist has to tell us, and here we refer not only to the systematic science but also in the wider sense to the physiognomic knowledge of men, relates to the present condition of the Western soul, and not, as hitherto gratuitously assumed, to the human soul at large. A soul image is never anything but the image of one quite definite soul. No observer can ever step outside the conditions and the limitations of his time and circle, and whatever it may be that he knows or cognizes, the very cognition itself involves in all cases choice, direction, and inner form, and is therefore ab initio an expression of his proper soul. The primitive himself appropriates a soul image out of facts of his own life as subjected to the formative working of the basic experiences of waking consciousness, distinction of ego and world, of ego and two, and those of being, distinction of body and soul, sense life and reflection, sex life and sentiment. And as it is thoughtful men who think upon these matters, an inner noumen, spirit, logos, ka, ruach, always arises as an opposite to the rest. But the dispositions and relations of this noumen in the individual case, and the conception that is formed of the spiritual elements, layers of forces or substances, unity or polarity or plurality, mark the thinker from the outset as a part of his own specific culture. When, therefore, one convinces oneself that one knows the soul of an alien culture from its workings in actuality, the soul image underlying the knowledge is really one's own soul image. In this wise new experiences are readily assimilated into the system that is already there, and it is not surprising that in the end one comes to believe that one has discovered forms of eternal validity. In reality, every culture possesses its own systematic psychology, just as it possesses its own style of knowledge of men and experience of life, and just as even each separate stage, the age of scholasticism, that of the sophists, that of enlightenment, forms special ideas of number and thought and nature that pertain to itself only, so even each separate century mirrors itself in a soul image of its own. The best judge of men in the Western world goes wrong when he tries to understand a Japanese, and vice versa. But the man of learning goes equally wrong when he tries to translate basic words of Arabic or Greek by basic words of his own tongue. Nefesh is not animus and Atman is not soul, and what we consistently discover under our label will classical man did not find in his soul picture at all. Taking one thing with another, it is no longer possible to doubt the immense importance of the individual soul images that have severally arisen in the general history of thought. Classical, Apollonian man, the man of Euclidean point-formed being, looked upon his soul as a cosmos ordered in a group of excellent parts. Plato called it nu omicron, theta upsilon mu, pi iota theta upsilon mu alpha, and compared it with man, beast and plant, in one place even with southern, northern, and Hellenic man. What seems to be copied here is nature as seen by the classical age, a well-ordered sum of tangible things, in contrast to a space that was felt as the non-existent, the non-ent. Where in this field is will? Or the idea of functional connections? Or the other creations of our psychology? Do we really believe that Plato and Aristotle were less sure in analysis than we are, and did not see what is insistently obvious to every layman amongst us? Or is it that will is missing here for the same reason as space is missing in the classical mathematic and force in the classical physics? Take, on the contrary, any Western psychology that you please, and you will always find a functional and never a bodily ordering. The basic form of all impressions which we receive from within y equals f, x, and that, because the function is the basis of our outer world. Thinking, feeling, willing, no Western psychologist can step outside this trinity, however much he may desire to do so. Even in the controversies of Gothic thinkers concerning the primacy of will or reason, it already emerges that the question is one of a relation between forces. It matters not at all whether these old philosophers put forward their theories as original or read them into Augustine or Aristotle. Associations, apperceptions, will processes, call them what you will, the elements of our picture are without exception of the type of the mathematico-physical function, and in very form radically unclassical. Now, such psychology examines the soul, not physiognomically to indicate its traits, but physically, as an object, to ascertain its elements, and it is quite natural therefore to find psychology reduced to perplexity when confronted with the problem of motion. Classical man, too, had his inward Eleatic difficulty too, and the inability of the schoolmen to agree as to the primacy of will or reason foreshadows the dangerous flaw in Baroque physics, its inability to reach an unchallengeable statement of the relation between force and movement. Directional energy, denied in the classical and also in the Indian soul image, where all is settled and rounded, is emphatically affirmed in the Faustian and in the Egyptian, wherein all is systems and centers of forces, and yet, precisely because this affirmation cannot but involve the element of time, thought, which is alien to time, finds itself committed to self-contradictions. The Faustian and the Apollonian images of the soul are in blunt opposition. Once more all the old contrasts crop up. In the Apollonian we have, so to call it, the soul body, in the Faustian the soul space, as the imagination unit. The body possesses parts, while the space is the scene of processes. Classical man conceives of his inner world plastically. Even Homer's idiom betrays it, echoing, we may well believe, immemorial temple traditions. He shows us, for instance, the dead in Hades as well recognizable copies of the bodies that had been. The pre-Socratic philosophy, with its three well-ordered parts lambda omicron gamma iota sigma tau iota kappa nu, epsilon pi iota theta upsilon mu eta tau iota kappa nu, theta upsilon mu omicron epsilon iota delta, suggests at once the Lacan group. In our case the impress is a musical one. The sonata of the inner life has the will as first subject, thought and feeling as themes of the second subject. The movement is bound by the strict rules of a spiritual counterpoint, and psychology's business is to discover this counterpoint. The simplest elements fall into antithesis like classical and Western number on the one hand, magnitudes, on the other spiritual relations and the spiritual static of Apollonian existence. The stereometric ideal of sigma omega phi pi omicron sigma nu eta and tau alpha rho alpha xi alpha, stands opposed to the soul dynamic of Faustian. The Apollonian soul image Plato's bigotim with new Omicron as charioteer takes to flight at once on the approach of the Magian soul. It is fading out already in the later Stoa, where the principal teachers came predominantly from the Aramaic East, and by the time of the early Roman Empire, even in the literature of the city itself, it has come to be a mere reminiscence. The hallmark of the Magian soul image is a strict dualism of two mysterious substances, spirit and soul. Between these two there is neither the classical, static, nor the Western, functional, relation, but an altogether differently constituted relation which we are obliged to call merely Magian for want of a more helpful term, though we may illustrate it by contrasting the physics of Democritus and the physics of Galileo with alchemy and the philosopher's stone. On this specifically Middle Eastern soul image rests, of inward necessity, all the psychology and particularly the theology with which the Gothic springtime of the Arabian culture, 0 to 300 AD, is filled. The Gospel of St. John belongs thereto, and the writings of the Gnostics, the early Fathers, the Neoplatonists, the Manichaeans, and the dogmatic texts in the Talmud and the Avesta. So, too, does the tired spirit of the Imperium Romanum, now expressed only in religiosity and drawing the little life that is in its philosophy from the young East, Syria, and Persia. Even in the 1st century BC the great Posidonius, a true Semite and young Arabian in spite of the classical dress of his immense learning, was inwardly sensible of the complete opposition between the classical life-feeling and this Magian soul structure which for him was the true one. There is a patent difference of value between a substance permeating the body and a substance which falls from the world cavern into humanity, abstract and divine, making of all participants a consensus. 7 The spirit it is which evokes the higher world, and through this creation triumphs over mere life, the flesh and nature. This is the prime image that underlies all feeling of ego. Sometimes it is seen in religious, sometimes in philosophical, sometimes in artistic guise. Consider the portraits of the Constantinian age, with their fixed stare into the infinite. That look stands for the pi nu epsilon mu alpha. It is felt by Plotinus and by Origen. Paul distinguishes, for example in ICOR, 15:44, between sigma mu alpha psi upsilon chi iota kappa nu and sigma mu alpha pi nu epsilon upsilon mu alpha tau iota kappa nu. The conception of a double, bodily, or spiritual, ecstasy and of the partition of men into lower and higher, psychics and pneumatics, was familiar currency amongst the Gnostics. Late classical literature, Plutarch, is full of the dualistic psychology of nu omicron and psi upsilon chi, derived from Oriental sources. It was very soon brought into correlation with the contrast between Christian and heathen and that between spirit and nature, and it issued in that scheme of world history as man's drama from creation to last judgment, with an intervention of God as means, which is common to Gnostics, Christians, Persians and Jews alike, and has not even now been altogether overcome. This Magian soul image received its rigorously scientific completion in the schools of Baghdad and Basra. 3 Al-Farabi and Al-Kindi dealt thoroughly with the problems of this Magian psychology, which to us are tangled and largely inaccessible. And we must by no means underrate its influence upon the young and wholly abstract soul theory, as distinct from the ego feeling, of the West. Scholastic and mystic philosophy, no less than Gothic art, drew upon Moorish Spain, Sicily, and the East for many of its forms. It must not be forgotten that the Arabian culture is the culture of the established revelation religions, all of which assume a dualistic soul image. The Kabbalah for and the part played by Jewish philosophers in the so-called medieval philosophy, i.e., late Arabian followed by early Gothic, is well known. But I will only refer here to the remarkable and little appreciated Spinoza. 5 Child of the ghetto, he is, with his contemporary Skyraza, the last belated representative of the Magian, a stranger in the form world of the Faustian feeling. As a prudent pupil of the Baroque he contrived to clothe his system in the colors of Western thought, but at bottom he stands entirely under the aspect of the Arabian dualism of two soul substances. And this is the true and inward reason why he lacked the force concept of Galileo and Descartes. This concept is the center of gravity of a dynamic universe and ipso facto is alien to the Magian world feeling. There is no link between the idea of the philosopher's stone, which is implicit in Spinoza's idea of deity as causa sui, and the causal necessity of our nature picture. Consequently, his determinism is precisely that which the orthodox wisdom of Baghdad had maintained kismet. It was there that the home of the more geometrico-6 method was to be looked for. It is common to the Talmud, the Zendavesta and the Arabian Kalam, but its appearance in Spinoza's ethics is a grotesque freak in our philosophy. Once more this Magian soul image was to be conjured up, for a moment. German Romanticism found in magic and the tangled thought threads of Gothic philosophers the same attractiveness as it found in the Crusade ideals of cloisters and castles, and even more in Saracenic art and poetry, without of course understanding very much of these remote things. Schelling, Oken, Bader, Gors, and their circle indulged in barren speculations in the Arabic Jewish style, which they felt with evident self-satisfaction to be dark and deep, precisely what, for Orientals, they were not understanding them but partially themselves, and hoping for similar quasi-incomprehension in their audiences. The only noteworthy point in the episode is the attractiveness of obscurity. We may venture the conclusion that the clearest and most accessible conceptions of Faustian thought as we have it, for instance, in Descartes or in Kant's Prolegomena, would in the same way have been regarded by an Arabian student as nebulous and abstruse. What for us is true, for them is false, and vice versa, and this is valid for the soul images of the different cultures as it is for every other product of their scientific thinking. 3. The separation of its ultimate elements is a task that the Gothic world outlook and its philosophy leaves to the courage of the future. Just as the ornamentation of the cathedral and the primitive contemporary painting still shirk the decision between gold and white atmosphere in backgrounds between the Magian and the Faustian aspects of God in nature, so this early, timid, immature soul image as it presents itself in this philosophy mingles characters derived from the Christian Arabian metaphysic and its dualism of spirit and soul with northern inklings of functional soul forces not yet avowed. This is the discrepancy that underlies the conflict concerning the primacy of will or reason, the basic problem of the Gothic philosophy, which men tried to solve now in the old Arabian, now in the new Western sense. It is this myth of the mind which under ever-changing guises accompanies our philosophy throughout its course that distinguishes it so sharply from every other. The rationalism of late Baroque, in all the pride of the self-assured city spirit, decided in favor of the greater power of the goddess reason. Kant, the Jacobins, but almost immediately thereafter the 19th century, Nietzsche above all, went back to the stronger formula voluntas superior intellectu, and this indeed is in the blood of all of us. 7 Schopenhauer, the last of the great systematists, has brought it down to the formula world as will and idea, and it is only his ethic and not his metaphysic that decides against the will. Here we begin to see by direct light the deep foundations and meaning of philosophizing within a culture. For what we see here is the Faustian soul trying in labor of many centuries to paint a self-portrait, and one, moreover, that is in intimate concordance with its world portrait. The Gothic worldview with its struggle of will and reason is in fact an expression of the life-feeling of the men of the Crusades, of the Hohenstaufen Empire, of the great cathedrals. These men saw the soul thus, because they were thus. Will and thought in the soul image correspond to direction and extension, history and nature, destiny and causality in the image of the outer world. Both aspects of our basic characters emerge in our prime symbol, which is infinite extension. Will links the future to the present, thought the unlimited to the here. The historic future is distance becoming, the boundless world horizon distance become. This is the meaning of the Faustian depth experience. The direction feeling as will and the space feeling as reason are imagined as entities, almost as legend figures, and out of them comes the picture that our psychologists of necessity abstract from the inner life. To call the Faustian culture a will culture is only another way of expressing the eminently historical disposition of its soul. Our first-person idiom, our ego habeo factum, our dynamic syntax, that is faithfully renders the way of doing things that results from this disposition and, with its positive directional energy, dominates not only our picture of the world as history but our own history to boot. This first person towers up in the Gothic architecture, the spire is an eye, the flying buttress is an eye. And therefore the entire Faustian ethic, from Thomas Aquinas to Kant, is an excelsior fulfillment of an I, ethical work upon an I, justification of an I by faith and works, respect of the neighbor thou for the sake of one's I and its happiness, and, lastly and supremely, immortality of the I. Now this, precisely this, the genuine Russian regards as contemptible vainglory. The Russian soul, will-less, having the limitless plane as its prime symbol, seeks to grow up serving, anonymous, self-oblivious in the brother world of the plane. To take I as the starting point of relations with the neighbor, to elevate I morally through I's love of near and dear, to repent for I's own sake, are to him traits of Western vanity as presumptuous as is the upthrusting challenge to heaven of our cathedrals that he compares with his plain church roof and its sprinkling of cupolas. Tolstoy's hero Nekhlyadov looks after his moral eye as he does after his fingernails. This is just what betrays Tolstoy as belonging to the pseudomorphosis of Petronism. But Raskolnikov is only something in a we. His fault is the fault of all, and even to regard his sin as special to himself is pride and vanity. Something of the kind underlies the Magian soul image also. If any man come to me, says Jesus, Luke 14:26, and hate not his father and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, yea, and his own life, tau nu alpha upsilon tau omicron psi upsilon chi nu, also 8 he cannot be my disciple, and it is the same feeling that makes him call himself by the title that we mistranslate Son of Man. 9 The consensus of the Orthodox too is impersonal and condemns I as a sin. So too with the truly Russian conception of truth as the anonymous agreement of the elect. Classical man, belonging wholly to the present, is equally without that directional energy by which our images of world and of soul are dominated, which sums all our sense impressions as a path towards distance and our inward experiences as a feeling of future. He is will-less. The classical idea of destiny and the symbol of the Doric column leave no doubt as to that. And the contest of thinking and willing that is the hidden theme of every serious portrait from Jan van Eyck to Maurice is impossible in classical portraiture, for in the classical soul image thought, nu omicron, the inner Zeus, is accompanied by the wholly ahistoric entities of animal and vegetative impulse, theta upsilon mu and pi iota theta upsilon mu alpha, wholly somatic and wholly destitute of conscious direction and drive towards an end. The actual designation of the Faustian principle, which belongs to us and to us alone, is a matter of indifference. A name is in itself mere sound. Space, too, is a word that is capable of being employed with 1,000 nuances by mathematicians and philosophers, poets and painters to express one and the same indescribable, a word that is ostensibly common to all mankind and yet, carrying a metaphysical undermeaning that we gave it and could not but give it, is in that sense valid only for our culture. It is not the notion of will, but the circumstance that we possess it while the Greeks were entirely ignorant of it, that gives it high symbolic import. At the very bottom, there is no distinction between space as depth and will. For the one, and therefore for the other also, the classical languages had no expression. 10 The pure space of the Faustian world picture is not mere extension, but efficient extension into the distance, as an overcoming of the merely sensuous, as a strain and tendency, as a spiritual will to power. I am fully aware how inadequate these periphrases are. It is entirely impossible to indicate in exact terms the difference between what we and what the men of the Indian or the Arabian culture call space, or feel or imagine in the word. But that there is some radical distinction is proved by the very different fundamentals of the respective mathematics, arts of form, and, above all, immediate utterances of life. We shall see how the identity of space and will comes to expression in the acts of Copernicus and Columbus as well as in those of the Hohenstaufen and Napoleon, but it underlies also, in another way, the physical notions of fields of force and potential, ideas that it would be impossible to convey to the comprehension of any Greek. Space as a priori form of perception, the formula in which Kant finally enunciated that for which Baroque philosophy had so long and tirelessly striven, implies an assertion of supremacy of soul over the alien. The ego, through the form, is to rule the world. 11. This is brought to expression in the depth perspective of oil painting, which makes the space field of the picture, conceived as infinite, dependent on the observer, who in choosing his distance asserts his dominion. It is this attraction of distance that produces the type of the heroic and historically felt landscape that we have alike in the picture and the park of the Baroque period, and that is expressed also in the mathematico-physical concept of the vector. For centuries painting fought passionately to reach the symbol, which contains all that the words space, will and force are capable of indicating. And correspondingly we find in our metaphysic the steady tendency to formulate pairs of concepts, such as phenomena and things in themselves, will and idea, ego and non-ego, all of the same purely dynamic content, and in utter contrast to Protagoras' conception of man as the measure, not the creator, of things, to establish a functional dependence of things upon spirit. The classical metaphysic regarded man as a body among bodies, and knowledge as a sort of contact, passing from the known to the knower and not vice versa. The optical theories of Anaxagoras and Democritus were far from admitting any active participation of the percipient in sense perception. Plato never felt, as Kant was driven to feel, the ego as center of a transcendent sphere of effect. The captives in his celebrated cave are really captives, the slaves, and not the masters of outer impressions, recipients of light from the common sun and not themselves suns which irradiate the universe. The relation of our will to our imaginary space is evidenced again in the physical concept of space energy, that utterly unclassical idea in which even spatial interval figures as a form, and indeed as prime form thereof, for the notions of capacity and intensity rest upon it. We feel will and space, the dynamic world picture of Galileo and Newton, and the dynamic soul picture which has will as its center of gravity and center of reference, as of identical significance. Both are Baroque ideas, symbols of the fully ripened Faustian culture. It is wrong, though it may be usual, to regard the cult of the will as common, if not to mankind, at any rate to Christendom, and derived in consequence from the early Arabian ethos. The connection is merely a phenomenon of the historical surface, and the deduction fails because it confuses the formal history of words and ideas such as voluntas with the course of their destiny, thereby missing the profoundly symbolical changes of connotation that occur in that course. When Arabian psychologists Murtada for instance discuss the possibility of several wills, a will that hangs together with the act, another will that independently precedes the act, another that has no relation to the act at all, a will that is simply the parent of a willing, they are obviously working in deeper connotations of the Arabic word and on the basis of a soul image that in structure differs entirely from the Faustian. For every man, whatever the culture to which he belongs, the elements of the soul are the deities of an inner mythology. What Zeus was for the outer Olympus, Nu Omicron was for the inner world that every Greek was entirely conscious of possessing the throned lord of the other soul elements. What God is for us, God as breadth of the world, the universal power, the ever-present doer and provider, that also reflected from the space of world into the imaginary space of soul and necessarily felt as an actual presence is will. With the microcosmic dualism of the Magian culture, with Ruach and Nefesh, Pneuma and Psyche, is necessarily associated the macrocosmic opposition of God and Devil, Ormuzd and Ahriman for Persians, Yahweh and Beelzebub for Jews, Allah and Ebli for Mohammedans, in brief. Absolute good and absolute evil. And note, further, how in the Western world feeling both these oppositions pale together. In proportion as the will emerges, out of the Gothic struggle for primacy between intellectus and voluntas, as the center of a spiritual monotheism, the figure of the devil fades out of the real world. In the Baroque age the pantheism of the outer world immediately resulted in one of the inner world also, and the word God in antithesis to world has always however interpreted in this or that case implied exactly what is implied in the word will with respect to soul, viz., the power that moves all that is within its domain. 12 Thought no sooner leaves religion for science than we get the double myth of concepts in physics and psychology. The concepts force, mass, will, passion rest not on objective experience but on a life feeling. Darwinism is nothing but a specially shallow formulation of this feeling. No Greek would have used the word nature as our biology employs it, in the sense of an absolute and methodical activity. The will of God for us is a pleonasm. God, or nature, as some say, is nothing but will. After the Renaissance, the notion of God sheds the old sensuous and personal traits. Omnipresence and omnipotence are almost mathematical concepts, becomes little by little identical with the notion of infinite space, and in becoming so becomes transcendent world will. And therefore it is that about 1700 painting has to yield to instrumental music, the only art that in the end is capable of clearly expressing what we feel about God. Consider, in contrast with this, the gods of Homer. Zeus emphatically does not possess full powers over the world, but is simply primus inter pares, a body amongst bodies, as the Apollinian world feeling requires. Blind necessity, the anank immanent in the cosmos of classical consciousness, is in no sense dependent upon him. On the contrary, the gods are subordinate to it. Aeschylus says so outright in a powerful passage of the Prometheus, 13, but it is perceptible enough even in Homer, example in the strife of the gods, and in that decisive passage in which Zeus takes up the scales of destiny, not to settle, but to learn, the fate of Hector. 14 The classical soul, therefore, with its parts and its properties, imagines itself as an Olympus of little gods, and to keep these at peace and in harmony with one another is the ideal of the Greek life ethic of sigma omega phi pi omicron sigma nu eta and tau alpha rho alpha xi alpha. More than one of the philosophers betrays the connection by calling nu omicron, the highest part of the soul, Zeus. Aristotle assigns to his deity the single function of theta epsilon omega rho alpha, contemplation, and this is Diogenes's ideal, also a completely matured static of life in contrast to the equally ripe dynamic of our 18th century ideal. The enigmatic something in the soul image that is called will, the passion of the third dimension, is therefore quite specially a creation of the Baroque, like the perspective of oil painting and the force idea of modern physics and the tone world of instrumental music. In every case the Gothic had foreshadowed what these intellectualizing centuries brought to fullness. Here, where we are trying to take in the cast of Faustian life in contradiction to that of all other lives, what we have to do is to keep a firm hold on the fact that the primary words will, space, force, God, upborne by and permeated with connotations of Faustian feeling, are emblems, are the effective framework that sustains the great and kindred form worlds in which this being expresses itself. It has been believed, hitherto, that in these matters one was holding in one's grip a body of eternal facts, of facts in themselves, which sooner or later would be successfully treated, known, and proved by the methods of critical research. This illusion of natural science was shared by psychology also. But the view that these universally valid fundamentals belong merely to the Baroque style of apprehension and comprehension, that as expression forms they are only of transitory significance, and that they are only true for the Western type of intellect, alters the whole meaning of those sciences and leads us to look upon them not only as subjects of systematic cognition but also, and in a far higher degree, as objects of physiognomic study. Baroque architecture began, as we have seen, when Michelangelo replaced the tectonic elements of the Renaissance, support and load, by those of dynamics, force and mass. While Brunelleschi's Chapel of the Pizzi in Florence expresses a bright composedness, Vignola's facade of the Gesù in Rome will become stone. The new style in its ecclesiastical form has been designated the Jesuit, and indeed there is an inward connection between the achievement of Vignola and Giacomo di Leoporta and the creation by Ignatius Loyola of the order that stands for the pure and abstract will of the Church. 15 Just as there is between the invisible operations and the unlimited range of the order and the arts of calculus and fugue. Henceforward, then, the reader will not be shocked if we speak of a Baroque, and even of a Jesuit, style in psychology, mathematics, and pure physics. The form language of dynamics, which puts the energetic contrast of capacity and intensity in place of the volitionless somatic contrast of material and form, is one common to all the mind creations of those centuries. 4. The question is now, how far is the man of this culture himself fulfilling what the soul image that he has created requires of him? If we can, today, state the theme of Western physics quite generally to be efficient space, We have ipso facto defined also the kind of existence, the content of existence as lived by contemporary man. We, as Faustian natures, are accustomed to take note of the individual according to his effective and not according to his plastic static appearance in the field of our life experience. We measure what a man is by his activity, which may be directed inwardly or outwardly, and we judge all intentions, reasons, powers, convictions, and habits entirely by this directedness. The word with which we sum up this aspect is character. We habitually speak of the character of heads and landscapes, of ornaments, brush strokes, and scripts, of whole arts and ages and cultures. The art of the characteristic is, above all, Baroque music alike in respect of its melody and its instrumentation. Here again is a word indicating an indescribable, a something that emphasizes, among all the cultures, the Faustian in particular. And the deep relation between this word character and the word will is unmistakable. What will is in the soul image, character is in the picture of life as we see it, the Western life that is self-evident to Western men. It is the fundamental postulate of all our ethical systems, differ otherwise as they may in their metaphysical or practical precepts, that man has character. Character, which forms itself in the stream of the world, the personality, the relation of living to doing, is a Faustian impression of the man made by the man, and, significantly enough, just as in the physical world picture it has proved impossible, in spite of the most rigorous theoretical examination, to separate the vectorial idea of forces from the idea of motion, because of the inherent directional quality of the vector, so also it is impossible to draw a strict distinction between will and soul, character and life. At the height of our culture, certainly since the 17th century, we feel the word life as a pure and simple synonym of willing. Expressions like living force, life will, active energy, abound in our ethical literature, and their import is taken for granted, whereas the age of Pericles could not even have translated them into its language. Hitherto the pretension of each and every morale to universal validity has obscured the fact that every culture, as a homogeneous being of higher order, possesses a moral constitution proper to itself. There are as many morales as there are cultures. Nietzsche was the first to have an inkling of this, but he never came anywhere near to a really objective morphology of morale beyond good, and evil, all evil. He evaluated classical, Indian, Christian and Renaissance morale by his own criteria instead of understanding the style of them as a symbol. And yet if anything could detect the prime phenomenon of morale as such, it should have been the historical insight of a Westerner. However, it appears that we are only now ripe enough for such a study. The conception of mankind as an active, fighting, progressing whole is, and has been since Joachim of Flores and the Crusades, so necessary an idea for us that we find it hard indeed to realize that it is an exclusively Western hypothesis, living and valid only for a season. To the classical spirit mankind appears as a stationary mass, and correspondingly there is that quite dissimilar morale that we can trace from the Homeric dawn to the time of the Roman Empire. And, more generally, we shall find that the immense activity of the Faustian life feeling is most nearly matched in the Chinese and the Egyptian, and the rigorous passivity of the classical in the Indian. If ever there was a group of nations that kept the struggle for existence constantly before its eyes, it was the classical culture. All the cities, big and little, fought one another to sheer extinction, without plan or purpose, without mercy, body against body, under the stimulus of a completely anti-historical instinct. But Greek ethics, notwithstanding Heraclitus, were far from making struggle an ethical principle. The Stoics and the Epicureans alike preached abstention from it as an ideal. The overcoming of resistances may far more justly be called the typical impulse of the Western soul. Activity, determination, self-control, are postulates. To battle against the comfortable foregrounds of life, against the impressions of the moment, against what is near, tangible and easy, to win through to that which has generality and duration and links past and future, these are the sum of all Faustian imperatives from earliest Gothic to Kant and Fichte, and far beyond them again to the ethos of immense power and will exhibited in our states, our economic systems and our techniques. The carpe diem, the saturated being, of the classical standpoint is the most direct contrary of that which is felt by Goethe and Kant and Pascal, by Church and Freethinker, as alone possessing value active, fighting and victorious being. 16. As all the forms of dynamic, whether pictorial, musical, physical, social, or political, are concerned with the working out of infinite relations and deal, not with the individual case and the sum of individual cases as the classical physics had done, but with the typical course or process and its functional rule, character must be understood as that which remains in principle constant in the working out of life. Where there is no such constant we speak of lack of character. It is character the form in virtue of which a moving existence can combine the highest constancy in the essential with the maximum variability in the details that makes telling biography, such as Goethe's Waret und Dichtung, possible at all. Plutarch's truly classical biographies are by comparison mere collections of anecdotes strung together chronologically and not ordered pictures of historical development, and it will hardly be disputed that only the second kind of biography is imaginable in connection with Alcibiades or Pericles or, for that matter, any purely Apollinian figure. Their experiences lack, not mass, but relation. There is something atomic about them. Similarly in the field of science the Greek did not merely forget to look for general laws in the sum of his experiential data, in his cosmos they were simply not there to be found. It follows that the sciences of character study, particularly physiognomy and graphology, would not be able to glean much in the classical field. Its handwriting we do not know, but we do know that its ornament, as compared with the Gothic, is of incredible simplicity and feebleness of character expression. Think of the meander and the acanthus shoot. On the other hand, it has never been surpassed in timeless evenness. It goes without saying that we, when we turn to look into the classical life feeling, must find there some basic element of ethical values that is antithetical to character in the same way as the statue is antithetical to the fugue, Euclidean geometry to analysis, and body to space. We find it in the gesture. It is this that provides the necessary foundation for a spiritual static. The word that stands in the classical vocabulary where personality stands in our own is pyro sigma pi nu, persona, namely role or mask. In late Greek or Roman speech it means the public aspect and mien of a man, which for classical man is tantamount to the essence and kernel of him. An orator was described as speaking in the pyro sigma pi nu, not the character or the vein as we should say of a priest or a soldier. The slave was alpha pyro sigma omega tau that is, he had no attitude or figure in the public life but not sigma mu alpha tau that is, he did have a soul. The idea that destiny had assigned the role of king or general to a man was expressed by Romans in the words persona regis, imperatoris. 17. The Apollinian cast of life is manifest enough here. What is indicated is not the personality, that is, an unfolding of inward possibilities in active striving, but a permanent and self-contained posture strictly adapted to a so to say plastic ideal of being. It is only in the classical ethic that beauty plays a distinct role. However labeled as sigma omega phi sigma nu eta, kappa alpha lambda kappa gamma alpha theta alpha, or tau alpha rho alpha xi alpha, it always amounts to the well-ordered group of tangible and publicly evident traits, defined for other men rather than specific to oneself. A man was the object and not the subject of outward life. The pure present, the moment, the foreground were not conquered but worked up. The notion of an inward life is impossible in this connection. The significance of Aristotle's phrase xi nu pi lambda iota tau kappa nu, quite untranslatable and habitually translated with a Western connotation, is that it refers to men who are nothing when single and lonely. What could be more preposterous than an Athenian Robinson Crusoe, and only count for anything when in a plurality, in agora or forum, where each reflects his neighbor and thus, only thus, acquires a genuine reality. It is all implicit in the phrase sigma mu alpha tau alpha pi lambda epsilon omega, used for the burghers of the city. And thus we see that the portrait, the center of Baroque art, is identical with the representation of a man to the extent that he possesses character, and that in the best age of Attic the representation of a man in respect of his attitude, as persona, necessarily leans to the form ideal of the nude statue. V. This opposition, further, has produced forms of tragedy that differ from one another radically in every respect. The Faustian character drama and the Apollinian drama of noble gesture have in fact nothing but name in common. Starting, significantly enough, from Seneca and not from Aeschylus and Sophocles 18, just as the contemporary architecture linked itself with imperial Rome and not with Paestum, the Baroque drama with ever-increasing emphasis makes character instead of occurrence its center of gravity, the origin of a system of spiritual coordinates, so to express it, which gives the scenic facts position, sense, and value in relation to itself. The outcome is a tragedy of willing, of efficient forces, of inward movement not necessarily exhibited in visible form, whereas Sophocles' method was to employ a minimum of happening and to put it behind the scenes particularly by means of the artifice of the messenger. The classical tragedy relates to general situations and not particular personalities. It is specifically described by Aristotle as mu mu eta sigma iota omicron kappa nu theta rho pi nu lambda lambda pi rho xi epsilon omega kappa alpha beta omicron nu. That which in his Poetica assuredly the most fateful of all books for our poetry he calls theta omicron, namely the ideal bearing of the ideal Hellene in a painful situation, has as little in common with our notion of character, viz., a constitution of the ego which determines events, as a surface in Euclidean geometry has with the like-named concept in Riemann's theory of algebraic equations. It has, unfortunately, been our habit for centuries past to translate theta omicron as character instead of paraphrasing it. Exact rendering is almost impossible, by role, bearing or gesture, to reproduce myth, mu theta omicron, which is timeless occurrence, by action, and to derive delta rho mu alpha from doing. It is Othello, Don Quixote, Le Misanthrope, Werther, and Hedda Gabler that are characters, and the tragedy consists in the mere existence of human beings thus constituted in their respective milieu. Their struggle whether against this world or the next, or themselves is forced on them by their character and not by anything coming from outside. A soul is placed in a web of contradictory relations that admits of no net solution. Classical stage figures, on the contrary, are roles and not characters. Over and over again the same figures appear: the old man, the slayer, the lover, all slow-moving bodies under masks and on stilts. Thus in classical drama even of the late period the mask is an element of profound symbolic necessity, whereas our pieces would not be regarded as played at all without the play of features. It is no answer to point to the great size of the Greek theatre, for even the strolling player, even the portrait statue wore a mask, and had there been any spiritual need of a more intimate setting the required architectural form would have been forthcoming quickly enough. In the tragedy of a character, what happens is the outcome of a long inner development. But in what befalls Ajax and Philoctetes, Antigone and Electra, their psychological antecedents, even supposing them to have any, play no part. The decisive event comes upon them, brutally, as accident, from without, and it might have befallen another in the same way and with the same result. It would not be necessary even for that other to be of the same sex. It is not enough to distinguish classical and Western tragedy merely as action drama and event drama. Faustian tragedy is biographical. Classical anecdotal, that is, the one deals with the sense of a whole life and the other with the content of the single moment. 19 What relation, for instance, has the entire inward past of Oedipus or Orestes to the shattering event that suddenly meets him on his way? There is one sort of destiny, then, that strikes like a flash of lightning, and just as blindly, and another that interweaves itself with the course of a life, an invisible thread 20 that yet distinguishes this particular life from all others. There is not the smallest trait in the past existence of Othello, that masterpiece of psychological analysis, that has not some bearing on the catastrophe. Race hatred, the isolation of the upstart amongst the patricians, the Moor as soldier and as child of nature, the loneliness of the aging bachelor, all these things have their significance. Lear, too, and Hamlet compare the exposition of these characters with that of Sophoclean pieces. They are psychological expositions through and not summations of outward data. The psychologist, in our sense of the word, namely the fine student, hardly nowadays to be distinguished from the poet, of spiritual turning points, was entirely unknown to the Greeks. They were no more analytical in the field of soul than in that of number, vis-a-vis the classical soul. How could they be so? Psychology in fact is the proper designation for the Western way of fashioning men. The word holds good for a portrait by Rembrandt as for the music of Tristan, for Stendhal's Julian Sorel as for Dante's Vita Nuova. The like of it is not to be found in any other culture. If there is anything that the classical arts scrupulously exclude, it is this, for psychology is the form in which art handles man as incarnate will and not as sigma mu alpha. To call Euripides a psychologist is to betray ignorance of what psychology is. What an abundance of character there is even in the mere mythology of the North, with its sly dwarfs, its lumpy giants, its teasing elves, its Loki, Baldur, and the rest. Zeus, Apollo, Poseidon, Ares are simply men, Hermes the youth, Athena maturer Aphrodite, and the minor gods as the later plastic shows distinguishable only by the labels. And the same is true without reservation of the figures of the Attic stage. In Wolfram von Eschenbach, Cervantes, Shakespeare, Goethe, the tragic is individual, life develops from within outwards, dynamic, functional, and the life courses are only fully understandable with reference to the historical background of the century. But in the great tragedians of Athens it comes from outside, it is static, Euclidean. To repeat a phrase already used in connection with world history, the shattering event is epical in the former and merely episodic in the latter, even the finale of death being only the last beat in the string of sheer accidents that makes up an existence. A Baroque tragedy is nothing but this same directive character brought into and developed in the light world, and shown as a curve instead of as an equation, as kinetic instead of as potential energy. The visible person is the character as potential, the action the character at work. This, under the heap of classicist reminiscences and misunderstandings that still hides it, is the whole meaning of our idea of tragedy. The tragic man of the classical is a Euclidean body that is struck by the harmony in a position that it did not choose and cannot alter, but is seen, in the light that plays from without upon its surfaces, to be informable quand meme. This is the sense in which Agamemnon is nu alpha alpha rho chi omicron nu sigma mu alpha beta alpha sigma lambda epsilon iota omicron nu, and in which Oedipus is sigma mu alpha is subjected to the oracle. Down to Alexander, the significant figures of Greek history astonish us with their inelasticity. Not one of them, apparently, undergoes in the battle of life any such inward transformation as those which we know took place in Luther and Loyola. What we are prone to call characterization in Greek drama is nothing but the reflection of events upon the theta omicron of the hero, never the reflection of a personality on events. Of deep necessity, therefore, we Faustians understand drama as a maximum of activity, and, of deep necessity also, the Greek understood it as a maximum of passivity. 21 Speaking generally, the Attic tragedy had no action at all. The mysteries were purely delta rho mu alpha tau alpha or delta rho mu epsilon nu alpha, i.e., ritual performances, and it was from the mystery form with its peripeteia that Aeschylus, himself an Eleusinian, derived the high drama that he created. Aristotle describes tragedy as the imitation of an occurrence. This imitation is identical with the profanation of the mysteries, and we know that Aeschylus went further and made the sacral vestments of the Eleusinian priesthood the regular costume of the Attic stage, and was accused on that account. 22 For the delta rho mu alpha proper, with its reversal from lamentation to joy, consisted not in the fable that was narrated but in the ritual action that lay behind it, and was understood and felt by the spectator as deeply symbolic. With this element of the non-Homeric early religion there became associated another, a boorish the burlesque, whether phallic or dithyrambic, scenes of the spring festivals of Demeter and Dionysus. The beast dances 23 and the accompanying song were the germ of the tragic chorus which puts itself before the actor or answerer of Thespes, 534. The genuine tragedy grew up out of the solemn death lament, Threnos, Nenia. At some time or other the joyous play of the Dionysus festival, which also was a soul feast, became a mourner's chorus of men, the satyr play being relegated to the end. In 494 Phrynichus produced The Fall of Miletus, not a historical drama but a lament of the women of Miletus, and was heavily fined for thus recalling the public calamity. It was Aeschylus's introduction of the second actor that accomplished the essential of classical tragedy. The lament as given theme was thenceforward subordinated to the visual presentation of a great human suffering as present motive. The foreground story, mu theta omicron, is not action but the occasion for the songs of the chorus, which still constitutes the tau rho alpha gamma delta alpha proper. It is immaterial whether the occurrence is indicated by narrative or exposition. The spectator was in solemn mood and he felt himself and his own fate to be meant in the words of pathos. It was in him that the pi epsilon rho iota pi tau epsilon iota alpha, the central element of the holy pageant, took place. Whatever the environment of message and tale, the liturgical lament for the woe of mankind remained always the center of gravity of the whole, as we see more particularly in the Prometheus, the Agamemnon and the Oedipus Rex. But presently, at the very time when in Polycletus the pure plastic was triumphing over the fresco, there emerges high above the lament the grandeur of human endurance, the attitude, the theta omicron of the hero. The theme is, not the heroic doer whose will surges and breaks against the resistance of alien powers or the demons in his own breast, but the will less patient whose somatic existence is gratuitously destroyed. The Prometheus trilogy of Aeschylus begins just where Goethe would in all probability have left off. King Lear's madness is the issue of the tragic action, but Sophocles' Ajax is made mad by Athene before the drama opens. Here is the difference between a character and an operated figure. Fear and compassion, in fact, are, as Aristotle says, the necessary effect of Greek tragedy upon the Greek, and only the Greek, spectator, as is evident at once from his choice of the most effective scenes, which are those of piteous crash of fortune, pi epsilon rho iota pi tau epsilon iota alpha, and of recognition, nu alpha gamma nu rho iota sigma iota. In the first, the ruling impression is phi beta omicron, terror, and in the second it is lambda epsilon, pity, and the kappa alpha theta rho sigma iota. In the spectator presupposes his existence ideal to be that of tau alpha rho alpha xi alpha. 24 The classical soul is pure present, pure sigma mu alpha, unmoved and point-formed being. To see this imperiled by the jealousy of the gods or by that blind chance that may crash upon any man's head without reason and without warning, is the most fearful of all experiences. The very roots of Greek being are struck at by what for the challenging Faustian is the first stimulus to living activity. And then to find oneself delivered, to see the sun come out again and the dark thunderclouds huddle themselves away on the remote horizon, to rejoice profoundly in the admired grand gesture, to see the tortured mythical soul breathe again, that is the kappa alpha theta rho sigma iota. But it presupposes a kind of life feeling that is entirely alien to us, the very word being hardly translatable into our languages and our sensations. It took all the aesthetic industry and assertiveness of the Baroque and of Classicism, backed by the meekest submissiveness before ancient texts, to persuade us that this is the spiritual basis of our own tragedy as well. And no wonder. For the fact is that the effect of our tragedy is precisely the opposite. It does not deliver us from dead weight pressure of events, but evokes active dynamic elements in us, stings us, stimulates us. It awakens the primary feelings of an energetic human being, the fierceness and the joy of tension, danger, violent deed, victory, crime, the triumph of overcoming and destroying feelings that have slumbered in the depths of every northern soul since the days of the Vikings, the Hohenstaufen, and the Crusades. That is Shakespearean effect. A Greek would not have tolerated Macbeth, nor, generally, would he have comprehended the meaning of this mighty art of directional biography at all. That figures like Richard III, Don Juan, Faust, Michael Kohlhaas, Golo unclassical from top to toe awaken in us not sympathy but a deep and strange envy, not fear but a mysterious desire to suffer with, compassion of quite another sort, is visibly even today when Faustian tragedy in its final form, the German, is dead at last the standing motive of the literature of our Alexandrian phase. In the sensational adventure and detective story, and still more recently in the cinema drama, the equivalent of the late classical mimes, a relic of the unrestrainable Faustian impulse to conquer and discover is still palpable. There are corresponding differences between the Apollinian and the Faustian outlook in the forms of dramatic presentation, which are the complement of the poetic idea. The antique drama is a piece of plastic, a group of pathetic scenes conceived as reliefs, a pageant of gigantic marionettes disposed against the definitive plane of the back wall. 25 Presentation is entirely that of grandly imagined gestures, the meager facts of the fable being solemnly recited rather than presented. The technique of Western drama aims at just the opposite: unbroken movement and strict exclusion of flat static moments. The famous three unities of place, time, and action, as unconsciously evolved, though not expressly formulated, in Athens, are a paraphrase of the type of the classical marble statue and, like it, an indication of what classical man, the man of the poles and the pure present and the gesture, felt about life. The unities are all, effectively, negative, denials of past and future, repudiation of all spiritual action at a distance. They can be summed in the one word tau alpha rho alpha xi alpha. The postulates of these unities must not be confused with the superficially similar postulates in the drama of the Romance peoples. The Spanish theatre of the 16th century bowed itself to the authority of classical rules, but it is easy to see the influence of noblesse oblige in this. Castilian dignity responded to the appeal without knowing, or indeed troubling to find out, the original sense of the rules. The great Spanish dramatists, Tirso de Molina above all, fashioned the unities of the Baroque, but not as metaphysical negations, but purely as expressions of the spirit of high courtesy, and it was as such that Corneille, the docile pupil of Spanish grandeza, borrowed them. It was a fateful step. If Florence threw herself into the imitation of the classical sculpture at which everyone marveled and of which no one possessed the final criteria, no harm was done, for there was by then no northern plastic to suffer thereby. But with tragedy it was another matter. Here there was the possibility of a mighty drama, purely Faustian, of unimagined forms and daring. That this did not appear, that for all the greatness of Shakespeare the Teutonic drama never quite shook off the spell of misunderstood convention, was the consequence of blind faith in the authority of Aristotle. What might not have come out of Baroque drama had it remained under the impression of the knightly epic and the Gothic Easter play and mystery, in the near neighborhood of oratorios and passions, without ever hearing of the Greek theatre. A tragedy issuing from the spirit of contrapuntal music, free of limitations proper to plastic but here meaningless, a dramatic poetry that from Orlando Lasso and Palestrina could develop side by side with Heinrich Schütz, Bach, Handel, Gluck, and Beethoven, but entirely free to a pure form of its own. That was what was possible, and that was what did not happen, and it is only to the fortunate circumstance that the whole of the fresco art of Hellas has been lost that we owe the inward freedom of our oil painting. 6. The unities were not sufficient for the Attic drama. It demanded, further, the rigid mask in lieu of facial play, thus forbidding spiritual characterization in the same spirit as Attic sentiment forbade likeness statuary. It demanded more than life-sized figures and got them by means of the cothurnus and by padding and draping the actor till he could scarcely move, thus eliminating all his individuality. Lastly, it required monotonous sing-song delivery, which it ensured by means of a mouthpiece fixed in the mask. The bare text as we read it today, not without reading into it the spirit of Goethe and Shakespeare and of our perspective vision, conveys little of the deeper significance of these dramas. Classical artworks were created entirely for the eye, even the physical eye, of classical man, and the secrets reveal themselves only when put in sensuous forms. And here our attention is drawn to a feature of Greek tragedy that any true tragedy of the Faustian style must find intolerable, the continual presence of the chorus. The chorus is the primitive tragedy, for without it the theta omicron would be impossible. Character one possesses for oneself, but attitude has meaning only in relation to others. This chorus as crowd, the ideal opposite to the lonely or inward man and the monologue of the West, this chorus which is always there, the witness of every soliloquy, this chorus by which, in the stage life as in the real life, fear before the boundless and the void is banished, is truly Apollinian. Self-review as a public action, pompous public mourning in lieu of the solitary anguish of the bedchamber, the tears and lamentations that fill a whole series of dramas like the Philoctetes and the Trachinias, the impossibility of being alone, the feeling of the polis, all the feminine of this culture that we see idealized in the Belvedere Apollo, betrays itself in the symbol of the chorus. In comparison with this kind of drama, Shakespeare's is a single monologue. Even in the conversations, even in the group scenes, we are sensible of the immense inner distance between the persons, each of whom at bottom is only talking with himself. Nothing can overcome this spiritual remoteness. It is felt in Hamlet as in Tasso and in Don Quixote as in Werther, but even Wolfram von Eschenbach's Parzival is filled with and stamped by the sense of infinity. The distinction holds for all Western poetry against all classical. All our lyric verse from Walther von der Vogelweide to Goethe and from Goethe to the poems of our dying world cities is monologue, while the classical lyric is a choral lyric, a singing before witnesses. The one is received inwardly, in wordless reading, as soundless music, and the other is publicly recited. The one belongs to the still chamber and is spread by means of the book, the other belongs to the place where it is voiced. Thus, although the Eleusinian mysteries and the Thracian festival of the Epiphany of Dionysus had been nocturnal celebrations, the art of Thespes developed, as its inmost nature required, as a scene of the morning and the full sunlight. On the contrary, our Western popular and passion plays, which originated in the sermon of allocated parts and were produced first by priests in the church, and then by laymen in the open square, on the mornings of high festivals, led almost unnoticed to an art of evening and night. Already in Shakespeare's time performances took place in the late afternoon, and by Goethe's this mystical sense of a proper relation between artwork and light setting had attained its object. In general, every art and every culture has its significant times of day. The music of the 18th century is a music of the darkness and the inner eye, and the plastic of Athens is an art of cloudless day. That this is no superficial contrast we can see by comparing the Gothic plastic, wrapped eternally in dim religious light, and the Ionic flute, the instrument of high noon. The candle affirms and the sunlight denies space as the opposite of things. At night the universe of space triumphs over matter, at midday things and nearness assert themselves and space is repudiated. The same contrast appears in Attic fresco and northern oil painting, and in the symbols of Helios and Pen and those of the starry night and red sunset. It is at midnight, too, and particularly in the 12 long nights after Christmas, that the souls of our dead walk abroad. In the classical world, the souls belong to the day. Even the early church still speaks of the delta omega delta epsilon kappa alpha mu epsilon rho omicron nu, the 12 dedicated days, but with the awakening of the Faustian soul these become 12th night. The classical vase painting and fresco, though the fact has never been remarked, has no time of day. No shadow indicates the state of the sun, no heaven shows the stars. There is neither morning nor evening, neither spring nor autumn, but pure timeless brightness. 26 For equally obvious reasons our oil painting developed in the opposite direction, towards an imaginary darkness, also independent of time of day, which forms the characteristic atmosphere of the Faustian soul space. This is all the more significant as the intention is from the outset to treat the field of the picture with reference to a certain time of day, that is, historically. There are early mornings, sunset clouds, the last gleams upon the skyline of distant mountains, the candlelit room, the spring meadows and the autumn woods, the long and short shadows of bushes and furrows. But they are all penetrated through and through with a subdued darkness that is not derived from the motion of the heavenly bodies. In fact, steady brightness and steady twilight are the respective hallmarks of the classical and the Western, alike in painting and in drama, and may we not also describe Euclidean geometry as a mathematic of the day and analysis as a mathematic of the night? Change of scene, undoubtedly regarded by the Greeks as a sort of profanation, is for us almost a religious necessity, a postulate of our world feeling. There seems something pagan in the fixed scene of Tasso. We inwardly need a drama of perspectives and wide backgrounds, a stage that shakes off sensuous limitations and draws the whole world into itself. In Shakespeare, who was born when Michelangelo died and ceased to write when Rembrandt came into the world, dramatic infinity, the passionate overthrow of all static limitations, attained the maximum. His woods, seas, alleys, gardens, battlefields lie in the afar, the unbounded. Years fly past in the space of minutes. The mad lyre between fool and reckless outcast on the heath, in the night and the storm, the unutterably lonely ego lost in space, here is the Faustian life feeling. From such a scene as this it is but a step to the inwardly seen and inwardly felt landscapes of the almost contemporary Venetian music, for on the Elizabethan stage the whole thing was merely indicated, and it was the inner eye that out of a few hints fashioned for itself an image of the world in which the scenes far-fetched always played themselves out. Such scenes the Greek stage could not have handled at all. The Greek scene is never a landscape, in general, it is nothing, and at best it may be described as a basis for movable statues. The figures are everything, in drama, as in fresco. It is sometimes said that classical man lacked the feeling for nature. Insensitive to Faustian nature, that of space and of landscape, classical man certainly was. His nature was the body, and if once we have let the sentiment of the sink into us, we suddenly comprehend the eye with which the Greek would follow the mobile muscle relief of the nude body. This, and not clouds and stars and horizon, was his living nature. 7. Now, whatever is sensuously near is understandable for all, and therefore of all the cultures that have been, the classical is the most popular, and the Faustian the least popular, in its expressions of life feeling. A creation is popular that gives itself with all its secrets to the first comer at the first glance, that incorporates its meaning in its exterior and surface. In any culture, that element is popular which has come down unaltered from primitive states and imaginings, which a man understands from childhood without having to master by effort any really novel method or standpoint, and, generally, that which is immediately and frankly evident to the senses, as against that which is merely hinted at and has to be discovered by the few, and sometimes the very, very few. There are popular ideas, works, men and landscapes. Every culture has its own quite definite sort of esoteric or popular character that is immanent in all its doings, so far as these have symbolic importance. The commonplace eliminates differences of spiritual breadth as well as depth between man and man, while the esoteric emphasizes and strengthens them. Lastly, considered in relation to the primary depth experience of this and that kind of awakening man, that is, in relation to the prime symbol of his existence and the cast of his world around the purely popular and naive associates itself with the symbol of the bodily, while to the symbol of endless space belongs a frankly unpopular relation between the creations and the men of the culture. The classical geometry is that of the child, that of any layman. Euclid's Elements are used in England as a school book to this day. The workaday mind will always regard this as the only true and correct geometry. All other kinds of natural geometry that are possible, and have in fact, by an immense effort of overcoming the popular obvious, been discovered, are understandable only for the circle of the professional mathematicians. The famous 4 elements of Empedocles are those of every naive man and his instinctive physics, while the idea of isotopes which has come out of research into radioactivity is hardly comprehensible even to the adept in closely cognate sciences. Everything that is classical is comprehensible in one glance, be it the Doric temple, the statue, the polis, the cults, backgrounds and secrets there are none. But compare a Gothic cathedral facade with the propylaea, an etching with a vase painting, the policy of the Athenian people with that of the modern cabinet. Consider what it means that every one of our epoch-making works of poetry, policy, and science has called forth a whole literature of explanations, and not indubitably successful explanations at that. While the Parthenon sculptures were there for every Hellene, the music of Bach and his contemporaries was only for musicians. We have the types of the Rembrandt expert, the Dante scholar, the expert in contrapuntal music, and it is a justifiable reproach to Wagner that it was possible for far too many people to be Wagnerians, that far too little of his music was for the trained musician. but do we hear of Phidias experts or even Homer scholars? Herein lies the explanation of a set of phenomena which we have hitherto been inclined to treat in a vein of moral philosophy, or, better, of melodrama as weaknesses common to humanity, but which are in fact symptoms of the Western life feeling, viz., the misunderstood artist, the poet left to starve, the derided discoverer, the thinker who is centuries in advance of his time, and so on. These are types of an esoteric culture. Destinies of this sort have their basis in the passion of distance in which is concealed the desire to infinity and the will to power, and they are as necessary in the field of Faustian mankind at all stages as they are unthinkable in the Apollinian. Every high creator in Western history has in reality aimed, from first to last, at something which only the few could comprehend. Michelangelo made the remark that his style was ordained for the correction of fools. Gauss concealed his discovery of non-Euclidean geometry for 30 years, for fear of the clamor of the Boeotians. It is only today that we are separating out the masters of Gothic cathedral art from the rank and file. But the same applies also to every painter, statesman, philosopher. Think of Giordano Bruno, or Leibniz, or Kant, as against Anaximander, Heraclitus, or Protagoras. What does it mean, that no German philosopher worth mentioning can be understood by the man in the street, and that the combination of simplicity with majesty that is Homer's is simply not to be found in any Western language? The Nibelungenlied is a hard, reserved utterance, and as for Dante, in Germany at any rate the pretension to understand him is seldom more than a literary pose. We find everywhere in the Western what we find nowhere in the classical, the exclusive form. Whole periods, for instance, the Provençal culture and the Rococo, are in the highest degree select and uninviting, their ideas and forms having no existence except for a small class of higher men. Even the Renaissance is no exception, for though it purports to be the rebirth of that antique which is so utterly non-exclusive and caters so frankly for all, it is in fact, through and through, the creation of a circle or of individual chosen souls, a taste that rejects popularity from the outset. And how deep the sense of detachment goes we can tell from the case of Florence, where the generality of the people viewed the works of the elect with indifference, or with open mouths, or with dislike, and sometimes, as in the case of Savonarola, turned and rent them. On the contrary, every Attic burgher belonged to the Attic culture, which excluded nobody, and consequently, the distinctions of deeps and shallows, which are so decisively important for us, did not exist at all for it. For us, popular and shallow are synonymous in art as in science, but for classical man it was not so. Consider our sciences too. Every one of them, without exception, has besides its elementary groundwork certain higher regions that are inaccessible to the layman symbols, these also, of our will to infinity and directional energy. The public for whom the last chapters of up-to-date physics have been written numbers at the utmost 1,000 persons, and certain problems of modern mathematics are accessible only to a much smaller circle still, for our popular science is without value, détruit, and falsified. We have not only an art for artists, but also a mathematic for mathematicians, a politic for politicians, of which the profanum vulgus of newspaper readers has not the smallest inkling. 27 Whereas classical politics never got beyond the horizon of the agora, a religion for the religious genius and a poetry for philosophers. Indeed, we may take the craving for wide effect as a sufficient index by itself of the commencing and already perceptible decline of Western science. That the severe esoteric of the Baroque age is felt now as a burden, is a symptom of sinking strength and of the dulling of that distance sense which confessed the limitation with humility. The few sciences that have kept the old fineness, depth, and energy of conclusion and deduction and have not been tainted with journalism, and few indeed they are, for theoretical physics, mathematics, Catholic dogma, and perhaps jurisprudence exhaust the list, address themselves to a very narrow and chosen band of experts. And it is this expert, and his opposite the layman, that are totally lacking in the classical life, wherein everyone knows everything. For us, the polarity of expert and layman has all the significance of a high symbol, and when the tension of this distance is beginning to slacken, there the Faustian life is fading out. The conclusion to be argued from this as regards the advances of Western science in its last phase, which will cover, or quite possibly will not cover, the next 2 centuries, is, that in proportion as megalopolitan shallowness and triviality drive arts and sciences onto the bookstall and into the factory, the posthumous spirit of the culture will confine itself more and more to very narrow circles, and that there, remote from advertisement, it will work in ideas and forms so abstruse that only a mere handful of superfine intelligences will be capable of attaching meanings to them. 8. In no classical artwork is a relation with the beholder attempted, for that would require the form language of the individual object to affirm and to make use of the existence of a relation between that object and ambient unlimited space. An Attic statue is a completely Euclidean body, timeless and relationless, wholly self-contained. It neither speaks nor looks. It is quite unconscious of the spectator. Unlike the plastic forms of every other culture, it stands wholly for itself and fits into no architectural order. It is an individual amongst individuals, a body amongst bodies. And the living individuals merely perceive it as a neighbor, and do not feel it as an invasive influence, an efficient capable of traversing space. Thus is expressed the Apollinian life-feeling. The awakening Magian art at once reversed the meaning of these forms. The eyes of the statues and portraits in the Constantinian style are big and staring and very definitely directed. They represent the pneuma, the higher of the 2 soul substances. The classical sculptor had fashioned the eyes as blind, but now the pupils are bored. The eye, unnaturally enlarged, looks into the space that in Attic art it had not acknowledged as existing. In the classical fresco painting, heads are turned towards one another, but in the mosaics of Ravenna and even in the relief work of early Christian late Roman sarcophagi they are always turned towards the beholder, and their wholly spiritual look is fixed upon him. Mysteriously and quite unclassically the beholder's sphere is invaded by an action at a distance from the world that is in the artwork. Something of this magic can still be traced in early Florentine and early Rhenish gold ground pictures. Consider, now, Western painting as it was after Leonardo, fully conscious of its mission. How does it deal with infinite space as something singular which comprehends both picture and spectator as mere centers of gravity of a spatial dynamic? The full Faustian life-feeling, the passion of the third dimension, takes hold of the form of the picture, the painted plane, and transforms it in an unheard-of way. The picture no longer stands for itself, nor looks at the spectator, but takes him into its sphere. The sector defined by the sides of the frame, the peep show field, twin with the stage field, represents universal space itself. Foreground and background lose all tendency to materiality and propinquity and disclose instead of marking off. Far horizons deepen the field to infinity, and the color treatment of the close foreground eliminates the ideal plane of separation formed by the canvas and thus expands the field so that the spectator is in it. It is not he, now, who chooses the standpoint from which the picture is most effective. On the contrary, the picture dictates position and distance to him. Lateral limits, too, are done away with from 1500 onwards. Overrunnings of the frame are more and more frequent and daring. The Greek spectator stands before the fresco of Polygnotus. We sink into a picture, that is, we are pulled into it by the power of the space treatment. Unity of space being thus re-established, the infinity that is expanded in all directions by the picture is ruled by the Western perspective, and from perspective there runs a road straight to the comprehension of our astronomical world picture and its passionate pioneering into unending farness. Apollinian man did not want to observe the broad universe, and the philosophical systems one and all are silent about it. They know only problems concerned with tangible and actual things, and have never anything positive or significant to say about what is between the things. The classical thinker takes the earth sphere, upon which he stands and which, even in Hipparchus, is enveloped in a fixed celestial sphere, as the complete and given world, and if we probe the depths and secrets of motive here we are almost startled by the persistency with which theory attempted time after time to attach the order of these heavens to that of the earth in some way that would not impugn the primacy of the latter. Compare with this the convulsive vehemence with which the discovery of Copernicus, the contemporary of Pythagoras, drove through the soul of the West, and the deep spirit of awe in which Kepler looked upon the laws of planetary orbits which he had discovered as an immediate revelation from God, not daring to doubt that they were circular because any other form would have been too unworthy a symbol. Here the old northern life feeling, the Viking infinity wistfulness, comes into its own. Here, too, is the meaning of the characteristically Faustian discovery of the telescope which, penetrating into spaces hidden from the naked eye and inaccessible to the will to power, widens the universe that we possess. The truly religious feeling that seizes us even today when we dare to look into the depths of starry space for the first time, the same feeling of power that Shakespeare's greatest tragedies aim at awakening, would to Sophocles appear as the impiety of all impieties. Our denial of the vault of heaven, then, is a resolve and not a sense experience. The modern ideas as to the nature of starry space, or, to speak more prudently, of an extension indicated by light indices that are communicated by eye and telescope, most certainly do not rest upon sure knowledge, for what we see in the telescope is small bright disks of different sizes. The photographic plate yields quite another picture, not a sharper one but a different one, and the construction of a consistent world picture such as we crave depends upon connecting the two by numerous and often very daring hypotheses, example of distances, magnitudes, and movements, that we ourselves frame. The style of this picture corresponds to the style of our own soul. In actual fact we do not know how different the light powers of one and another star may be, nor whether they vary in different directions. We do not know whether or not light is altered, diminished, or extinguished in the immensities of space. We do not know whether our earthly conceptions of the nature of light, and therefore all the theories and laws deduced from them, have validity beyond the immediate environment of the earth. What we see are merely light indices, what we understand are symbols of ourselves. The strong upspringing of the Copernican world idea, which belongs exclusively to our culture and, to risk an assertion that even now may seem paradoxical, would be and will be deliberately forced into oblivion whenever the soul of a coming culture shall feel itself endangered by it. 28 was founded on the certainty that the corporeal static, the imagined preponderance of the plastic earth, was henceforth eliminated from the cosmos. Till then, the heavens which were thought of, or at any rate felt, as a substantial quantity, like the earth, had been regarded as being in polar equilibrium with it. But now it was space that ruled the universe. World signifies space, and the stars are hardly more than mathematical points, tiny balls in the immense, that as material no longer affect the world feeling. While Democritus, who tried, as on behalf of the Apollinian culture he was bound to try, to settle some limit of a bodily kind to it all, imagined a layer of hook-shaped atoms as a skin over the cosmos, an insatiable hunger drives us ever further and further into the remote. The solar system of Copernicus, already expanded by Giordano Bruno to 1,000 such systems, grew immeasurably wider in the Baroque age, and today we know that the sum of all the solar systems, about 35 million, constitutes a closed, and demonstrably finite 29, stellar system which forms an ellipsoid of rotation and has its equator approximately along the band of the Milky Way. Swarms of solar systems traverse this space, like flights of migrant birds, with the same velocity and direction. One such group, with an apex in the constellation of Hercules, is formed by our Sun together with the bright stars Capella, Vega, Altair, and Betelgeuse. The axis of this immense system, which has its midpoint not far from the present position of our Sun, is taken as 470 million times as long as the distance from the Earth to the Sun. Any night, the starry heavens give us at the same moment impressions that originated 3,700 years apart in time, for that is the distance in light years from the extreme outer limit to the Earth. In the picture of history as it unfolds before us here, this period corresponds to a duration covering the whole classical and Magian ages and going back to the zenith of the Egyptian culture in the XLLTH dynasty. This aspect and image, I repeat, and not a matter of experimental knowledge, is for the Faustian a high and noble 30 aspect, but for the Apollinian it would have been woeful and terrible, an annihilation of the most profound conditions of his being. and he would have felt it as sheer salvation when after all a limit, however remote, had been found. But we, driven by the deep necessity that is in us, must simply ask ourselves the new question: is there anything outside the system? Are there aggregates of such systems, at such distances that even the dimensions established by our astronomy 31 are small by comparison? As far as sense observations are concerned, it seems that an absolute limit has been reached. Neither light nor gravitation can give a sign of existence through this outer space, void of mass. But for us it is a simple necessity of thought. Our spiritual passion, our unresting need to actualize our existence idea in symbols, suffers under this limitation of our sense perceptions. 9. So also it was that the old northern races, in whose primitive souls the Faustian was already awakening, discovered in their grey dawn the art of sailing the seas which emancipated them. 32 The Egyptians knew the sail, but only profited by it as a labor-saving device. They sailed, as they had done before in their oared ships, along the coast to Punt and Syria, but the idea of the high seas voyage, what it meant as a liberation, a symbol, was not in them. Sailing, real sailing, is a triumph over Euclidean land. At the beginning of our 14th century, almost coincident with each other, and with the formation periods of oil painting and counterpoint, came gunpowder and the compass, that is, long-range weapons and long-range intercourse, means that the Chinese culture 33-2 had, necessarily, discovered for itself. It was the spirit of the Vikings and the Hansa, as of those dim peoples, so unlike the Hellenes with their domestic funerary urns, who heaped up great barrows as memorials of the lonely soul on the wide plains. It was the spirit of those who sent their dead kings to sea in their burning ships, thrilling manifests of their dark yearning for the boundless. The spirit of the Norsemen drove their cockle boats in the 10th century that heralded the Faustian birth to the coasts of America. But to the circumnavigation of Africa, already achieved by Egyptians and Carthaginians, classical mankind was wholly indifferent. How statuesque their existence was, even with respect to intercourse, is shown by the fact that the news of the First Punic War, one of the most intense wars of history, penetrated to Athens from Sicily merely as an indefinite report. Even the souls of the Greeks were assembled in Hades as unexcitable shadows, epsilon delta omega lambda alpha, without strength, wish or feeling. But the northern dead gathered themselves in fierce unresting armies of the cloud and the storm. The event which stands at the same cultural level as the discoveries of the Spaniards and Portuguese is that of the Hellenic colonizations of the 8th century BC. But, while the Spaniards and the Portuguese were possessed by the adventured craving for uncharted distances and for everything unknown and dangerous, the Greeks went carefully, point by point, on the known tracks of the Phoenicians, Carthaginians, and Etruscans, and their curiosity in no wise extended to what lay beyond the Pillars of Hercules and the Isthmus of Suez, easily accessible as both were to them. Athens no doubt heard of the way to the North Sea, to the Congo, to Zanzibar, to India. In Nero's time the position of the southern extremity of India was known, also that of the islands of Sunda, but Athens shut its eyes to these things just as it did to the astronomical knowledge of the Old East. Even when the lands that we call Morocco and Portugal had become Roman provinces, no Atlantic voyaging ensued, and the Canaries remained forgotten. Apollinian man felt the Columbus longing as little as he felt the Copernican. Possessed though the Greek merchants were with the desire of gain, a deep metaphysical shyness restrained them from extending the horizon, and in geography as in other matters they stuck to near things and foregrounds. The existence of the polis, that astonishing ideal of the state as statue, was in truth nothing more nor less than a refuge from the wide world of the sea peoples, and that though the classical, alone of all the cultures so far, had a ring of coasts about a sea of islands, and not a continental expanse, as its motherland. Not even Hellenism, with all its proneness to technical diversions, freed itself from the oared ship which tethered the mariner to the coasts. The naval architects of Alexandria were capable of constructing giant ships of 260 feet length, 34, and, for that matter, the steamship was discovered in principle. But there are some discoveries that have all the pathos of a great and necessary symbol and reveal depths within, and there are others that are merely play of intellect. The steamship is for Apollinians one of the latter and for Faustians one of the former class. It is prominence or insignificance in the macrocosm as a whole that gives discovery and the application thereof the character of depth or shallowness. The discoveries of Columbus and Vasco da Gama extended the geographical horizon without limit, and the world sea came into the same relation with land as that of the universe of space with earth. And then first the political tension within the Faustian world consciousness discharged itself. For the Greeks, Hellas was and remained the important part of the earth's surface, but with the discovery of America West Europe became a province in a gigantic whole. Thenceforward the history of the Western culture has a planetary character. Every culture possesses a proper conception of home and fatherland, which is hard to comprehend, scarcely to be expressed in words, full of dark metaphysical relations, but nevertheless unmistakable in its tendency. The classical home feeling which tied the individual corporally and Euclideanly to the polis is the very antithesis of that enigmatic Heimweh of the northerner which has something musical, soaring and unearthly in it. Classical man felt as home just what he could see from the Acropolis of his native city. Where the horizon of Athens ended, the alien, the hostile, the fatherland of another began. Even the Roman of late Republican times understood by patria nothing but urbs Roma, not even Latium, still less Italy. The classical world, as it matured, dissolved itself into a large number of point patriae, and the need of bodily separation between them took the form of hatreds far more intense than any hatred that there was of the barbarian. And it is therefore the most convincing of all evidences of the victory of the Magian world feeling that Caracalla in 212 AD granted Roman citizenship to all provincials. For this grant simply abolished the ancient, statuesque, idea of the citizen. There was now a realm and consequently a new kind of membership. The Roman notion of an army, too, underwent a significant change. In genuinely classical times there had been no Roman army in the sense in which we speak of the Prussian army, but only armies, that is, definite formations, as we say, created as corps, limited and visibly present bodies, by the appointment of a legatus to command an exercitus Scipianis, Crassi for instance but never an exercitus Romanus. It was Caracalla, the same who abolished the idea of civis Romanus by decree and wiped out the Roman civic deities by making all alien deities equivalent to them, who created the unclassical and Magian idea of an imperial army, something manifested in the separate legions. These now meant something, whereas in classical times they meant nothing, but simply were. The old fides exercituum is replaced by fides exercitus in the inscriptions and, instead of individual bodily conceived deities special to each legion and ritually honored by its legatus, we have a spiritual principle common to all. So also, and in the same sense, the fatherland feeling undergoes a change of meaning for Eastern men and not merely Christians in imperial times. Apollinian man, so long as he retained any effective remnant at all of his proper world feeling, regarded home in the genuinely corporeal sense as the ground on which his city was built, a conception that recalls the unity of place of Attic tragedy and statuary. But to Magian man, to Christians, Persians, Jews, Greeks, 35 Manichaeans, Nestorians, and Mohammedans, it means nothing that has any connection with geographical actualities. And for ourselves it means an impalpable unity of nature, speech, climate, habits, and history, not earth but country, not point-like presence but historic past and future, not a unit made up of men, houses, and gods but an idea, the idea that takes shape in the restless wanderings, the deep loneliness, and that ancient German impulse towards the south which has been the ruin of our best, from the Saxon emperors to Hölderlin and Nietzsche. The bent of the Faustian culture, therefore, was overpoweringly towards extension, political, economic or spiritual. It overrode all geographical material bounds. It sought without any practical object, merely for the symbol's own sake to reach North Pole and South Pole. It ended by transforming the entire surface of the globe into a single colonial and economic system. Every thinker from Meister Eckhart to Kant willed to subject the phenomenal world to the asserted domination of the cognizing ego, and every leader from Otto the Great to Napoleon did it. The genuine object of their ambitions was the boundless, alike for the great Franks and Hohenstaufen with their world monarchies, for Gregory VII and Innocent III, for the Spanish Habsburgs on whose empire the sun never set, and for the imperialism of today on behalf of which the world war was fought and will continue to be fought for many a long day. Classical man, for inward reasons, could not be a conqueror, notwithstanding Alexander's romantic expedition, for we can discern enough of the inner hesitations and unwillingnesses of his companions not to need to explain it as an exception proving the rule. 36 The never stilled desire to be liberated from the binding element, to range far and free, which is the essence of the fancy creatures of the north, the dwarfs, elves, and imps, is utterly unknown to the dryads and oreads of Greece. Greek daughter cities were planted by the hundred along the rim of the Mediterranean, but not one of them made the slightest real attempt to conquer and penetrate the hinterlands. To settle far from the coast would have meant to lose sight of home, while to settle in loneliness, the ideal life of the trapper and prairie man of America as it had been of Icelandic saga heroes long before, was something entirely beyond the possibilities of classical mankind. Dramas like that of the emigration to America man by man, each on his own account, driven by deep promptings to loneliness, or the Spanish conquest, or the Californian gold rush, dramas of uncontrollable longings for freedom, solitude, immense independence, and of giant-like contempt of all limitations whatsoever upon the home feeling, these dramas are Faustian and only Faustian. No other culture, not even the Chinese, knows them. The Hellenic emigrant, on the contrary, clung as a child clings to its mother's lap. To make a new city out of the old one, exactly like it, with the same fellow citizens, the same gods, the same customs, with the linking sea never out of sight, and there to pursue in the agora the familiar life of the zeta omicron nu pi omicron lambda iota tau iota kappa nu. This was the limit of change of scene for the Apollinian life. To us, for whom freedom of movement, if not always as a practical, yet in any case as an ideal, right, is indispensable, such a limit would have been the most crying of all slaveries. It is from the classical point of view that the oft misunderstood expansion of Rome must be looked at. It was anything rather than an extension of the fatherland, it confined itself exactly within fields that had already been taken up by other culture men whom they dispossessed. Never was there a hint of dynamic world schemes of the Hohenstaufen or Habsburg stamp, or of an imperialism comparable with that of our own times. The Romans made no attempt to penetrate the interior of Africa. Their later wars were waged only for the preservation of what they already possessed, not for the sake of ambition nor under a significant stimulus from within. They could give up Germany and Mesopotamia without regret. If, in fine, we look at it all together, the expansion of the Copernican world picture into that aspect of stellar space that we possess today, the development of Columbus's discovery into a worldwide command of the Earth's surface by the West, the perspective of oil painting and of tragedy scene, the sublimed home feeling, the passion of our civilization for swift transit, the conquest of the air, the exploration of the polar regions, and the climbing of almost impossible mountain peaks, we see, emerging everywhere, the prime symbol of the Faustian soul, limitless space. And those specially, in form, uniquely, Western creations of the soul myth called will, force and deed must be regarded as derivatives of this prime symbol. Chapter X. Soul image and life feeling. 2. Buddhism, Stoicism, Socialism. We are now at last in a position to approach the phenomenon of morale 1. The intellectual interpretation of life by itself, to ascend the height from which it is possible to survey the widest and gravest of all the fields of human thought. At the same time, we shall need for this survey an objectivity such as no one has as yet set himself seriously to gain. Whatever we may take morale to be, it is no part of morale to provide its own analysis, and we shall get to grips with the problem, not by considering what should be our acts and aims and standards, but only by diagnosing the Western feeling in the very form of the Annunciation. In this matter of morale, Western mankind, without exception, is under the influence of an immense optical illusion. Everyone demands something of the rest. We say thou shalt in the conviction that so and so in fact will, can and must be changed or fashioned or arranged conformably to the order, and our belief both in the efficacy of, and in our title to give, such orders is unshakable. That, and nothing short of it, is, for us, morale. In the ethics of the West everything is direction, claim to power, will to affect the distant. Here Luther is completely at one with Nietzsche, popes with Darwinians, socialists with Jesuits, for one and all, the beginning of morale is a claim to general and permanent validity. It is a necessity of the Faustian soul that this should be so. He who thinks or teaches otherwise is sinful, a backslider, a foe, and he is fought down without mercy. You shall, the state shall, society shall. This form of morale is to us self-evident, it represents the only real meaning that we can attach to the word. But it was not so either in the classical, or in India, or in China. Buddha, for instance, gives a pattern to take or to leave, and Epicurus offers counsel. Both undeniably are forms of high morale, and neither contains the will element. What we have entirely failed to observe is the peculiarity of moral dynamic. If we allow that socialism, in the ethical, not the economic, sense, is that world feeling which seeks to carry out its own views on behalf of all, then we are all without exception, willingly or no, wittingly or no, socialists. Even Nietzsche, that most passionate opponent of herd morale, was perfectly incapable of limiting his zeal to himself in the classical way. He thought only of mankind, and he attacked everyone who differed from himself. Epicurus, on the contrary, was heartily indifferent to others' opinions and acts and never wasted one thought on the transformation of mankind. He and his friends were content that they were as they were and not otherwise. The classical ideal was indifference, pi theta epsilon iota alpha, to the course of the world, the very thing which it is the whole business of Faustian mankind to master, and an important element both of Stoic and of Epicurean philosophy was the recognition of a category of things neither preferred nor rejected to, delta iota phi omicron rho alpha. In Hellas there was a pantheon of morales as there was of deities, as the peaceful coexistence of Epicureans, Cynics, and Stoics shows, but the Nietzschean Zarathustra, though professedly standing beyond good and evil, breathes from end to end the pain of seeing men to be other than as he would have them be, and the deep and utterly unclassical desire to devote a life to their reformation, his own sense of the word, naturally, being the only one. It is just this, the general transvaluation, that makes ethical monotheism and using the word in a novel and deep sense socialism. All world improvers are socialists. And consequently there are no classical world improvers. The moral imperative as the form of morale is Faustian and only Faustian. It is wholly without importance that Schopenhauer denies theoretically the will to live, or that Nietzsche will have it affirmed these are superficial differences, indicative of personal tastes and temperaments. The important thing, that which makes Schopenhauer the progenitor of ethical modernity, is that he too feels the whole world as will, as movement, force, direction. This basic feeling is not merely the foundation of our ethics, it is itself our whole ethics, and the rest are by blows. That which we call not merely activity but action 3 is a historical conception through and through, saturated with directional energy. It is the proof of being, the dedication of being, in that sort of man whose ego possesses the tendency to future, who feels the momentary present not as saturated being but as epoch, as turning point, in a great complex of becoming and, moreover, feels it so of both his personal life and of the life of history as a whole. Strength and distinctness of this consciousness are the marks of higher Faustian man, but it is not wholly absent in the most insignificant of the breed, and it distinguishes his smallest acts from those of any and every classical man. It is the distinction between character and attitude, between conscious becoming and simple accepted statuesque becomeness, between will and suffering in tragedy. In the world as seen by the Faustian's eyes, everything is motion with an aim. He himself lives only under that condition, for to him life means struggling, overcoming, winning through. The struggle for existence as ideal form of existence is implicit even in the Gothic age, of the architecture of which it is visibly the foundation, and the 19th century has not invented it but merely put it into mechanical utilitarian form. In the Apollinian world there is no such directional motion. The purposeless and aimless seesaw of Heraclitus's becoming, delta nu omega kappa tau omega, is irrelevant here. No Protestantism, no Sturmuendi Drang, no ethical, intellectual, or artistic revolution to fight and destroy the existent. The Ionic and Corinthian styles appear by the side of the Doric without setting up any claim to soul and general validity, but the Renaissance expelled the Gothic and Classicism expelled the Baroque styles, and the history of every European literature is filled with battles over form problems. Even our monasticism, with its Templars, Franciscans, Dominicans, and the rest, takes shape as an order movement, in sharp contrast to the ascesis of the early Christian hermit. To go back upon this basic form of his existence, let alone transform it, is entirely beyond the power of Faustian man. It is presupposed even in efforts to resist it. One fights against advanced ideas, but all the time he looks on his fight itself as an advance. Another agitates for a reversal, but what he intends is in fact a continuance of development. Immoral is only a new kind of moral and sets up the same claim to primacy. The will to power is intolerant. All that is Faustian wills to reign alone. The Apollinian feeling, on the contrary, with its world of coexistent individual things, is tolerant as a matter of course. But, if toleration is in keeping with will-less ataraxia, it is for the Western world with its oneness of infinite soul space and the singleness of its fabric of tensions the sign either of self-deception or of fading out. The Enlightenment of the 18th century was tolerant towards that is, careless of differences between the various Christian creeds, but in respect of its own relation to the Church as a whole, it was anything but tolerant as soon as the power to be otherwise came to it. The Faustian instinct, active, strong-willed, as vertical in tendency as its own Gothic cathedrals, as upstanding as its own ego habeo factum, looking into distance and future, demands toleration, that is, room, space for its proper activity, but only for that. Consider, for instance, how much of it the city democracy is prepared to accord to the Church in respect of the latter's management of religious powers, while claiming for itself unlimited freedom to exercise its own and adjusting the common law to conform thereto whenever it can. Every movement means to win, while every classical attitude only wants to be and troubles itself little about the ethos of the neighbor. To fight for or against the trend of the times, to promote reform or reaction, construction, reconstruction, or destruction, all this is as unclassical as it is un-Indian. It is the old antithesis of Sophoclean and Shakespearean tragedy, the tragedy of the man who only wants to exist and that of the man who wants to win. It is quite wrong to bind up Christianity with the moral imperative. It was not Christianity that transformed Faustian man, but Faustian man who transformed Christianity, and he not only made it a new religion but also gave it a new moral direction. It became the passion-charged center of the world, the foundation of the great sacrament of personal contrition. Will to power even in ethics, the passionate striving to set up a proper morale as a universal truth, and to enforce it upon humanity, to reinterpret or overcome or destroy everything otherwise constituted nothing, is more characteristically our own than this is. And in virtue of it the Gothic springtime proceeded to a profound and never yet appreciated inward transformation of the morale of Jesus. A quiet spiritual morale welling from Magian feeling, a morale or conduct recommended as potent for salvation, a morale the knowledge of which was communicated as a special act of grace was recast as a morale of imperative command. Point 4. Every ethical system, whether it be of religious or of philosophical origin, has associations with the great arts and especially with that of architecture. It is in fact a structure of propositions of causal character. Every truth that is intended for practical application is propounded with a because and a therefore. There is mathematical logic in them, in Buddha's Four Truths as in Kant's Critique of Practical Reason 5 and in every popular catechism. What is not in these doctrines of acquired truth is the uncritical logic of the blood, which generates and matures those conduct standards, sitten, of social classes and of practical men, example the chivalry obligations in the time of the Crusades, that we only consciously realize when someone infringes them. A systematic morale is, as it were, an ornament, and it manifests itself not only in precepts but also in the style of drama and even in the choice of art motives. The meander, for example, is a Stoic motive. The Doric column is the very embodiment of the antique life ideal. And just because it was so, it was the one classical order which the Baroque style necessarily and frankly excluded. Indeed, even Renaissance art was warned off it by some very deep spiritual instinct. Similarly with the transformation of the Magian dome into the Russian roof cupola, the Chinese landscape architecture of devious paths, the Gothic cathedral tower. Each is an image of the particular and unique morale which arose out of the waking consciousness of the culture. 2. The old riddles and perplexities now resolve themselves. There are as many morales as there are cultures, no more and no fewer. Just as every painter and every musician has something in him which, by force of inward necessity, never emerges into consciousness but dominates a priori the form language of his work and differentiates that work from the work of every other culture, so every conception of life held by a culture man possesses a priori, in the very strictest Kantian sense of the phrase, a constitution that is deeper than all momentary judgments and strivings and impresses the style of these with the hallmark of the particular culture. The individual may act morally or immorally, may do good or evil with respect to the primary feeling of his culture, but the theory of his actions is not a result but a datum. Each culture possesses its own standards, the validity of which begins and ends with it. There is no general morale of humanity. It follows that there is not and cannot be any true conversion in the deeper sense. Conscious behavior of any kind that rests upon convictions is a primary phenomenon, the basic tendency of an existence developed into a timeless truth. It matters little what words or pictures are employed to express it, whether it appears as the predication of a deity or as the issue of philosophic meditation, as proposition, or as symbol, as proclamation of proper or confutation of alien convictions. It is enough that it is there. It can be wakened and it can be put theoretically in the form of doctrine, it can change or improve its intellectual vehicle but it cannot be begotten. Just as we are incapable of altering our world feeling so incapable that even in trying to alter it we have to follow the old lines and confirm instead of overthrowing it, so also we are powerless to alter the ethical basis of our waking being. A certain verbal distinction has sometimes been drawn between ethics the science and morale the duty, but, as we understand it, the point of duty does not arise. We are no more capable of converting a man to a morale alien to his being than the Renaissance was capable of reviving the classical or of making anything but a southernized Gothic, an anti-Gothic, out of Apollinian motives. We may talk today of transvaluing all our values, we may, as megalopolitans, go back to Buddhism or paganism or a romantic Catholicism, we may champion as anarchists an individualist or as socialists a collectivist ethic, but in spite of all we do, will and feel the same. A conversion to theosophy or free thinking or one of the present-day transitions from a supposed Christianity to a supposed atheism, or vice versa, is an alteration of words and notions, of the religious or intellectual surface, no more. None of our movements have changed man. A strict morphology of all the morales is a task for the future. Here, too, Nietzsche has taken the first and essential step towards the new standpoint. But he has failed to observe his own condition that the thinker shall place himself beyond good and evil. He tried to be at once skeptic and prophet, moral critic and moral gospeler. It cannot be done. One cannot be a first-class psychologist as long as one is still a romantic. And so here, as in all his crucial penetrations, he got as far as the door and stood outside it. And so far, no one has done any better. We have been blind and uncomprehending before the immense wealth that there is in the moral as in other form languages. Even the skeptic has not understood his task. At bottom he, like others, sets up his own notion of morale, drawn from his particular disposition and private taste, as standard by which to measure others. The modern revolutionaries Stirner, Ibsen, Strindberg, Shaw are just the same. They have only managed to hide the facts, from themselves as well as from others, behind new formulas and catchwords. But a morale, like a sculpture, a music, a painting art, is a self-contained form world expressing a life feeling. It is a datum, fundamentally unalterable, an inward necessity. It is ever true within its historical circle, ever untrue outside it. As we have seen already, what his several works are to the poet or musician or painter, that its several art genera are for the higher individual that we call the culture, viz., organic units, and that oil painting as a whole, axe sculpture as a whole and contrapuntal music as a whole, and rhymed lyric and so on are all epoch-making, and as such take rank as major symbols of life. In the history of the culture as in that of the individual existence, we are dealing with the actualization of the possible. It is the story of an inner spirituality becoming the style of a world. By the side of these great form units, which grow and fulfill themselves and close down within a predeterminate series of human generations, which endure for a few centuries and pass irrevocably into death, we see the group of Faustian morals and the sum of Apollinian morals also as individuals of the higher order. That they are, is destiny. They are data and revelation or scientific insight, as the case may be, only put them into shape for the consciousness. There is something, hardly to be described, that assembles all the theories from Hesiod and Sophocles to Plato and the Stoa and opposes them collectively to all that was taught from Francis of Assisi and Abelard to Ibsen and Nietzsche, and even the morale of Jesus is only the noblest expression of a general morale that was put into other forms by Marcion and Mani, by Philo and Plotinus, by Epictetus, Augustine and Proclus. All classical ethic is an ethic of attitude, all Western an ethic of deed. And, likewise, the sum of all Indian and the sum of all Chinese systems forms each a world of its own. 3. Every classical ethic that we know or can conceive of constitutes man an individual static entity, a body among bodies, and all Western valuations relate to him as a center of effect in an infinite generality. Ethical socialism is neither more nor less than the sentiment of action at a distance, the moral pathos of the third dimension, and the root feeling of care for those who are with us, and for those who are to follow is its emblem in the sky. Consequently there is for us something socialistic in the aspect of the Egyptian culture, while the opposite tendency to immobile attitude, to non-desire, to static self-containedness of the individual, recalls the Indian ethic and the man formed by it. The seated Buddha statue, looking at its navel, and Zeno's ataraxia are not altogether alien to one another. The ethical ideal of classical man was that which is led up to in his tragedy, and revealed in its catharsis. This in its last depths means the purgation of the Apollinian soul from its burden of what is not Apollinian, not free from the elements of distance and direction, and to understand it we have to recognize that Stoicism is simply the mature form of it. That which the drama effected in a solemn hour, the Stoa wished to spread over the whole field of life, viz., statuesque steadiness and will-less ethos. Now, is not this conception of kappa theta alpha rho sigma iota closely akin to the Buddhist ideal of nirvana, which as a formula is no doubt very late but as an essence is thoroughly Indian and traceable even from Vedic times? And does not this kinship bring ideal classical man and ideal Indian man very close to one another and separate them both from that man whose ethic is manifested in the Shakespearean tragedy of dynamic evolution and catastrophe? When one thinks of it, there is nothing preposterous in the idea of Socrates, Epicurus, and especially Diogenes, sitting by the Ganges, whereas Diogenes in a Western megalopolis would be an unimportant fool. Nor, on the other hand, is Frederick William I of Prussia, the prototype of the socialist in the grand sense, unthinkable in the polity of the Nile, whereas in Periclean Athens he is impossible. Had Nietzsche regarded his own times with fewer prejudices and less disposition to romantic championship of certain ethical creations, he would have perceived that a specifically Christian morale of compassion in his sense does not exist on West European soil. We must not let the words of humane formulas mislead us as to their real significance. Between the morale that one has and the morale that one thinks one has, there is a relation which is very obscure and very unsteady, and it is just here that an incorruptible psychology would be invaluable. Compassion is a dangerous word, and neither Nietzsche himself for all his maestria nor anyone else has yet investigated the meaning conceptual and affective of the word at different times. The Christian morale of Origen's time was quite different from the Christian morale of Saint Francis's. This is not the place to inquire what Faustian compassion, sacrifice or ebullience or again race instinct in a chivalrous society means as against the fatalistic Magian Christian kind, how far it is to be conceived as action at a distance and practical dynamic, or, from another angle, as a proud soul's demand upon itself, or again as the utterance of an imperious distance feeling. A fixed stock of ethical phrases, such as we have possessed since the Renaissance, has to cover a multitude of different ideas and a still greater multitude of different meanings. When a mankind so historically and retrospectively disposed as we are accepts the superficial as the real sense, and regards ideals as subject matter for mere knowing, it is really evidencing its veneration for the past in this particular instance, for religious tradition. The text of a conviction is never a test of its reality, for man is rarely conscious of his own beliefs. Catchwords and doctrines are always more or less popular and external as compared with deep spiritual actualities. Our theoretical reverence for the propositions of the New Testament is in fact of the same order as the theoretical reverence of the Renaissance and of classicism for antique art. The one has no more transformed the spirit of men than the other has transformed the spirit of works. The oft-quoted cases of the mendicant orders, the Moravians, and the Salvation Army prove by their very rarity, and even more by the slightness of the effects that they have been able to produce, that they are exceptions in a quite different generality, namely, the Faustian Christian morale. That morale will not indeed be found formulated, either by Luther or by the Council of Trent, but all Christians of the great style, Innocent III and Calvin, Loyola and Savonarola, Pascal and Saint Teresa, have had it in them, even in unconscious contradiction to their own formal teachings. We have only to compare the purely Western conception of the manly virtue that is designated by Nietzsche's moral infravirtu, the grandeza of Spanish and the grandeur of French Baroque, with that very feminine rho epsilon tau of the Hellenic ideal, of which the practical application is presented to us as capacity for enjoyment, delta omicron nu, placidity of disposition, gamma alpha lambda nu eta, pi theta epsilon iota alpha, absence of wants and demands, and, above all, the so typical pi theta epsilon iota alpha. What Nietzsche called the blonde beast and conceived to be embodied in the type of Renaissance man that he so overvalued, for it is really only a jackal counterfeit of the great Hohenstaufen Germans, is the utter antithesis to the type that is presented in every classical ethic without exception and embodied in every classical man of worth. The Faustian culture has produced a long series of granite men, the classical never a one. For Pericles and Themistocles were soft natures in tune with Attic kappa alpha lambda omicron kappa gamma alpha theta alpha, and Alexander was a romantic who never woke up, Caesar a shrewd reckoner. Hannibal, the alien, was the only man amongst them all. The men of the early time, as Homer presents them to our judgment, the Odysseus's and Ajax's, would have cut a queer figure among the chevaliers of the Crusades. Very feminine natures, too, are capable of brutality, a rebound brutality of their own, and Greek cruelty was of this kind. But in the north the great Saxon, Franconian, and Hohenstaufen emperors appear on the very threshold of the culture, surrounded by giant men like Henry the Lion and Gregory VII. Then come the men of the Renaissance, of the struggle of the Two Roses, of the Huguenot Wars, the Spanish conquistadors, the Prussian electors and kings, Napoleon, Bismarck, Rhodes. What other culture has exhibited the like of these? Where in all Hellenic history is so powerful a scene as that of 1176, the Battle of Legnano as foreground, the suddenly disclosed strife of the great Hohenstaufen and the great Welf as background? The heroes of the great migrations, the Spanish chivalry, Prussian discipline, Napoleonic energy, how much of the classical is there in these men and things? And where, on the heights of Faustian morale, from the Crusades to the World War, do we find anything of the slave morale, the meek resignation, the deaconessus caritas, 6 only in pious and honored words, nowhere else? The type of the very priesthood is Faustian, Think of those magnificent bishops of the old German Empire who on horseback led their flocks into the wild battle, 7, or those popes who could force submission on a Henry IV and a Frederick II, of the Teutonic Knights in the Ostmark, of Luther's challenge in which the old northern heathendom rose up against old Roman, of the great cardinals, Richelieu, Mazarin, Fleury, who shaped France. That is Faustian morale, and one must be blind indeed if one does not see it efficient in the whole field of West European history. And it is only through such grand instances of worldly passion which express the consciousness of a mission that we are able to understand those of grand spiritual passion, of the upright and forthright caritas which nothing can resist, the dynamic charity that is so utterly unlike classical moderation and early Christian mildness. There is a hardness in the sort of compassion that was practiced by the German mystics, the German and Spanish military orders, the French and English Calvinists. In the Russian, the Raskolnikov, type of charity, a soul melts into the fraternity of souls, in the Faustian it arises out of it. Here too ego habeo factum is the formula. Personal charity is the justification before God of the person, the individual. This is the reason why compassion morale, in the everyday sense, always respected by us so far as words go, and sometimes hoped for by the thinker, is never actualized. Kant rejected it with decision, and in fact it is in profound contradiction with the categorical imperative, which sees the meaning of life to lie in actions and not in surrender to soft opinions. Nietzsche's slave morale is a phantom, his master morale is a reality. It does not require formulation to be effective, it is there, and has been from of old. Take away his romantic Borgia mask and his nebulous vision of Superman, and what is left of his man is Faustian man himself, as he is today and as he was even in saga days, the type of an energetic, imperative, and dynamic culture. However it may have been in the classical world, our great well-doers are the great doers whose forethought and care affects millions, the great statesmen and organizers. A higher sort of men, who thanks to their preponderance of will, knowledge, wealth and influence make use of democratic Europe as their aptest and most mobile tool, in order to bring into their own hands the destinies of the earth and as artists to shape man himself. Enough, the time is coming when men will unlearn and relearn the art of politics. So Nietzsche delivered himself in one of the unpublished drafts that are so much more concrete than the finished works. We must either breed political capacities, or else be ruined by the democracy that has been forced upon us by the failure of the older alternatives, 8 says Shaw in Man and Superman. Limited though his philosophic horizon is in general, Shaw has the advantage over Nietzsche of more practical schooling and less ideology, and the figure of the multimillionaire undershaft in Major Barbara translates the Superman ideal into the unromantic language of the modern age, which in truth is its real source for Nietzsche also, though it reached him indirectly through Malthus and Darwin. It is these fact men of the grand style who are the representatives today of the will to power over other men's destinies and therefore of the Faustian ethic generally. Men of this sort do not broadcast their millions to dreamers, artists, weaklings, and down-and-outs to satisfy a boundless benevolence, they employ them for those who like themselves count as material for the future. They pursue a purpose with them. They make a center of force for the existence of generations which outlives the single lives. The mere money, too, can develop ideas and make history, and Rhodes precursor of a type that will be significant indeed in the 21st century provided, in disposing of his possessions by will, that it should do so. It is a shallow judgment, and one incapable of inwardly understanding history, that cannot distinguish the literary chatter of popular social moralists and humanity apostles from the deep ethical instincts of the West European civilization. Socialism in its highest and not its street corner sense is, like every other Faustian ideal, exclusive. It owes its popularity only to the fact that it is completely misunderstood even by its exponents, who present it as a sum of rights instead of as one of duties, an abolition instead of an intensification of the Kantian imperative, a slackening instead of a tautening of directional energy. The trivial and superficial tendency towards ideals of welfare, freedom, humanity, the doctrine of the greatest happiness of the greatest number, are mere negations of the Faustian ethic, a very different matter from the tendency of Epicureanism towards the ideal of happiness, for the condition of happiness was the actual sum and substance of the classical ethic. Here precisely is an instance of sentiments, to all outward appearance much the same, but meaning in the one case everything and in the other nothing. From this point of view, we might describe the content of the classical ethic as philanthropy, a boon conferred by the individual upon himself, his soma. The view has Aristotle on its side, for it is exactly in this sense that he uses the word phi iota lambda nu theta rho omega pi omicron, which the best heads of the classicist period, above all Lessing, found so puzzling. Aristotle describes the effect of the Attic tragedy on the Attic spectator as philanthropic. Its peripeteia relieves him from compassion with himself. A sort of theory of master morale and slave morale existed also in the early Hellenism, in Callicles for example, naturally, under strictly corporeal Euclidean postulates. The ideal of the first class is Alcibiades. He did exactly what at the moment seemed to him best for his own person, and he is felt to be, and admired as, the type of classical kalokagathia. But Protagoras is still more distinct, with his famous proposition essentially ethical in intention that man, each man for himself, is the measure of things. That is master morale in a statuesque soul. 4. When Nietzsche wrote down the phrase transvaluation of all values for the first time, the spiritual movement of the centuries in which we are living found at last its formula. Transvaluation of all values is the most fundamental character of every civilization. For it is the beginning of a civilization that it remolds all the forms of the culture that went before, understands them otherwise, practices them in a different way. It begets no more, but only reinterprets, and herein lies the negativeness common to all periods of this character. It assumes that the genuine act of creation has already occurred, and merely enters upon an inheritance of big actualities. In the late classical, we find the event taking place inside Hellenistic Roman Stoicism, that is, the long death struggle of the Apollonian soul. In the interval from Socrates, who was the spiritual father of the Stoa and in whom the first signs of inward impoverishment and city intellectualism became visible, to Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, every existence ideal of the old classical underwent transvaluation. In the case of India, the transvaluation of Brahman life was complete by the time of King Asoka, 250 BC, as we can see by comparing the parts of the Vedanta put into writing before and after Buddha. And ourselves? Even now the ethical socialism of the Faustian soul, its fundamental ethic, as we have seen, is being worked upon by the process of transvaluation as that soul is walled up in the stone of the great cities. Rousseau is the ancestor of this socialism. He stands, like Socrates and Buddha, as the representative spokesman of a great civilization. Rousseau's rejection of all great culture forms and all significant conventions, his famous return to the state of nature, his practical rationalism, are unmistakable evidences. Each of the three buried a millennium of spiritual depth. Each proclaimed his gospel to mankind, but it was to the mankind of the city intelligentsia, which was tired of the town and the late culture, and whose pure, i.e., soulless, reason longed to be free from them and their authoritative form and their hardness, from the symbolism with which it was no longer in living communion and which therefore it detested. The culture was annihilated by discussion. If we pass in review the great 19th century names with which we associate the march of this great drama, Schopenhauer, Hebel, Wagner, Nietzsche, Ibsen, Strindberg, we comprehend in a glance that which Nietzsche, in a fragmentary preface to his incomplete masterwork, deliberately and correctly called the coming of nihilism. Every one of the great cultures knows it, for it is of deep necessity inherent in the finale of these mighty organisms. Socrates was a nihilist, and Buddha. There is an Egyptian or an Arabian or a Chinese desouling of the human being, just as there is a Western. This is a matter not of mere political and economic, nor even of religious and artistic, transformations, nor of any tangible or factual change whatsoever, but of the condition of a soul after it has actualized its possibilities in fall. It is easy, but useless, to point to the bigness of Hellenistic and of modern European achievement. Mass slavery and mass machine production, progress and ataraxia, Alexandrianism and modern science, Pergamum and Bayreuth, social conditions as assumed in Aristotle and as assumed in Marx, are merely symptoms on the historical surface. Not external life and conduct, not institutions and customs, but deepest and last things are in question here: the inward finishedness, Fertigsen, of megalopolitan man, and of the provincial as well. For the classical world this condition sets in with the Roman age, for us it will set in from about the year 2000. Culture and civilization, the living body of a soul and the mummy of it. For Western existence the distinction lies at about the year 1800 on the one side of that frontier life in fullness and sureness of itself, formed by growth from within, in one great uninterrupted evolution from Gothic childhood to Goethe and Napoleon, and on the other the autumnal, artificial, rootless life of our great cities, under forms fashioned by the intellect. Culture and civilization, the organism born of Mother Earth, and the mechanism proceeding from hardened fabric. Culture, man lives inwards. Civilization, man outwards in space and amongst bodies and facts. That which the one feels as destiny the other understands as a linkage of causes and effects, and thenceforward he is a materialist in the sense of the word, valid for, and only valid for, civilization, whether he wills it or no, and whether Buddhist, Stoic or Socialist doctrines wear the garb of religion or not. To Gothic and Doric man, Ionic and Baroque man, the whole vast form world of art, religion, custom, state, knowledge, social life was easy. They could carry it and actualize it without knowing it. They had over the symbolism of the culture that unstrained mastery that Mozart possessed in music. Culture is the self-evident. The feeling of strangeness in these forms, the idea that they are a burden from which creative freedom requires to be relieved, the impulse to overhaul the stock in order by the light of reason to turn it to better account, the fatal imposition of thought upon the inscrutable quality of creativeness, are all symptoms of a soul that is beginning to tire. Only the sick man feels his limbs. When men construct an unmetaphysical religion in opposition to cults and dogmas, when a natural law is set up against historical law, when, in art, styles are invented in place of the style that can no longer be born or mastered, when men conceive of the state as an order of society which not only can be but must be altered, then it is evident that something has definitely broken down. The cosmopolis itself, the supreme inorganic, is there, settled in the midst of the culture landscape, whose men it is uprooting, drawing into itself and using up. Scientific worlds are superficial worlds, practical, soulless and purely extensive worlds. The ideas of Buddhism, of Stoicism, and of Socialism alike rest upon them. Point 10. Life is no longer to be lived as something self-evident, hardly a matter of consciousness, let alone choice, or to be accepted as God-willed destiny, but is to be treated as a problem, presented as the intellect sees it, judged by utilitarian or rational criteria. This, at the back, is what all three mean. The brain rules, because the soul abdicates. Culture, men live unconsciously, civilization, men consciously. The megalopolis, skeptical, practical, artificial, alone represents civilization today. The soil peasantry before its gates does not count. The people means the city people, an inorganic mass, something fluctuating. The peasant is not democratic, this again being a notion belonging to mechanical and urban existence, and he is therefore overlooked, despised, detested. With the vanishing of the old estates, gentry and priesthood, he is the only organic man, the sole relic of the early culture. There is no place for him either in Stoic or in socialistic thought. Thus the Faust of the first part of the tragedy, the passionate student of solitary midnights, is logically the progenitor of the Faust of the second part and the new century, the type of a purely practical, far-seeing, outward-directed activity. In him Goethe presaged, psychologically, the whole future of West Europe. He is civilization in the place of culture, external mechanism in place of internal organism, intellect as the petri fact of extinct soul. As the Faust of the beginning is to the Faust of the end, so the Hellene of Pericles' age is to the Roman of Caesar's. V. So long as the man of a culture that is approaching its fulfillment still continues to live straight before him naturally and unquestioningly, his life has a settled conduct. This is the instinctive morale, which may disguise itself in 1,000 controversial forms but which he himself does not contract overt, because he has it. As soon as life is fatigued, as soon as a man is put onto the artificial soil of great cities which are intellectual worlds to themselves and needs a theory in which suitably to present life to himself, morale turns into a problem. Culture morale is that which a man has. Civilization morale that which he looks for. The one is too deep to be exhaustible by logical means, the other is a function of logic. As late as Plato and as late as Kant, ethics are still mere dialectics, a game with concepts, or the rounding off of a metaphysical system, something that at bottom would not be thought really necessary. The categorical imperative is merely an abstract statement of what, for Kant, was not in question at all. But with Zeno and with Schopenhauer this is no longer so. It had become necessary to discover, to invent, or to squeeze into form, as a rule of being, that which was no longer anchored in instinct, and at this point therefore begin the civilized ethics that are no longer the reflection of life but the reflection of knowledge upon life. One feels that there is something artificial, soulless, half-true in all these considered systems that fill the first centuries of all the civilizations. They are not those profound and almost unearthly creations that are worthy to rank with the great arts. All metaphysic of the high style, all pure intuition, vanishes before the one need that has suddenly made itself felt, the need of a practical morale for the governance of a life that can no longer govern itself. Up to Kant, up to Aristotle, up to the Yoga and Vedanta doctrines, philosophy had been a sequence of grand world systems in which formal ethics occupied a very modest place. But now it became moral philosophy with a metaphysic as background. The enthusiasm of epistemology had to give way to hard practical needs. Socialism, Stoicism, and Buddhism are philosophies of this type. To look at the world, no longer from the heights as Aeschylus, Plato, Dante, and Goethe did, but from the standpoint of oppressive actualities is to exchange the bird's perspective for the frog's. This exchange is a fair measure of the fall from culture to civilization. Every ethic is a formulation of a soul's view of its destiny, heroic or practical, grand or commonplace, manly or old manly. I distinguish, therefore, between a tragic and a plebeian morale. The tragic morale of a culture knows and grasps the heaviness of being, but it draws therefrom the feeling of pride that enables the burden to be borne. So Aeschylus, Shakespeare, the thinkers of the Brahmin philosophy felt it, so Dante and German Catholicism. It is heard in the stern battle hymn of Lutheranism, Ein Festberg ist unser Gott, and it echoes still in the Marseillaise. The plebeian morale of Epicurus and the Stoa, the sects of Buddha's day and the 19th century, made rather battle plans for the outmaneuvering of destiny. What Aeschylus did in grand, the Stoa did in little, no more fullness, but poverty, coldness, and emptiness of life, and all that Roman bigness achieved was to intensify this same intellectual chill and void. And there is the same relation between the ethical passion of the great Baroque masters Shakespeare, Bach, Kant, Goethe, the manly will to inward mastery of natural things that it felt to be far below itself, and modern Europe's state provision, humanity ideals, world peace, greatest happiness of greatest number, etc., which express the will to an outward clearance from the path of things that are on the same level. This, no less than the other, is a manifestation of the will to power, as against the classical endurance of the inevitable, but the fact remains that material bigness is not the same as metaphysical majesty of achievement. The former lacks depth, lacks that which former men had called God. The Faustian world feeling of deed, which had been efficient in every great man from the Hohenstaufen and the Welf to Frederick the Great, Goethe, and Napoleon, smooths itself down to a philosophy of work. Whether such a philosophy attacks or defends work does not affect its inward value. The culture idea of deed and the civilization idea of work are related as the attitude of Aeschylus's Prometheus and that of Diogenes. The one suffers and bears, the other lolls. It was deeds of science that Galileo, Kepler, and Newton performed, but it is scientific work that the modern physicist carries out. And, in spite of all the great words from Schopenhauer to Shaw, it is the plebeian morale of everyday and sound human reason that is the basis of all our expositions and discussions of life. 6. Each culture, further, has its own mode of spiritual extinction, which is that which follows of necessity from its life as a whole. And hence Buddhism, Stoicism, and Socialism are morphologically equivalent as end phenomena. For even Buddhism is such. Hitherto the deeper meaning of it has always been misunderstood. It was not a Puritan movement like, for instance, Islamism and Jansenism, not a reformation as the Dionysiac wave was for the Apollinia world, and, quite generally, not a religion like the religions of the Vedas or the religion of the Apostle Paul 11, but a final and purely practical world sentiment of tired megalopolitans who had a closed-off culture behind them and no future before them. It was the basic feeling of the Indian civilization and as such both equivalent to and contemporary with Stoicism and Socialism. The quintessence of this thoroughly worldly and unmetaphysical thought is to be found in the famous sermon near Benares, the Four Noble Truths that won the Prince philosopher his first adherence. 12 Its roots lay in the rationalist atheistic Sankhya philosophy, the worldview of which it tacitly accepts, just as the social ethic of the 19th century comes from the sensualism and materialism of the 18th, and the Stoa, in spite of its superficial exploitation of Heraclitus, is derived from Protagoras and the Sophists. In each case it is the all-power of reason that is the starting point from which to discuss morale, and religion, in the sense of belief in anything metaphysical, does not enter into the matter. Nothing could be more irreligious than these systems in their original forms, and it is these, and not derivatives of them belonging to later stages of the civilizations, that concern us here. Buddhism rejects all speculation about God and the cosmic problems. Only self and the conduct of actual life are important to it. And it definitely did not recognize a soul. The standpoint of the Indian psychologist of early Buddhism was that of the Western psychologist and the Western socialist of today, who reduce the inward man to a bundle of sensations and an aggregation of electrochemical energies. The teacher Nagasena tells King Milinda 13 that the parts of the car in which he is journeying are not the car itself, that car is only a word, and that so also is the soul. The spiritual elements are designated skandhas, groups, and are impermanent. Here is complete correspondence with the ideas of association psychology, and in fact the doctrines of Buddha contain much materialism. 14 As the Stoic appropriated Heraclitus's idea of logos and flattened it to a materialist sense, as the socialism based on Darwin has mechanicalized, with the aid of Hegel, Goethe's deep idea of development, so Buddhism treated the Brahman notion of karma, the idea, hardly achievable in our thought, of a being actively completing itself. Often enough it regarded this quite materially as a world stuff under transformation. What we have before us is three forms of nihilism, using the word in Nietzsche's sense. In each case, the ideals of yesterday, the religious and artistic and political forms that have grown up through the centuries, are undone, yet even in this last act, this self-repudiation, each several culture employs the prime symbol of its whole existence. The Faustian nihilist Ibsen or Nietzsche, Marx, or Wagner shatters the ideals. The Apollinian Epicurus or Antis thence or Zeno watches them crumble before his eyes. And the Indian withdraws from their presence into himself. Stoicism is directed to individual self-management, to statuesque and purely present being, without regard to future or past or neighbor. Socialism is the dynamic treatment of the same theme. It is defensive like Stoicism, but what it defends is not the pose but the working out of the life, and more, it is offensive defensive, for with a powerful thrust into distance it spreads itself into all future and over all mankind, which shall be brought under one single regimen. Buddhism, which only a mere dabbler in religious research could compare with Christianity 15, is hardly reproducible in words of the Western languages. But it is permissible to speak of a Stoic nirvana and point to the figure of Diogenes, and even the notion of a socialist nirvana has its justification insofar that European weariness covers its flight from the struggle for existence under catchwords of world peace, humanity, and brotherhood of man. Still, none of this comes anywhere near the strange profundity of the Buddhist conception of nirvana. It would seem as though the soul of an old culture, when from its last refinements it is passing into death, clings, as it were, jealously to the property that is most essentially its own, to its form content and the innate prime symbol. There is nothing in Buddhism that could be regarded as Christian, nothing in Stoicism that is to be found in the Islam of AD 1000, nothing that Confucius shares with socialism. The phrase si duo faciant idem, non est idem, which ought to appear at the head of every historical work that deals with living and uniquely occurring becomings and not with logically, causally, and numerically comprehensible becomes, is specially applicable to these final expressions of culture movements. In all civilizations, being ceases to be suffused with soul and comes to be suffused with intellect, but in each several civilization the intellect is of a particular structure and subject to the form language of a particular symbolism. And just because of all this individualness of the being which, working in the unconscious, fashions the last phase creations on the historical surface, relationship of the instances to one another in point of historical position becomes decisively important. What they bring to expression is different in each case, but the fact that they bring it to expression so marks them as contemporary with one another. The Buddhistic abnegation of full resolute life has a Stoic flavor, the Stoic abnegation of the same a Buddhistic flavor. Allusion has already been made to the affinity between the catharsis of the Attic drama and the nirvana idea. One's feeling is that ethical socialism, although a century has already been given to its development, has not yet reached the clear, hard, resigned form of its own that it will finally possess. Probably the next decades will impart to it the ripe formulation that Chrysippus imparted to the Stoa. But even now there is a look of the Stoa in socialism, when it is that of the higher order and the narrower appeal, when its tendency is the Roman-Prussian and entirely unpopular tendency to self-discipline and self-renunciation from sense of great duty, and a look of Buddhism in its contempt for momentary ease and carpe diem. And, on the other hand, it has unmistakably the Epicurean look in that mode of it which alone makes it effective downward and outward as a popular ideal, in which it is a hedonism, not indeed of each for himself, but, of individuals in the name of all. Every soul has religion, which is only another word for its existence. All living forms in which it expresses itself, all arts, doctrines, customs, all metaphysical and mathematical form worlds, all ornament, every column and verse and idea are ultimately religious, and must be so. But from the setting in of civilization they cannot be so any longer. As the essence of every culture is religion, so and consequently the essence of every civilization is irreligion. The two words are synonymous. He who cannot feel this in the creativeness of Manet as against Velázquez, of Wagner as against Haydn, of Lysippus as against Phidias, of Theocritus as against Pindar, knows not what the best means in art. Even Rococo in its worldliest creations is still religious. But the buildings of Rome, even when they are temples, are irreligious. The one touch of religious architecture that there was in old Rome was the intrusive Magian-souled Pantheon, first of the mosques. The megalopolis itself, as against the old culture towns, Alexandria as against Athens, Paris as against Bruges, Berlin as against Nuremberg, is irreligious 16 down to the last detail, down to the look of the streets, the dry intelligence of the faces. 17 And, correspondingly, the ethical sentiments belonging to the form language of the megalopolis are irreligious and soulless also. Socialism is the Faustian world feeling become irreligious. Christianity, so-called, and qualified even as true Christianity, is always on the lips of the English socialist, to whom it seems to be something in the nature of a dogma-less morale. Stoicism also was irreligious as compared with Orphic religion, and Buddhism as compared with Vedic, and it is of no importance whatever that the Roman Stoic approved and conformed to emperor worship, that the later Buddhist sincerely denied his atheism, or that the socialist calls himself an earnest freethinker or even goes on believing in God. It is this extinction of living inner religiousness, which gradually tells upon even the most insignificant element in a man's being, that becomes phenomenal in the historical world picture at the turn from the culture to the civilization, the climacteric of the culture, as I have already called it, the time of change in which a mankind loses its spiritual fruitfulness forever, and building takes the place of begetting. Unfruitfulness, understanding the word in all its direct seriousness, marks the brain man of the megalopolis, as the sign of fulfilled destiny, and it is one of the most impressive facts of historical symbolism that the change manifests itself not only in the extinction of great art, of great courtesy, of great formal thought, of the great style in all things, but also quite carnally in the childlessness and race suicide of the civilized and rootless strata, a phenomenon not peculiar to ourselves but already observed and deplored, and of course not remedied in Imperial Rome and Imperial China. 7. As to the living representatives of these new and purely intellectual creations, the men of the new order upon whom every decline time founds such hopes, we cannot be in any doubt. They are the fluid megalopolitan populace, the rootless city mass, Omicron pi Omicron lambda lambda Omicron, as Athens called it, that has replaced the people, the culture folk that was sprung from the soil and peasant-like even when it lived in towns. They are the marketplace loungers of Alexandria and Rome, the newspaper readers of our own corresponding time, the educated man who then and now makes a cult of intellectual mediocrity and a church of advertisement. 18. The man of the theaters and places of amusement, of sport, and bestsellers. It is this late appearing mass and not mankind that is the object of Stoic and Socialist propaganda, and one could match it with equivalent phenomena in the Egyptian New Empire, Buddhist India, and Confucian China. Correspondingly, there is a characteristic form of public effect, the diatribe. 19. First observed as a Hellenistic phenomenon, it is an efficient form in all civilizations. Dialectical, practical, and plebeian through and through, it replaces the old meaningful and far-ranging creation of the great man by the unrestrained agitation of the small and shrewd, ideas by aims, symbols by programs. The expansion element common to all civilizations, the imperialistic substitution of outer space for inner spiritual space, characterizes this also. Quantity replaces quality, spreading replaces deepening. We must not confuse this hurried and shallow activity with the Faustian will to power. All it means is that creative inner life is at an end and intellectual existence can only be kept up materially, by outward effect in the space of the city. Diatribe belongs necessarily to the religion of the irreligious and is the characteristic form that the cure of souls takes therein. It appears as the Indian preaching, the classical rhetoric, and the Western journalism. It appeals not to the best but to the most, and it values its means according to the number of successes obtained by them. It substitutes for the old thoughtfulness and intellectual male prostitution by speech and writing, which fills and dominates the halls and the marketplaces of the megalopolis. As the whole of Hellenistic philosophy is rhetorical, so the social ethical system of Zola's novel and Ibsen's drama is journalistic. If Christianity in its original expansion became involved with this spiritual prostitution, it must not be confounded with it. The essential point of Christian missionarism has almost always been missed. Primitive Christianity was a Magian religion and the soul of its founder was utterly incapable of this brutal activity without tact or depth. And it was the Hellenistic practice of Paul that, against the determined opposition of the original community, as we all know, introduced it into the noisy, urban, demagogic publicity of the Imperium Romanum. Slight as his Hellenistic tincture may have been, it sufficed to make him outwardly a part of the classical civilization. Jesus had drawn unto himself fishermen and peasants, Paul devoted himself to the marketplaces of the great cities and the megalopolitan form of propaganda. The word pagan, man of the heath or countryside, survives to this day to tell us who it was that this propaganda affected last. What a difference, indeed what diametrical opposition, between Paul and Boniface, the passionate Faustian of woods and lone valleys, the joyous cultivating Cistercians, the Teutonic knights of the Slavonic East. Here was youth once more, blossoming and yearning in a peasant landscape, and not until the 19th century, when that landscape and all pertaining to it had aged into a world based on the megalopolis and inhabited by the masses, did diatribe appear in it. A true peasantry enters into the field of view of socialism as little as it did into those of Buddha and the Stoa. It is only now, in the Western megalopolis, that the equivalent of the Paul type emerges, to figure in Christian or anti-Christian, social or theosophical causes, free thought or the making of religious fancy wear. This decisive turn towards the one remaining kind of life, that is, life as a fact, seen biologically and under causality relations instead of as destiny, is particularly manifest in the ethical passion with which men now turn to philosophies of digestion, nutrition, and hygiene. Alcohol questions, arid vegetarianism are treated with religious earnestness, such, apparently, being the gravest problems that the men of the new order, the generations of frog perspective, are capable of tackling. Religions, as they are when they stand newborn on the threshold of the new culture, the Vedic, the Orphic, the Christianity of Jesus and the Faustian Christianity of the old Germany of chivalry, would have felt it degradation even to glance at questions of this kind. Nowadays, one rises to them. Buddhism is unthinkable without a bodily diet to match its spiritual diet, and amongst the sophists, in the circle of antis thence, in the Stoa and amongst the skeptics, such questions became ever more and more prominent. Even Aristotle wrote on the alcohol question, and a whole series of philosophers took up that of vegetarianism. And the only difference between Apollinian and Faustian methods here is that the cynic theorized about his own digestion while Shaw treats of everybody's. The one disinterests himself, the other dictates. Even Nietzsche, as we know, handled such questions with relish in his Ecce Homo. 8. Let us, once more, review socialism, independently of the economic movement of the same name, as the Faustian example of civilization ethics. Its friends regard it as the form of the future, its enemies as a sign of downfall, and both are equally right. We are all socialists, wittingly or unwittingly, willingly or unwillingly. Even resistance to it wears its form. Similarly, and equally necessarily, all classical men of the late period were Stoics unawares. The whole Roman people, as a body, has a Stoic soul. The genuine Roman, the very man who fought Stoicism hardest, was a Stoic of a stricter sort than ever a Greek was. The Latin language of the last centuries before Christ was the mightiest of Stoic creations. Ethical socialism is the maximum possible of attainment to a life feeling under the aspect of aims, 20 for the directional movement of life that is felt as time and destiny, when it hardens, takes the form of an intellectual machinery of means and end. Direction is the living, aim the dead. The passionate energy of the advance is genetically Faustian, the mechanical remainder progress is specifically socialistic, the two being related as body and skeleton. And of the two it is the generic quality that distinguishes socialism from Buddhism and Stoicism. These, with their respective ideals of nirvana and ataraxia, are no less mechanical in design than socialism is, but they know nothing of the latter's dynamic energy of expansion, of its will to infinity, of its passion of the third dimension. In spite of its foreground appearances, ethical socialism is not a system of compassion, humanity, peace, and kindly care, but one of will to power. Any other reading of it is illusory. The aim is through and through imperialist, welfare, but welfare in the expansive sense, the welfare not of the diseased but of the energetic man who ought to be given and must be given freedom to do, regardless of obstacles of wealth, birth, and tradition. Amongst us, sentimental morale, morale directed to happiness and usefulness, is never the final instinct, however we may persuade ourselves otherwise. The head and front of moral modernity must ever be Kant, who, in this respect Rousseau's pupil, excludes from his ethics the motive of compassion and lays down the formula acts so that, all ethic in this style expresses and is meant to express the will to infinity, and this will demands conquest of the moment, the present, and the foreground of life. In place of the Socratic formula knowledge is virtue we have, even in Bacon, the formula knowledge is power. The Stoic takes the world as he finds it, but the socialist wants to organize and recast it in form and substance, to fill it with his own spirit. The Stoic adapts himself, the socialist commands. he would have the whole world bear the form of his view, thus transferring the idea of the critique of pure reason into the ethical field. This is the ultimate meaning of the categorical imperative, which he brings to bear in political, social, and economic matters alike act as though the maxims that you practice were to become by your will the law for all. And this tyrannical tendency is not absent from even the shallowest phenomena of the time. It is not attitude and mien, but activity that is to be given form. As in China and in Egypt, life only counts insofar as it is deed. And it is the mechanicalizing of the organic concept of deed that leads to the concept of work as commonly understood, the civilized form of Faustian affecting. This morale, the insistent tendency to give to life the most active forms imaginable, is stronger than reason, whose moral programs, be they never so reverenced, inwardly believed, or ardently championed, are only effective insofar as they either lie, or are mistakenly supposed to lie, in the direction of this force. Otherwise they remain mere words. We have to distinguish, in all modernism, between the popular side with its dolce far niente, its solicitude for health, happiness, freedom from care, and universal peace, in a word, its supposedly Christian ideals, and the higher ethos which values deeds only, which, like everything else that is Faustian, is neither understood nor desired by the masses, which grandly idealizes the aim and therefore work. If we would set against the Roman panem et circenses, the final life symbol of Epicurean Stoic existence, and, at bottom, of Indian existence also, some corresponding symbol of the North, and of old China and Egypt, it would be the right to work. This was the basis of Fichte's thoroughly Prussian, and now European, conception of state socialism, and in the last terrible stages of evolution it will culminate in the duty to work. Think, lastly, of the Napoleonic in it, the aere perennius, the will to duration. Apollinian man looked back to a golden age, this relieved him of the trouble of thinking upon what was still to come. The socialist, the dying Faust of Part 2, is the man of historical care, who feels the future as his task and aim, and accounts the happiness of the moment as worthless in comparison. The classical spirit, with its oracles and its omens, wants only to know the future, but the Westerner would shape it. The third kingdom is the Germanic ideal. From Joachim of Flores to Nietzsche and Ibsen, arrows of yearning to the other bank, as the Zarathustra says, every great man has linked his life to an eternal morning. Alexander's life was a wondrous paroxysm, a dream which conjured up the Homeric ages from the grave. Napoleon's life was an immense toil, not for himself nor for France, but for the future. It is well, at this point, to recall once more that each of the different great cultures has pictured world history in its own special way. Classical man only saw himself and his fortunes as statically present with himself, and did not ask whence or whither. Universal history was for him an impossible notion. This is the static way of looking at history. Magian man sees it as the great cosmic drama of creation and foundering, the struggle between soul and spirit, good and evil, God and devil, a strictly defined happening with, as its culmination, one single peripeteia, the appearance of the Savior. Faustian man sees in history a tense unfolding towards an aim, its ancient medieval modern sequence is a dynamic image. He cannot picture history to himself in any other way. This scheme of three parts is not indeed world history as such, general world history. But it is the image of world history as it is conceived in the Faustian style. It begins to be true and consistent with the beginning of the Western culture and ceases with its ceasing, and socialism in the highest sense is logically the crown of it, the form of its conclusive state that has been implicit in it from Gothic onwards. And here socialism, in contrast to Stoicism and Buddhism, becomes tragic. It is of the deepest significance that Nietzsche, so completely clear and sure in dealing with what should be destroyed, what transvalued, loses himself in nebulous generalities as soon as he comes to discuss the whither, the aim. His criticism of decadence is unanswerable, but his theory of the Superman is a castle in the air. It is the same with Ibsen, Brand and Rosmersholm, Emperor and Galilean and Master Builder, and with Hebel, with Wagner, and with everyone else. And therein lies a deep necessity, for, from Rousseau onwards, Faustian man has nothing more to hope for in anything pertaining to the grand style of life. Something has come to an end. The northern soul has exhausted its inner possibilities, and of the dynamic force and insistence that had expressed itself in world historical visions of the future, visions of millennial scope, nothing remains but the mere pressure, the passion yearning to create, the form without the content. This soul was will and nothing but will. It needed an aim for its Columbus longing, it had to give its inherent activity at least the illusion of a meaning and an object. And so the keener critic will find a trace of Hjalmar Ekdal in all modernity, even its highest phenomena. Ibsen called it the lie of life. There is something of this lie in the entire intellect of the Western civilization, so far as this applies itself to the future of religion, of art, or of philosophy, to a social ethical aim, a third kingdom. For deep down beneath it all is the gloomy feeling, not to be repressed, that all this hectic zeal is the effort of a soul that may not and cannot rest to deceive itself. This is the tragic situation, the inversion of the Hamlet motive that produced Nietzsche's strained conception of a return, which nobody really believed but he himself clutched fast lest the feeling of a mission should slip out of him. This life's lie is the foundation of Bayreuth, which would be something whereas Pergamum was something, and a thread of it runs through the entire fabric of socialism, political, economic and ethical, which forces itself to ignore the annihilating seriousness of its own final implications, so as to keep alive the illusion of the historical necessity of its own existence. 9. It remains, now, to say a word as to the morphology of a history of philosophy. There is no such thing as philosophy in itself. Every culture has its own philosophy, which is a part of its total symbolic expression and forms with its posing of problems and methods of thought an intellectual ornamentation that is closely related to that of architecture and the arts of form. From the high and distant standpoint, it matters very little what truths thinkers have managed to formulate in words within their respective schools, for, here as in every great art, it is the schools, conventions, and repertory of forms that are the basic elements. Infinitely more important than the answers are the questions, the choice of them, the inner form of them. For it is the particular way in which a macrocosm presents itself to the understanding man of a particular culture that determines a priori the whole necessity of asking them, and the way in which they are asked. The classical and the Faustian cultures, and equally the Indian and the Chinese, have each their proper ways of asking, and further, in each case, all the great questions have been posed at the very outset. There is no modern problem that the Gothic did not see and bring into form, no Hellenistic problem that did not of necessity come up for the old Orphic temple teachings. It is of no importance whether the subtilizing turn of mind expresses itself here in oral tradition and there in books, whether such books are personal creations of an eye as they are amongst ourselves, or anonymous fluid masses of texts as in India, and whether the result is a set of comprehensible systems or, as in Egypt, glimpses of the last secrets are veiled in expressions of art and ritual. Whatever the variations, the general course of philosophies as organisms is the same. At the beginning of every springtime period, philosophy, intimately related to great architecture and religion, is the intellectual echo of a mighty metaphysical living, and its task is to establish critically the sacred causality in the world image seen with the eye of faith. The basic distinctions, not only of science but also of philosophy, are dependent on, not divorced from, the elements of the corresponding religion. In this springtime, thinkers are, not merely in spirit but actually in status, priests. Such were the schoolmen and the mystics of the Gothic and the Vedic as of the Homeric 21 and the early Arabian centuries. With the setting in of the late period, and not earlier, philosophy becomes urban and worldly, frees itself from subservience to religion and even dares to make that religion itself the object of epistemological criticism. The great theme of Brahman, Ionic and Baroque philosophies is the problem of knowing. The urban spirit turns to look at itself, in order to establish the proposition that there is no higher judgment seat of knowing beyond itself, and with that thought draws nearer to higher mathematics, and instead of priests we have men of the world, statesmen and merchants and discoverers, tested in high places and by high tasks, whose ideas about thought rest upon deep experience of life. Of such are the series of great thinkers from Thales to Protagoras and from Bacon to Hume, and the series of pre-Confucian and pre-Buddha thinkers of whom we hardly know more than the fact that they existed. At the end of such series stand Kant and Aristotle 22, and after them there set in the civilization philosophies. In every culture, thought mounts to a climax, setting the questions at the outset and answering them with ever-increasing force of intellectual expression and, as we have said before, ornamental significance until exhausted, and then it passes into a decline in which the problems of knowing are in every respect stale repetitions of no significance. There is a metaphysical period, originally of a religious and finally of a rationalistic cast, in which thought and life still contain something of chaos, an unexploited fund that enables them effectively to create, and an ethical period in which life itself, now become megalopolitan, appears to call for inquiry and has to turn the still available remainder of philosophical creative power onto its own conduct and maintenance. In the one period life reveals itself, the other has life as its object. The one is theoretical, contemplative, in the grand sense, the other perforce practical. Even the Kantian system is in its deepest characters contemplated in the first instance and only afterwards logically and systematically formulated and ordered. We see this evidenced in Kant's attitude to mathematics. No one is a genuine metaphysician who has not penetrated into the form world of numbers, who has not lived them into himself as a symbolism. And in fact it was the great thinkers of the Baroque who created the analytical mathematic, and the same is true, mutatis mutandis, of the great pre-Socratics and Plato. Descartes and Leibniz stand beside Newton and Gauss, Pythagoras and Plato by Archytas and Archimedes, at the summits of mathematical development. But already in Kant the philosopher has become, as mathematician, negligible. Kant no more penetrated to the last subtleties of the calculus as it stood in his own day than he absorbed the axiomatic of Leibniz. The same may be said of Aristotle. And thenceforward there is no philosopher who is counted as a mathematician. Fichte, Hegel, and the Romantics were entirely unmathematical, and so were Zeno 23 and Epicurus. Schopenhauer in this field is weak to the point of crudity, and of Nietzsche the less said the better. When the form world of numbers passed out of its ken, philosophy lost a great convention, and since then it has lacked not only structural strength but also what may be called the grand style of thinking. Schopenhauer himself admitted that he was a hand-to-mouth thinker, Gelegenheitsdenker. With the decline of metaphysics, ethics has outgrown its status as a subordinate element in abstract theory. Henceforth it is philosophy, the other divisions being absorbed into it and practical living becoming the center of consideration. The passion of pure thought sinks down. Metaphysics, mistress yesterday, is handmaid now. All it is required to do is to provide a foundation for practical views. And the foundation becomes more and more superfluous. It becomes the custom to despise and mock at the metaphysical, the unpractical, the philosophy of stone for bread. In Schopenhauer it is for the sake of the fourth book that the first three exist at all. Kant merely thought that it was the same with him. In reality, pure and not applied reason is still his center of creation. There is exactly the same difference in classical philosophy before and after Aristotle. On the one hand, a grandly conceived cosmos to which a formal ethic adds almost nothing, and, on the other, ethics as such, as program, as necessity with a desultory ad hoc metaphysic for basis. And the entire absence of logical scruple with which Nietzsche, for instance, dashes off such theories makes no difference whatever to our appreciation of his philosophy proper. It is well known 24 that Schopenhauer did not proceed to pessimism from his metaphysic but, on the contrary, was led to develop his system by the pessimism that fell upon him in his 17th year. Shaw, a most significant witness, observes in his Quintessence of Ibsenism that one may quite well accept Schopenhauer's philosophy and reject his metaphysics, therein quite accurately discriminating between that which makes him the first thinker of the new age and that which is included because an obsolete tradition held it to be indispensable in a complete philosophy. No one would undertake to divide Kant thus, and the attempt would not succeed if it were made. But with Nietzsche one has no difficulty in perceiving that his philosophy was through and through an inner and very early experience, While he covered his metaphysical requirements rapidly and often imperfectly by the aid of a few books, and never managed to state even his ethical theory with any exactitude. Just the same overlay of living seasonable ethical thought on a stratum of metaphysics required by convention, but in fact superfluous, is to be found in Epicurus and the Stoics. We need have no doubt after this as to what is the essence of a civilization philosophy. Strict metaphysics has exhausted its possibilities. The world city has definitely overcome the land, and now its spirit fashions a theory proper to itself, directed of necessity outward, soulless. Henceforward, we might with some justice replace the word soul by the word brain. And, since in the Western brain the will to power, the tyrannical set towards the future and purpose to organize everybody and everything, demands practical expression, ethics, as it loses touch more and more with its metaphysical past, steadily assumes a social ethical and social economic character. The philosophy of the present that starts from Hegel and Schopenhauer is, so far as it represents the spirit of the age, which, example Lotze and Herbart do not, a critique of society. The attention that the Stoic gave to his own body, the Westerner devotes to the body social. It is not chance that Hegelian philosophy has given rise to socialism, Marx, Engels, to anarchism, Stirner, and to the problem-posing social drama, Hebel. Socialism is political economy converted into the ethical and, moreover, the imperative mood. So long as a metaphysic existed, that is, till Kant, political economy remained a science. But as soon as philosophy became synonymous with practical ethics, it replaced mathematics as the basis of thought about the world, hence the importance of Cousin, Bentham, Comte, Mill, and Spencer. To choose his material at will is not given to the philosopher, neither is the material of philosophy always and everywhere the same. There are no eternal questions, but only questions arising out of the feelings of a particular being and posed by it. Allsverganglich ist nur ein Gleichnis applies also to every genuine philosophy as the intellectual expression of this being, as the actualization of spiritual possibilities in a form world of concepts, judgments, and thought structures comprised in the living phenomenon of its author. Any and every such philosophy is, from the first word to the last, from its most abstract proposition to its most telltale trait of personality, a thing become, mirrored over from soul into world, from the realm of freedom into that of necessity, from the immediate living into the dimensional logical, and on that very account it is mortal, and its life has prescribed rhythm and duration. The choice of them, therefore, is subject to strict necessity. Each epoch has its own, important for itself and for no other epoch. It is the mark of the born philosopher that he sees his epoch and his theme with a sure eye. Apart from this, there is nothing of any importance in philosophical production, merely technical knowledge and the industry requisite for the building up of systematic and conceptual subtleties. Consequently, the distinctive philosophy of the 19th century is only ethics and social critique in the productive sense, nothing more. And consequently, again, its most important representatives, apart from actual practitioners, are the dramatists. They are the real philosophers of Faustian activism, and compared with them not one of the lecture room philosophers and systematics counts at all. All that these unimportant pedants have done for us is to write and rewrite the history of philosophy, and what history? Collections of dates and results, so that no one today knows what the history of philosophy is or what it might be. Thanks to this, the deep organic unity in the thought of this epoch has never yet been perceived. The essence of it, from the philosophical point of view, can be precised by asking the question, in how far is Shaw the pupil and fulfiller of Nietzsche? The question is put in no ironic spirit. Shaw is the one thinker of eminence who has consistently advanced in the same direction as that of the true Nietzsche, namely, productive criticism of the Western morale while following out as poet the last implications of Ibsen and devoting the balance of the artistic creativeness that is in him to practical discussions. Save insofar as the belated romanticist in him has determined the style, sound, and attitude of his philosophy, Nietzsche is in every respect a disciple of the materialistic decades. That which drew him with such passion to Schopenhauer was, not that he himself or anyone else was conscious of it, that element of Schopenhauer's doctrine by which he destroyed the great metaphysic and, without meaning to do so, parroted his master Kant, that is to say, the modification of all deep ideas of the Baroque age into tangible and mechanistic notions. Kant speaks in inadequate words, which hide a mighty and scarcely apprehensible intuition, an intuition of the world as appearance or phenomenon. In Schopenhauer this becomes the world as brain phenomenon, Gehirnphänomen. The changeover from tragic philosophy to philosophical plebeianism is complete. It will be enough to cite one passage. In The World as Will and Ideas, Schopenhauer says, the will, as thing in itself, constitutes the inner, true, and indestructible essence of the man. In itself, however, it is without consciousness. For the consciousness is conditioned by the intellect, and this is a mere accident of our being, since it is a function of the brain, and that again, with its dependent nerves and spinal cord, is a mere fruit, a product, nay, even a parasite of the rest of the organism, inasmuch as it does not intervene directly in the latter's activities but only serves a purpose of self-preservation by regulating its relations with the outer world. Here we have exactly the fundamental position of the flattest materialism. It was not for nothing that Schopenhauer, like Rousseau before him, studied the English sensualists. From them he learned to misread Kant in the spirit of megalopolitan utilitarian modernity. The intellect as instrument of the will to life, 25 as weapon in the struggle for existence, the ideas brought to grotesque expression by Shaw in Man and Superman. It was because this was his view of the world that Schopenhauer became the fashionable philosopher when Darwin's main work was published in 1859. In contrast to Schelling, Hegel, and Fichte, he was a philosopher, and the only philosopher, whose metaphysical propositions could be absorbed with ease by intellectual mediocrity. The clarity of which he was so proud threatened at every moment to reveal itself as triviality. While retaining enough of formula to produce an atmosphere of profundity and exclusiveness, he presented the civilized view of the world complete and assimilable. His system is anticipated Darwinism, and the speech of Kant and the concepts of the Indians are simply clothing. In his book Über den Willen in der Natur, 1835, we find already the struggle for self-preservation in nature, the human intellect as master weapon in that struggle, and sexual love as unconscious selection according to biological interest. Point 26. It is the view that Darwin, via Malthus, brought to bear with irresistible success in the field of zoology. The economic origin of Darwinism is shown by the fact that the system deduced from the similarities between men and the higher animals ceases to fit even at the level of the plant world and becomes positively absurd as soon as it is seriously attempted to apply it with its will tendency, natural selection, mimicry, to primitive organic forms. Proof, to the Darwinian, means the ordering and pictorial presentation of a selection of facts so that they conform to his historico-dynamic basic feeling of evolution. Darwinism, that is to say, that totality of very varied and discrepant ideas, in which the common factor is merely the application of the causality principle to living things, which therefore is a method and not a result, was known in all details to the 18th century. Rousseau was championing the ape-man theory as early as 1754. What Darwin originated is only the Manchester school system, and it is this latent political element in it that accounts for its popularity. The spiritual unity of the century is manifest enough here. From Schopenhauer to Shaw, everyone has been, without being aware of it, bringing the same principle into form. Everyone, including even those who, like Hegel, knew nothing of Darwin, is a derivative of the evolution idea and of the shallow civilized and not the deep Goethean form of it, at that whether he issues it with a biological or an economic imprint. There is evolution, too, in the evolution idea itself, which is Faustian through and through, which displays, in sharpest contrast to Aristotle's timeless Entlechtheit idea, all our passionate urgency towards infinite future, our will and sense of aim, which is so immanent in, so specific to, the Faustian spirit as to be the a priori form rather than the discovered principle of our nature picture. And in the evolution of evolution we find the same change taking place as elsewhere, the turn of the culture to the civilization. In Goethe evolution is upright, in Darwin it is flat, in Goethe organic, in Darwin mechanical, in Goethe an experience and emblem, in Darwin a matter of cognition and law. To Goethe evolution meant inward fulfillment, to Darwin it meant progress. Darwin's struggle for existence, which he read into nature and not out of it, is only the plebeian form of that primary feeling which in Shakespeare's tragedies moves the great realities against one another, but what Shakespeare inwardly saw, felt, and actualized in his figures as destiny, Darwinism comprehends as causal connection and formulates as a superficial system of utilities. And it is this system and not this primary feeling that is the basis of the utterances of Zarathustra, the tragedy of ghosts, the problems of the Ring of the Nibelungs. Only, it was with terror that Schopenhauer, the first of his line, perceived what his own knowledge meant, that is the root of his pessimism, and the Tristan music of his adherent Wagner is its highest expression, whereas the late men, and foremost among them Nietzsche, face it with enthusiasm, though it is true, the enthusiasm is sometimes rather forced. Nietzsche's breach with Wagner, that last product of the German spirit over which greatness broods, marks his silent change of school allegiance, his unconscious step from Schopenhauer to Darwin, from the metaphysical to the physiological formulation of the same world feeling, from the denial to the affirmation of the aspect that in fact is common to both, the one seeing as will to life what the other regards as struggle for existence. In his Schopenhauer als Erzieher he still means by evolution an inner ripening, but the Superman is the product of evolution as machinery. And Zarathustra is ethically the outcome of an unconscious protest against Parsifal, which artistically entirely governs it of the rivalry of one evangelist for another. But Nietzsche was also a socialist without knowing it. Not his catchwords, but his instincts, were socialistic, practical, directed to that welfare of mankind that Goethe and Kant never spent a thought upon. Materialism, socialism, and Darwinism are only artificially and on the surface separable. It was this that made it possible for Shaw in the third act of Man and Superman, one of the most important and significant of the works that issued from the transition, to obtain, by giving just a small and indeed perfectly logical turn to the tendencies of master morale and the production of the Superman, the specific maxims of his own socialism. Here Shaw was only expressing with remorseless clarity and full consciousness of the commonplace, what the uncompleted portion of the Zarathustra would have said with Wagnerian theatricality and woolly romanticism. All that we are concerned to discover in Nietzsche's reasoning is its practical basis and consequences, which proceed of necessity from the structure of modern public life. He moves amongst vague ideas like new values, Superman, Cinder Erde, and declines or fears to shape them more precisely. Shaw does it. Nietzsche observes that the Darwinian idea of the Superman evokes the notion of breeding, and stops there, leaves it at a sounding phrase. Shaw pursues the question, for there is no object in talking about it if nothing is going to be done about it, asks how it is to be achieved, and from that comes to demand the transformation of mankind into a stud farm. But this is merely the conclusion implicit in the Zarathustra, which Nietzsche was not bold enough, or was too fastidious, to draw. If we do talk of systematic breeding, a completely materialistic and utilitarian notion, we must be prepared to answer the questions, who shall breed what, where and how? But Nietzsche, too romantic to face the very prosaic social consequences and to expose poetic ideas to the test of facts, omits to say that his whole doctrine, as a derivative of Darwinism, presupposes socialism and, moreover, socialistic compulsion as the means, that any systematic breeding of a class of higher men requires as condition precedent a strictly socialistic ordering of society, and that this Dionysiac idea, as it involves a common action and is not simply the private affair of detached thinkers, is democratic, turn it how you may. It is the climax of the ethical force of thou shalt, to impose upon the world the form of his will. Faustian man sacrifices even himself. The breeding of the Superman follows from the notion of selection. Nietzsche was an unconscious pupil of Darwin from the time that he wrote aphorisms, but Darwin himself had remolded the evolution ideas of the 18th century according to the Malthusian tendencies of political economy, which he projected on the higher animal world. Malthus had studied the cotton industry in Lancashire, and already in 1857 we have the whole system, only applied to men instead of to beasts, in Buckle's History of English Civilization. In other words, the master morale of this last of the Romantics is derived strangely perhaps but very significantly from that source of all intellectual modernity, the atmosphere of the English factory. The Machiavellism that commended itself to Nietzsche as a Renaissance phenomenon is something closely, one would have supposed, obviously, akin to Darwin's notion of mimicry. It is in fact that of which Marx, that other famous disciple of Malthus, treats in his Das Kapital, the Bible of political, not ethical, socialism. 27 That is the genealogy of Herren moral. The will to power, transferred to the realistic, political, and economic domain, finds its expression in Shaw's Major Barbara. No doubt Nietzsche, as a personality, stands at the culmination of the series of ethical philosophers, but here Shaw the party politician reaches up to his level as a thinker. The will to power is today represented by the two poles of public life, the worker class and the big money and brain men, far more effectually than it ever was by a bourgeois. The millionaire undershaft of Shaw's best comedy is a Superman, though Nietzsche the romanticist would not have recognized his ideal in such a figure. Nietzsche is forever speaking of transvaluations of all values, of a philosophy of the future, which, incidentally, is merely the Western, and not the Chinese or the African future, but when the mists of his thought do come in from the Dionysiac distance and condense into any tangible form, the will to power appears to him in the guise of dagger and poison and never in that of strike and deal. And yet he says that the idea first came to him when he saw the Prussian regiments marching to battle in 1870. The drama, in this epoch, is no longer poetry in the old sense of the culture days, but a form of agitation, debate, and demonstration. The stage has become a moralizing institution. Nietzsche himself often thought of putting his ideas in the dramatic form. Wagner's Nibelung poetry, more especially the first draft of it, 1850, expresses his social revolutionary ideas, and even when, after a circuitous course under influences artistic and non-artistic, he has completed the ring, his Siegfried is still a symbol of the Fourth Estate, his Brunhild still the free woman. The sexual selection of which the Origin of Species enunciated the theory in 1859, was finding its musical expression at the very same time in the third act of Siegfried and in Tristan. It is no accident that Wagner, Hebel, and Ibsen, all practically simultaneously, set to work to dramatize the Nibelung material. Hebel, making the acquaintance in Paris of Engels's writings, expresses, in a letter of April 2, 1844, his surprise at finding that his own conceptions of the social principle of his age, which he was then intending to exemplify in a drama zur Urgent-Einerzeit, coincided precisely with those of the future Communist Manifesto. And, upon first making the acquaintance of Schopenhauer, letter of March 29, 1857, he is equally surprised by the affinity that he finds between the Welt als Wille und Vorstellung and tendencies upon which he had based his Holofernes and his Herods und Mariam. Hebel's diaries, of which the most important portion belongs to the years 1835 to 1845, were, though he did not know it, one of the deepest philosophical efforts of the century. It would be no surprise to find whole sentences of it in Nietzsche, who never knew him and did not always come up to his level. The actual and effective philosophy of the 19th century, then, has as its one genuine theme the will to power. It considers this will to power in civilized intellectual, ethical, or social forms and presents it as will to life, as life force, as practical dynamical principle, as idea, and as dramatic figure. The period that is closed by Shaw corresponds to the period 350 to 250 in the classical. The rest of the 19th century philosophy is, to use Schopenhauer's phrase, professors' philosophy by philosophy professors. The real landmarks are these. Chapter 11. Faustian and Apollinian. Nature Knowledge. I. Helmholtz observed, in a lecture of 1869 that has become famous, that the final aim of natural science is to discover the motions underlying all alteration, and the motive forces thereof, that is, to resolve itself into mechanics. What this resolution into mechanics means is the reference of all qualitative impressions to fixed quantitative base values, that is, to the extended and to change of place therein. It means, further, if we bear in mind the opposition of becoming and become, form and law, image and notion, the referring of the seen nature picture to the imagined picture of a single numerically and structurally measurable order. The specific tendency of all Western mechanics is towards an intellectual conquest by measurement, and it is therefore obliged to look for the essence of the phenomenon in a system of constant elements that are susceptible of full and inclusive appreciation by measurement, of which Helmholtz distinguishes motion, using the word in its everyday sense, as the most important. To the physicist this definition appears unambiguous and exhaustive, but to the skeptic who has followed out the history of this scientific conviction, it is very far from being either. To the physicist, present-day mechanics is a logical system of clear, uniquely significant concepts and of simple, necessary relations, while to the other it is a picture distinctive of the structure of the West European spirit, though he admits that the picture is consistent in the highest degree and most impressively convincing. It is self-evident that no practical results and discoveries can prove anything as to the truth of the theory, the picture. Point 1 For most people, indeed, mechanics appears as the self-evident synthesis of nature impressions. But it merely appears to be so. For what is motion? Is not the postulate that everything qualitative is reducible to the motion of unalterably alike mass points, essentially Faustian and not common to humanity? Archimedes, for example, did not feel himself obliged to transpose the mechanics that he saw into a mental picture of motions. Is motion generally a purely mechanical quantity? Is it a word for a visual experience, or is it a notion derived from that experience? Is it the number that is found by measurement of experimentally produced facts, or the picture that is subjected to that number, that is signified by it? And if one day physics should really succeed in reaching its supposed aim, in devising a system of law-governed motions and of efficient forces behind them into which everything whatsoever appreciable by the senses could be fitted, would it thereby have achieved knowledge of that which occurs, or even made one step towards this achievement? Yet is the form language of mechanics one whit the less dogmatic on that account? Is it not, on the contrary, a vessel of the myth like the root words, not proceeding from experience but shaping it and, in this case, shaping it with all possible rigor? What is force? What is a cause? What is a process? Nay, even on the basis of its own definitions, has physics a specific problem at all? Has it an object that counts as such for all the centuries? Has it even one unimpeachable imagination unit, with reference to which it may express its results? The answer may be anticipated. Modern physics, as a science, is an immense system of indices in the form of names and numbers whereby we are enabled to work with nature as with a machine. As such, it may have an exactly definable end. But as a piece of history, all made up of destinies and incidents in the lives of the men who have worked in it and in the course of research itself, physics is, in point of object, methods, and results alike, an expression and actualization of a culture, an organic and evolving element in the essence of that culture, and every one of its results is a symbol. That which physics which exists only in the waking consciousness of the culture man thinks it finds in its methods and in its results was already there, underlying and implicit in, the choice and manner of its search. Its discoveries, in virtue of their imagined content, as distinguished from their printable formulas, have been of a purely mythic nature, even in minds so prudent as those of J.B. Meyer, Faraday, and Hertz. In every nature law, physically exact as it may be, we are called upon to distinguish between the nameless number and the naming of it, between the plain fixation of limits and their theoretical interpretation. The formulas represent general logical values, pure numbers, that is to say, objective space and boundary elements. But formulas are dumb. The expression S equals 1/2 GT2 means nothing at all unless one is able mentally to connect the letters with particular words and their symbolism. But the moment we clothe the dead signs in such words, give them flesh, body and life, and, in sum, a perceptible significance in the world, we have overstepped the limits of a mere order. Theta epsilon omega rho alpha means image, vision, and it is this that makes a nature law out of a figure and letter formula. Everything exact is in itself meaningless, and every physical observation is so constituted that it proves the basis of a certain number of imaged presuppositions, and the effect of its successful issue is to make these presuppositions more convincing than ever. Apart from these, the result consists merely of empty figures. But in fact we do not and cannot get apart from them. Even if an investigator puts on one side every hypothesis that he knows as such, as soon as he sets his thought to work on the supposedly clear task, he is not controlling but being controlled by the unconscious form of it, for in living activity he is always a man of his culture, of his age, of his school and of his tradition. Faith and knowledge are only two species of inner certitude, but of the two faith is the older and it dominates all the conditions of knowing, be they never so exact. And thus it is theories and not pure numbers that are the support of all natural science. The unconscious longing for that genuine science which, be it repeated, is peculiar to the spirit of culture man sets itself to apprehend, to penetrate, and to comprise within its grasp the world image of nature. Mere industrious measuring for measuring's sake is not and never has been more than a delight for little minds. Numbers may only be the key of the secret, no more. No significant man would ever have spent himself on them for their own sake. Kant, it is true, says in a well-known passage, I maintain that in each and every discipline of natural philosophy it is only possible to find as much of true science as is to be found of mathematics therein. What Kant has in mind here is pure delimitation in the field of the become, so far as law and formula, number and system can, at any particular stage, be seen in that field. But a law without words, a law, consisting merely of a series of figures read off an instrument, cannot even as an intellectual operation be completely effective in this pure state. Every savant's experiment, be it what it may, is at the same time an instance of the kind of symbolism that rules in the savant's ideation. All laws formulated in words are orders that have been activated and vitalized, filled with the very essence of the one and only the one culture. As to the necessity which is a postulate in all exact research, here too we have to consider two kinds of necessity, viz., a necessity within the spiritual and living, for it is destiny that the history of every individual research act takes its course when, where, and how it does, and a necessity within the known, for which the current Western name is causality. If the pure numbers of a physical formula represent a causal necessity, the existence, the birth, and the life duration of a theory are a destiny. Every fact, even the simplest, contains ab initio a theory. A fact is a uniquely occurring impression upon a waking being, and everything depends on whether that being, the being for whom it occurs or did occur, is or was classical or Western, Gothic or Baroque. Compare the effect produced by a flash of lightning on a sparrow and on an alert physical investigator, and think how much more is contained in the observer's fact than in the sparrow's. The modern physicist is too ready to forget that even words like quantity, position, process, change of state and body represent specifically Western images. These words excite and these images mirror a feeling of significances, too subtle for verbal description, incommunicable to classical or to Magian or to other mankind as like subtleties of their thought and feeling are incommunicable to us. And the character of scientific facts as such, that is, the mode of their becoming known, is completely governed by this feeling, and if so, then also a fortiori such intricate intellectual notions as work, tension, quantity of energy, quantity of heat, probability, to every one of which contains a veritable scientific myth of its own. We think of such conceptual images as ensuing from quite unprejudiced research and, subject to certain conditions, definitively valid. But a first-rate scientist of the time of Archimedes would have declared himself, after a thorough study of our modern theoretical physics, quite unable to comprehend how anyone could assert such arbitrary, grotesque, and involved notions to be science, still less how they could be claimed as necessary consequences from actual facts. The scientifically justified conclusions, he would have said, are really so, and thereupon he would have evolved, on the basis of the same elements made facts by his eyes and his mind, theories that our physicists would listen to with amazed ridicule. For what, after all, are the basic notions that have been evolved with inward certainty of logic in the field of our physics? Polarized light rays, errant ions, flying and colliding gas particles, magnetic fields, electric currents, and waves, are they not one and all Faustian visions, closely akin to Romanesque ornamentation, the upthrust of Gothic architecture, the Vikings voyaging into unknown seas, the longings of Columbus and Copernicus? Did not this world of forms and pictures grow up in perfect tune with the contemporary arts of perspective oil painting and instrumental music? Are they not, in short, our passionate directedness, our passion of the third dimension, coming to symbolic expression in the imagined nature picture as in the soul image? 2. It follows then that all knowing of nature, even the exactest, is based on a religious faith. The pure mechanics that the physicist has set before himself as the end form to which it is his task, and the purpose of all this imagination machinery, to reduce nature, presupposes a dogma, namely, the religious world picture of the Gothic centuries. For it is from this world picture that the physics peculiar to the Western intellect is derived. There is no science that is without unconscious presuppositions of this kind, over which the researcher has no control and which can be traced back to the earliest days of the awakening culture. There is no natural science without a precedent religion. In this point there is no distinction between the Catholic and the materialistic views of the world. Both say the same thing in different words. Even atheistic science has religion. Modern mechanics exactly reproduces the contemplativeness of faith. When the Ionic reaches its height in Thales or the Baroque in Bacon, and man has come to the urban stage of his career, his self-assurance begins to look upon critical science, in contrast to the more primitive religion of the countryside, as the superior attitude towards things, and, holding as he thinks the only key to real knowledge, to explain religion itself empirically and psychologically, in other words, to conquer it with the rest. Now, the history of the higher cultures shows that science is a transitory spectacle, belonging only to the autumn and winter of their life course, and that in the cases of the classical, the Indian, the Chinese, and the Arabian thought alike a few centuries suffice for the complete exhaustion of its possibilities. Classical science faded out between the Battle of Cannae and that of Actium and made way for the world outlook of the second religiousness. And from this it is possible to foresee a date at which our Western scientific thought shall have reached the limit of its evolution. There is no justification for assigning to this intellectual form world the primacy over others. Every critical science, like every myth and every religious belief, rests upon an inner certitude. Various as the creatures of this certitude may be, both in structure and in sound, they are not different in basic principle. Any reproach, therefore, levelled by natural science at religion is a boomerang. We are presumptuous and no less in supposing that we can ever set up the truth in the place of anthropomorphic conceptions, for no other conceptions but these exist at all. Every idea that is possible at all is a mirror of the being of its author. The statement that man created God in his own image, valid for every historical religion, is not less valid for every physical theory, however firm its reputed basis of fact. Classical scientists conceived of light as consisting in corporeal particles proceeding from the source of light to the eye of the beholder. For the Arabian thought, even at the stage of the Jewish-Persian academies of Edessa, Risena, and Pombadatha, and for Porphyry too, the colors and forms of things were evidenced without the intervention of a medium, being brought in a magic and spiritual way to the seeing power which was conceived as substantial and resident in the eyeball. This was the doctrine 3 taught by Ibn al-Haytham, by Avicenna and by the Brothers of Sincerity 4, and the idea of light as a force, an impetus, was current even from about 1300 amongst the Parasicams who centered on Albert of Saxony, Buridan and Oersma the discoverer of coordinate geometry. Each culture has made its own set of images of processes, which are true only for itself and only alive while it is itself alive and actualizing its possibilities. When a culture is at its end and the creative element, the imaginative power, the symbolism is extinct, there are left empty formulas, skeletons of dead systems, which men of another culture read literally, feel to be without meaning or value, and either mechanically store up or else despise and forget. Numbers, formulas, laws mean nothing and are nothing. They must have a body, and only a living mankind projecting its livingness into them and through them, expressing itself by them, inwardly making them its own, can endow them with that. And thus there is no absolute science of physics, but only individual sciences that come, flourish, and go within the individual cultures. The nature of classical man found its highest artistic emblem in the nude statue, and out of it logically there grew up a static of bodies, a physics of the near. The Arabian culture owned the arabesque and the cavern vaulting of the mosque, and out of this world feeling there issued alchemy with its ideas of mysterious efficient substantialities like the philosophical mercury, which is neither a material nor a property but something that underlies the colored existence of metals and can transmute one metal into another. 5 And the outcome of Faustian man's nature idea was a dynamic of unlimited span, a physics of the distant. To the classical therefore belong the conceptions of matter and form, to the Arabian, quite Spinozistically, the idea of substances with visible or secret attributes. 6 And to the Faustian the idea of force and mass. Apollinian theory is a quiet meditation, Magian a silent knowledge of alchemy, the means of grace. Even here the religious source of mechanics is to be discerned, and the Faustian is from the very outset a working hypothesis. The Greek asked, what is the essence of visible being? We ask, what possibility is there of mastering the invisible motive forces of becoming? For them, contented absorption in the visible; for us, masterful questioning of nature and methodical experiment. As with the formulation of problems and the methods of dealing with them, so also with the basic concepts. They are symbols in each case of the one and only the one culture. The classical root words pi epsilon iota rho omicron nu, rho chi, mu omicron rho phi, lambdata, are not translatable into our speech. To render rho chi by prime stuff is to eliminate its Apollinian connotation, to make the hollow shell of the word sound an alien note. That which classical man saw before him as motion in space, he understood as lambda lambda omicron omega sigma iota, change of position of bodies. We, from the way in which we experience motion, have deduced the concept of a process, a going forward, thereby expressing and emphasizing that element of directional energy which our thought necessarily predicates in the courses of nature. The classical critic of nature took the visible juxtaposition of states as the original diversity, and specified the famous four elements of Empedocles, namely, earth as the rigid corporeal, water as the non-rigid corporeal, and air as the incorporeal, together with fire, which is so much the strongest of all optical impressions that the classical spirit could have no doubt of its bodiliness. The Arabian elements, on the contrary, are ideal and implicit in the secret constitutions and constellations which define the phenomenon of things for the eye. If we try to get a little nearer to this feeling, we shall find that the opposition of rigid and fluid means something quite different for the Syrian from what it means for the Aristotelian Greek, the latter seeing in it different degrees of bodiliness and the former different magic attributes. With the former therefore arises the image of the chemical element as a sort of magic substance that a secret causality makes to appear out of things, and to vanish into them again, and which is subject even to the influence of the stars. In alchemy there is deep scientific doubt as to the plastic actuality of things of the somata of Greek mathematicians, physicists, and poets, and it dissolves and destroys the soma in the hope of finding its essence. It is an iconoclastic movement just as truly as those of Islam and the Byzantine Bogomils were so. It reveals a deep disbelief in the tangible figure of phenomenal nature, the figure of her that to the Greek was sacrosanct. The conflict concerning the person of Christ which manifested itself in all the early councils and led to the Nestorian and Monophysite secessions is an alchemistic problem. It would never have occurred to a classical physicist to investigate things while at the same time denying or annihilating their perceivable form. And for that very reason there was no classical chemistry, any more than there was any theorizing on the substance as against the manifestations of Apollo. The rise of a chemical method of the Arabian-style Beidou Ken's A New World Consciousness. The discovery of it, which at one blow made an end of Apollinian natural science, of mechanical statics, is linked with the enigmatic name of Hermes Trismegistus VII, who is supposed to have lived in Alexandria at the same time as Plotinus and Diophantus. Similarly, it was just at the time of the definite emancipation of the Western mathematic by Newton and Leibniz that the Western chemistry 8 was freed from Arabic form by Stahl, 1660 to 1734, and his phlogiston theory. Chemistry and mathematic alike became pure analysis. Already Paracelsus, 1493 to 1541, had transformed the Magian effort to make gold into a pharmaceutical science, a transformation in which one cannot but surmise an altered world feeling. Then Robert Boyle, 1626 to 1691, devised the analytical method, and with it the Western conception of the element. But the ensuing changes must not be misinterpreted. That which is called the founding of modern chemistry and has Stahl and Lavoisier at its turning points is anything but a building up of chemical ideas, insofar as chemistry implies the alchemistic outlook on nature. It is in fact the end of genuine chemistry, its dissolution into the comprehensive system of pure dynamic, its assimilation into the mechanical outlook which the Baroque age had established through Galileo and Newton. The elements of Empedocles designate states of bodiliness, Bezeichnen ein körperliches Sichverhalten, but the elements of Lavoisier, whose combustion theory followed promptly upon the isolation of oxygen in 1771, designate energy systems accessible to human will, rigid and fluid becoming mere terms to describe tension relations between molecules. By our analysis and synthesis, nature is not merely asked or persuaded but forced. The modern chemistry is a chapter of the modern physics of deed. What we call statics, chemistry and dynamics, words that as used in modern science are merely traditional distinctions without deeper meaning, are really the respective physical systems of the Apollinian, Magian and Faustian souls, each of which grew up in its own culture and was limited as to validity to the same. Corresponding to these sciences, each to each, we have the mathematics of Euclidean geometry, algebra and higher analysis, and the arts of statue, arabesque and fugue. We may differentiate these three kinds of physics, bearing in mind of course that other cultures may and in fact do give rise to other kinds, by their standpoints towards the problem of motion, and call them mechanical orderings of states, secret forces and processes respectively. 3. Now, the tendency of human thought, which is always causally disposed, to reduce the image of nature to the simplest possible quantitative form, units that can be got by causal reasoning, measuring and counting, in a word, by mechanical differentiation, leads necessarily in classical, Western, and every other possible physics, to an atomic theory. Of Indian and Chinese science we know hardly more than the fact they once existed, and the Arabian is so complicated that even now it seems to defy presentation. But we do know our own and the Apollinian sciences well enough to observe, here too, a deeply symbolical opposition. The classical atoms are miniature forms, the Western minimal quanta, and quanta, too, of energy. On the one hand perceptibility, sensuous nearness, and on the other, abstractness are the basic conditions of the idea. The atomistic notions of modern physics, which include not only the Daltonian or chemical atom but also the electrons 9 and the quanta of thermodynamics, make more and more demands upon that truly Faustian power of inner vision which many branches of higher mathematics, such as the non-Euclidean geometries and the theory of groups, postulate, and which is not at the disposal of laymen. A quantum of action is an extension element conceived without regard to sensible quality of any kind, which eludes all relation with sight and touch, for which the expression shape has no meaning whatever, something therefore which would be utterly inconceivable to a classical researcher. Such, already, were Leibniz's monads 10, and such, superlatively, are the constituents of Rutherford's picture of the atom as positively charged nucleus with planetary negative electrons, and of the picture that Niels Bohr has imagined by working these in with the quanta of Planck. 11 The atoms of Leucippus and Democritus were different in form and magnitude, that is to say, they were purely plastic units, indivisible, as their name asserts, but only plastically indivisible. The atoms of Western physics, for which indivisibility has quite another meaning, resemble the figures and themes of music, their being or essence consisting in vibration and radiation, and their relation to the processes of nature being that of the motive to the movement. Classical physics examines the aspect, Western the working, of these ultimate elements in the picture of the become. In the one, the basic notions are notions of stuff and form, in the other they are notions of capacity and intensity. There is a stoicism and there is a socialism of the atom, the words describing the static plastic and the dynamic contrapuntal ideas of it respectively. The relations of these ideas to the images of the corresponding ethics is such that every law and every definition takes these into account. On the one hand, Democritus's multitude of confused atoms, put there, patient, knocked about by the blind chance that he as well as Sophocles called new gamma capita, hunted like Oedipus. On the other hand, systems of abstract force points working in unison, aggressive, energetically dominating space, as field, overcoming resistances like Macbeth. The opposition of basic feelings makes that of the mechanical nature pictures. According to Leucippus, the atoms fly about in the void of themselves. Democritus merely regards shock and countershock as a form of change of place. Aristotle explains individual movements as accidental, Empedocles speaks of love and hate, Anaxagoras of meetings and partings. All these are elements also of classical tragedy. The figures on the Attic stage are related to one another just so. Further, and logically, they are the elements of classical politics. There we have minute cities, political atoms ranged along coasts and on islands, each jealously standing for itself, yet ever needing support, shut in and shy to the point of absurdity, buffeted hither and thither by the planless orderless happenings of classical history, rising today and ruined tomorrow. And in contrast, the dynastic states of our 17th and 18th centuries, political fields of force, with cabinets and great diplomats as effective centers of purposeful direction and comprehensive vision. The spirit of classical history and the spirit of Western history can only be really understood by considering the two souls as an opposition. And we can say the same of the atom idea, regarded as the basis of the respective physics. Galileo, who created the concept of force, and the Milesians who created that of rocae, Democritus and Leibniz, Archimedes and Helmholtz, are contemporaries, members of the same intellectual phases of quite different cultures. But the inner relationship between atom theory and ethic goes further. It has been shown how the Faustian soul, whose being consists in the overcoming of presence, whose feeling is loneliness and whose yearning is infinity, puts its need of solitude, distance and abstraction into all its actualities, into its public life, its spiritual and its artistic form worlds alike. This pathos of distance, to use Nietzsche's expression, is peculiarly alien to the classical, in which everything human demanded nearness, support, and community. It is this that distinguishes the spirit of the Baroque from that of the Ionic, the culture of the Ancien Regime from that of Periclean Athens. And this pathos, which distinguishes the heroic doer from the heroic sufferer, appears also in the picture of Western physics as tension. It is tension that is missing in the science of Democritus, for in the principle of shock and countershock it is denied by implication that there is a force commanding space and identical with space. And, correspondingly, the element of will is absent from the classical soul image. Between classical men, or states, or views of the world, there was for all the quarreling and envy and hatred no inner tension, no deep and urging need of distance, solitude, ascendancy, and consequently there was none between the atoms of the cosmos either. The principle of tension, developed in the potential theory, which is wholly untranslatable into classical tongues and incommunicable to classical minds, has become for Western physics fundamental. Its content follows from the notion of energy, the will to power in nature, and therefore it is for us just as necessary as for the classical thought it is impossible. 4. Every atomic theory, therefore, is a myth and not an experience. In it the culture, through the contemplative creative power of its great physicists, reveals its inmost essence and very self. It is only a preconceived idea of criticism that extension exists in itself and independently of the form feeling and world feeling of the knower. The thinker, in imagining that he can cut out the factor of life, forgets that knowing is related to the known as direction is to extension, and that it is only through the living quality of direction that what is felt extends into distance and depth and becomes space. The cognized structure of the extended is a projection of the cognizing being. We have already shown the decisive importance of the depth experience, which is identical with the awakening of a soul and therefore with the creation of the outer world belonging to that soul. The mere sense impression contains only length and breadth, and it is the living and necessary act of interpretation which, like everything else living, possesses direction, motion and irreversibility, the qualities that our consciousness synthesizes in the word time, that adds depth and thereby fashions actuality and world. Life itself enters into the experiences as third dimension. The double meaning of the word far, which refers both to future and to horizon, betrays the deeper meaning of this dimension, through which extension as such is evoked. The becoming stiffens and passes and is at once the become, life stiffens and passes and is at once the three-dimensional space of the known. It is common ground for Descartes and Parmenides that thinking and being, i.e., imagined and extended, are identical. Cogito, ergo sum is simply the formulation of the depth experience I cognize, and therefore I am in space. But in the style of this cognizing, and therefore of the cognition product, the prime symbol of the particular culture comes into play. The perfected extension of the classical consciousness is one of sensuous and bodily presence. The Western consciousness achieves extension, after its own fashion, as transcendental space, and as it thinks its space more and more transcendentally it develops by degrees the abstract polarity of capacity and intensity that so completely contrasts with the classical visual polarity of matter and form. But it follows from this that in the known there can be no reappearance of living time. For this has already passed into the known, into constant existence, as depth, and hence duration, i.e., timelessness and extension are identical. Only the knowing possesses the mark of direction. The application of the word time to the imaginary and measurable time dimension of physics is a mistake. The only question is whether it is possible or not to avoid the mistake. If one substitutes the word destiny for time in any physical enunciation, one feels at once that pure nature does not contain time. The form world of physics extends just as far as the cognate form world of number and notion extend, and we have seen that, notwithstanding Kant, there is not and cannot be the slightest relation of any sort between mathematical number and time. And yet this is contracted by the fact of motion in the picture of the world around. It is the unsolved and unsolvable problem of the Eleatics being, or thinking, and motion are incompatible, motion is not, is only apparent. And here, for the second time, natural science becomes dogmatic and mythological. The words time and destiny, for anyone who uses them instinctively, touch life itself in its deepest depths, life as a whole, which is not to be separated from lived experience. Physics, on the other hand, i.e., the observing reason, must separate them. The livingly experienced in itself, mentally emancipated from the act of the observer and become object, dead, inorganic, rigid, is now nature, something open to exhaustive mathematical treatment. In this sense the knowledge of nature is an activity of measurement. All the same, we live even when we are observing, and therefore the thing we are observing lives with us. The element in the nature picture in virtue of which it not merely from moment to moment is, but in a continuous flow with and around us becomes, is the copula of the waking consciousness and its world. This element is called movement, and it contradicts nature as a picture, but it represents the history of this picture. And therefore, as precisely as understanding is abstracted, by means of words, from feeling and mathematical space from light resistances, things, so also physical time is abstracted from the impression of motion. Physics investigates nature, and consequently it knows time only as a length. But the physicist lives in the midst of the history of this nature, and therefore he is forced to conceive motion as a mathematically determinable magnitude, as a concretion of the pure numbers obtained in the experiment and written down in formulas. Physics, says Kirchhoff, is the complete and simple description of motions. That indeed has always been its object. But the question is one not of motions in the picture but of motions of the picture. Motion, in the nature of physics, is nothing else but that metaphysical something which gives rise to the consciousness of a succession. The known is timeless and alien to motion, its state of becomeness implies this. It is the organic sequence of knowns that gives the impression of a motion. The physicist receives the word as an impression not upon reason but upon the whole man, and the function of that man is not nature only but the whole world. And that is the world as history. Nature, then, is an expression of the culture in each instance. All physics is treatment of the motion problem in which the life problem itself is implicit not as though it could one day be solved, but in spite of, nay because of, the fact that it is insoluble. The secret of motion awakens in man the apprehension of death. If, then, nature knowledge is a subtle kind of self-knowledge, nature understood as picture, as mirror of man, the attempt to solve the motion problem is an attempt of knowledge to get on the track of its own secret, its own destiny. V. Only physiognomic tact can, if creative, succeed in this, and in fact it has done so from time immemorial in the arts, particularly tragic poetry. It is the thinking man who is perplexed by movement, for the contemplative it is self-evident. And however completely the former can reduce his perplexities to system, the result is systematic and not physiognomic, pure extension logically and numerically ordered, nothing living but something become and dead. It is this that led Goethe, who was a poet and not a computer, to observe that nature has no system. It has life, it is life and succession from an unknown center to an unknowable bourne. For one who does not live it but knows it, nature has a system. But it is only a system and nothing more, and motion is a contradiction in it. The contradiction may be covered up by adroit formulation, but it lives on in the fundamental concepts. The shock and countershock of Democritus, the entelecheia of Aristotle, the notions of force from the impetus of 14th century Acam's to the quantum theory of radiation, all contain it. Let the reader conceive of the motion within a physical system as the aging of that system, as in fact it is, as lived experience of the observer, and he will feel at once and distinctly the fatefulness immanent in, the unconquerably organic content of, the word motion and all its derivative ideas. But mechanics, having nothing to do with aging, should have nothing to do with motion either, and consequently, since no scientific system is conceivable without a motion problem in it, a complete and self-contained mechanics is an impossibility. Somewhere or other there is always an organic starting point in the system where immediate life enters it, an umbilical cord that connects the mind-child with the life-mother, the thought with the thinker. This puts the fundamentals of Faustian and Apollinian nature science in quite another light. No nature is pure, there is always something of history in it. If the man is ahistorical, like the Greek, so that the totality of his impressions of the world is absorbed in a pure point-formed present, his nature image is static, self-contained, that is, walled against past and future, in every individual moment. Time as magnitude figures in Greek physics as little as it does in Aristotle's entelecheia idea. If, on the other hand, the man is historically constituted, the image formed is dynamic. Number, the definitive evaluation of the become, is in the case of a historic man measure, and in that of the historical man function. One measures only what is present and one follows up only what has a past and a future, a course. And the effect of this difference is that the inner inconsistencies of the motion problem are covered up in classical theories and forced into the foreground in Western. History is eternal becoming and therefore eternal future, nature is become and therefore eternally past. And here a strange inversion seems to have taken place. The becoming has lost its priority over the become. When the intellect looks back from its sphere, the become, the aspect of life is reversed, the idea of destiny which carries aim and future in it having turned into the mechanical principle of cause and effect of which the center of gravity lies in the past. The spatially experienced is promoted to rank above the temporal living, and time is replaced by a length in a spatial world system. And, since in the creative experience extension follows from direction, the spatial from life, the human understanding imports life as a process into the inorganic space of its imagination. While life looks on space as something functionally belonging to itself, intellect looks upon life as something in space. Destiny asks, whither, causality asks, whence. To establish scientifically means, starting from the become and actualized, to search for causes by going back along a mechanically conceived course, that is to say, by treating becoming as a length. But it is not possible to live backwards, only to think backwards. Not time and destiny are reversible, but only that which the physicist calls time and admits into his formulas as divisible, and preferably as negative or imaginary quantities. The perplexity is always there, though it has rarely been seen to be originally and necessarily inherent. In the classical science the Eleatics, declining to admit the necessity of thinking of nature as in motion, set up against it the logical view that thinking is a being, with the corollary that known and extended are identical and knowledge and becoming therefore irreconcilable. Their criticisms have not been, and cannot be, refuted. But they did not hinder the evolution of classical physics, which was a necessary expression of the Apollonian soul and as such superior to logical difficulties. In the classical mechanics so-called of the Baroque, founded by Galileo and Newton, an irreproachable solution of the motion problem on dynamic lines has been sought again and again. The history of the concept of force, which has been stated and restated with all the tireless passion of a thought that feels its own self endangered by a difficulty, is nothing but the history of endeavors to find a form that is unimpeachable, mathematically and conceptually, for motion. The last serious attempt which failed like the rest, and of necessity was Hertz's. Without discovering the true source of all perplexities, no physicist as yet has done that. Hertz tried to eliminate the notion of force entirely, rightly feeling that error in all mechanical systems has to be looked for in one or another of the basic concepts and to build up the whole picture of physics on the quantities of time, space, and mass. But he did not observe that it is time itself, which as direction factor is present in the force concept, that is the organic element without which a dynamic theory cannot be expressed and with which a clean solution cannot be got. Moreover, quite apart from this, the concepts force, mass, and motion constitute a dogmatic unit. They so condition one another that the application of one of them tacitly involves both the others from the outset. The whole Apollonian conception of the motion problem is implicit in the root word rokai, the whole Western conception of it in the force idea. The notion of mass is only the complement of that of force. Newton, a deeply religious nature, was only bringing the Faustian world feeling to expression when, to elucidate the words force and motion, he said that masses are points of attack for force and carriers for motion. So the 13th century mystics had conceived of God and his relation to world. Newton no doubt rejected the metaphysical element in his famous saying hypotheses non fingo, but all the same he was metaphysical through and through in the founding of his mechanics. Force is the mechanical nature picture of Western man, what will is to his soul picture and infinite Godhead in his world picture. The primary ideas of this physics stood firm long before the first physicist was born, for they lay in the earliest religious world consciousness of our culture. 6. With this it becomes manifest that the physical notion of necessity, too, has a religious origin. It must not be forgotten that the mechanical necessity that rules in what our intellects comprehend as nature is founded upon another necessity which is organic and fateful in life itself. The latter creates, the former restricts. One follows from inward certitude, the other from demonstration, that is the distinction between tragic and technical, historical and physical logic. There are, further, differences within the necessity postulated and assumed by science, that of cause and effect, which have so far eluded the keenest sight. We are confronted here with a question at once of very great difficulty and of superlative importance. A nature knowledge is, however philosophy may express the relation, a function of knowing, which is in each case knowing in a particular style. A scientific necessity therefore has the style of the appropriate intellect, and this brings morphological differences into the field at once. It is possible to see a strict necessity in nature even where it may be impossible to express it in natural laws. In fact, natural laws, which for us are self-evidently the proper expression form in science, are not by any means so for the men of other cultures. They presuppose a quite special form, the distinctively Faustian form, of understanding, and therefore of nature knowing. There is nothing inherently absurd in the conception of a mechanical necessity wherein each individual case is morphologically self-contained and never exactly reproduced, in which therefore the acquisitions of knowledge cannot be put into consistently valid formulas. In such a case nature would appear, to put it metaphorically, as an unending decimal that was also non-recurring, destitute of periodicity. And so, undoubtedly, it was conceived by classical minds. The feeling of it manifestly underlies their primary physical concepts. For example, the proper motion of Democritus's atoms is such as to exclude any possibility of calculating motions in advance. Nature laws are forms of the known in which an aggregate of individual cases are brought together as a unit of higher degree. Living time is ignored, that is, it does not matter whether, when or how often the case arises, for the question is not of chronological sequence but of mathematical consequence. But in the consciousness that no power in the world can shake this calculation lies our will to command over nature. That is Faustian. It is only from this standpoint that miracles appear as breaches of the laws of nature. Magian man saw in them merely the exercise of a power that was not common to all, not in any way a contradiction of the laws of nature. And classical man, according to Protagoras, was only the measure and not the creator of things, a view that unconsciously foregoes all conquest of nature through the discovery and application of laws. We see, then, that the causality principle, in the form in which it is self-evidently necessary for us the agreed basis of truth for our mathematics, physics, and philosophy, is a Western and, more strictly speaking, a Baroque phenomenon. It cannot be proved, for every proof set forth in a Western language and every experiment conducted by a Western mind presupposes itself. In every problem, the enunciation contains the proof in germ. The method of a science is the science itself. Beyond question, the notion of laws of nature and the conception of physics as scientia experimentalis, which has held ever since Roger Bacon, contains a priori this specific kind of necessity. The classical mode of regarding nature, the alter ego of the classical mode of being, on the contrary, does not contain it, and yet it does not appear that the scientific position is weakened in logic thereby. If we work carefully through the utterances of Democritus, Anaxagoras, and Aristotle, in whom is contained the whole sum of classical nature speculation, and, above all, if we examine the connotations of key terms like lambda lambda omicron omega sigma iota, nu gamma kappa eta, nu tau epsilon lambda chi epsilon iota alpha, we look with astonishment into a world image totally unlike our own. This world image is self-sufficing and therefore, for this definite sort of mankind, unconditionally true. And causality in our sense plays no part therein. The alchemist or philosopher of the Arabian culture, too, assumes a necessity within his world cavern that is utterly and completely different from the necessity of dynamics. There is no causal nexus of law form but only one cause, God, immediately underlying every effect. To believe in nature laws would, from this standpoint, be to doubt the almightiness of God. If a rule seems to emerge, it is because it pleases God so, but to suppose that this rule was a necessity would be to yield to a temptation of the devil. This was the attitude also of Carneades, Plotinus, and the Neo-Pythagoreans. 12 This necessity underlies the Gospels as it does the Talmud and the Avesta, and upon it rests the technique of alchemy. The conception of number as function is related to the dynamic principle of cause and effect. Both are creations of the same intellect, expression forms of the same spirituality, formative principles of the same objectivized and become nature. In fact, the physics of Democritus differs from the physics of Newton in that the chosen starting point of the one is the optically given while that of the other is abstract relations that have been deduced from it. The facts of Apollinian nature knowledge are things, and they lie on the surface of the known, but the facts of Faustian science are relations, which in general are invisible to lay eyes, which have to be mastered intellectually, which require for their communication a code language that only the expert researcher can fully understand. The classical, static, necessity is immediately evident in the changing phenomena, while the dynamic causation principle prevails beyond things, and its tendency is to weaken, or to abolish even, their sensible actuality. Consider, for example, the world of significance that is connected, under present-day hypotheses, with the expression a magnet. The principle of the conservation of energy, which since its enunciation by J.R. Meyer has been regarded in all seriousness as a plain conceptual necessity, is in fact a redescription of the dynamic principle of causality by means of the physical concept of force. The appeal to experience, and the controversy as to whether judgment is necessary or empirical, i.e., in the language of Kant, who greatly deceived himself about the highly fluid boundaries between the two, whether it is a priori or a posteriori certain, are characteristically Western. Nothing seems to us more self-evident and unambiguous than experience as the source of exact science. The Faustian experiment, based on working hypotheses and employing the methods of measurement, is nothing but the systematic and exhaustive exploitation of this experience. But no one has noticed that a whole worldview is implicit in such a concept of experience with its aggressive dynamic connotation, and that there is not and cannot be experience in this pregnant sense for men of other cultures. When we decline to recognize the scientific results of Anaxagoras or Democritus as experiential results, it does not mean that these classical thinkers were incapable of interpreting and merely threw off fancies, but that we miss in their generalizations that causal element which for us constitutes experience in our sense of the word. Manifestly, we have never yet given adequate thought to the singularity of this, the pure Faustian, conception of experience. The contrast between it and faith is obvious and entirely superficial. For indeed exact sensuous intellectual experience is in point of structure completely congruent with that heart experience, as we may well call it, that illumination which deep religious natures of the West, Pascal, for instance, whom one and the same necessity made mathematician and Jansenist, have known in the significant moments of their being. Experience means to us an activity of the intellect, which does not resignedly confine itself to receiving, acknowledging, and arranging momentary and purely present impressions, but seeks them out and calls them up in order to overcome them in their sensuous presence and to bring them into an unbounded unity in which their sensuous discreteness is dissolved. Experience in our sense possesses the tendency from particular to infinite. And for that very reason it is in contradiction with the feeling of classical science. What for us is the way to acquire experience is for the Greek the way to lose it. And therefore he kept away from the drastic method of experiment, therefore his physics, instead of being a mighty system of worked-out laws and formulas that strong-handedly override the sense present, only knowledge is power, is an aggregate of impressions well ordered, intensified by sensuous imagery, clean-edged, which leaves nature intact in its self-completeness. Our exact natural science is imperative, the classical is theta epsilon omega rho alpha in the literal sense, the result of passive contemplativeness. 7. We can now say without any hesitation that the form world of a natural science corresponds to those of the appropriate mathematic, the appropriate religion, the appropriate art. A deep mathematician, by which is meant not a master computer but a man, any man, who feels the spirit of numbers living within him, realizes that through it he knows God. Pythagoras and Plato knew this as well as Pascal and Leibniz did so. Terentius Varro, in his examination of the old Roman religion, dedicated to Julius Caesar, distinguished with Roman seriousness between the Theologia Civilis, the sum of officially recognized belief, the Theologia Mythica, the imagination world of poets and artists, and the Theologia Physica of philosophical speculation. Applying this to the Faustian culture, that which Thomas Aquinas and Luther, Calvin, and Loyola taught belongs to the first category, Dante and Goethe belong to the second, and to the third belongs scientific physics, inasmuch as behind its formulas there are images. Not only primitive man and the child, but also the higher animals spontaneously evolve from the small everyday experiences an image of nature which contains the sum of technical indications observed as recurrent. The eagle knows the moment at which to swoop down on the prey, the singing bird sitting on the eggs knows the approach of the marten, the deer finds the place where there is food. In man, this experience of all the senses has narrowed and deepened itself into experience of the eye. But, as the habit of verbal speech has now been superadded, understanding comes to be abstracted from seeing, and thenceforward develops independently as reasoning. To the instantly comprehending technique is added the reflective theory. Technique applies itself to visible near things and plain needs, theory to the distance and the terrors of the invisible. By the side of the petty knowledge of everyday life it sets up belief. And still they evolve, there is a new knowledge and a new and higher technique, and to the myth there is added the cult. The one teaches how to know the noumena, the other how to conquer them. For theory in the eminent sense is religious through and through. It is only in quite late states that scientific theory evolves out of religious, through men having become aware of methods. Apart from this there is little alteration. The image world of physics remains mythic, its procedure remains a cult of conjuring the powers in things, and the images that it forms and the methods that it uses remain generically dependent upon those of the appropriate religion. From the later days of the Renaissance onward, the notion of God has steadily approximated, in the spirit of every man of high significance, to the idea of pure endless space. The God of Ignatius Loyola's Exercitius Spiritualis is the God also of Luther's Ein Festberg, of the Improperia of Palestrina and the cantatas of Bach. He is no longer the father of Saint Francis of Assisi and the high-vaulted cathedrals, the personally present, caring and mild God felt by Gothic painters like Giotto and Stephen Lochner, but an impersonal principle, unimaginable, intangible, working mysteriously in the infinite. Every relic of personality dissolves into insensible abstraction, such a divinity as only instrumental music of the grand style is capable of representing, a divinity before which painting breaks down and drops into the background. This God-feeling it was that formed the scientific world image of the West, its nature, its experience and therefore its theories and its methods, in direct contradiction to those of the classical. The force which moves the mass, that is what Michelangelo painted in the Sistine Chapel, that is what we feel growing more and more intense from the archetype of Il Gesù to the climax in the cathedral facades of Delia Porta and Maderna, and from Heinrich Schütz to the transcendent tone worlds of 18th-century church music, that is what in Shakespearean tragedy fills with world-becoming scenes widened to infinity. And that is what Galileo and Newton captured in formulas and concepts. The word God rings otherwise under the vaulting of Gothic cathedrals or in the cloisters of Maulbronn and St. Gallen than in the basilicas of Syria and the temples of Republican Rome. The character of the Faustian cathedral is that of the forest. The mighty elevation of the nave above the flanking aisles, in contrast to the flat roof of the basilica, the transformation of the columns, which with base and capital had been set as self-contained individuals in space, into pillars, and clustered pillars that grow up out of the earth and spread on high into an infinite subdivision and interlacing of lines and branches, the giant windows by which the wall is dissolved and the interior filled with mysterious light, these are the architectural actualizing of a world feeling that had found the first of all its symbols in the high forest of the northern plains, the deciduous forest with its mysterious tracery, its whispering of ever-mobile foliage over men's heads, its branches straining through the trunks to be free of earth. Think of Romanesque ornamentation and its deep affinity to the sense of the woods. The endless, lonely, twilight wood became and remained the secret wistfulness in all Western building forms, so that when the form energy of the style died down in late Gothic as in closing Baroque, the controlled abstract line language resolved itself immediately into naturalistic branches, shoots, twigs and leaves. Cypresses and pines, with their corporeal and Euclidean effect, could never have become symbols of unending space. But the oaks, beeches, and lindens with the fitful light flecks playing in their shadow-filled volume are felt as bodiless, boundless, spiritual. The stem of the cypress finds conclusive fulfillment of its vertical tendency in the defined columniation of its cone masses, but that of an oak seems, ever restless and unsatisfied, to strain beyond its summit. In the ash, the victory of the upstriving branches over the unity of the crown seems actually to be won. Its aspect is of something dissolving, something expanding into space, and it was for this probably that the world Yggdrasil became a symbol in the northern mythology. The rustle of the woods, a charm that no classical poet ever felt, for it lies beyond the possibilities of Apollonian nature feeling, stands with its secret questions whence, whither, its merging of presence into eternity, in a deep relation with destiny, with the feeling of history and duration, with the quality of direction that impels the anxious, caring, Faustian soul towards infinitely distant future. And for that reason the organ, that roars deep and high through our churches in tones which, compared with the plain solid notes of aloes and cithara, seem to know neither limit nor restraint, is the instrument of instruments in Western devotions. Cathedral and organ form a symbolic unity like temple and statue. The history of organ building, one of the most profound and moving chapters of our musical history, is a history of a longing for the forest, a longing to speak in the language of that true temple of Western God-fearing. From the verse of Wolfram von Eschenbach to the music of Tristan, this longing has borne fruit unceasingly. Orchestra tones strove tirelessly in the 18th century towards a nearer kinship with the organ tone. The word Schweb, and meaningless as applied to classical things, is important alike in the theory of music, in oil painting, in architecture, and in the dynamic physics of the Baroque. Stand in a high wood of mighty stems while the storm is tearing above, and you will comprehend instantly the full meaning of the concept of a force which moves mass. Out of such a primary feeling in the existence that has become thoughtful there arises, then, an idea of the divine immanent in the world around, and this idea becomes steadily more definite. The thoughtful percipient takes in the impression of motion in outer nature. He feels about him an almost indescribable alien life of unknown powers, and traces the origin of these effects to noumena, to the other, inasmuch as this other also possesses life. Astonishment at alien motion is the source of religion and of physics both, respectively. They are the elucidations of nature, world around, by the soul and by the reason. The powers are the first object both of fearful or loving reverence and of critical investigation. There is a religious experience and a scientific experience. Now it is important to observe how the consciousness of the culture intellectually concretes its primary noumena. It imposes significant words names on them and their conjures, seizes or bounds them. By virtue of the name they are subject to the intellectual power of the man who possesses the name, and, as has been shown already, the whole of philosophy, the whole of science, and everything that is related in any way to knowing is at the very bottom nothing but an infinitely refined mode of applying the name magic of the primitive to the alien. The pronouncement of the right name, in physics, the right concept, is an incantation. Deities and basic notions of science alike come into being first as voceable names, with which is linked an idea that tends to become more and more sensuously definite. The outcome of a noumen is a deus, the outcome of a notion is an idea. In the mere naming of thing in itself, atom, energy, gravitation, cause, evolution and the like is for most learned men the same sense of deliverance as there was for the peasant of Latium in the word series, consus, Janus, Vesta 13. For the classical world feeling, conformably to the Apollonian depth experience and its symbolism, the individual body was being. Logically therefore the form of this body, as it presented itself in the light, was felt as its essence, as the true purport of the word being. What has not shape, what is not a shape, is not at all. On the basis of this feeling, which was of an intensity that we can hardly imagine, the classical spirit created as counter-concept to the form of the other non-form viz., stuff, rocae, lambdata, that which in itself possesses no being and is merely complement to the actual ent, representing a secondary and corollary necessity. In these conditions, it is easy to see how the classical pantheon inevitably shaped itself, as a higher mankind side by side with the common mankind, as a set of perfectly formed bodies, of high possibilities incarnate and present, but in the unessential of stuff not distinguished and therefore subject to the same cosmic and tragic necessity. It is otherwise that the Faustian world feeling experiences depth. Here the sum of true being appears as pure efficient space, which is being. And therefore what is sensuously felt, what is very significantly designated the plenum, das Rummerfühlend, is felt as a fact of the second order, as something questionable or specious, as a resistance that must be overcome by philosopher or physicist before the true content of being can be discovered. Western skepticism has never been directed against space, always against tangible things only. Space is the higher idea, force is only a less abstract expression for it, and it is only as a counter-concept to space that mass arises. For mass is what is in space and is logically and physically dependent upon space. From the assumption of a wave motion of light, which underlies the conception of light as a form of energy, the assumption of a corresponding mass, the luminiferous ether necessarily followed. A definition of mass and ascription of properties to mass follows from the definition of force, and not vice versa, with all the necessity of a symbol. All classical notions of substantiality, however they differed amongst themselves as realist or idealist, distinguish it to be formed, that is, a non-ent, which only receives closer definition from the basic concept of form, whatever this form may be in the particular philosophical system. All Western notions of substantiality distinguish it to be moved, which also is a negative, no doubt, but one polar to a different positive. Form and non-form, force and non-force, these words render as clearly as may be the polarities that in the two cultures underlie the world impression and contain all its modes. That which comparative philosophy has hitherto rendered inaccurately and misleadingly by the one word matter signifies in the one case the substratum of shape, in the other the substratum of force. No two notions could differ more completely. For here it is the feeling of God, a sense of values, that is speaking. The classical deity is superlative shape, the Faustian superlative force. The other is the ungodly, to which the spirit will not accord the dignity of being. To the Apollinian world feeling, this ungodly other is substance without shape, to the Faustian it is substance without force. 8. Scientists are wont to assume that myths and God ideas are creations of primitive man, and that as spiritual culture advances, this myth-forming power is shed. In reality it is the exact opposite, and had not the morphology of history remained to this day an almost unexplored field, the supposedly universal mythopoetic power would long ago have been found to be limited to particular periods. It would have been realized that this ability of a soul to fill its world with shapes, traits, and symbols like and consistent amongst themselves belongs most decidedly not to the world age of the primitives but exclusively to the springtimes of great cultures. Every myth of the great style stands at the beginning of an awakening spirituality. It is the first formative act of that spirituality. Nowhere else is it to be found. There it must be. I make the assumption that that which a primitive folk like the Egyptians of the night times, the Jews and Persians before Cyrus, the heroes of the Mycenaean burgs and the Germans of the migrations possesses in the way of religious ideas is not yet myth in the higher sense. It may well be a sum of scattered and irregular traits, of cults adhering to names, fragmentary saga pictures, but it is not yet a divine order, a mythic organism, and I no more regard this as myth than I regard the ornament of that stage as art. And, be it said, the greatest caution is necessary in dealing with the symbols and sagas current today, or even those current centuries ago, amongst ostensibly primitive peoples, for in those thousands of years every country in the world has been more or less affected by some high culture alien to it. There are, therefore, as many form worlds of great myth as there are cultures and early architectures. The antecedents, that chaos of undeveloped imagery in which modern folklore research, for want of a guiding principle, loses itself, do not, on this hypothesis, concern us, but we are concerned, on the other hand, with certain cultural manifestations that have never yet been thought of as belonging to this category. It was in the Homeric age, 1100 to 800 BC, and in the corresponding knightly age of Teutonism, 900-1200 AD, that is, the epic ages, and neither before nor after them, that the great world image of a new religion came into being. The corresponding ages in India and Egypt are the Vedic and the Pyramid periods. One day it will be discovered that Egyptian mythology did in fact ripen into depth during the 3rd and 4th dynasties. Only in this way can we understand the immense wealth of religious intuitive creations that fills the 3 centuries of the imperial age in Germany. What came into existence then was the Faustian mythology. Hitherto, owing to religious and learned preconceptions, either the Catholic element has been treated to the exclusion of the northern heathen or vice versa, and consequently we have been blind to the breadth and the unity of this form world. In reality there is no such difference. The deep change of meaning in the Christian circle of ideas is identical, as a creative act, with the consolidation of the old heathen cults of the migrations. It was in this age that the folklore of Western Europe became an entirety, if the bulk of its material was far older, and if, far later again, it came to be linked with new outer experiences and enriched by more conscious treatment, yet it was then and neither earlier nor later that it was vitalized with its symbolic meaning. To this lore belong the great god legends of the Edda and many motives in the gospel poetry of learned monks, the German hero tales of Siegfried and Gudrun, Dietrich and Wayland, the vast wealth of chivalry tales, derived from ancient Celtic fables, that was simultaneously coming to harvest on French soil, concerning King Arthur and the Round Table, the Holy Grail, Tristan, Percival and Roland. And with these are to be counted beside the spiritual transvaluation, unremarked but all the deeper for that, of the Passion story, the Catholic hagiology of which the richest flora Isen was in the 10th and 11th centuries and which produced the lives of the Virgin and the histories of S.S. Rock, Sebald, Severin, Francis, Bernard, Odelia. The Legendaria was composed about 1250. This was the blossoming time of courtly epic and Icelandic skald poetry alike. The great Valhalla gods of the north and the mythic group of the 14 helpers in South Germany are contemporary, and by the side of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, in the Völuspá we have a Christian form in the South German Muspelai. This great myth develops, like heroic poetry, at the climax of the early culture. They both belong to the 2 primary estates, priesthood and nobility. They are at home in the cathedral and the castle and not in the village below, where amongst the people the simple saga world lives on for centuries, called fairytale, popular beliefs or superstition, and yet inseparable from the world of high contemplation. Nowhere is the final meaning of these religious creations more clearly indicated than in the history of Valhalla. It was not an original German idea, and even the tribes of the migrations were totally without it. It took shape just at this time, instantly and as an inward necessity, in the consciousness of the peoples newly arisen on the soil of the West. Thus it is contemporary with Olympus, which we know from the Homeric epos and which is as little Mycenaean as Valhalla is German in origin. Moreover, it is only for the 2 higher estates that Valhalla emerges from the notion of hell. In the beliefs of the people hell remained the realm of the dead. 14. The deep inward unity of this Faustian world of myth and saga and the complete congruence of its expression symbolism has never hitherto been realized, and yet Siegfried, Baldur, Roland, Christ the King in the Heliand, are different names for one and the same figure. Valhalla and Avalon, the Round Table and the communion of the Grail Templars, Mary, Frigga and Frau Holly mean the same. On the other hand, the external provenance of the material motives and elements, on which mythological research has wasted an excessive zeal, is a matter of which the importance does not go deeper than the surface. As to the meaning of a myth, its provenance proves nothing. The noumen itself, the primary form of the world feeling, is a pure, necessary, and unconscious creation, and it is not transferable. What one people takes over from another in conversion or in admiring imitation is a name, dress, and mask for its own feeling, never the feeling of that other. The old Celtic and old Germanic myth motives have to be treated, like the repertory of classical forms possessed by the learned monk, and like the entire body of Christian Eastern faith taken over by the Western Church, simply as the material out of which the Faustian soul in these centuries created a mythic architecture of its own. It mattered little whether the persons through whose minds and mouths the myth came to life were individual skalds, missionaries, priests, or the people, nor did the circumstance that the Christian ideas dictated its forms affect the inward independence of that which had come to life. In the classical, Arabian, and Western cultures, the myth of the springtime is in each case that which we should expect, in the first static, in the second Magian, in the third dynamic. Examine every detail of form, and see how in the classical it is an attitude and in the West a deed, there a being and here a will that underlies them, how in the classical the bodily and tangible, the sensuously saturated, prevails, and how therefore in the mode of worshipping the center of gravity lies in the sense impressive cult, whereas in the North it is space, force, and therefore a religiousness that is predominantly dogmatic in coloring that rule. These very earliest creations of the young soul tell us that there is relationship between the Olympian figures, the statue, and the corporeal Doric temple, between the Domical basilica, the spirit of God and the arabesque, between Valhalla and the merry myth, the soaring nave and instrumental music. The Arabian soul built up its myth in the centuries between Caesar and Constantine, that fantastic mass of cults, visions and legends that today we can hardly even survey, syncretic cults like that of the Syrian Baal and of Isis and Mithras, not only transported to but transformed in Syrian soil, Gospels, Acts of Apostles and Apocalypses in astonishing profusion, Christian, Persian, Jewish, Neoplatonist and Manichaean legends, and the heavenly hierarchy of angels and spirits of the fathers and the Gnostics. In the suffering story of the Gospels, the very epic of the Christian nation, set between the story of Jesus' childhood and the Acts of the Apostles, and in the Zoroaster legend that is contemporary with it, we are looking upon the hero figures of early Arabian epic as we see Achilles in the classical and Siegfried and Percival in the Faustian. The scenes of Gethsemane and Golgotha stand beside the noblest pictures of Greek and Germanic saga. These Magian visions, almost without exception, grew up under the pressure of the dying classical which, in the nature of things unable to communicate its spirit, the more insistently lent its forms. It is almost impossible now to estimate the extent to which given Apollinian elements had to be accepted and transvalued before the old Christian myth assumed the firmness that it possessed in the time of Augustine. 9. The classical polytheism, consequently, has a style of its own which puts it in a different category from the conceptions of any other world feelings, whatever the superficial affinities may be. This mode of possessing gods without godhead has only existed once, and it was in the one culture that made the statue of naked man the whole sum of its art. Nature, as classical man felt and knew it about him, viz., a sum of well-formed bodily things, could not be deified in any other form but this. The Roman felt that the claim of Yahweh to be recognized as sole God had something atheistic in it. One God, for him, was no God, and to this may be ascribed the strong dislike of popular feeling, both Greek and Roman, for the philosophers insofar as they were pantheists and godless. Gods are bodies, sigma eta alpha tau alpha of the perfectest kind, and plurality was an attribute of bodies alike for mathematicians, lawyers, and poets. The concept of zeta omicron nu pi omicron lambda iota tau iota kappa nu was valid for gods as well as for men. Nothing was more alien to them than oneness, solitariness, and self-adequacy, and no existence therefore was possible to them save under the aspect of eternal propinquity. It is a deeply significant fact that in Hellas of all countries star gods, the noumena of the far, are wanting. Helios was worshipped only in half-oriental roads and Selene had no cult at all. Both are merely artistic modes of expression, it is as such only that they figure in the courtly epos of Homer, elements that Varro would class in the genus mythicum and not in the genus civil. The old Roman religion, in which the classical world feeling was expressed with special purity, knew neither sun nor moon, neither storm nor cloud as deities. The forest stirrings and the forest's solitude, the tempest and the surf, which completely dominated the nature of Faustian man, even that of pre-Faustian Celts and Teutons, and imparted to their mythology its peculiar character, left classical man unmoved. Only concrete's hearth and door, the coppice and the plot field, this particular river and that particular hill condensed into being for him. We observe that everything that has fatness, everything that contains a suggestion of unbounded and unbodied in it and might thereby bring space as ent and divine into the felt nature, is excluded and remains excluded from classical myth. How should it surprise, then, if clouds and horizons, that are the very meaning and soul of Baroque landscapes, are totally wanting in the classical backgroundless frescoes. The unlimited multitude of antique gods, every tree, every spring, every house, nay every part of a house is a god, means that every tangible thing is an independent existence, and therefore that none is functionally subordinate to any other. The bases of the Apollinian and the Faustian nature images respectively are in all contexts the two opposite symbols of individual thing and unitary space. Olympus and Hades are perfectly sense-definite places, while the kingdom of the dwarfs, elves, and goblins, and Valhalla and Nibelheim are all somewhere or other in the universe of space. In the old Roman religion, Tellus Mater is not the All-Mother but the visible plowable field itself. Faunus is the wood and Vulturnus is the river, the name of the seed is Ceres and that of the harvest is Consus. Horace is a true Roman when he speaks of sub Jove frigido, under the cold sky. In these cases there is not even the attempt to reproduce the god in any sort of image at the places of worship, for that would be tantamount to duplicating him. Even in very late times the instinct not only of the Romans but of the Greeks also is opposed to idols, as is shown by the fact that plastic art, as it became more and more profane, came into conflict more and more with popular beliefs and the devout philosophy. In the house, Janus is the door as god, Vesta the hearth as goddess, the two functions of the house are objectivized and deified at once. A Hellenic river god, like Aklaus, who appears as a bull, is definitely understood as being the river and not as, so to say, dwelling in the river. The Pans 15 and Satyrs are the fields and meadows as Noon defines them, well bounded and, as having figure, having also existence. Dryads and Hamadryads are trees. In many places, indeed, individual trees of great stature were honored with garlands and votive offerings without even the formality of a name. On the contrary, not a trace of this localized materiality clings to the elves, dwarfs, witches, valkyries and their kindred, the armies of departed souls that sweep round o' nights. Whereas naiads are sources, nixies, and hags, and tree spirits and brownies are souls that are only bound to sources, trees, and houses, from which they long to be released into the freedom of roaming. This is the very opposite of the plastic nature feeling, for here things are experienced merely as spaces of another kind. A nymph spring, that is, assumes human form when she would visit a handsome shepherd, but a nixie is an enchanted princess with nenuphars in her hair who comes up at midnight from the depths of the pool wherein she dwells. Kaiser Barbarossa sits in the Kyffhauser cavern and Frau Venus in the Horselberg. It is as though the Faustian universe abhorred anything material and impenetrable. In things, we suspect other worlds. Their hardness and thickness is merely appearance, and a trait that would be impossible in classical myth, because fatal to it some favored mortals are accorded the power to see through cliffs and crags into the depths. But is not just this the secret intent of our physical theories, of each new hypothesis? No other culture knows so many fables of treasures lying in mountains and pools, of secret subterranean realms, palaces, gardens wherein other beings dwell. The whole substantiality of the visible world is denied by the Faustian nature feeling, for which in the end nothing is of earth and the only actual is space. The fairytale dissolves the matter of nature as the Gothic style dissolves the stone mass of our cathedrals, into a ghostly wealth of forms and lines that have shed all weight and acknowledge no bounds. The ever-increasing emphasis with which classical polytheism somatically individualized its deities is peculiarly evident in its attitude to strange gods. For classical man the gods of the Egyptians, the Phoenicians, and the Germans, insofar as they could be imagined as figures, were as real as his own gods. Within his world feeling the statement that such other gods do not exist would have no meaning. When he came into contact with the countries of these deities he did them reverence. The gods were, like a statue or a polis, Euclidean bodies having locality. They were beings of the near and not the general space. If a man were sojourning in Babylon, for instance, and Zeus and Apollo were far away, all the more reason for particularly honoring the local gods. This is the meaning of the altars dedicated to the unknown gods, such as that which Paul so significantly misunderstood in a Magian monotheistic sense at Athens. 16 These were gods not known by name to the Greek but worshipped by the foreigners of the great seaports, Piraeus, Corinth, or other, and therefore entitled to their due of respect from him. Rome expressed this with classical clearness in her religious law and in carefully preserved formulas like, for example, the Generalis Invocatio. 17 As the universe is the sum of things, and as gods are things, recognition had to be accorded even to those gods with whom the Roman had not yet practically and historically come into relations. He did not know them, or he knew them as the gods of his enemies, but they were gods, for it was impossible for him to conceive the opposite. This is the meaning of the sacral phrase in Livy, 8, 9, 6, De quibus est potestas nostrorum hostium qui. The Roman people admits that the circle of its own gods is only momentarily bounded, and after reciting these by name it ends the prayer thus so as not to infringe the rights of others. According to its sacral law, the annexation of foreign territory involves the transfer to Urbs Roma of all the religious obligations pertaining to this territory and its gods, which of course logically follows from the additive God feeling of the classical. Recognition of a deity was very far from being the same as acceptance of the forms of its cult. Thus in the Second Punic War the Great Mother of Pessinus 18 was received in Rome as the Sibyl commanded, but the priests who had come in with her cult, which was of a highly unclassical complexion, practiced under strict police supervision, and not only Roman citizens but even their slaves were forbidden under penalty to enter this priesthood. The reception of the goddess gave satisfaction to the classical world feeling, but the personal performance of her despised ritual would have infringed it. The attitude of the Senate in such cases is unmistakable, though the people, with its ever-increasing admixture of Eastern elements, had a liking for these cults, and in imperial times the army became in virtue of its composition a vehicle, and even the chief vehicle, of the Magian world feeling. This makes it the easier to understand how the cult of deified men could become a necessary element in this religious form world. But here it is necessary to distinguish sharply between classical phenomena and Oriental phenomena that have a superficial similarity thereto. Roman emperor worship, i.e., the reverence of the genius of the living princes and that of the dead predecessors as DV has hitherto been confused with the ceremonial reverence of the ruler which was customary in Asia Minor, and, above all, in Persia, 19 and also with the later and quite differently meant caliph deification which is seen in full process of formation in Diocletian and Constantine. Actually, these are all very unlike things. However intimately these symbolic forms were interfused in the east of the empire, in Rome itself the classical type was actualized unequivocally and without adulteration. Long before this certain Greeks, example Sophocles, Lysander and, above all, Alexander, had been not merely hailed as gods by their flatterers but felt as gods in a perfectly definite sense by the people. It is only a step, after all, from the deification of a thing such as a copse or a well or, in the limit, a statue which represented a god to the deification of an outstanding man who became first hero and then god. In this case as in the rest, what was reverenced was the perfect shape in which the world stuff, the undivine, had actualized itself. In Rome the consul on the day of his triumph wore the armor of Jupiter Capitolinus, and in early days his face and arms were even painted red, in order to enhance his similarity to the terracotta statue of the god whose numen he for the time being incorporated. X. In the first generations of the imperial age, the antique polytheism gradually dissolved, often without any alteration of outward ritual and mythic form, into the Magian monotheism. A new soul had come up, and it lived the old forms in a new mode. The names continued, but they covered other noumena. In all late classical cults, those of Isis and Cybele, of Mithras and Sol and Serapis, the divinity is no longer felt as a localized and formable being. In old times, Hermes Propylaeus had been worshipped at the entrance of the Acropolis of Athens, while a few yards away, at the point where later the Erectum was built, was the cult site of Hermes as the husband of Agra. At the south extremity of the Roman capital, close to the sanctuary of Jupiter Feretrius, which contained, not a statue of the god, but a holy stone, Silex 20, was that of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, and when Augustus was laying down the huge temple of the latter he was careful to avoid the ground to which the numen of the former adhered. 21 But in early Christian times Jupiter Dolichonus or Sol Invitus 22 could be worshipped wheresoever two or three were gathered together in his name. All these deities more and more came to be felt as a single numen, though the adherents of a particular cult would believe that they in particular knew the numen in its true shape. Hence it is that Isis could be spoken of as the million-named. Hitherto, names had been the designations of so many gods different in body and locality, now they are titles of the one whom every man has in mind. This Magian monotheism reveals itself in all the religious creations that flooded the empire from the east: the Alexandrian Isis, the sun god favored by Aurelian, the Baal of Palmyra, the Mitras protected by Diocletian, whose Persian form had been completely recast in Syria, the Baalath of Carthage, Tanit, Dies Iolistus 23, honored by Septimius Severus. The importation of these figures no longer increases as in classical times the number of concrete gods. On the contrary, they absorb the old gods into themselves, and do so in such a way as to deprive them more and more of picturable shape. Alchemy is replacing statics. Correspondingly, instead of the image we more and more find symbols, example the bull, the lamb, the fish, the triangle, the cross coming to the front. In Constantine's In Hoc Signo Vinces scarcely an echo of the classical remains. Already there is setting in that aversion to human representation that ended in the Islamic and Byzantine prohibitions of images. Right down to Trajan, long after the last trait of Apollinian world feeling had departed from the soil of Greece, the Roman state worship had strength enough to hold to the Euclidean tendency and to augment its world of deities. The gods of the subject lands and peoples were accorded recognized places of worship, with priesthood and ritual, in Rome, and were themselves associated as perfectly definite individuals with the older gods. But from that point the Magian spirit began to gain ground even here, in spite of an honorable resistance which centered in a few of the very oldest patrician families. 24 The god figures as such, as bodies, vanished from the consciousness of men, to make way for a transcendental God feeling which no longer depended on sense evidences, and the usages, festivals, and legends melted into one another. When in 217 Caracalla put an end to all sacral legal distinctions between Roman and foreign deities, and Isis, absorbing all older female noumena, became actually the first goddess of Rome. 25, and thereby the most dangerous opponent of Christianity and the most obnoxious target for the hatred of the fathers, then Rome became a piece of the East, a religious diocese of Syria. Then the Baals of Daulic, Petra, Palmyra, and Edessa began to melt into the monotheism of Sol, who became and remained, till his representative Licinius fell before Constantine, god of the empire. By now, the question was not between classical and Magian Christianity was in so little danger from the old gods that it could offer them a sort of sympathy, but it was, which of the Magian religions should dictate religious form to the world of the classical empire. The decline of the old plastic feeling is very clearly discernible in the stages through which emperor worship passed. First, the dead emperor taken into the circle of state gods by resolution of the Senate, Divus Julius, 42 BC, a priesthood provided for him and his image removed from amongst the ancestor images that were carried in purely domestic celebrations. Then, from Marcus Aurelius, no further consecrations of priests, and, presently, no further building of temples, for the service of deified emperors, for the reason that religious sentiment was now satisfied by a general templum divorum. Finally, the epithet divus used simply as a title of members of the imperial family. This end to the evolution marks the victory of the Magian feeling. It will be found that multiple names in the inscriptions, such as Isis Magna Mater Juno Astarte Bellona, or Mitras Sol Invitus Helios, come to signify titles of one sole existent godhead. 26. 11. Atheism is a subject that the psychologist and the student of religion have hitherto regarded as scarcely worth careful investigation. Much has been written and argued about it, and very roundly, by the free-thought martyr on the one hand and the religious zealot on the other. But no one has had anything to say about the species of atheism, or has treated it analytically as an individual and definite phenomenon, positive and necessary and intensely symbolic, or has realized how it is limited in time. Is atheism the a priori constitution of a certain world consciousness, or is it a voluntary self-expression? Is one born with it or converted to it? Does the unconscious feeling that the cosmos has become godless bring in its train the consciousness that it is so, the realization that Great Pan is dead? Are there early atheists, for example in the Doric or the Gothic ages? Are there cases of men insisting on describing themselves as atheists who are in fact not atheists at all? And, on the other hand, can there be civilized men who are not wholly or at any rate partially atheist? It is not in dispute, the word itself shows it in all languages, that atheism is essentially a negation, that it signifies the foregoing of a spiritual idea and therefore the precedence of such an idea, and that it is not the creative act of an unimpaired formative power. But what is it that it denies? In what way? And who is the denier? Atheism, rightly understood, is the necessary expression of a spirituality that has accomplished itself and exhausted its religious possibilities, and is declining into the inorganic. It is entirely compatible with a living wistful desire for real religiousness 27 therein resembling romanticism, which likewise would recall that which has irrevocably gone, namely, the culture, and it may quite well be in a man as a creation of his feeling without his being aware of it, without its ever interfering with the habits of his thought or challenging his convictions. We can understand this if we can see what it was that made the devout Haydn call Beethoven an atheist after he had heard some of his music. Atheism comes not with the evening of the culture but with the dawn of the civilization. It belongs to the great city, to the educated man of the great city who acquires mechanistically what his forefathers the creators of the culture had lived organically. In respect of the classical feeling of God, Aristotle is an atheist unawares. The Hellenistic Roman Stoicism is atheistic like the socialism of Western and the Buddhism of Indian modernity, reverently though they may and do use the word God. But, if this late form of world feeling and world image which preludes our second religiousness is universally a negation of the religious in us, the structure of it is different in each of the civilizations. There is no religiousness that is without an atheistic opposition belonging uniquely to itself and directed uniquely against itself. Men continue to experience the outer world that extends around them as a cosmos of well-ordered bodies or a world cavern or efficient space, as the case may be, but they no longer livingly experience the sacred causality in it. They only learn to know it in a profane causality that is, or is desired to be, inclusively mechanical. There are atheisms of classical, Arabian, and Western kinds, and these differ from one another in meaning and in matter. Nietzsche formulated the dynamic atheism on the basis that God is dead, and a classical philosopher would have expressed the static and Euclidean by saying that the gods who dwell in the holy places are dead, the one indicating that boundless space has, the other that countless bodies have, become godless. But dead space and dead things are the facts of physics. The atheist is unable to experience any difference between the nature picture of physics and that of religion. Language, with a fine feeling, distinguishes wisdom and intelligence, the early and the late, the rural and the megalopolitan conditions of the soul. Intelligence even sounds atheistic. No one would describe Heraclitus or Meister Eckhart as an intelligence, but Socrates and Rousseau were intelligent and not wise men. There is something rootless in the word. It is only from the standpoint of the Stoic and of the socialist, of the typical irreligious man, that want of intelligence is a matter for contempt. The spiritual in every living culture is religious, has religion, whether it be conscious of it or not. That it exists, becomes, develops, fulfills itself, is its religion. It is not open to a spirituality to be irreligious, at most it can play with the idea of irreligion as Medici and Florentines did. But the megalopolitan is irreligious, this is part of his being, a mark of his historical position. Bitterly as he may feel the inner emptiness and poverty, earnestly as he may long to be religious, it is out of his power to be so. All religiousness in the megalopolis rests upon self-deception. the degree of piety of which a period is capable is revealed in its attitude towards toleration. One tolerates, either because the form language appears to be expressing something of that which in one's own lived experience is felt as divine, or else because that experience no longer contains anything so felt. What we moderns have called toleration in the classical world is an expression of the contrary of atheism. Plurality of noumena and cults is inherent in the conception of classical religion, and it was not toleration but the self-evident expression of antique piety that allowed validity to them all. Conversely, anyone who demanded exceptions showed himself ipso facto as godless. Christians and Jews counted, and necessarily counted, as atheists in the eyes of anyone whose world picture was an aggregate of individual bodies, and when in imperial times they ceased to be regarded in this light, the old classical God-feeling had itself come to an end. On the other hand, respect for the form of the local cult, whatever this might be, for images of the gods, for sacrifices and festivals was always expected, and anyone who mocked or profaned them very soon learned the limits of classical toleration. Witness the scandal of the mutilation of the Hermi at Athens and trials for the desecration of the Eleusinian mysteries, that is, impious travestying of the sensuous element. But to the Faustian soul, again we see opposition of space and body, of conquest and acceptance of presence, dogma and not visible ritual constitutes the essence. What is regarded as godless is opposition to doctrine. Here begins the spatial spiritual conception of heresy. A Faustian religion by its very nature cannot allow any freedom of conscience, it would be in contradiction with its space-invasive dynamic. Even free thinking itself is no exception to the rule. After the stake, the guillotine, after the burning of the books, their suppression, after the power of the pulpit, the power of the press. Amongst us there is no faith without leanings to an inquisition of some sort. Expressed in appropriate electrodynamic imagery, the field of force of a conviction adjusts all the minds within it according to its own intensity. Failure to do so means absence of conviction in ecclesiastical language, ungodliness. For the Apollinian soul, on the contrary, it was contempt of the cult sigma beta epsilon iota alpha in the literal sense that was ungodly, and here its religion admitted no freedom of attitude. In both cases there was a line drawn between the toleration demanded by the God-feeling and that forbidden by it. Now, here the late classical philosophy of sophist Stoic speculation, as distinct from the general Stoic disposition, was in opposition to religious feeling. And accordingly we find the people of Athens, that Athens which could build altars to unknown gods, persecuting as pitilessly as the Spanish Inquisition. We have only to review the list of classical thinkers and historical personages who were sacrificed to the integrity of the cult. Socrates and Diagramoras were executed for sigma beta epsilon iota alpha, Anaxagoras, Protagoras, Aristotle, Alcibiades only saved themselves by flight. The number of executions for cult impiety, in Athens alone and during the few decades of the Peloponnesian War, ran into hundreds. After the condemnation of Protagoras, a house-to-house search was made for the destruction of his writings. In Rome, acts of this sort began, so far as history enables us to trace them, in 181 BC when the Senate ordered the public burning of the Pythagorean books of Numa 28. This was followed by an uninterrupted series of expulsions, both of individual philosophers and of whole schools, and later by executions and by public burnings of books regarded as subversive of religion. For instance, in the time of Caesar alone, the places of worship of Isis were 5 times destroyed by order of the consuls, and Tiberius had her image thrown into the Tiber. The refusal to perform sacrifice before the image of the emperor was made a penal offense. All these were measures against atheism, in the classical sense of the word, manifested in theoretical or practical contempt of the visible cult. Unless we can put our Western feeling of these matters out of action, we shall never penetrate into the essence of the world image that underlay the classical attitude to them. Poets and philosophers might spin myths and transform God figures as much as they pleased. The dogmatic interpretation of the sensuous data was everyone's liberty. The histories of the gods could be made fun of in satiric drama and comedy, even that did not impugn their Euclidean existence. But the statue of the god, the cult, the plastic embodiment of piety, it was not permitted to any man to touch these. It was not out of hypocrisy that the fine minds of the earlier empire, who had ceased to take a myth of any kind seriously, punctiliously conformed to the public cults and, above all, to the cult deeply real for all classes of the emperor. And, on the other hand, the poets and thinkers of the mature Faustian culture were at liberty not to go to church, to avoid confession, to stay at home on procession days and, in Protestant surroundings, to live without any relations with the church whatever. But they were not free to touch points of dogma, for that would have been dangerous within any confession and any sect, including, once more and expressly, free thought. The Roman Stoic, who without faith in the mythology piously observed the ritual forms, has his counterpart in those men of the Age of Enlightenment, like Lessing and Goethe, who disregarded the rites of the Church but never doubted the fundamental truths of faith. 12. If we turn back from nature feeling become form to nature knowledge become system, we know God or the gods as the origin of the images by which the intellect seeks to make the world around comprehensible to itself. Goethe once remarked, "To Riemer the reason is as old as the world, even the child has reason." But it is not applied in all times in the same way or to the same objects. The earlier centuries had their ideas in intuitions of the fancy, but ours bring them into notions. The great views of life were brought into shapes, into gods, today they are brought into notions. Then the productive force was greater, now the destructive force or art of separation. The strong religiousness of Newton's Mechanics 29 and the almost complete atheism of the formulations of modern dynamics are of like color, positive and negative of the same primary feeling. A physical system of necessity has all the characters of the soul to whose world form it belongs. The deism of the Baroque belongs with its dynamics and its analytical geometry, its three basic principles, God, freedom, and immortality, are in the language of mechanics the principles of inertia, Galileo, least action, D'Alembert, and the conservation of energy, Q.R. Meyer. That which nowadays we call quite generally physics is in reality an artifact of the Baroque. At this stage the reader will not feel it as paradoxical to associate the mode of representation which rests on the assumption of distant forces and the, wholly unclassical and anything but naive, idea of action at a distance, attraction and repulsion of masses, specially with the Jesuit style of architecture founded by Vignola, and to call it accordingly the Jesuit style of physics, and I would likewise call the infinitesimal calculus, which of necessity came into being just when and where it did, the Jesuit style of mathematic. Within this style, a working hypothesis that deepens the technique of experimentation is correct, for Loyola's concern, like Newton's, was not description of nature but method. Western physics is by its inward form dogmatic and not ritualistic, cultish. Its content is the dogma of force as identical with space and distance, the theory of the mechanical act, as against the mechanical posture, in space. Consequently its tendency is persistently to overcome the apparent. Beginning with a still quite Apollinian sensuous classification of physics into the physics of the eye, optics, of the ear, acoustics, and of the skin sense, heat, it by degrees eliminated all sense impressions and replaced them by abstract systems of relations. Thus, under the influence of ideas concerning dynamical motion in an ether, radiant heat is nowadays dealt with under the heading of optics, a word which has ceased to have anything to do with the eye. Force is a mythical quantity, which does not arise out of scientific experimentation but, on the contrary, defines the structure thereof a priori. It is only the Faustian conception of nature that instead of a magnet thinks of a magnetism whose field of force includes a piece of iron, and instead of luminous bodies thinks of radiant energy, and that imagines personifications like electricity, temperature and radioactivity. 30. That this force or energy is really a noumen stiffened into a concept, and in no wise the result of scientific experience, is shown by the often overlooked fact that the basic principle known as the first law of thermodynamics 31 says nothing whatever about the nature of energy, and it is properly speaking an incorrect, though psychologically most significant, assumption that the idea of the conservation of energy is fixed in it. Experimental measurement can in the nature of things only establish a number, which number we have, significantly, again, named work. But the dynamical cast of our thought demanded that this should be conceived as a difference of energy, although the absolute value of energy is only a figment and can never be rendered by a definite number. There always remains, therefore, an undefined additive constant, as we call it. In other words, we always strive to maintain the image of an energy that our inner eye has formed, although actual scientific practice is not concerned with it. This being the provenance of the force concept, it follows that we can no more define it than we can define those other unclassical words will and space. There remains always a felt and intuitively perceived remainder which makes every personal definition an almost religious creed of its author. Every Baroque scientist in this matter has his personal inner experience which he is trying to clothe in words. Goethe, for instance, could never have defined his idea of a world force, but to himself it was a certainty. Kant called force the phenomenon of an end in itself. We know substance in space, the body, only through forces. Laplace called it an unknown of which the workings are all that we know, and Newton imagined immaterial forces at a distance. Leibniz spoke of vis viva as a quantum which together with matter formed the unit that he called the monad, and Descartes, with certain thinkers of the 18th century, was equally unwilling to draw fundamental distinctions between motion and the moved. Beside potentia, virtus, impetus we find even in Gothic times periphrases such as conatus and nisus, in which the force and the releasing cause are obviously not separated. We can, indeed, quite well differentiate between Catholic, Protestant and atheistic notions of force. But Spinoza, a Jew, and therefore, spiritually, a member of the Magian culture, could not absorb the Faustian force concept at all, and it has no place in his system. And it is an astounding proof of the secret power of root ideas that Heinrich Hertz, the only Jew amongst the great physicists of the recent past, was also the only one of them who tried to resolve the dilemma of mechanics by eliminating the idea of force. The force dogma is the one and only theme of Faustian physics. That branch of science which under the name of statics has been passed from system to system and century to century is a fiction. Modern statics is in the same position as arithmetic and geometry, which, if the literal and original senses of the words be kept to, are void of meaning in modern analysis, empty names bequeathed by classical science and only preserved because our reverence for all things classical has hitherto debarred us from getting rid of them or even recognizing their hollowness. There is no Western statics, that is, no interpretation of mechanical facts that is natural to the Western spirit bases itself on the ideas of form and substance, or even, for that matter, on the ideas of space and mass otherwise than in connection with those of time and force. 32 The reader can test this in any department that he pleases. Even temperature, which of all our physical magnitudes has the most plausible look of being static, classical, and passive, only falls into its place in our system when it is brought into a force picture, viz., the picture of a quantity of heat made up of ultra-swift subtle irregular motions of the atoms of a body, with temperature as the mean vis viva of these atoms. The late Renaissance imagined that it had revived the Archimedean physics just as it believed that it was continuing the classical sculpture. But in the one case as in the other it was merely preparing for the forms of the Baroque, and doing so out of the spirit of the Gothic. To this statics belongs the picture subject as it is in Montaigne's work and also in that of Signorelli, whose line and attitude later generations regarded as stiff and cold. With Leonardo, dynamics begins, and in Rubens the movement of swelling bodies is already at a maximum. As late as 1629 the spirit of Renaissance physics appears in the theory of magnetism formulated by the Jesuit Nicolas Cabio. Conceived in the mold of an Aristotelian idea of the world, it was, like Palladio's work on architecture, foredoomed to lead to nothing, not because it was wrong in itself but because it was in contradiction with the Faustian nature feeling which, freed from Magian leading strings by the thinkers and researchers of the 14th century, now required forms of its very own for the expression of its world knowledge. Cabio avoided the notions of force and mass and confined himself to the classical concepts of form and substance. In other words, he went back from the architecture of Michelangelo's last phase and of Vignola to that of Michelozzo and Raphael, and the system which he formed was complete and self-contained but without importance for the future. A magnetism conceived as a state of individual bodies and not as a force in unbounded space was incapable of symbolically satisfying the inner eye of Faustian man. What we need is a theory of the far, not one of the near. Newton's mathematical mechanical principles required to be made explicit as a dynamics pure and entire, and this another Jesuit, Boscovich 33, was the first to achieve in 1758. Even Galileo was still under the influence of the Renaissance feeling, to which the opposition of force and mass, that was to produce, in architecture and painting and music alike, the element of grand movement, was something strange and uncomfortable. He therefore limited the idea of force to contact force, impact, and his formulation did not go beyond conservation of momentum, quantity of motion. He held fast to mere movedness and fought shy of any passion of space, and it was left to Leibniz to develop first in the course of controversy and then positively by the application of his mathematical discoveries the idea of genuine free and directional forces, living force, activum thema. The notion of conservation of momentum then gave way to that of conservation of living forces, as quantitative number gave way to functional number. The concept of mass, too, did not become definite until somewhat later. In Galileo and Kepler its place is occupied by volume, and it was Newton who distinctly conceived it as functional, the world as function of God. That mass, defined nowadays as the constant relation between force and acceleration in respect of a system of material points, should have no proportionate relation whatever to volume was, in spite of the evidence of the planets, a conclusion unacceptable to Renaissance feeling. But, even so, Galileo was forced to inquire into the causes of motion. In a genuine statics, working only with the notions of material and form, this question would have had no meaning. For Archimedes displacement was a matter of insignificance compared with form, which was the essence of all corporeal existence, for, if space be non-ent, what efficient can there be external to the body concerned? Things are not functions of motion, but they move themselves. Newton it was who first got completely away from Renaissance feeling and formed the notion of distant forces, the attraction and repulsion of bodies across space itself. Distance is already in itself a force. The very idea of it is so free from all sense-perceptible content that Newton himself felt uncomfortable with it. In fact, it mastered him and not he it. It was the spirit of Baroque itself, with its bent towards infinite space, that had evoked this contrapuntal and utterly unplastic notion. And in it withal there was a contradiction. To this day no one has produced an adequate definition of these forces at a distance. No one has ever yet understood what centrifugal force really is. Is the force of the earth rotating on its axis the cause of this motion, or vice versa? Or are the two identical? Is such a cause, considered per se, a force, or another motion? What is the difference between force and motion? Suppose the alterations in the planetary system to be workings of a centrifugal force, that being so, the bodies ought to be slung out of their path tangentially, and as in fact they are not so, we must assume a centripetal force as well. What do all these words mean? It is just the impossibility of arriving at order and clarity here that led Hertz to do away with the force notion altogether and, by highly artificial assumptions of rigid couplings between positions and velocities, to reduce his system of mechanics to the principle of contact, impact. But this merely conceals and does not remove the perplexities, which are of intrinsically Faustian character and rooted in the very essence of dynamics. Can we speak of forces which owe their origin to motion? Certainly not, but can we get rid of primary notions that are inborn in the Western spirit though indefinable? Hertz himself made no attempt to apply his system practically. This symbolic difficulty of modern mechanics is in no way removed by the potential theory that was founded by Faraday when the center of gravity of physical thought had passed from the dynamics of matter to the electrodynamics of the ether. The famous experimenter, who was a visionary through and through. Alone amongst the modern masters of physics he was not a mathematician, observed in 1846, "I assume nothing to be true in any part of space, whether this be empty as is commonly said, or filled with matter, except forces and the lines in which they are exercised." Here, plain enough, is the directional tendency with its intimately organic and historic content, the tendency in the knower to live the process of his knowing. Here Faraday is metaphysically at one with Newton, whose forces at a distance point to a mythic background that the devout physicist declined to examine. The possible alternative way of reaching an unequivocal definition of force, viz., that which starts from world and not God, from the object and not the subject of natural motion state, was leading at the very same time to the formulation of the concept of energy. Now, this concept represents, as distinct from that of force, a quantum of directedness and not a direction, and is insofar akin to Leibniz's conception of living force unalterable in quantity. It will not escape notice that essential features of the mass concept have been taken over here. Indeed, even the bizarre notion of an atomic structure of energy has been seriously discussed. This rearrangement of the basic words has not, however, altered the feeling that a world force with its substratum does exist. The motion problem is as insoluble as ever. All that has happened on the way from Newton to Faraday or from Berkeley to Mill is that the religious deed idea has been replaced by the irreligious work idea. In the nature picture of Bruno, Newton, and Goethe something divine is working itself out in acts. In that of modern physics nature is doing work, for every process within the meaning of the first law of thermodynamics is or should be measurable by the expenditure of energy, to which a quantity of work corresponds in the form of bound energy. Naturally, therefore, we find the decisive discovery of J.R. Meyer coinciding in time with the birth of the socialist theory. Even economic systems wield the same concepts. The value problem has been in relation with quantity of work ever since Adam Smith, who vis-a-vis Quesnay and Turgot marks the change from an organic to a mechanical structure of the economic field. The work which is the foundation of modern economic theory has purely dynamic meaning, and phrases could be found in the language of economists which correspond exactly to the physical propositions of conservation of energy, entropy, and least action. If, then, we review the successive stages through which the central idea of force has passed since its birth in the Baroque, and its intimate relations with the form worlds of the great arts and of mathematics, we find that, 1. In the 17th century, Galileo, Newton, Leibniz, it is pictorially formed and in unison with the great art of oil painting that died out about 1630. 2. In the 18th century, the classical mechanics of Laplace and Lagrange, it acquires the abstract character of the fugue style and is in unison with Bach, and, 3, with the culture at its end and the civilized intelligence victorious over the spiritual, it appears in the domain of pure analysis, and in particular in the theory of functions of several complex variables, without which it is, in its most modern form, scarcely understandable. 13. But with this, it cannot be denied, the Western physics is drawing near to the limit of its possibilities. At bottom, its mission as a historical phenomenon has been to transform the Faustian nature feeling into an intellectual knowledge, the faith forms of springtime into the machine forms of exact science. And, though for the time being it will continue to quarry more and more practical and even purely theoretical results as such, whatever their kind, belong to the superficial history of a science. To its deeps belong only the history of its symbolism and its style, and it is almost too evident to be worth the saying that in those deeps the essence and nucleus of our science is in rapid disintegration. Up to the end of the 19th century every step was in the direction of an inward fulfillment, an increasing purity, rigor, and fullness of the dynamic nature picture, and then, that which has brought it to an optimum of theoretical clarity, suddenly becomes a solvent. This is not happening intentionally. The high intelligences of modern physics are, in fact, unconscious that it is happening at all, but from an inherent historic necessity. Just so, at the same relative stage, the classical science inwardly fulfilled itself about 200 BC. Analysis reached its goal with Gauss, Cauchy, and Riemann, and today it is only filling up the gaps in its structure. This is the origin of the sudden and annihilating doubt that has arisen about things that even yesterday were the unchallenged foundation of physical theory, about the meaning of the energy principle, the concepts of mass, space, absolute time, and causality laws generally. This doubt is no longer the fruitful doubt of the Baroque, which brought the knower and the object of his knowledge together. It is a doubt affecting the very possibility of a nature science. To take one instance alone, what a depth of unconscious skepsis there is in the rapidly increasing use of enumerative and statistical methods, which aim only at probability of results and forego in advance the absolute scientific exactitude that was a creed to the hopeful earlier generations. The moment is at hand now, when the possibility of a self-contained and self-consistent mechanics will be given up for good. Every physics, as I have shown, must break down over the motion problem, in which the living person of the knower methodically intrudes into the inorganic form world of the known. But today, not only is this dilemma still inherent in all the newest theories, but 3 centuries of intellectual work have brought it so sharply to focus that there is no possibility more of ignoring it. The theory of gravitation, which since Newton has been an impregnable truth, has now been recognized as a temporally limited and shaky hypothesis. The principle of the conservation of energy has no meaning if energy is supposed to be infinite in an infinite space. The acceptance of the principle is incompatible with any three-dimensional structure of space, whether infinite or Euclidean or, as the non-Euclidean geometries present it, spherical and of finite, yet unbounded volume. Its validity therefore is restricted to a system of bodies self-contained and not externally influenced, and such a limitation does not and cannot exist in actuality. But symbolic infinity was just what the Faustian world feeling had meant to express in this basic idea, which was simply the mechanical and extensional re-ideation of the idea of immortality and world soul. In fact, it was a feeling out of which knowledge could never succeed in forming a pure system. The luminiferous ether, again, was an ideal postulate of modern dynamics whereby every motion required a something to be moved, but every conceivable hypothesis concerning the constitution of this ether has broken down under inner contradictions. More, Lord Kelvin has proved mathematically that there can be no structure of this light transmitter that is not open to objections. As, according to the interpretation of Fresnel's experiments, the light waves are transversal, the ether would have to be a rigid body, with truly quaint properties, but then the laws of elasticity would have to apply to it, and in that case the waves would be longitudinal. The Maxwell-Hertz equations of the electromagnetic theory of light, which in fact are pure nameless numbers of indubitable validity, exclude the explanation of the ether by any mechanics whatsoever. Therefore, and having regard also to the consequences of the relativity theory, physicists now regard the ether as pure vacuum. But that, after all, is not very different from demolishing the dynamic picture itself. Since Newton, the assumption of constant mass, the counterpart of constant force, has had uncontested validity. But the quantum theory of Planck, and the conclusions of Niels Bohr therefrom as to the fine structure of atoms, which experimental experience had rendered necessary, have destroyed this assumption. Every self-contained system possesses, besides kinetic energy, an energy of radiant heat which is inseparable from it and therefore cannot be represented purely by the concept of mass. For if mass is defined by living energy, it is ipso facto no longer constant with reference to thermodynamic state. Nevertheless, it is impossible to fit the theory of quanta into the group of hypotheses constituting the classical mechanics of the Baroque. Moreover, along with the principle of causal continuity, the basis of the infinitesimal calculus founded by Newton and Leibniz is threatened. 34 But, if these are serious enough doubts, the ruthlessly cynical hypothesis of the relativity theory strikes to the very heart of dynamics. Supported by the experiments of A. Michelson, which showed that the velocity of light remains unaffected by the motion of the medium, and prepared mathematically by Lorentz and Minkowski, its specific tendency is to destroy the notion of absolute time. Astronomical discoveries, and here present-day scientists are seriously deceiving themselves, can neither establish nor refute it. Correct and incorrect are not the criteria whereby such assumptions are to be tested, The question is whether, in the chaos of involved and artificial ideas that has been produced by the innumerable hypotheses of radioactivity and thermodynamics, it can hold its own as a usable hypothesis or not. But however this may be, it has abolished the constancy of those physical quantities into the definition of which time has entered, and unlike the antique statics, the Western dynamics knows only such quantities. Absolute measures of length and rigid bodies are no more. And with this the possibility of absolute quantitative delimitations and therefore the classical concept of mass as the constant ratio between force and acceleration fall to the ground just after the quantum of action, a product of energy and time, had been set up as a new constant. If we make it clear to ourselves that the atomic ideas of Rutherford and Bohr 35 signify nothing but this, that the numerical results of observations have suddenly been provided with a picture of a planetary world within the atom, instead of that of atom swarms hitherto favored, if we observe how rapidly card houses of hypothesis are run up nowadays, every contradiction being immediately covered up by a new hurried hypothesis, if we reflect on how little heed is paid to the fact that these images contradict one another and the classical Baroque mechanics alike, we cannot but realize that the great style of ideation is at an end and that, as in architecture and the arts of form, a sort of craft art of hypothesis building has taken its place. Only our extreme maestria in experimental technique, true child of its century, hides the collapse of the symbolism. 14. Amongst these symbols of decline, the most conspicuous is the notion of entropy, which forms the subject of the second law of thermodynamics. The first law, that of the conservation of energy, is the plain formulation of the essence of dynamics, not to say of the constitution of the West European soul, to which nature is necessarily visible only in the form of a contrapuntal dynamic causality, as against the static plastic causality of Aristotle. The basic element of the Faustian world picture is not the attitude but the deed and, mechanically considered, the process, and this law merely puts the mathematical character of these processes into form as variables and constants. But the second law goes deeper, and shows a bias in nature happenings which is in no wise imposed a priori by the conceptual fundamentals of dynamics. Mathematically, entropy is represented by a quantity which is fixed by the momentary state of a self-contained system of bodies and under all physical and chemical alterations can only increase, never diminish. In the most favorable conditions it remains unchanged. Entropy, like force and will, is something which, to anyone for whom this form world is accessible at all, is inwardly clear and meaningful, but is formulated differently by every different authority and never satisfactorily by any. Here again, the intellect breaks down where the world feeling demands expression. Nature processes in general have been classified as irreversible and reversible, according as entropy is increased or not. In any process of the first kind, free energy is converted into bound energy, and if this dead energy is to be turned once more into living, this can only occur through the simultaneous binding of a further quantum of living energy in some second process. The best known example is the combustion of coal, that is, the conversion of the living energy stored up in it into heat bound by the gas form of the carbon dioxide. If the latent energy of water is to be translated into steam pressure and thereafter into motion. 36 It follows that in the world as a whole entropy continually increases, that is, the dynamic system is manifestly approaching to some final state, whatever this may be. Examples of the irreversible processes are conduction of heat, diffusion, friction, emission of light and chemical reactions; of reversible, gravitation, electric oscillations, electromagnetic waves and sound waves. What has never hitherto been fully felt, and what leads me to regard the entropy theory, 1850, as the beginning of the destruction of that masterpiece of Western intelligence, the old dynamic physics, is the deep opposition of theory and actuality which is here for the first time introduced into theory itself. The first law had drawn the strict picture of a causal nature happening, but the second law, by introducing irreversibility, has for the first time brought into the mechanical logical domain a tendency belonging to immediate life and thus in fundamental contradiction with the very essence of that domain. If the entropy theory is followed out to its conclusion, it results, firstly, that in theory all processes must be reversible, which is one of the basic postulates of dynamics and is reasserted with all rigor in the law of the conservation of energy, but, secondly, that in actuality processes of nature in their entirety are irreversible. Not even under the artificial conditions of laboratory experiment can the simplest process be exactly reversed, that is, a state once past cannot be re-established. Nothing is more significant of the present condition of systematics than the introduction of the hypotheses of elementary disorder for the purpose of smoothing out the contradiction between intellectual postulate and actual experience. The smallest particles of a body, an image, no more, throughout perform reversible processes, but in actual things the smallest particles are in disorder and mutually interfere, and so the irreversible process that alone is experienced by the observer is linked with increase of entropy by taking the mean probabilities of occurrences. And thus theory becomes a chapter of the calculus of probabilities, and in lieu of exact we have statistical methods. Evidently, the significance of this has passed unnoticed. Statistics belong, like chronology, to the domain of the organic, to fluctuating life, to destiny and incident, and not to the world of laws and timeless causality. As everyone knows, statistics serve above all to characterize political and economic, that is, historical, developments. In the classical mechanics of Galileo and Newton there would have been no room for them. And if, now, suddenly the contents of that field are supposed to be understood and understandable only statistically and under the aspect of probability instead of under that of the a priori exactitude which the Baroque thinkers unanimously demanded, what does it mean? It means that the object of understanding is ourselves. The nature known in this wise is the nature that we know by way of living experience, that we live in ourselves. What theory asserts, and, being itself, must assert, to wit, this ideal irreversibility that never happens in actuality, represents a relic of the old severe intellectual form, the great Baroque tradition that had contrapuntal music for twin sister. But the resort to statistics shows that the force that tradition regulated and made effective is exhausted. Becoming and become, destiny and causality, historical and natural science elements are beginning to be confused. Formula, of life, growth, age, direction, and death are crowding up. That is what, from this point of view, irreversibility in world processes has to mean. It is the expression, no longer of the physical but of genuine historical, inwardly experienced time, which is identical with destiny. Baroque physics was, root and branch, a strict systematic and remained so for as long as its structure was not racked by theories like these, as long as its field was absolutely free from anything that expressed accident and mere probability. But directly these theories come up, it becomes physiognomic. The course of the world is followed out. The idea of the end of the world appears, under the veil of formulas that are no longer in their essence formulas at all. Something Goethean has entered into physics, and if we understand the deeper significance of Goethe's passionate polemic against Newton in the Farbenlehre 37, we shall realize the full weight of what this means. For therein intuitive vision was arguing against reason, life against death, creative image against normative law. The critical form world of nature knowledge came out of nature feeling, God feeling, as the evoked contrary. Here, at the end of the late period, it has reached the maximal distance and is turning to come home. So, once more, the imaging power that is the efficient in dynamics conjures up the old great symbol of Faustian man's historical passion. Care the outlook into the farthest far of past and future, the back-looking study of history, the foreseeing state, the confessions and introspections, the bells that sounded over all our countrysides and measured the passing of life. The ethos of the word time, as we alone feel it, as instrumental music alone and no statue plastic can carry it, is directed upon an aim. This aim has been figured in every life image that the West has conceived as the Third Kingdom, as the New Age, as the task of mankind, as the issue of evolution. And it is figured, as the destined end state of all Faustian nature, in entropy. Directional feeling, a relation of past and future, is implicit already in the mythic concept of force on which the whole of this dogmatic form world rests, and in the description of natural processes it emerges distinct. It would not be too much, therefore, to say that entropy, as the intellectual form in which the infinite sum of nature events is assembled as a historical and physiognomic unit, tacitly underlay all physical concept formation from the outset, so that when it came out, as one day it was bound to come out, it was as a discovery of scientific induction claiming support from all the other theoretical elements of the system. The more dynamics exhausts its inner possibilities as it nears the goal, the more decidedly the historical characters in the picture come to the front, and the more insistently the organic necessity of destiny asserts itself side by side with the inorganic necessity of causality, and direction makes itself felt along with capacity and intensity, the factors of pure extension. The course of this process is marked by the appearance of whole series of daring hypotheses, all of like sort, which are only apparently demanded by experimental results, and which in fact world feeling and mythology imagined as long ago as the Gothic age. Above all, this is manifested in the bizarre hypotheses of atomic disintegration which elucidate the phenomena of radioactivity, and according to which uranium atoms that have kept their essence unaltered, in spite of all external influences, for millions of years, quite suddenly without assignable cause explode, scattering their smallest particles over space with velocities of thousands of kilometers per second. Only a few individuals in an aggregate of radioactive atoms are struck by destiny, thus, the neighbors being entirely unaffected. Here too, then, is a picture of history and not nature, and although statistical methods here also prove to be necessary, one might almost say that in them mathematical number has been replaced by chronological. 38. With ideas like these, the mythopoetic force of the Faustian soul is returning to its origins. It was at the outset of the Gothic, just at the time when the first mechanical clocks were being built, that the myth of the world's end, Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, arose. It may be that, like all the reputedly old German myths, Ragnarok, whether in the Völuspá form or as the Christian Muspelai, was modeled more or less on classical and particularly Christian apocalyptic motives. Nevertheless, it is the expression and symbol of the Faustian and of no other soul. The Olympian college is historyless, it knows no becoming, no epical moments, no aim. But the passionate thrust into distance is Faustian. Force, will, has an aim, and where there is an aim there is for the inquiring eye an end. That which the perspective of oil painting expressed by means of the vanishing point, the Baroque park by its point de vue, and analysis by the nth term of an infinite series, the conclusion, that is, of a will-directedness, assumes here the form of the concept. The Faust of the second part is dying, for he has reached his goal. What the myth of Götterdämmerung signified of old, the irreligious form of it, the theory of entropy, signifies today world's end as completion of an inwardly necessary evolution. 15. It remains now to sketch the last stage of Western science. From our standpoint of today, the gently sloping route of decline is clearly visible. This too, the power of looking ahead to inevitable destiny, is part of the historical capacity that is the peculiar endowment of the Faustian. The classical died, as we shall die, but it died unknowing. It believed in an eternal being, and to the last it lived its days with frank satisfaction, each day spent as a gift of the gods. But we know our history. Before us there stands a last spiritual crisis that will involve all Europe and America. What its course will be, late Hellenism tells us. The tyranny of the reason of which we are not conscious, for we are ourselves its apex, is in every culture an epoch between man and old man, and no more. Its most distinct expression is the cult of exact sciences, of dialectic, of demonstration, of causality. Of old the Ionic, and in our case the Baroque, were its rising limb, and now the question is what form will the down curve assume? In this very century, I prophesy, the century of scientific critical Alexandrianism, of the great harvests, of the final formulations, a new element of inwardness will arise to overthrow the will to victory of science. Exact science must presently fall upon its own keen sword. First, in the 18th century, its methods were tried out, then, in the 19th, its powers, and now its historical role is critically reviewed. But from skepsis there is a path to second religiousness, which is the sequel and not the preface of the culture. Men dispense with proof, desire only to believe and not to dissect. The individual renounces by laying aside books. The culture renounces by ceasing to manifest itself in high scientific intellects. But science exists only in the living thought of great savant generations, and books are nothing if they are not living and effective in men worthy of them. Scientific results are merely items of an intellectual tradition. It constitutes the death of a science that no one any longer regards it as an event, and an orgy of 2 centuries of exact scientificness brings satiety. Not the individual, the soul of the culture itself has had enough, and it expresses this by putting into the field of the day ever smaller, narrower, and more unfruitful investigators. The great century of the classical science was the third, after the death of Aristotle. When Archimedes died and the Romans came, it was already almost at its end. Our great century has been the 19th. Savants of the caliber of Gauss and Humboldt and Helmholtz were already no more by 1900. In physics as in chemistry, in biology as in mathematics, the great masters are dead, and we are now experiencing the decrescendo of brilliant gleaners who arrange, collect, and finish off like the Alexandrian scholars of the Roman age. Everything that does not belong to the matter-of-fact side of life to politics, technics, or economics exhibits the common symptom. After Lysippus no great sculptor, no artist as man of destiny, appears, and after the Impressionists no painter, and after Wagner no musician. The age of Caesarism needed neither art nor philosophy. To Eratosthenes and Archimedes, true creators, succeed Posidonius and Pliny, collectors of taste, and finally Ptolemy and Galen, mere copyists. And, just as oil painting and instrumental music ran through their possibilities in a few centuries, so also dynamics, which began to bud about 1600, is today in the grip of decay. But before the curtain falls, there is one more task for the historical Faustian spirit, a task not yet specified, hitherto not even imagined as possible. There has still to be written a morphology of the exact sciences, which shall discover how all laws, concepts, and theories inwardly hang together as forms and what they have meant as such in the life course of the Faustian culture. The retreatment of theoretical physics, of chemistry, of mathematics as a sum of symbols, this will be the definitive conquest of the mechanical world aspect by an intuitive, once more religious, world outlook, a last master effort of physiognomic to break down even systematic and to absorb it, as expression and symbol, into its own domain. One day we shall no longer ask, as the 19th century asked, what are the valid laws underlying chemical affinity or diamagnetism. Rather, we shall be amazed indeed that minds of the first order could ever have been completely preoccupied by questions such as these. We shall inquire whence came these forms that were prescribed for the Faustian spirit, why they had to come to our kind of humanity particularly and exclusively, and what deep meaning there is in the fact that the numbers that we have won became phenomenal in just this picture-like disguise. And, be it said, we have today hardly yet an inkling of how much in our reputedly objective values and experiences is only disguise, only image and expression. The separate sciences epistemology, physics, chemistry, mathematics, astronomy are approaching one another with acceleration, converging towards a complete identity of results. The issue will be a fusion of the form worlds, which will present on the one hand a system of numbers, functional in nature and reduced to a few ground formulas, and on the other a small group of theories, denominators to those numerators, which in the end will be seen to be myths of the springtime under modern veils, reducible therefore and at once of necessity reduced to picturable and physiognomically significant characters that are the fundamentals. This convergence has not yet been observed, for the reason that since Kant indeed, since Leibniz there has been no philosopher who commanded the problems of all the exact sciences. Even a century ago, physics and chemistry were foreign to one another, but today they cannot be handled separately. Witness spectrum analysis, radioactivity, radiation of heat. While 50 years ago the essence of chemistry could still be described almost without mathematics, Today the chemical elements are in course of volatilizing themselves into the mathematical constants of variable relation complexes, and with the sense comprehensibility of the elements goes the last trace of magnitude as the term is classically and plastically understood. Physiology is becoming a chapter of organic chemistry and is making use of the methods of the infinitesimal calculus. The branch of the older physics distinguished, according to the bodily senses concerned in each, as acoustics, optics and heat have melted into a dynamic of matter and a dynamic of the ether, and these again can no longer keep their frontiers mathematically clear. The last discussions of epistemology are now uniting with those of higher analysis and theoretical physics to occupy an almost inaccessible domain, the domain to which, for example, the theory of relativity belongs or ought to belong. The sign language in which the emanation theory of radioactivity expresses itself is completely desensualized. Chemistry, once concerned with defining as sharply as possible the qualities of elements, such as valency, weight, affinity and reactivity, is setting to work to get rid of these sensible traits. The elements are held to differ in character according to their derivation from this or that compound. They are represented to be complexes of different units which indeed behave, actually, as units of a higher order and are not practically separable but show deep differences in point of radioactivity. Through the emanation of radiant energy degradation is always going on, so that we can speak of the lifetime of an element, in formal contradiction with the original concept of the element and the spirit of modern chemistry as created by Lavoisier. All these tendencies are bringing the ideas of chemistry very close to the theory of entropy, with its suggestive opposition of causality and destiny, nature and history. And they indicate the paths that our science is pursuing on the one hand, towards the discovery that its logical and numerical results are identical with the structure of the reason itself, and, on the other, towards the revelation that the whole theory which clothes these numbers merely represents the symbolic expression of Faustian life. And here, as our study draws to its conclusion, we must mention the truly Faustian theory of aggregates, one of the weightiest in all this form world of our science. In sharpest antithesis to the older mathematic, it deals, not with singular quantities but with the aggregates constituted by all quantities or objects having this or that specified morphological similarity, for instance all square numbers or all differential equations of a given type. Such an aggregate it conceives as a new unit, a new number of higher order, and subjecting it to criteria of new and hitherto quite unsuspected kinds such as potency, order, equivalence, countableness, and devising laws and operative methods for it in respect of these criteria. Thus is being actualized a last extension of the function theory. 39 Little by little this absorbed the whole of our mathematic, and now it is dealing with variables by the principles of the theory of groups in respect of the character of the function and by those of the theory of aggregates in respect of the values of the variables. Mathematical philosophy is well aware that these ultimate meditations on the nature of number are fusing with those upon pure logic, and an algebra of logic is talked of. The study of geometrical axioms has become a chapter of epistemology. The aim to which all this is striving, and which in particular every nature researcher feels in himself as an impulse, is the achievement of a pure numerical transcendence, the complete and inclusive conquest of the visibly apparent and its replacement by a language of imagery unintelligible to the layman and impossible of sensuous realization, but a language that the great Faustian symbol of infinite space endows with the dignity of inward necessity. The deep skepticism of these final judgments links the soul anew to the forms of early Gothic religiousness. The inorganic, known and dissected world around, the world as nature and system, has deepened itself until it is a pure sphere of functional numbers. But, as we have seen, number is one of the most primary symbols in every culture, and consequently the way to pure number is the return of the waking consciousness to its own secret, the revelation of its own formal necessity. The goal reached, the vast and ever more meaningless and threadbare fabric woven around natural science falls apart. It was, after all, nothing but the inner structure of the reason, the grammar by which it believed it could overcome the visible and extract therefrom the true. But what appears under the fabric is once again the earliest and deepest, the myth, the immediate becoming, life itself. The less anthropomorphic science believes itself to be, the more anthropomorphic it is. One by one it gets rid of the separate human traits in the nature picture, only to find at the end that the supposed pure nature which it holds in its hand is humanity itself, pure and complete. Out of the Gothic soul grew up, till it overshadowed the religious world picture, the spirit of the city, the alter ego of irreligious nature science. But now, in the sunset of the scientific epoch and the rise of victorious skepsis, the clouds dissolve and the quiet landscape of the morning reappears in all distinctness. The final issue to which the Faustian wisdom tends, though it is only in the highest moments that it has seen it, is the dissolution of all knowledge into a vast system of morphological relationships. Dynamics and analysis are in respect of meaning, form, language, and substance, identical with Romanesque ornament, Gothic cathedrals, Christian German dogma, and the dynastic state. One and the same world feeling speaks in all of them. They were born with, and they aged with, the Faustian culture, and they present that culture in the world of day and space as a historical drama. The uniting of the several scientific aspects into one will bear all the marks of the great art of counterpoint. An infinitesimal music of the boundless world space that is the deep unresting longing of this soul, as the orderly statuesque and Euclidean cosmos was the satisfaction of the classical. That formulated biological necessity of Faustian reason as a dynamic imperative causality, then developed into a dictatorial, hard-working, world-transforming science, is the grand legacy of the Faustian soul to the souls of cultures yet to be, a bequest of immensely transcendent forms that the heirs will possibly ignore. And then, weary after its striving, the Western science returns to its spiritual home. Chapter I. Origin and Landscape. A. The Cosmic and the Microcosm. I. Regard the flowers at eventide as, one after the other, they close in the setting sun. Strange is the feeling that then presses in upon you, a feeling of enigmatic fear in the presence of this blind dream-like earthbound existence. The dumb forest, the silent meadows, this bush, that twig, do not stir themselves, it is the wind that plays with them. Only the little gnat is free, he dances still in the evening light, he moves whither he will. A plant is nothing on its own account. It forms a part of the landscape in which a chance made it take root. The twilight, the chill, the closing of every flower, these are not cause and effect, not danger and willed answer to danger. They are a single process of nature, which is accomplishing itself near, with, and in the plant. The individual is not free to look out for itself, will for itself, or choose for itself. An animal, on the contrary, can choose. It is emancipated from the servitude of all the rest of the world. This midget swarm that dances on and on, that solitary bird still flying through the evening, the fox approaching furtively the nest, these are little worlds of their own within another great world. An animalcule in a drop of water, too tiny to be perceived by the human eye, though it lasts but a second and has but a corner of this drop as its field, nevertheless is free and independent in the face of the universe. The giant oak, upon one of whose leaves the droplet hangs, is not. 1. Servitude and freedom, this is in last and deepest analysis the differentia by which we distinguish vegetable and animal existence. Yet only the plant is wholly and entirely what it is, in the being of the animal there is something dual. A vegetable is only a vegetable, an animal is a vegetable and something more besides. A herd that huddles together trembling in the presence of danger, a child that clings weeping to its mother, a man desperately striving to force a way into his God, all these are seeking to return out of the life of freedom into the vegetal servitude from which they were emancipated into individuality and loneliness. The seeds of a flowering plant show, under the microscope, two sheath leaves which form and protect the young plant that is presently to turn towards the light, with its organs of the life cycle and of reproduction, and in addition a third, which contains the future root and tells us that the plant is destined irrevocably to become once again part of a landscape. In the higher animals, on the contrary, we observe that the fertilized egg forms, in the first hours of its individualized existence, an outer sheath by which the inner containers of the cyclic and reproductive components, i.e., the plant element in the animal body, are enclosed and shut off from the mother body and all the rest of the world. This outer sheath symbolizes the essential character of animal existence and distinguishes the two kinds in which the living has appeared on this earth. There are noble names for them, found and bequeathed by the classical world. The plant is something cosmic, and the animal is additionally a microcosm in relation to a macrocosm. When, and not until, the unit has thus separated itself from the all and can define its position with respect to the all, it becomes thereby a microcosm. Even the planets in their great cycles are in servitude, and it is only these tiny worlds that move freely relative to a great one which appears in their consciousness as their world around, environment. Only through this individualism of the microcosm does that which the light offers to its eyes our eyes acquire meaning as body, and even to planets we are from some inner motive reluctant to concede the property of bodiliness. All that is cosmic bears the hallmark of periodicity, it has beat, rhythm, tact. All that is microcosmic possesses polarity, it possesses tension. We speak of tense alertness and tense thought, but all wakeful states are in their essence tensions. Sense and object, I and thou, cause and effect, thing and property, each of these is a tension between discretes, and when the state pregnantly called détente appears, then at once fatigue, and presently sleep, set in for the microcosmic side of life. A human being asleep, discharged of all tensions, is leading only a plant-like existence. Cosmic beat, on the other hand, is everything that can be paraphrased in terms like direction, time, rhythm, destiny, longing from the hoofbeats of a team of thoroughbreds and the deep tread of proud marching soldiers to the silent fellowship of two lovers, the sense tact that makes the dignity of a social assembly, and that keen quick judgment of a judge of men which I have already, earlier in this work, called physiognomic tact. This beat of cosmic cycles goes on notwithstanding the freedom of microcosmic movement in space, and from time to time breaks down the tension of the waking individual's being into the one grand felt harmony. If we have ever followed the flight of a bird in the high air, how, always in the same way, it rises, turns, glides, loses itself in the distance, we must have felt the plant-like certainty of the it and the we in this ensemble of motion, which needs no bridge of reason to unite your sense of it with mine. This is the meaning of war dances and love dances amongst men and beasts. In this wise a regiment mounting to the assault under fire is forged into a unity, in this wise does the crowd collect at some exciting occasion and become a body, capable of thinking and acting pitifully, blindly, and strangely for a moment ere it falls apart again. In such cases the microcosmic wall is obliterated. It jostles and threatens, it pushes and pulls, it flees, swerves, and sways. Limbs intertwine, feet rush, one cry comes from every mouth, one destiny overleaps all. Out of a sum of little single worlds comes suddenly a complete whole. The perception of cosmic beat we call feel, Fullen, that of microcosmic tensions feeling, Empfinden. The ambiguity of the word Sinnlichkeit has obscured this clear difference between the general and plant-like side and the specifically animal side of life. If we say for the one race or sex life, and for the other sense life, a deep connection reveals itself between them. The former ever bears the mark of periodicity, beat, even to the extent of harmony with the great cycles of the stars, of relation between female nature and the moon, of this life generally to night, spring, warmth. The latter consists in tensions, polarities of light and object illuminated, of cognition and that which is cognized, of wound and the weapon that has caused it. Each of these sides of life has, in the more highly developed genera, taken shape in special organs, and the higher the development, the clearer the emphasis on each side. We possess two cyclic organs of the cosmic existence, the blood system and the sex organ, and two differentiating organs of microcosmic mobility, senses and nerves. We have to assume that in its origin the whole body has been both a cyclic and a tactual organ. The blood is for us the symbol of the living. Its course proceeds without pause, from generation to death, from the mother body in and out of the body of the child, in the waking state and in sleep, never ending. The blood of the ancestors flows through the chain of the generations and binds them in a great linkage of destiny, beat, and time. Originally this was accomplished only by a process of division, redivision, and ever new division of the cycles, until finally a specific organ of sexual generation appeared and made one moment into a symbol of duration. And how thereafter creatures begot and conceived, how the plant-like in them drove them to reproduce themselves for the maintenance beyond themselves of the eternal cycle, how the one great pulse beat operates through all the detached souls, filling, driving, checking, and often destroying, that is the deepest of all life secrets, the secret that all religious mysteries and all great poems seek to penetrate, the secret whose tragedy stirred Goethe in his Selige Sehnsucht and Wolverwandtschaften, where the child has to die because, brought into existence out of discordant cycles of the blood, it is the fruit of a cosmic sin. To these cosmic organs the microcosm as such adds, in the degree to which it possesses freedom of movement vis-a-vis the macrocosm, the organ sense, which is originally touch sense and nothing else. Even now, at our own high level of development, we use the word touch quite generally of contacts by eye, by ear, and even by the understanding, for it is the simplest expression of the mobility of a living creature that needs constantly to be establishing its relation to its world around. But to establish here means to fix place, and thus all senses, however sophisticated and remote from the primitive they may seem, are essentially positive senses, there are no others. Sensation of all kinds distinguishes proper and alien. And for the positional definition of the alien with respect to the proper, the scent of the hound serves just as much as the hearing of the stag and the eye of the eagle. Color, brightness, tones, odors, all conceivable modes of sensation, imply detachment, distance, extension. Like the cosmic cycle of the blood, the differentiating activity of sense is originally a unity. The active sense is always an understanding sense also. In these simple relations seeking and finding are one that which we most appositely call touch. It is only later, in a stage wherein considerable demands are made upon developed senses, that sensation and understanding of sensation cease to be identical and the latter begins to detach itself more and more clearly from the former. In the outer sheath the critical organ separates itself from the sense organ, as the sex organ does from that of blood circulation. But our use of words like keen, sensitive, insight, poking our nose, and flare, not to mention the terminology of logic, all taken from the visual world, shows well enough that we regard all understanding as derived from sensation, and that even in the case of man the two still work hand in hand. We see a dog lying indifferent and then in a moment tense, listening, and scenting what he merely senses he is seeking to understand as well. He is able, too, to reflect that is a state in which the understanding is almost alone at work and playing upon mat sensations. The older languages very clearly express this graduation, sharply distinguishing each degree as an activity of a specific kind by means of a specific label. Example here: listen, listen for, Laoschen, smell, scent, sniff, see, spy, observe. In such series as these the reason content becomes more and more important relative to the sensation content. Finally, however, a supreme sense develops among the rest. A something in the all, which forever remains inaccessible to our will to understand, evokes for itself a bodily organ. The eye comes into existence, and in and with the eye, as its opposite pole, light. Abstract thinking about light may lead, and has led, to an ideal light representable by an ensemble picture of waves and rays, but the significance of this development in actuality was that thenceforward life was embraced and taken in through the light world of the eye. This is the supreme marvel that makes everything human what it is. Only with this light world of the eye do distances come into being as colors and brightnesses, only in this world are night and day and things and motions visible in the extension of illumined space, and the universe of infinitely remote stars circling above the earth, and that light horizon of the individual life which stretches so far beyond the environs of the body. In the world of this light, not the light which science has deduced indirectly by the aid of mental concepts, themselves derived from visions, theory in the Greek sense, it comes to pass that seeing, human herds wander upon the face of this little earth star, and that circumstances of light the full southern flood over Egypt and Mexico, the grayness of the north contribute to the determination of their entire life. It is for his eye that man develops the magic of his architecture, wherein the constructional elements given by touch are restated in relations generated by light. Religion, art, thought, have all arisen for light's sake, and all differentiations reduced to the one point of whether it is the bodily eye or the mind's eye that is addressed. And with this there emerges in all clarity yet another distinction, which is normally obscured by the use of the ambiguous word consciousness, bewusstsein. I distinguish being or being there, Dasein, from waking being or waking consciousness, Wachsen. Being possesses beat and direction, while waking consciousness is tension and extension. In being a destiny rules, while waking consciousness distinguishes causes and effects. The prime question is for the one when and wherefore, for the other where and how. A plant leads an existence that is without waking consciousness. In sleep all creatures become plants, the tension of polarity to the world around is extinguished, and the beat of life goes on. A plant knows only a relation to the when and the wherefore. The upthrust of the first green shoots out of the wintry earth, the swelling of the buds, the whole mighty process of blooming, scent, color, glory, and ripening, all this is desire to fulfill a destiny, constant yearning towards a when. Where, on the other hand, can have no meaning for a plant existence. It is the question with which awakening man daily orients himself afresh with respect to the world. For it is only the pulse beat of being that endures throughout the generations, whereas waking consciousness begins anew for each microcosm. And herein lies the distinction between procreation and birth, the first being a pledge of duration, the second a beginning. A plant, therefore, is bred, but it is not born. It is there, but no awakening, no birthday, expands a sense world around it. 2. With this we are brought face to face with man. In man's waking consciousness nothing disturbs the now pure lordship of the eye. The sounds of the night, the wind, the panting of beasts, the odor of flowers, all stimulate in him a whither and a whence in the world of light. Of the world of scent, in which even our closest comrade the dog still coordinates his visual impressions, we have no conception whatever. We know nothing of the world of the butterfly, whose crystalline eye projects no synthetic picture, or of those animals which, while certainly not destitute of senses, are blind. The only space that remains to us is visual space, and in it places have been found for the relics of other sense worlds, such as sounds, scents, heat and cold. As properties and effects of light things, it is a seen fire that warmth comes from, it is a seen rose in illumined space that gives off the scent, and we speak of a certain tone as violin tone. As to the stars, our conscious relations with them are limited to seeing them over our heads they shine, describing their visible path. Point 2. But of these sense worlds there is no doubt that animals and even primitive men still have sensations that are wholly different from ours. Some of these sensations we are able to figure to ourselves indirectly by the aid of scientific hypotheses, but the rest now escape us altogether. This impoverishment of the sensual implies, however, an immeasurable deepening. Human waking consciousness is no longer a mere tension between body and environment. It is now life in a self-contained light world. The body moves in the space that is seen. The depth experience is a mighty outthrust into the visible distance from a light center. 3. The point which we call eye. Eye is a light concept. From this point onward the life of an eye becomes essentially a life in the sun, and night is akin to death. And out of it, too, there arises a new feeling of fear which absorbs all others within itself: fear before the invisible, fear of that which one hears or feels, suspects or observes in its effects without seeing. Animals indeed experience fear in other forms, but man finds these forms puzzling, and even uneasiness in the presence of stillness to which primitive men and children are subject, and which they seek to dispel by noise and loud talking, is disappearing in the higher types of mankind. It is fear of the invisible that is the essence and hallmark of human religiousness. Gods are surmised, imagined, envisaged light actualities, and the idea of an invisible God is the highest expression of human transcendence. Where the bounds of the light world are, there lies the beyond, and salvation is emancipation from the spell of the light world and its facts. In precisely this resides the ineffable charm and the very real power of emancipation that music possesses for us men. For music is the only art whose means lie outside the light world that has so long become coextensive with our total world, and music alone, therefore, can take us right out of this world, break up the steely tyranny of light, and let us fondly imagine that we are on the verge of reaching the soul's final secret, an illusion due to the fact that our waking consciousness is now so dominated by one sense only, so thoroughly adapted to the eye world, that it is incapable of forming, out of the impressions it receives, a world of the ear. 4. Man's thought, then, is visual thought, our concepts are derived from vision, and the whole fabric of our logic is a light world in the imagination. This narrowing and consequent deepening, which has led to all our sense impressions being adapted to and ordered with those of sight, has led also to the replacement of the innumerable methods of thought communication known to animals by the one single medium of language, which is a bridge in the light world between two persons present to one another's bodily or imaginative eyes. The other modes of speaking of which vestiges remain at all have long been absorbed into language in the form of mimicry, gesture, or emphasis. The difference between purely human speech and general animal utterance is that words and word linkages constitute a domain of inward light ideas, which has been built up under the sovereignty of the eyes. Every word meaning has a light value, even in the case of words like melody, taste, cold, or of perfectly abstract designations. Even among the higher animals, the habit of reciprocal understanding by means of a sense link has brought about a marked difference between mere sensation and understanding sensation. If we distinguish in this wise sense impressions and sense judgments, example scent judgment, taste judgment, or oral judgment, we find that very often, even in ants and bees, let alone birds of prey, horses, and dogs, the center of gravity has palpably shifted towards the judgment side of waking being. But it is only under the influence of language that there is set up within the waking consciousness a definite opposition between sensation and understanding, a tension that in animals is quite unthinkable and even in man can hardly have been at first anything more than a rarely actualized possibility. The development of language, then, brought along with it a determination of fundamental significance, the emancipation of understanding from sensation. More and more often there appears, in lieu of the simple comprehension of the gross intake, a comprehension of the significances of the component sense impressions, which have hardly been noticed as such before. 5. Finally, these impressions themselves are discarded and replaced by the felt connotations of familiar word sounds. The word, originally the name of a visual thing, changes imperceptibly into the label of a mental thing, the concept. We are far from being able to fix exact meanings to such names that we can do only with wholly new names. We never use a word twice with identical connotation, and no one ever understands exactly as another does. But mutual comprehension is possible, in spite of this, because of the common world outlook that has been induced in both, with and by the use of a common language, in an ambience common to the lives and activities of both. Mere word sounds suffice to evoke cognate ideas. It is this mode of comprehending by means of sounds at once derived and detached, abstract, from actual seeing which, however rarely we can find it definitely evidenced at the primitive level, does in fact sharply separate the generic animal kind of waking consciousness from the purely human kind which supervenes. Just so, at an earlier stage, the appearance of waking consciousness as such fixed a frontier between the general plant-like and the specifically animal existence. Understanding detached from sensation is called thought. Thought has introduced a permanent disunity into the human waking consciousness. From early times it has rated understanding and sensibility as higher and lower soul power. It has created the fateful opposition between the light world of the eye, described as a figment and an illusion, and the world imagined, Vorgestellt, set before oneself, in which the concepts, with their faint but ineffaceable tinge of light coloration, live and do business. And henceforth for man, so long as he thinks, this is the true world, the world in itself. At the outset the ego was waking being as such, insofar, that is, as, having sight, it felt itself as the center of a light world. Now it becomes spirit, namely, pure understanding, which cognizes itself as such and very soon comes to regard not only the world around itself, but even the remaining component of life, its own body, as qualitatively below itself. This is evidenced not only in the upright carriage of man, but in the thoroughly intellectualized formation of his head, in which the eyes, the brow, and the temples become more and more the vehicles of expression. 6. Clearly, then, thought, when it became independent, discovered a new mode of activity for itself. To the practical thought which is directed upon the constitution of the light things in the world around, with reference to this or that practical end, there is added the theoretical, penetrating, subtilizing thought which sets itself to establish the constitution of these things in themselves, the natura rerum. From that which is seen, the light is abstracted, the depth experience of the eye intensifies itself in a grand and unmistakable course of development into a depth experience within the tinted realm of word connotations. Man begins to believe that it is not impossible for his inner eye to see right through into the things that actually are. Concept follows upon concept, and at last there is a mighty thought architecture made up of buildings that stand out with full clarity under the inner light. The development of theoretical thought within the human waking consciousness gives rise to a kind of activity that makes inevitable a fresh conflict that between being, existence, and waking being, waking consciousness. The animal microcosm, in which existence and consciousness are joined in a self-evident unity of living, knows of consciousness only as the servant of existence. The animal lives simply and does not reflect upon life. Owing, however, to the unconditional monarchy of the eye, life is presented as the life of a visible entity in the light. Understanding, then, when it becomes interlocked with speech, promptly forms a concept of thought and with it a counter-concept of life, and in the end it distinguishes life as it is from that which might be. Instead of straight, uncomplicated living, we have the antithesis represented in the phrase thought and action. That which is not possible at all in the beasts becomes in every man not merely a possibility, but a fact and in the end an alternative. The entire history of mature humanity with all its phenomena has been formed by it, and the higher the form that a culture takes, the more fully this opposition dominates the significant moments of its conscious being. The plant-like cosmic, being heavy with destiny, blood, sex, possess an immemorial mastery and keep it. They are life. The other only serves life. But this other wills, not to serve, but to rule. Moreover, it believes that it does rule, for one of the most determined claims put forward by the human spirit is its claim to possess power over the body, over nature. But the question is not this very belief a service to life? Why does our thought think just so? Perhaps because the cosmic, the it, wills that it shall? Thought shows off its power when it calls the body a notion, when it establishes the pitifulness of the body and commands the voices of the blood to be silent. But in truth the blood rules, in that silently it commands the activity of thought to begin and to cease. There, too, is a distinction between speech and life. Being can do without consciousness and the life of understanding, but not vice versa. Thought rules, after all, in spite of all, only in the realm of thought. 3. It only amounts to a verbal difference whether we say that thought is a creation of man, or higher mankind a creation of thought. But thought itself persistently credits itself with much too high a rank in the ensemble of life, and through its ignorance of, or indifference to, the fact that there are other modes of ascertainment besides itself, forfeits its opportunity of surveying the whole without prejudice. In truth, all professors of thought, and in every culture they have been almost the only authorized spokesmen, have taken it as self-evident that cold abstract thought is the way of approach to last things. Moreover, they have assumed, also as self-evident, that the truth which they reach on this line of advance is the same as the truth which they have set before themselves as an aim, and not, as it really is, a sort of imaginary picture which takes the place of the unknowable secrets. For, although man is a thinking being, it is very far from the fact that his being consists in thinking. This is a difference that the born subtilizer fails to grasp. The aim of thought is called truth, and truths are established, i.e., brought out of the living impalpability of the light world into the form of concepts and assigned permanently to places in a system, which means a kind of intellectual space. Truths are absolute and eternal, i.e., they have nothing more to do with life. But for an animal, not truths, but only facts exist. Here is the difference between practical and theoretical understanding. Facts and truths differ as time and space, destiny and causality. A fact addresses itself to the whole waking consciousness, for the service of being, and not to that side of the waking consciousness which imagines it can detach itself from being. Actual life, history, knows only facts, life experience and knowledge of men deal only in facts. The active man who does and wills and fights, daily measuring himself against the power of facts, looks down upon mere truths as unimportant. The real statesman knows only political facts, not political truths. Pilate's famous question is that of every man of fact. It is one of the greatest achievements of Nietzsche that he confronted science with the problem of the value of truth and knowledge, cheap and even blasphemous though this seems to the born thinker and savant, who regards his whole raison d'etre as impugned by it. Descartes meant to doubt everything, but certainly not the value of his doubting. It is one thing, however, to pose problems and quite another to believe in solutions of them. The plant lives and knows not that it lives. The animal lives and knows that it lives. Man is astounded by his life and asks questions about it. But even man cannot give an answer to his own questions, he can only believe in the correctness of his answer, and in that respect there is no difference between Aristotle and the meanest savage. Whence comes it, then, that secrets must be unraveled and questions answered? Is it not from that fear which looks out of even a child's eyes, that terrible dowry of human waking consciousness which compels the understanding, free now from sensation and brooding on images, to probe into every deep for solutions that mean release? Can a desperate faith in knowledge free us from the nightmare of the grand questions? Shuddering awe is mankind's noblest part. He to whom that gift has been denied by fate must seek to discover secrets, to attack, dissect, and destroy the awe-inspiring, and to extract a booty of knowledge therefrom. The will to system is a will to kill something living, to establish, stabilize, stiffen it, to bind it in the train of logic. The intellect has conquered when it has completed the business of making rigid. This distinction that is usually drawn between reason, Vernunft, and understanding, Verstand, is really that between the divination and flair belonging to our plant side, which merely makes use of the language of eye and word, and the understanding proper, belonging to our animal side, which is deduced from language. Reason in this sense is that which calls ideas into life, understanding that which finds truths. Truths are lifeless and can be imparted, mitgeteilt. Ideas belong to the living self of the author and can only be sympathetically evoked, mitgefühlt. Understanding is essentially critical, reason essentially creative. 7 The latter begets the object of its activity, the former starts from it. In fact, understanding criticism is first practiced and developed in association with ordinary sensations. It is in sensation judgments that the child learns to comprehend and to differentiate. Then, abstracted from this connection and henceforward busied with itself, criticism needs a substitute for the sensation activity that had previously served as its object. And this cannot be given it but by an already existing mode of thought, and it is upon this that criticism now works. This, only this, and not something building freely on nothingness, is thought. For quite early, before he has begun to think abstractly, primitive man forms for himself a religious world picture, and this is the object upon which the understanding begins to operate critically. Always science has grown up on a religion and under all the spiritual prepossessions of that religion, and always it signifies nothing more or less than an abstract melioration of these doctrines, considered as false because less abstract. Always it carries along the kernel of a religion in its ensemble of principles, problem enunciations, and methods. Every new truth that the understanding finds is nothing but a critical judgment upon some other that was already there. The polarity between old and new knowledge involves the consequence that in the world of the understanding there is only the relatively correct, namely, judgments of greater convincingness than other judgments. Critical knowledge rests upon the belief that the understanding of today is better than that of yesterday. And that which forces us to this belief, is again, life. Can criticism then, as criticism, solve the great questions, or can it merely pose them? At the beginning of knowledge we believe the former. But the more we know, the more certain we become of the latter. So long as we hope, we call the secret a problem. Thus, for mankind aware, there is a double problem, that of waking being and that of being, or of space and of time, or of the world as nature and the world as history, or of pulse and tension. The waking consciousness seeks to understand not only itself, but in addition something that is akin to itself. Though an inner voice may tell one that here all possibilities of knowledge are left behind, yet, in spite of it, fear overpersuades everyone and one goes on with the search, preferring even the pretense of a solution to the alternative of looking into nothingness. 4. Waking consciousness consists of sensation and understanding, and their common essence is a continuous self-adjustment in relation to the macrocosm. To that extent waking consciousness is identical with ascertainment, feststellen, whether we consider the touch of an infusorian, or human thinking of the highest order. Feeling, now, for touch with itself in this wise, the waking consciousness first encounters the epistemological problem. What do we mean by cognition, or by the knowledge of cognition? And what is the relation between the original meanings of these terms and their later formulations in words? Waking and sleep alternate, like day and night, according to the course of the stars, and so, too, cognition alternates with dreams. How do these two differ? Waking consciousness, however, whether it be that of sensation or that of understanding, is synonymous with the existence of oppositions, such as that between cognition and the object cognized, or thing and property, or object and event. Wherein consists the essence of these oppositions? And so arises the second problem, that of causality. When we give the names cause and effect to a pair of sensuous elements, or premise and consequence to a pair of intellectual elements, we are fixing between them a relation of power and rank. When one is there, the other must be there also. In these relations, observe, time does not figure at all. We are concerned not with facts of destiny, but with causal truths, not with a when, but with a law-fixed dependence. Beyond doubt this is the understanding's most promising line of activity. Mankind perhaps owes to discoveries of this order his happiest moments, and thus he proceeds, from these oppositions in the near and present things of everyday life that strike him immediately, forward in an endless series of conclusions to the first and final causes in the structure of nature that he calls God and the meaning of the world. He assembles, orders, and reviews his system, his dogma of law-governed connections, and he finds in it a refuge from the unforeseen. He who can demonstrate, fears no longer. But wherein consists the essence of causality? Does it lie in knowing, in the known, or in a unity of both? The world of tensions is necessarily in itself stiff and dead, namely, eternal truth, something beyond all time, something that is a state. The actual world of waking consciousness, however, is full of changes. This does not astonish an animal in the least, but it leaves the thought of the thinker powerless, for rest and movement, duration and change, become and becoming, are oppositions denoting something that in its very nature passeth all understanding and must therefore, from the point of view of the understanding, contain an absurdity. For is that a fact at all which proves to be incapable of distillation from the sense world in the form of a truth? On the other hand, though the world is cognized as timeless, a time element nevertheless adheres to it. Tensions appear as beat, and direction associates itself with extension. And so all that is problematical for the understanding consciousness somehow gathers itself together in one last and gravest problem, the problem of motion. And on that problem free and abstract thought breaks down, and we begin to discern that the microcosmic is after all as dependent as ever upon the cosmic, just as the individualness of a being from its first moment is constituted not by a body, but by the sheath of a body. Life can exist without thought, but thought is only one mode of life. High as may be the objectives that thought sets before itself, in actuality life makes use of thought for its ends and gives it a living objective quite apart from the solution of abstract problems. For thought the solutions of problems are correct or erroneous, for life they are valuable or valueless, and if the will to know breaks down on the motion problem, it may well be because life's purpose has at that point been achieved. In spite of this, and indeed because of this, the motion problem remains the center of gravity of all higher thought. All mythology and all natural science has arisen out of man's wonder in the presence of the mystery of motion. The problem of motion touches, at once and immediately, the secrets of existence, which are alien to the waking consciousness and yet inexorably press upon it. In posing motion as a problem, we affirm our will to comprehend the incomprehensible, the when and wherefore, destiny, blood, all that our intuitive processes touch in our depths. Born to see, we strive to set it before our eyes in the light, so that we may in the literal sense grasp it, assure ourselves of it as of something tangible. For this is the decisive fact, of which the observer is unconscious. His whole effort of seeking is aimed not at life, but at the seeing of life, and not at death, but at the seeing of death. We try to grasp the cosmic as it appears in the macrocosm to the microcosm, as the life of a body in the light world between birth and death, generation and dissolution, and with that differentiation of body and soul that follows of deepest necessity from our ability to experience the inward proper as a sensuous alien. That we do not merely live but know about living is a consequence of our bodily existence in the light. But the beast knows only life, not death. Were we pure plant-like beings, we should die unconscious of dying, for to feel death and to die would be identical. But animals, even though they hear the death cry, see the dead body, and scent putrefaction, behold death without comprehending it. Only when understanding has become, through language, detached from visual awareness and pure, does death appear to man as the great enigma of the light world about him. Then, and only then, life becomes the short span of time between birth and death, and it is in relation to death that that other great mystery of generation arises also. Only then does the diffuse animal fear of everything become the definite human fear of death. It is this that makes the love of man and woman, the love of mother and child, the tree of the generations, the family, the people, and so at last world history itself, the infinitely deep facts and problems of destiny that they are. To death, as the common lot of every human being born into the light, adhere the ideas of guilt and punishment, of existence as a penance, of a new life beyond the world of this light, and of a salvation that makes an end of the death fear. In the knowledge of death is originated that world outlook which we possess as being men and not beasts. V. There are born destiny men and causality men. A whole world separates the purely living man, peasant and warrior, statesman and general, man of the world and man of business, everyone who wills to prosper, to rule, to fight, and to dare, the organizer or entrepreneur, the adventurer or bravo or gambler, from the man who is destined either by the power of his mind or the defect of his blood to be an intellectual, the saint, priest, savant, idealist, or ideologue. Being and waking being, pulse and tension, motives and ideas, cyclic organs and touch organs, there has rarely been a man of any significance in whom the one side or the other has not markedly predominated. All that motives and urges, the eye for men and situations, the belief in his star which every born man of action possesses and which is something wholly different from belief in the correctness of a standpoint, the voices of the blood that speak in moments of decision, and the immovably quiet conviction that justifies any aim and any means, all these are denied to the critical, meditative man. Even the footfall of the fact man sounds different from, sounds more planted than, that of the thinker, in whom the pure microcosmic can acquire no firm relation with earth. Destiny has made the man so or so subtle and fact-shy or active and contemptuous of thought. But the man of the active category is a whole man, whereas in the contemplative a single organ can operate without, and even against, the body. All the worse, then, when this organ tries to master actuality as well as its own world, for then we get all those ethico-politico-social reform projects which demonstrate, unanswerably, how things ought to be and how to set about making them so, theories that without exception rest upon the hypothesis that all men are as rich in ideas and as poor in motives as the author is, or thinks he is. Such theories, even when they have taken the field armed with the full authority of a religion or the prestige of a famous name, have not in one single instance effected the slightest alteration in life. They have merely caused us to think otherwise than before about life. And this, precisely, is the doom of the late ages of a culture, the ages of much writing and much reading, that they should perpetually confuse the opposition of life and thought with the opposition between thought about life and thought about thought. All world improvers, priests, and philosophers are unanimous in holding that life is a fit object for the nicest meditation, but the life of the world goes its own way and cares not in the least what is said about it. And even when a community succeeds in living according to rule, all that it achieves is, at best, a note on itself in some future history of the world, if there is space left after the proper and only important subject matter has been dealt with. For, in the last resort, only the active man, the man of destiny, lives in the actual world, the world of political, military, and economic decisions, in which concepts and systems do not figure or count. Here a shrewd blow is more than a shrewd conclusion, and there is sense in the contempt with which statesmen and soldiers of all times have regarded the inkslinger and the bookworm who think that world history exists for the sake of the intellect or science or even art. Let us say it frankly and without ambiguity, the understanding divorced from sensation is only one, and not the decisive, side of life. A history of Western thought may not contain the name of Napoleon, but in the history of actuality Archimedes, for all his scientific discoveries, was possibly less effective than that soldier who killed him at the storming of Syracuse. Men of theory commit a huge mistake in believing that their place is at the head and not in the train of great events. They misunderstand completely the role played, for example, by the political sophists in Athens or by Voltaire and Rousseau in France. Often enough a statesman does not know what he is doing, but that does not prevent him from following with confidence just the one path that leads to success. The political doctrinaire, on the contrary, always knows what should be done, and yet his activity, once it ceases to be limited to paper, is the least successful and therefore the least valuable in history. These intrusions happen only too frequently in times of uncertainty, like that of the Attic Enlightenment, or the French or the German revolutions, when the ideologue of word or pen is eager to be busy with the actual history of the people instead of with systems. He mistakes his place. He belongs with his principles and programs to no history but the history of a literature. Real history passes judgment on him not by controverting the theorist, but by leaving him and all his thoughts to himself. A Plato or a Rousseau, not to mention the smaller intellects, could build up abstract political structures, but for Alexander, Scipio, Caesar, and Napoleon, with their schemes and battles and settlements, they were entirely without importance. The thinker could discuss destiny if he liked, it was enough for these men to be destiny. Under all the plurality of microcosmic beings, we are perpetually meeting with the formation of inspired mass units, beings of a higher order, which, whether they develop slowly or come into existence in a moment, contain all the feelings and passions of the individual, enigmatic in their inward character and inaccessible to reasoning, though the connoisseur can see into and reckon upon their reactions well enough. Here too we distinguish the generic animal unities which are sensed, the unities profoundly dependent upon being and destiny, like the way of an eagle in the air or the way of the stormers on the breach, from the purely human associations which depend upon the understanding and cohere on the basis of like opinions, like purposes, or like knowledge. Unity of cosmic pulse one has without willing to have it, unity of common ground is acquired at will. One can join or resign from an intellectual association as one pleases, for only one's waking consciousness is involved. But to a cosmic unity one is committed, and committed with one's entire being. Crowds of this order of unity are seized by storms of enthusiasm or, as readily, of panic. They are noisy and ecstatic at Eleusis or Lourdes, or heroically firm like the Spartans of Thermopylae and the last Goths in the Battle of Vesuvius. 9 They form themselves to the music of chorales, marches, and dances, and are sensitive like human and animal thoroughbreds to the effects of bright colors, decoration, costume, and uniform. These inspired aggregates are born and die. Intellectual associations are mere sums in the mathematical sense, varying by addition and subtraction, unless and until, as sometimes happens, a mere coincidence of opinion strikes so impressively as to reach the blood and so, suddenly, to create out of the sum a being. In any political turning point words may become fates and opinions passions. A chance crowd is herded together in the street and has one consciousness, one sensation, one language until the short-lived soul flickers out and everyone goes his way again. This happened every day in the Paris of 1789, whenever the cry of "O la lanterne" fell upon the ear. These souls have their special psychology 10 and the knowledge of this psychology is for the public man an essential. A single soul is the mark of every genuine order or class, be it the chivalry and military orders of the Crusades, the Roman Senate or the Jacobin Club, polite society under Louis XIV or the Prussian country Adel peasantry or guilds, the masses of the big city or the folk of the secluded valley, the peoples and tribes of the migrations or the adherents of Mohammed and, generally, of any new-founded religion or sect, the French of the Revolution or the Germans of the wars of liberation. The mightiest beings of this kind that we know are the higher cultures, which are born in great spiritual upheavals, and in 1,000 years of existence weld all aggregates of lower degree nations, classes, towns, generations into one unit. All grand events of history are carried by beings of the cosmic order, by peoples, parties, armies, and classes, while the history of the intellect runs its course in loose associations and circles, schools, levels of education, tendencies, and isms. And here again it is a question of destiny whether such aggregates at the decisive moments of highest effectiveness find a leader or are driven blindly on, whether the chance headmen are men of the first order or men of no real significance tossed up, like Robespierre or Pompey, by the surge of events. It is the hallmark of the statesman that he has a sure and penetrating eye for these mass souls that form and dissolve on the tide of the times, their strength and their duration, their direction and purpose. And even so, it is a question of incident whether he is one who can master them or one who is swept away by them. Chapter 2. Origin and Landscape. B. The group of the higher cultures. I. Now, man, no matter whether it is for life or for thought that he is born into the world, so long as he is acting or is thinking, is awake and therefore in focus, i.e., adjusted to the one significance that for the moment his light world holds for him. Everyone knows that it is almost sharply painful to switch off suddenly in the middle of, say, an experiment in physics, in order to think about some event of the day. I have said earlier that the innumerable settings that take turns in man's waking consciousness fall into two distinct groups: the worlds of destiny and pulsation, and the worlds of causes and tensions. The two pictures I have called world as history and world as nature. In the first, life makes use of critical understanding. It has the eye under command, the felt pulsation becomes the inwardly imagined wave train, and the shattering spiritual experience becomes pictured as the epical peak. In the second, thought itself rules, and its causal criticism turns life into a rigorous process, the living content of a fact into an abstract truth, and tension into formula. How is this possible? Each is an eye picture, but in the one the seer is giving himself up to the never-to-be-repeated facts, and in the other he is striving to catch truths for an ever-valid system. In the history picture, that in which knowledge is simply an auxiliary, the cosmic makes use of the microcosmic. In the picture which we call memory and recollection, things are present to us as bathed in an inner light and swept by the pulsation of our existence. But the chronological element one tells us that history, as soon as it becomes thought history, is no longer immune from the basic conditions of all waking consciousness. In the nature, or science, picture it is the ever-present subjective that is alien and elusive, but in the history picture it is the equally ineliminable objective, number, that leads into error. When we are working in the domain of nature, science, our settings and self-adjustments should be and can be up to a certain point impersonal. One forgets oneself, but every man, class, nation, or family sees the picture of history in relation to itself. The mark of nature is an extension that is inclusive of everything, but history is that which comes up out of the darkness of the past, presents itself to the seer, and from him sweeps onward into the future. He, as the present, is always its middle point, and it is quite impossible for him to order the facts with any meaning if he ignores their direction, which is an element proper to life and not to thought. Every time, every land, every living aggregate has its own historical horizon, and it is the mark of the genuine historical thinker that he actualizes the picture of history that his time demands. Thus nature and history are distinguishable like pure and impure criticism, meaning by criticism the opposite of lived experience. Natural science is criticism and nothing else. But in history, criticism can do no more than scientifically prepare the field over which the historian's eye is to sweep. History is that ranging glance itself, whatever the direction in which it ranges. He who possesses such an eye can understand every fact and every situation historically. Nature is a system, and systems can be learned. The process of historical self-adjustment begins for everyone with the earliest impressions of childhood. Children's eyes are keen, and the facts of the nearest environment, the life of the family and the house and the street, are sensed and felt right down to the core, long before the city and its population come into their visual field, and while the words people, country, state, are still quite destitute of tangible meaning to them. Just so, and so thoroughly, primitive man knows all that is presented to his narrow field of view as history, as living, and above all life itself, the drama of birth and death, sickness and eld, the history of passionate war and passionate love, as experienced in himself or observed in others, the fate of relatives, of the clan, of the village, their actions and their motives, tales of long enmity, of fights, victory, and revenge. The life horizon widens, and shows not lives, but life coming and going. The pageant is not now of villages and clans, but of remote races and countries, not of years, but of centuries. The history that is actually lived with and participated in never reaches over more than a grandfather's span, neither for ancient Germans and present-day Negroes, nor for Pericles and Wallenstein. Here the horizon of living ends, and a new plane begins wherein the picture is based upon hearsay and historical tradition, a plane in which direct sympathies are adapted to a mind picture that is both distinct and, from long use, stable. The picture so developed shows very different amplitudes for the men of the different cultures. For us Westerners it is with this secondary picture that genuine history begins, for we live under the aspect of eternity, whereas for the Greeks and Romans it is just then that history ceases. For Thucydides too the events of the Persian Wars, for Caesar those of the Punic Wars, were already devoid of living import. And beyond this plane again, other historic unit pictures rise to the view, pictures of the destinies of the plant world and the animal world, the landscape, the stars, which at the last fuse with the last pictures of natural science into mythic images of the creation and the end of the world. The nature, science, picture of the child and the primitive develops out of the petty technique of every day, which perpetually forces both of them to turn away from the fearful contemplation of wide nature to the critique of the facts and situations of their near environment. Like the young animal, the child discovers its first truths through play. Examining the toy, cutting open the doll, turning the mirror around to see what is behind it, the feeling of triumph in having established something as correct for good and all, no nature research whatsoever has got beyond this. Primitive man applies this critical experience, as he acquires it, to his arms and tools, to the materials for his clothing, food, and housing, i.e., to things insofar as they are dead. He applies it to animals as well when suddenly they cease to have meaning for him as living beings whose movements he watches and divines as pursuer or pursued, and are apprehended mechanically instead of vitally, as aggregates of flesh and bone for which he has a definite use exactly as he is conscious of an event, now as the act of a daemon and a moment afterwards as a sequence of cause and effect. The mature man of the culture transposes in exactly the same way, every day and every hour. Here, too, is a nature horizon, and beyond it lies the secondary plane formed of our impressions of rain, lightning, and tempest, summer and winter, moon phases, and star courses. But at that plane religiousness, trembling with fear and awe, forces upon man criteria of a far higher kind. Just as in the history picture he sounds the ultimate facts of life, so here he seeks to establish the ultimate truths of nature. What lies beyond any attainable frontier of knowledge he calls God, and all that lies within that frontier he strives to comprehend as action, creation, and manifestation of God causally. Every group of scientifically established elements, therefore, has a dual tendency, inherent and unchanged since primitive ages. The one tendency urges forwards the completest possible system of technical knowledge, for the service of practical, economical, and warlike ends, which many kinds of animals have developed to a high degree of perfection, and which from them leads, through primitive man and his acquaintance with fire and metals, directly to the machine techniques of our Faustian culture. The other tendency took shape only with the separation of strictly human thought from physical vision by means of language, and the aim of its effort has been an equally complete theoretical knowledge, which we call in the earlier phases of the culture religious, and in the later scientific. Fire is for the warrior a weapon, for the craftsman part of his equipment, for the priest a sign from God, and for the scientist a problem. But in all these aspects alike it is proper to the natural, the scientific, mode of waking consciousness. In the world as history we do not find fire as such, but the conflagration of Carthage and the flames of the faggots heaped around John Hus and Giordano Bruno. 2. I repeat, every being livingly experiences every other being and its destiny only in relation to itself. A flock of pigeons is regarded by the farmer on whose fields it settles quite otherwise than by the nature lover in the street or the hawk in the air. The peasant sees in his son the future and the heritage, but what the neighbor sees in him is a peasant, what the officer sees is a soldier, what the visitor sees is a native. Napoleon experienced men and things very differently as emperor and as lieutenant. Put a man in a new situation, make the revolutionary a minister, the soldier a general, and at once history and the key men of history become for him something other than what they were. Talleyrand saw through the men of his time because he belonged with them, but had he been suddenly plumped down in the company of Crassus, Caesar, Catiline, and Cicero, his understanding of their measures and views would have been either null or erroneous. There is no history in itself. The history of a family is taken differently by each member of it, that of a country differently by each party, that of the age by each nation. The German looks upon the World War otherwise than the Englishman, the workman upon economic history otherwise than the employer, and the historian of the West has a quite other world history before his eyes than that of the great Arabian and Chinese historians. The history of an era could be handled objectively only if it were very distant in time, and the historian were radically disinterested, and we find that our best historians cannot judge of or describe even the Peloponnesian Wars and Actium without being in some measure influenced by present interests. It is not incompatible with, rather it is essential to, a profound knowledge of men that the appraiser should see through glasses of his own color. This knowledge, indeed, is exactly the component that we discern to be wanting in those generalizations that distort or altogether ignore that all-important fact, the uniqueness of the constituent event in history. 3. The worst example of this being the materialistic conception of history, about which we have said almost all there is to say when we have described it as physiognomic barrenness. But both in spite of this and on account of this, for there is for every man, because he belongs to a class and a time and a nation and a culture, a typical picture of history as it ought to appear in relation to himself, and equally there are typical pictures specific to the time or class or culture, qua time or class or culture. The supreme generalization possible to each culture as a major being is a primary and, for it, symbolical image of its own world as history, and all self-attunements of the individual or of the group livingly effective as individual are with reference to that image. Whenever we describe another person's ideas as profound or superficial, original or trivial, mistaken or obsolete, we are unwittingly judging them with reference to a picture which springs up to answer for the value at the moment of a continuous function of our time and our personality. 5. Obviously, then, every man of the Faustian culture possesses his own picture of history and, besides, innumerable other pictures from his youth upwards, which fluctuate and alter ceaselessly in response to the experiences of the day and the year. And how different, again, are the typical history images of men and different eras and classes, the world of Otto the Great and that of Gregory VII, that of a Doge of Venice and that of a poor pilgrim. In what different worlds lived Lorenzo de' Medici, Wallenstein, Cromwell, Murat, and Bismarck, a serf of the Gothic age, a savant of the Baroque, the army officer of the 30 Years' War, the 7 Years' War, and the Wars of Liberation respectively. Or, to consider our own times alone, a Frisian peasant whose life of actuality is limited to his own countryside and its folk, a high merchant of Hamburg, and a professor of physics. And yet to all of these, irrespective of individual age, status, and period, there is a common basis that differentiates the ensemble of these figures, their prime image, from that of every other culture. But, over and above this, there is a distinction of another kind which separates the classical and the Indian history pictures from those of the Chinese, the Arabian, and, most of all, the Western cultures, the narrow horizon of the two first named. Whatever the Greeks may, and indeed must, have known of ancient Egyptian history, they never allowed it to penetrate into their peculiar history picture, which for the majority was limited to the field of events that could be related by the oldest surviving participant, and which even for the finer minds stopped at the Trojan War, a frontier beyond which they would not concede that there had been historical life at all. 6. The Arabian culture 7 on the other hand, very early dared the astounding gesture. We see it in the historical thought alike of the Jews and of the Persians from Cyrus's time of connecting the legend of creation to the present by means of a genuine chronology. The Persians indeed comprised the future as well in the sweep of the gesture, and predated the Last Judgment and the coming of the Messiah. This exact and very narrow definition of human history the Persian reckoning allows 12 millennia from first to last. The Jewish counts less than 6 up to the present is a necessary expression of the Magian world feeling and fundamentally distinguishes the Judeo-Persian creation sagas from those of the Babylonian culture, from which so many of their external traits are derived. Different, again, are the primary feelings which give historical thought in the Chinese and the Egyptian cultures its characteristically wide and unbounded horizons, represented by chronologically stated sequences of dynasties which stretch over millennia and finally dissolve into a grey remoteness. The Faustian picture of world history, again, prepared in advance by the existence of a Christian chronology 8 came into being suddenly, with an immense extension and deepening of the Magian picture which the Western Church had taken over, an extension and deepening that was to give Joachim of Florus in the High Gothic the basis of his wonderful interpretation of all world destinies as a sequence of 3 eons under the aspects of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Parallel with this there was an immense widening of the geographical horizon, which even in Gothic times, thanks to Vikings and Crusaders, came to extend from Iceland to the remotest ends of Asia. 9 And from 1500 onwards, the developed man of the Baroque is able to do what none of his peers in the other cultures could do, and for the first time in human history to regard the whole surface of the planet as its field. Thanks to compass and telescope, the savant of that mature age could for the first time not merely posit the sphericity of the earth as a matter of theory, but actually feel that he was living upon a sphere in space. The land horizon is no more. So, too, time horizons melt in the double endlessness of the calendar before and after Christ. And today, under the influence of this picture, which comprises the whole planet and will eventually embrace all the high cultures, the old Gothic division of history into ancient, medieval, and modern, long become trite and empty, is visibly dissolving. In all other cultures the aspects of world history and of man history coincide. The beginning of the world is the beginning of man, and the end of man is the end of the world. But the Faustian infinity craving for the first time separated the two notions during the Baroque, and now it has made human history, for all its immense and still unknown span, a mere episode in world history, while the Earth of which other cultures had seen not even the whole, but only superficial fractions, as the world has become a little star amongst millions of solar systems. The extension of the historical world picture makes it even more necessary in this culture than in any other to distinguish between the everyday self-attunements of ordinary people and that extreme self-attunement of which only the highest minds are capable, and which even in them holds only for moments. The difference between the historical view field of Themistocles and that of an Attic husbandman is probably very small, but this difference is already immense as between Henry VI and a hind of his day 10, and as the Faustian culture mounts up and up, the power of self-focusing attains to such heights and depths that the circle of adepts grows ever smaller and smaller. In fact, there is formed a sort of pyramid of possibilities, in which individuals are graded according to their endowments. Every individual, according to his constitution, stands at the level which he is capable at his best focus of holding. But it follows from this that between Western men there are limitations to the possibilities of reciprocal understanding of historical life problems, limitations that do not apply to other cultures, at any rate in such fateful rigor as they do to ours. Can a workman today really understand a peasant? Or a diplomat a craftsman? The historico-geographical horizon that determines for each of them the questions worth asking and the form in which these are asked is so different from the horizons of the others that what they can exchange is not a communication, but passing remarks. It is, of course, the mark of the real appraiser of man that he understands how the other man is adjusted and regulates his intercourse with him accordingly, as we all do in talking to children, but the art of appraising in this sense some man of the past, say Henry the Lion or Dante, of living oneself into his history picture so thoroughly that his thoughts, feelings, and decisions take on a character of self-evidence, is, owing to the vast difference between the ones and the others. Waking consciousness, so rare that up to the 18th century it was not even seen that the historian ought to attempt it. Only since 1800 has it become a desideratum for the writing of history, and it is one very seldom satisfied at that. The typically Faustian separation of human history, as such, from the far wider history of the world has had the result that since the end of the Baroque our world picture has contained several horizons disposed one behind the other in as many planes. For the exploration of these, individual sciences, more or less overtly historical in character, have taken shape. Astronomy, geology, biology, anthropology, one after the other follow up the destinies of the star world, the Earth's crust, life, and man, and only then do we come to the world history as it is still called even today of the higher cultures, to which, again, are attached the histories of the several cultural elements, family history, and lastly, that highly developed specialty of the West, biography. Each of these planes demands a particular self-focusing, and the moment the special focus becomes sharp the narrower and the broader planes cease to be live being and become mere given facts. If we are investigating the Battle of the Teutoburger Wald, the growing up of this forest in the plant world of the North German plain is presupposed. If, on the other hand, we are examining into the history of the German tree world, the geological stratification of the earth is the presupposition, though it is just a fact whose particular destiny need not be further followed out in this connection. If, again, our question is the origin of the Cretaceous, the existence of the Earth itself as a planet in the solar system is a datum, not a problem. Or, to express it otherwise, that there is an Earth in the star world, that the phenomenon life occurs in the Earth, that within this life there is the form man, that within the history of man there exists the organic form of the culture, is in each case an incident in the picture of the next higher plane. In Goethe, from his Strasbourg period to his first Weimar residence, the inclination to attune himself to world history was very strong as evidenced in his Caesar, Mohammed, Socrates, Wandering Jew, and Egmont sketches. And after that painful renunciation of the prospect of high political achievement 11 the pain which calls to us in Tasso even through the sober resignedness of its final form this precisely was the attunement that he chose to cut out of his life, and thereafter he limits himself, almost fiercely, to the picture planes of plant history, animal history, and earth history, his living nature, on the one hand and to biography on the other. All these pictures, developed in the same man, have the same structure. Even the history of plants and animals, even that of the earth's crust or that of the stars, is a fable convenient and mirrors in outward actuality the inward tendency of the ego's being. The student of the animal world or of stratification is a man, living in a period and having a nationality and a social status, and it is no more possible to eliminate his subjective standpoint from his treatment of these things than it would be to obtain a perfectly abstract account of the French Revolution or the World War. The celebrated theories of Kant, Laplace, Cuvier, Lyell, Darwin, have also a politico-economic tinting, and their very power and impressiveness for the lay public show that the mode of outlook upon all these historical planes proceeds from a single source. And what is accomplishing itself today is the final achievement of which Faustian history thinking is capable, the organic linking and disposition of these historical planes in a single vast world history of uniform physiognomic that shall enable our glance to range from the life of the individual man without a break to the first and last destinies of the universe. The 19th century in mechanistic, i.e., unhistorical, form enunciated the problem. It is one of the preordained tasks of the 20th to solve it. 3. The picture that we possess of the history of the Earth's crust and of life is at present still dominated by the ideas which civilized 12 English thought has developed, since the Age of Enlightenment, out of the English habit of life. Lyell's phlegmatic theory of the formation of the geological strata, and Darwin's of the origin of species, are actually but derivatives of the development of England herself. In place of the incalculable catastrophes and metamorphoses such as Von Buch and Cuvier 13 admitted, they put a methodical evolution over very long periods of time and recognize as causes only scientifically calculable and indeed mechanical utility causes. This English type of causality is not only shallow, but also far too narrow. It limits possible causal connections, in the first place, to those which work out their entire course on the Earth's surface, but this immediately excludes all great cosmic relations between earthly life phenomena and the events of the solar system and the stellar universe, and assumes the impossible postulate that the exterior face of the Earth ball is a completely insulated region of natural phenomena. And, secondly, it assumes that connections which are not comprehensible by the means at present available to the human consciousness, namely, sensation refined by instruments and thought precised by theory, do not even exist. It will be the characteristic task of the 20th century, as compared with the 19th, to get rid of the system of superficial causality, whose roots reach back into the rationalism of the Baroque period, and to put in its place a pure physiognomic. We are skeptics in regard to any and every mode of thought which explains causally. We let things speak for themselves, and confine ourselves to sensing the destiny immanent in them and contemplating the form manifestations that we shall never penetrate. The extreme to which we can attain is the discovery of causeless, purposeless, purely existent forms underlying the changeful picture of nature. For the 19th century the word evolution meant progress in the sense of increasing fitness of life to purposes. For Leibniz, whose Protogaea, 1691, a work full of significant thought, outlines, on the basis of studies made in the heart-silver mines, a picture of the world's infancy that is Goethean through, and for Goethe himself it meant fulfillment in the sense of increasing connotation of the form. The two concepts, Goethe's form fulfillment and Darwin's evolution, are in as complete opposition as destiny to causality, and, be it added, as German to English thought, and German to English history. There is no more conclusive refutation of Darwinism than that furnished by paleontology. Simple probability indicates that fossil hoards can only be test samples. Each sample, then, should represent a different stage of evolution, and there ought to be merely transitional types, no definition, and no species. Instead of this we find perfectly stable and unaltered forms persevering through long ages, forms that have not developed themselves on the fitness principle, but appear suddenly and at once in their definitive shape, that do not thereafter evolve towards better adaptation, but become rarer and finally disappear, while quite different forms crop up again. What unfolds itself, in ever-increasing richness of form, is the great classes and kinds of living beings which exist aboriginally and exist still, without transition types, in the grouping of today. We see how, amongst fish, the Selacians, with their simple form, appear first in the foreground of history and then slowly fade out again, while the Teleosteans slowly bring a more perfected fish type to predominance. The same applies to the plant world of the ferns and horsetails, of which only the last species now linger in the fully developed kingdom of the flowering plants. But the assumption of utility causes or other visible causes for these phenomena has no support of actuality. 14 It is a destiny that evoked into the world life as life, the ever sharper opposition between plant and animal, each single type, each genus, and each species. And along with this existence there is given also a definite energy of the form by virtue of which in the course of its self-fulfillment it keeps itself pure or, on the contrary, becomes dull and unclear or evasively splits into numerous varieties and finally a life duration of this form, which, unless, again, incident intervenes to shorten it, leads naturally to a senility of the species and finally to its disappearance. As for mankind, discoveries of the diluvial age indicate more and more pointedly that the man forms existing then correspond to those living now. There is not the slightest trace of evolution towards a race of greater utilitarian fitness. And the continued failure to find man in the tertiary discoveries indicates more and more clearly that the human life form, like every other, originates in a sudden mutation, Wandlung, of which the whence, how, and why remain an impenetrable secret. If, indeed, there were evolution in the English sense of the word, there could be neither defined earth stratum nor specific animal classes, but only a single geological mass and a chaos of living singular forms which we may suppose to have been left over from the struggle for existence. But all that we see about us impels us to the conviction that again and again profound and very sudden changes take place in the being of plants and animals, changes which are of a cosmic kind and nowise restricted to the earth's surface, which are beyond the ken of human sense and understanding in respect of causes, if not indeed in all respects. 15 So, too, we observe that swift and deep changes assert themselves in the history of the great cultures, without assignable causes, influences, or purposes of any kind. The Gothic and the Pyramid styles come into full being as suddenly as do the Chinese imperialism of Shi Huangti and the Roman of Augustus, as Hellenism and Buddhism and Islam. It is exactly the same with the events in the individual life of every person who counts at all, and he who is ignorant of this knows nothing of men and still less of children. Every being, active or contemplative, strides on to its fulfillment by epochs, and we have to assume just such epochs in the history of solar systems and the world of the fixed stars. The origins of the earth, of life, of the free-moving animal are such epochs, and, therefore, mysteries that we can do no more than accept. 16. 4. That which we know of man divides clearly into two great ages of his being. The first is, as far as our view is concerned, limited on the one side by that profound fugue of planetary destiny which we call the beginning of the Ice Age and about which we can, within the picture of world history, say no more than that a cosmic change took place, and on the other by the beginnings of high cultures on Nile and Euphrates, with which the whole meaning of human existence became suddenly different. We discover everywhere the sharp frontier of tertiary and diluvial, and on the hither side of it we see man as a completely formed type, familiar with custom, myth, wit, ornament, and technique, and endowed with a bodily structure that has not materially altered up to the present day. We will consider the first age as that of the primitive culture. The only field in which this culture endured throughout the second age, though certainly in a very late form, and is found alive and fairly intact today, is Northwest Africa. It is the great merit of Leo Frobenius 17 that he recognized this quite clearly, beginning with the assumption that in this field a whole world of primitive life, and not merely a greater or less number of primitive tribes, remained remote from the influences of the high cultures. The ethnologist-psychologist, on the contrary, delights in collecting, from all over the 5 continents, fragments of peoples who really have nothing in common but the negative fact of living a subordinate existence in the middle of one or another of the high cultures, without participation in its inner life. The result is a congeries of tribes, some stationary, some inferior, and some decadent, whose respective modes of expression, moreover, are indiscriminately lumped together. But the primitive culture is not fragmentary, but something strong and integral, something highly vital and effectual. Only, this culture is so different from everything that we men of a higher culture possess in the way of spiritual potentialities that we may question whether even those people which have carried the first age very deep into the second are good evidence, in their present modes of being and waking being, for the condition of the old time. For some thousands of years now the waking consciousness of man has had the impression of constant mutual touch between the tribes and peoples as an obvious everyday fact. But in dealing with the first age we must not forget that in it man, cohering in a very few small groups, is completely lost in the immensity of the landscape, the ruling element therein being the mighty masses of the great animal herds. The rarity of our finds sufficiently proves this. At the time of origination man there were perhaps a dozen hordes, each a few hundred strong, wandering in the whole area of France, and such hordes must have regarded it as a deeply impressive and puzzling event when, if ever, they became aware that fellow men existed. Can we imagine even in the least degree what it was to live in a world almost empty of men for whom all nature has long since become a background for the human multitude? How man's world consciousness must have changed when, besides the forests and the herds of beasts, other men just like himself began to be met with, more and more frequently, in the countryside. The increase of man's numbers this, too, doubtless took place very suddenly made experience of fellow men habitual, and replaced the impression of astonishment by the feelings of pleasure or hostility, and these again evoked a whole new world of experiences and of involuntary and inevitable relations. It was for the history of the human soul perhaps the deepest and most pregnant of all events. It was in relation to alien life forms that man first became conscious of his own, and now the interior organization of the clan was enriched by a wealth of intertribal forms of relation, which thereafter completely dominated primitive life and thought. For it was then that, out of very simple modes of sensuous understanding, the rudiments of verbal language, and, therefore, of abstract thought, came into being, amongst them the particularly fortunate few, which though we can form no idea of their structure we may assume as the origins of the later Indo-Germanic and Semitic language groups. Then, out of this general primitive culture of a humanity linked by intertribal relations, there shot up suddenly, about 3000 B.C.18, the culture of Egypt and Babylonia. Probably for a millennium before that date both these fields had been nursing something that differed radically from every primitive culture in kind and in intent, something having an inward unity common to all its forms of expression and directional in all its life. To me it seems highly probable that, if not indeed all over the earth's surface, at any rate in man's essence a change was accomplished at that time, and if so, then any primitive culture worthy of the name that is still found living later, ever dwindling, in the midst of higher cultures, should itself be something different from the culture of the first age. But, with reference to primitive culture of any sort, that which I call the pre-culture, and which can be shown to occur as a uniform process in the beginning of every high culture, is something different in kind, something entirely new. In all primitive existence the cosmic, is at work with such immediacy of force that all microcosmic utterances, whether in myth, custom, technique, or ornament, obey only the pressures of the very instant. For us, there are no ascertainable rules for the duration, tempo, and course of development of these utterances. We observe, say, an ornamental form language not to be called a style ruling over the population of a wide area, spreading, changing, and at last dying out. Alongside this, and perhaps with quite different fields of extension, we may find modes of fashioning and using weapons, tribal organizations, religious practices, each developing in a special way of its own, with epochal points of its own, beginnings and ends of its own, completely influenced by other form domains. When in some prehistoric stratum we have identified an accurately known type of pottery, we cannot safely argue from it to the customs and religion of the population to which it belonged. And if by chance the same area does hold for a particular form of marriage and, say, a certain type of tattooing, this never signifies a common basic idea such as is indicated, for example, by the discovery of gunpowder and that of perspective in painting. No necessary connections come to light between ornament and organization by age classes, or between the cult of a god and the kind of agriculture practiced. Development in these cases means always some development of one or another individual aspect or trait of the primitive culture, never of that culture itself. This, as I have said before, is essentially chaotic. The primitive culture is neither an organism nor a sum of organisms. But with the type of the higher culture it gives way to a strong and undiffused tendency. Within the primitive culture, tribes and clans are the only quickened beings other than the individual men, of course. Here, however, the culture itself is such a being. Everything primitive is a sum of the expression forms of primitive groupings. The high culture, on the contrary, is the waking being of a single huge organism which makes not only custom, myths, technique, and art, but the very peoples and classes incorporated in itself, the vessels of one single form language and one single history. The oldest speech that we know of belongs to the primitive culture, and has lawless destinies of its own which cannot be deduced from those of, say, ornament or marriage. But the history of script belongs integrally with the expression history of the several higher cultures. That the Egyptian, Chinese, Babylonian, and Mexican each formed a special script in its pre-cultural age, that the Indian and the classical on the other hand did not do so, but took over, and very late, the highly developed writing of a neighboring civilization, that in the Arabian, again, every new religion and sect immediately formed its particular script. All these are facts that stand in a deeply intimate relation to the generic form history of these cultures and its inner significance. To these two ages our knowledge of man is restricted, and they certainly do not suffice to justify conclusions of any sort about possible or certain new eras, or about their when and how, quite apart from the fact that in any case the cosmic connections that govern the history of man as a genus are entirely inaccessible to our measures. My kind of thought and observation is limited to the physiognomy of the actual. At the point when the experience of the judge of men vis-a-vis his environment, and that of the man of action vis-a-vis his facts, become ineffective, there also this insight finds its limit. The existence of these two ages is a fact of historical experience. More, our experiencing of the primitive culture consists not only in surveying, in its relics, a self-contained and closed-off thing, but also in reacting to its deeper meaning by virtue of an inward relation to it which persists in us. But the second age opens to us another and quite different kind of experience. It was an incident, the sense of which cannot now be scrutinized, that the type of the higher culture appeared suddenly in the field of human history. Quite possibly, indeed, it was some sudden event in the domain of earth history that brought forth a new and different form into phenomenal existence. But the fact that we have before us 8 such cultures, all of the same build, the same development, and the same duration, justifies us in looking at them comparatively, and therefore justifies our treating them as comparable, studying them comparatively, and obtaining from our study a knowledge which we can extend backwards over lost periods and forwards over the future, provided always that a destiny of a different order does not replace this form world, suddenly and basically, by another. Our license to proceed thus comes from general experience of organic being. As in the history of the raptors or the conifers we cannot prophesy whether and when a new species will arise, so in that of cultural history we cannot say whether and when a new culture shall be. But from the moment when a new being is conceived in the womb, or a seed sinks into the earth, we do know the inner form of this new life course, and we know that the quiet course of its development and fulfillment may be disturbed by the pressure of external powers, but never altered. This experience teaches, further, that the civilization which at this present time has gripped the earth's whole surface is not a third age, but a necessary stage of the Western culture, distinguished from its analogues only by the forcefulness of its extension tendency. Here experience ends, and all speculation on what new forms will govern the life of future mankind, or, for that matter, whether there will be any such new forms, all building of majestic card houses on the foundation of it shall be, is mere trifling, far too futile, it seems to me, to justify one single life of any value being expended on it. The group of the high cultures is not, as a group, an organic unit. That they have happened in just this number, at just these places and times, is, for the human eye, an incident without deeper intelligibility. The ordering of the individual cultures, on the contrary, has stood out so distinctly that the historical technique of the Chinese, the Magian, and the Western worlds often, indeed, the mere common consent of the educated in these cultures has been able to fashion a set of names upon which it would be impossible to improve. 19. Historical thought, therefore, has the double task of dealing comparatively with the individual life courses of the cultures, and of examining the incidental and irregular relations of the cultures amongst themselves in respect of their meaning. The necessity of the first of these tasks, obvious enough, has yet been overlooked hitherto. The second has been handled, but only by the lazy and shallow method of imposing causality over the whole tangle and laying it out tidily along the course of a hypothetical world history, thereby making it impossible to discover either the psychology of these difficult, but richly suggestive, relations or to discover that of the inner life of any particular culture. In truth, the condition for solving the first problem is that the second has been solved already. The relations are very different, even under the simple aspect of time and space. The Crusades brought a springtime face to face with an old and ripe civilization. In the Cretan Mycenaean world seed time and golden autumn are seen together. A civilization may stream over from immense remoteness, as the Indian streamed into the Arabian from the east, or lie senile and stifling over an infancy, as the classical lay upon its other side. But there are differences, too, of kind and strength. The Western culture seeks out relations, the Egyptian tries to avoid them, the former is beaten by them again and again in tragic crises, while the classical gets all it can out of them, without suffering. But all these tendencies have their roots in the spirituality of the culture itself, and sometimes they tell us more of this culture than does its own language, which often hides more than it communicates. V. A glance over the group of the cultures discloses task after task. The 19th century, in which historical research was guided by natural science, and historical thought by the ideas of the Baroque, has simply brought us to a pinnacle whence we see the new world at our feet. Shall we ever take possession of that new world? Even today uniform treatment of these grand life courses is immensely difficult, because the more remote fields have not been seriously worked up at all. Once more, it is the lordly outlook of the West European. He will only notice that which approaches him from one or another antiquity by the proper and respectful route of a Middle Age, and that which goes its own ways will get but little of his attention. Thus, of the things of the Chinese and the Indian worlds, certain kinds are now beginning to be tackled: art, religion, philosophy, but the political history is dealt with, if at all, chattily. It does not occur to anyone to treat the great constitutional problems of Chinese history, the Hohenstaufen destiny of the Li Wang, 842, the First Congress of Princes, 659, the struggle of principle between the imperialism, Lin Hung, of the Roman state of Xin and the League of Nations idea, Ho Tsung, between 500 and 300, the rise of the Chinese Augustus, Wang Ti, 221, with anything of the thoroughness that Mommsen devoted to the Principate of Augustus. India, again, however completely the Indians themselves have forgotten their state history, we have after all more available material for Buddha's time than we have for history of the classical 9th and 8th centuries, and yet even today we act as though the Indian had lived entirely in his philosophy, just as the Athenians, so our classicists would have us believe, spent their lives in beauty philosophizing on the banks of the Ilissus. But even Egyptian politics receive little reflective attention. The later Egyptian historian concealed under the name Hyksos period the same crisis which the Chinese treat of under the name period of the contending states. Here, too, is something never yet investigated. An interest in the Arabian world has reached to the frontier of the classical tongues and no further. With what endless assiduity we have described the constitution of Diocletian, and assembled material for the entirely unimportant administrative history of the provinces of Asia Minor because it is written in Greek. but the Sassanid state, the precedent and in every respect the model of Diocletian's, comes into the picture only occasionally, and then as Rome's opponent in war. What about its own administrative and juristic history? What is the poor sum total of material that we have assembled for the law and economics of Egypt, India, and China 20 in comparison with the work that has been done on Greek and Roman law? About 300,021 after a long Merovingian period, which is still distinctly perceptible in Egypt, the two oldest cultures began, in exceedingly limited areas on the lower Nile and the lower Euphrates. In these cases the distinctions between early and late periods have long ago been labeled as Old and Middle Kingdom, Sumer, and Akkad. The outcome of the Egyptian feudal period marked by the establishment of a hereditary nobility and the decline, from Dynasty 6, of the older kingship, presents so astounding a similarity with the course of events in the Chinese springtime from Iwang, 934 to 909, and that in the western from the Emperor Henry IV, 1056 to 1106, that a unified comparative study of all three might well be risked. At the beginning of the Babylonian Baroque we see the figure of the great Sargon, 2500, who pushed out to the Mediterranean coast, conquered Cyprus, and styled himself, like Justinian I and Charles V, Lord of the four parts of the earth. And in due course, about 1800 on the Nile and rather earlier in Sumer Akkad, we perceive the beginnings of the first civilizations. Of these the Asiatic displayed immense expansive power. The achievements of the Babylonian civilization, as the books say, many things and notions connected with measuring, numbering, and accounting, traveled probably as far as the North and the Yellow Seas. Many a Babylonian trademark upon a tool may have come to be honored, out there in the Germanic wild, as a magic symbol, and so may have originated some early German ornament. But meantime the Babylonian realm itself passed from hand to hand. Kassites, Assyrians, Chaldeans, Medes, Persians, Macedonians, all of these small 22 warrior hosts under energetic leaders successively replaced one another in the capital city without any serious resistance on the part of its people. It is a first example soon paralleled in Egypt of the Roman Empire's style. Under the Kassites rulers were set up and displaced by Praetorians. The Assyrians, like the later soldier emperors of Rome, after Commodus, maintained the old constitutional forms. The Persian Cyrus and the Ostrogoth Theodoric regarded themselves as managers of the empire, and the warrior bands, Mede and Lombard, as master peoples in alien surroundings. But these are constitutional rather than factual distinctions. In intent and purpose the legions of Septimius Severus, the African, did not differ from the Visigoths of Alaric, and by the Battle of Adrianople 23 Romans and barbarians have become almost indistinguishable. After 1500 three new cultures begin: first, the Indian, in the Upper Punjab, then, 100 years later, the Chinese on the Middle Wangho, and then, about 1100, the classical, on the Aegean Sea. The Chinese historians speak of the three great dynasties of Shang, Shang, and Zhou in much the same way as Napoleon regarded himself as a fourth dynasty following the Merovingians, the Carolingians, and the Capetians. In reality, the third coexisted with the culture right through its course in each case. When in 441 BC the titular emperor of the Zhou dynasty became a state pensioner of the Eastern Duke, and when in AD 1793 Louis Capet was executed, the culture in each case passed into the civilization. There are some bronzes of very great antiquity preserved from late Chang times, which stand towards the later art in exactly the same relation as Mycenaean to early classical pottery and Carolingian to Romanesque art. In the Vedic, Homeric, and Chinese spring times, with their Falzan and Bergen, their knighthood and feudal rulership, can be seen the whole image of our Gothic, and the period of the great protectors, Ming Chu, 685 to 691, corresponds precisely to the time of Cromwell, Wallenstein, and Richelieu, and to the first tyrannies of the Greek world. The period 480 to 230 is called by the Chinese historians the period of the contending states. It culminated in a century of unbroken warfare between mass armies with frightful social upheavals, and out of it came the Roman state of Tsin as founder of a Chinese imperium. This phase Egypt experienced between 1780 and 1580, of which the last century was the Hyksos time. The classical experienced it from Shashraniya, 338, and, at the high pitch of horror, from the Gracia, 133, to Actium, 31 BC. And it is the destiny of the West European American world for the 19th and 20th centuries. During this period the center of gravity changes as from Attica to Latium, so from the Huanghe, at Honanfu, to the Yangtze, modern province of Hubei. The Siqiang was as vague for the Chinese savants of those days as the Elba for the Alexandrian geographer, and of the existence of India they had as yet no notion. As on the other side of the globe there arose the principes of the Julian-Claudian house, so here in China there arose the mighty figure of Wang Cheng, who led Tsin through the decisive struggle to sole supremacy and in 221 assumed the title of Shi, literally equivalent to Augustus, and the Caesar name Wang Ti. He founded the Pax Serica, as we may call it, carried out a grand social reform in the exhausted empire, and as promptly as Rome 24 began to build his limes the famous Great Wall, for which in 214 he annexed a part of Mongolia. He was the first, too, to subdue the barbarians south of the Yangtze, in a series of large-scale campaigns followed and confirmed by military roads, castles, and colonies. But Roman, too, was his family history a Tacitian drama with Louis Xi, chancellor and stepfather of the emperor, and Li Su, the great statesman, the Agrippa of his day, and unifier of the Chinese script, playing parts, and one that quickly closed in Neronic horrors. Followed then the two Han dynasties, Western, 206 BC AD 23, Eastern, AD 25 to 220, under which the frontiers extended more and more, while in the capital eunuch ministers, generals, and soldiery made and unmade the rulers at their pleasure. At certain rare moments, as under Wu Ti, 140 to 86, and Ming Ti, 58 to 76, the Chinese Confucian, the Indian Buddhist, and the classical Stoic world forces approached one another so closely in the region of the Caspian that they might easily have come into actual touchpoint 25. Chance decreed that the heavy attacks of the Huns should break themselves in vain upon the Chinese limes, which at each crisis found a strong emperor to defend it. The decisive repulse of the Huns took place in 124 to 119 under the Chinese Trajan, Wu Ti, and it was he, too, who finally incorporated southern China in the empire, with the object of obtaining a route into India, and built a grand embattled road to the Tarim. And so the Huns turned westward, and in due course they appear, impelling a swarm of Germanic tribes, in face of the limes of the Roman world. This time they succeeded. The Roman Imperium collapsed, and thus two only of the three empires continued, and still continue, as desirable spoil for a succession of different powers. Today it is the red-haired barbarian of the West who is playing before the highly civilized eyes of Brahmin and Mandarin the role once played by Mughal and Manchu, playing it neither better nor worse than they, and certain like them to be superseded in due course by other actors. But in the colonization field of foundering Rome, on the other hand, the future Western culture was ripening underground in the Northwest, while in the East the Arabian culture had flowered already. The Arabian culture 26 is a discovery. Its unity was suspected by late Arabians, but it has so entirely escaped Western historical research that not even a satisfactory name can be found for it. Conformably to the dominant languages, the seed time and the spring might be called the Aramaic and the later time the Arabian, but there is no really effectual name. In this field the cultures were close to one another, and the extension of the corresponding civilizations led to much overlaying. The pre-cultural period of the Arabian, which we can follow out in Persian and Jewish history, lay completely within the area of the old Babylonian world, but the springtime was under the mighty spell of the classical civilization, which invaded from the west with all the power of a just attained maturity, and the Egyptian and Indian civilizations also made themselves distinctly felt. and then in turn the Arabian spirit under late classical disguises for the most part cast its spell over the nascent culture of the West. The Arabian civilization stratified over a still surviving classical in the popular soul of South Spain, Provence, and Sicily, and became the model upon which the Gothic soul educated itself. The proper landscape of this culture is remarkably extended and singularly fragmented. Let one put oneself at Palmyra or Ctesiphon, and, musing, look outwards all round. In the north is Osrhoene. Edessa became the Florence of the Arabian Spring. To the west are Syria and Palestine, the home of the New Testament and of the Jewish Mishnah, with Alexandria as a standing outpost. To the east Mazdaism experienced a mighty regeneration, which corresponded to the birth of Jesus in Jewry, and about which the fragmentary state of Avesta literature enables us to say only that it happened. 27 Here, too, were born the Talmud and the religion of Mani. Deep in the south, the future home of Islam, an age of chivalry was able to develop as fully as in the realm of the Sassanids. Even today there survive, unexplored, the ruins of castles and strongholds whence the decisive wars were waged between the Christian state of Aksum and the Jewish state of the Himyarites on the two shores of the Red Sea, with Roman and Persian diplomacy poking the fire. In the extreme north was Byzantium, that strange mixture of seer, civilized, classical, with vernal and chivalresque, which is manifested above all in the bewildering history of the Byzantine army system. Into this world Islam at last and far too late brought a consciousness of unity, and this accounts for the self-evident character of its victorious progress and the almost unresisting adhesion of Christians, Jews, and Persians alike. Out of Islam in due course arose the Arabian civilization, which was at the peak of its intellectual completeness when the barbarians from the west broke in for a moment, marching on Jerusalem. How, we may ask ourselves, did this inroad appear in the eyes of cultivated Arabians of the time? Somewhat like Bolshevism, perhaps. For the statecraft of the Arabian world the political relations of Frankistan were something on a lower plane. Even in our 30 Years' War from that point of view, a drama of the far west, when an English envoy 28 strove to stir up the Porte against the House of Habsburg, the statesman who handled policy over a field stretching from Morocco to India, evidently judged that the little predatory states on the horizon were of no real interest. And even when Napoleon landed in Egypt, there were still many without an inkling of the future. Meantime yet another new culture developed in Mexico. This lay so remote from the rest that no word even passed between them. All the more astonishing, therefore, is the similarity of its development to that of the classical. No doubt the archaeologists standing before a Teocalli would be horrified to think of his Doric temple in such a connection, yet it was a thoroughly classical trait, feebleness of the will to power in the matter of techniques, that kept the Aztecs ill-armed and so made possible their catastrophe. For, as it happens, this is the one example of a culture ended by violent death. It was not starved, suppressed, or thwarted, but murdered in the full glory of its unfolding, destroyed like a sunflower whose head is struck off by one passing. All these states, including a world power and more than one federation with an extent and resources far superior to those of the Greek and Roman states of Hannibal's day, with a comprehensive policy, a carefully ordered financial system, and a highly developed legislation, with administrative ideas and economic traditions such as the ministers of Charles V could never have imagined, with a wealth of literature in several languages, an intellectually brilliant and polite society in great cities to which the West could not show one single parallel. All this was not broken down in some desperate war, but washed out by a handful of bandits in a few years, and so entirely that the relics of the population retained not even a memory of it all. Of the giant city Tenochtitlan 29 not a stone remains above ground. The cluster of great Mayan cities in the virgin forests of Yucatan succumbed swiftly to the attack of vegetation, and we do not know the old name of any one of them. Of the literature 3 books survive, but no one can read them. The most appalling feature of the tragedy was that it was not in the least a necessity of the Western culture that it should happen. It was a private affair of adventurers, and at the time no one in Germany, France, or England had any idea of what was taking place. This instance shows, as no other shows, that the history of humanity has no meaning whatever and that deep significances reside only in the life courses of the separate cultures. Their interrelations are unimportant and accidental. In this case the accident was so cruelly banal, so supremely absurd, that it would not be tolerated in the wildest farce. A few cannon and handguns began and ended the drama. Point 30. A sure knowledge of even the most general history of this world is now forever impossible. Events as important as our Crusades and Reformation have vanished without leaving a trace. Only in recent years has research managed to settle the outline, at any rate, of the later course of development, and with the help of these data comparative morphology may attempt to widen and deepen the picture by means of those of other cultures. 31 On this basis the epochal points of this culture lie about 200 years later than those of the Arabian and 700 years before those of our own. There was a pre-cultural period which, as in China and Egypt, developed script and calendar, but of this we now know nothing. The time reckoning began with an initial date which lies far behind the birth of Christ, but it is impossible now to fix it with certainty relative to that event. 32 In any case, it shows an extraordinarily strongly developed history sense in Mexican mankind. The springtime of the Hellenic Maya states is evidenced by the dated relief pillars of the old cities of Copan, in the south, Tikal, and somewhat later Chichen Itza, in the north, Naranjo and Cebol. 33 About 160 to 450. At the end of this period Chichen Itza was a model of architecture that was followed for centuries. The full glory of Palenque and Piedras Negras, in the west, may correspond to our late Gothic and Renaissance, 450 to 600 equals European 1250-1400. In the Baroque or late period Champotun appears as the center of style formation, and now the Italic Nahua peoples of the high plateau of Anahuac began to come under the cultural influence. Artistically and spiritually these peoples were mere recipients, but in their political instincts they were far superior to the Maya, about 600 to 960, equals classical 750 to 400 equals Western 1400-1750. And now Maya entered on the Hellenistic phase. About 960 Uxmal was founded, soon to be a cosmopolis of the first rank, and Alexandria, or Baghdad, founded like these on the threshold of the civilization. With it we find a series of brilliant cities like Labna, Mayapan, Chacmaltun, and a revived Chichen Itza. These places marked the culminating point of a grandiose architecture, which thereafter produced no new style, but applies the old motives with taste and discrimination to mighty masses. Politically this is the age of the celebrated League of Mayapan, an alliance of three leading states, which appears to have maintained the position successfully if somewhat artificially and arbitrarily in spite of great wars and repeated revolutions. 960-1165 equals classical 350 to 150 equals Western 1800 to 2000. The end of this period was marked by a great revolution, and with it the definitive intervention of the Roman, Nahua powers in the Maya affair. With their aid Hunaxil brought about a general overthrow and destroyed Mayapan, about 1190 equals classical 150. The sequel was typical of the history of the over-ripened civilization in which different peoples contend for military lordship. The great Maya cities sink into the same bland contentment as Roman Athens and Alexandria, but out on the horizon of the Nahua lands was developing the last of these peoples, the Aztecs, young, vigorous, barbaric, and filled with an insatiable will to power. In 1325, equals the age of Augustus, they founded Tenochtitlan, which soon became the paramount and capital city of the whole Mexican world. About 1,400 military expansion began on the grand scale. Conquered regions were secured by military colonies and a network of military roads, and a superior diplomacy kept the dependent states in check and separated. Imperial Tenochtitlan grew enormous and housed a cosmopolitan population speaking every tongue of this world empire. 34 The Nahua provinces were politically and militarily secure, the southward thrust was developing rapidly, and a hand was about to be laid on the Maya states. There is no telling what the course of the next centuries would have been. And suddenly the end. At that date the West was at a level which the Maya had already overpassed by 700, nothing short of the age of Frederick the Great would have been ripe enough to comprehend the politics of the Mayapan League, and what the Aztecs of AD 1500 were organizing lies for us well in the future. But that which distinguished Faustian man, even then, from the man of any other culture was his irrepressible urge into distance. It was this, in the last resort, that killed and even annihilated the Mexican and Peruvian culture, the unparalleled drive that was ready for service in any and every domain. Certainly the Ionic style was imitated in Carthage and in Persepolis, and Hellenistic taste in the Gandhara art of India found admirers. Future investigation will probably find some Chinese in the primitive German wood architecture. The mosque style ruled from farther India to North Russia, to West Africa, and to Spain. But all that amounts to nothing as compared with the expansion power of the Western soul. The true style history of that soul, it need hardly be said, accomplished itself only on the mother soil, but its resultant effects knew no bounds. On the spot where Tenochtitlan had stood, the Spaniards erected a Baroque cathedral adorned with masterpieces of Spanish painting and plastic. Already at that date the Portuguese had got to work in Hither India, and late Baroque architects from Spain and Italy in the heart of Poland and Russia. The English Rococo, and especially Empire, made for themselves a broad province in the plantation states of North America, whose wonderful rooms and furniture are far less well known in Germany than they ought to be. Classicism was at work already in Canada and at the Cape, and presently there were no limits at all. It was just the same in every other domain of form. The relation between this forceful young civilization and the still remaining old ones is that it covers them, all alike, with ever-thickening layers of West European American life forms under which, slowly, the ancient native form disappears. 6. In the presence of this picture of the world of man which is destined to displace the older one of ancient medieval modern that is still firmly established even in the best minds, it will become possible, to give a new answer, and for our civilization, I think, a final answer, to the old question, what is history? Ranke, in the preface of his World History says, history only begins when the monuments become intelligible, and trustworthy written evidences are available. This is the answer of a collector and arranger of data. Obviously, it confuses that which has happened with that which happened within the field of view open at the particular time to the particular student. Mardonius was defeated at Plataea. Has this ceased to be history if 2000 years later it has somehow dropped out of the ken of the historians? For a fact to be a fact, must it be mentioned in books? The weightiest historian since Ranke, Edward Meyer 35 says, historic is that which is, or has been, effective. Only through historical treatment does the individual process, lifted by history from among the infinite mass of contemporary processes, become the historical event. The remark is thoroughly in the manner and spirit of Hegel. Firstly, its starting point is the fact and not any accidental knowledge or ignorance of the fact, and if there is any mode of picturing history which necessarily imposes such a starting point, it is that presented in these pages, since it compels us to assume the existence of facts of the first order in majestic sequences, even when we do not, and never will, know them in the scientific sense. We have to learn to handle the unknown in the most comprehensive way. Secondly, truths exist for the mind, facts only in relation to life. Historical treatment in my terminology, physiognomic fact is decided by the blood, the gift of judging men broadened out into past and future, the innate flair for persons and situations, for the event, for that which had to be, must have been. It does not consist in bare scientific criticism and knowing of data. The scientific mode of experience is, for every true historian, something additional or subordinate. It addresses to the waking consciousness, by the way of understanding and imparting, laborious and repetitive proof of that which one moment of illumination has already, and instantly, demonstrated to being. Just because the force of our Faustian being has by now worked up about us a circumcircle of inner experiences such as no other men and no other time could acquire, just because for us the remotest events become increasingly significant and disclose relationships that no one else, Not even the closest contemporaries of these events could perceive much has now become history, i.e., life in tune with our life, that centuries ago was not history. Tacitus probably knew the data concerning Tiberius Gracchus's revolution, but for him it no longer meant anything effectively, whereas for us it is full of meaning. The history of the Monophysites and their relation to Mohammed's milieu signify nothing whatever to the Islamic believer, but for us it is recognizably the story of English Puritanism in another setting. For the worldview of a civilization which has made the whole earth its stage, nothing is in the last resort quite unhistorical. The scheme of ancient medieval modern history, as understood by the 19th century, contained only a selection of the more obvious relations. But the influence that old Chinese and Mexican history are beginning to exercise on us today is of a subtler and more intellectual kind. There we are sounding the last necessities of life itself. We are learning out of another life course to know ourselves what we are, what we must be, what we shall be. It is the great school of our future. We who have history still, are making history still, find here on the extreme frontiers of historical humanity what history is. A battle between two Negro tribes in the Sudan, or between the Cherusci and Chatti of Caesar's time, or what is substantially the same between ant communities, is merely a drama of living nature. But when the Cherusci beat the Romans, as in the year 936, or the Aztecs the Tlaxcalans, it is history. Here the when is of importance, and each decade, or even year, matters, for here one is dealing with the march of a grand life course, in which every decision takes rank as an epoch. Here there is an object towards which every happening impels, a being that strives to fulfill its predestination, a tempo, an organic duration, and not the disorderly ups and downs of Scythians, Gauls, or Caribs, of which the particular detail is as unimportant as that of doings in a colony of beavers or a steppe herd of gazelles. These are zoological happenings and have their place in an altogether different orientation of our outlook, that in which we are concerned not with the destiny of individual peoples or herds, but with that of man, or the gazelle, or the ants, as species. Primitive man has history only in the biological sense, and all prehistoric study boils down to the investigation of this sense. The increasing familiarity of men with fire, stone tools, and the mechanical laws which make weapons effective, characterizes only the development of the type and of its latent possibilities. The objects for which one tribe employed these weapons against another tribe are of no importance in this plane of history. Stone Age and Baroque are age grades in the existence of respectively a genus and a culture, i.e., two organisms belonging to two fundamentally different settings. And here I would protest against two assumptions that have so far vitiated all historical thought, the assertion of an ultimate aim of mankind as a whole and the denial of there being ultimate aims at all. The life has an aim. It is the fulfillment of that which was ordained at its conception. But the individual belongs by birth to the particular high culture on the one hand and to the type man on the other. There is no third unit of being for him. His destiny must lie either in the zoological or in the world historical field. Historical man, as I understand the word and as all great historians have meant it to be taken, is the man of a culture that is in full march towards self-fulfillment. Before this, after this, outside this, man is historyless, and the destinies of the people to which he belongs matter as little as the earth's destiny matters when the plane of attention is the astronomical and not the geological. From this there follows a fact of the most decisive importance, and one that has never before been established, that man is not only historyless before the birth of the culture, but again becomes so as soon as a civilization has worked itself out fully to the definitive form which betokens the end of the living development of the culture and the exhaustion of the last potentialities of its significant existence. That which we see in the Egyptian civilization after Seti I, 1300, and in the Chinese, the Indian, the Arabian to this day is notwithstanding all the cleverness of the religious, philosophical and, especially, political forms in which it is wrapped just the old zoological up and down of the primitive age again. Whether the lords sitting in Babylon were wild war hordes like the Kassites or refined inheritors like the Persians, when, for how long, and with what success they kept their seats, signified nothing from the standpoint of Babylon. The comfort of the population was affected by such things, naturally, but they made no difference either way to the fact that the soul of this world was extinct and its events, therefore, void of any deep meaning. A new dynasty, native or foreign, in Egypt, a revolution or a conquest in China, a new Germanic people in the Roman Empire, were elements in the history of the landscape like a change in the fauna or the migration of a flock of birds. In the history, the genuine history, of higher men the stake fought for and the basis of the animal struggle to prevail is ever even when driver and driven are completely unconscious of the symbolic force of their doings, purposes, and fortunes, the actualization of something that is essentially spiritual, the translation of an idea into a living historical form. This applies equally to the struggle of big-style tendencies in art, Gothic and Renaissance, of philosophy, Stoics and Epicureans, of political ideals, oligarchy and tyrannies, and of economic forms, capitalism and socialism. But the post-history is void of all this. All that remains is the struggle for mere power, for animal advantage per se. Whereas previously power, even when to all appearance destitute of any inspiration, was always serving the idea somehow or other, in the late civilization even the most convincing illusion of an idea is only the mask for purely zoological strivings. The distinction between Indian philosophy before and after Buddha is that the former is a grand movement towards attaining the aim of Indian thought by and in the Indian soul, and the latter the perpetual turning up of new facets of a now crystallized and undevelopable thought stock. The solutions are there, for good, though the fashions of expressing them change. The same is true of Chinese painting before and after the Han dynasties whether we know it or not, and of Egyptian architecture before and after the beginning of the new empire. So also with technics. The West's discoveries of the steam engine and of electricity are accepted by the Chinese today in just the same way and with just the same religious awe as bronze and the plow were accepted 4,000 years ago, and fire in a still remoter age. Both, spiritually, differ in toto from the discoveries which the Chinese made for themselves in the Zhou period and which in each instance signified an epoch in their inner history. 37 Before and after that time, centuries play a vastly less important role than decades and even years within the culture, for the spans of time are gradually returning to the biological order. This it is that confers upon these very late conditions which to the people living in them seem almost self-evident that character of changeless pageantry which the genuine culture man example Herodotus in Egypt and the Western successors of Marco Polo in China has found so astonishing in comparison with his own vigorous pulse of development. It is the changelessness of non-history. Is not classical history at an end with Actium and the Pax Romana? There are no more of those great decisions which concentrate the inner meaning of a whole culture. Unreason, biology, is beginning to dominate, and it is becoming a matter of indifference for the world though not for the actions of the private individual whether an event turns out thus or thus. All great political questions are solved, as they are solved sooner or later in every civilization, inasmuch as questions are no longer felt as questions and are not asked. Yet a little while, and man will cease to understand what problems were really involved in the earlier catastrophes. What is not livingly experienced of oneself cannot be livingly experienced of another. When the later Egyptians speak of the Hyksos time, or the later Chinese of the corresponding period of the contending states, they are judging the outward picture according to the criteria of their own ways of life, in which there are no more riddles. They see in these things merely struggles for power, and they do not see that those desperate wars, external and internal, wars in which men stirred up the alien against their own kin, were fought for an idea. Today we understand what was taking place, in fearful alternations of tension and discharge, round the murder of Tiberius Gracchus and that of Clodius. In 1700 we could not have done so, and in 2200 we shall again be unable to do so. It is just the same with that of Chion, a Napoleonic figure, in whom later Egyptian historians could discover nothing more characterized than a Hyksos king. Had it not been for the coming of the Germans, Roman historians 1,000 years later might have put the Gracchi, Marius, Sulla, and Cicero together as a dynasty which was overthrown by Caesar. Compare the death of Tiberius Gracchus with the death of Nero, when Rome received the news of Galba's rising, or the victory of Sulla over the Marian party with that of Septimius Severus over Pescennius Niger. If in these later cases the event had gone otherwise, would the course of the imperial age have been altered in any way? The distinction so carefully drawn by Mommsen and Eduard Meyer 38 between the Principate of Pompey and Augustus and the monarchy of Caesar misses the mark completely. At that stage, the point is merely a constitutional one, though 50 years before it would still have signified an opposition between ideas. When Vindex and Galba in 68 set out to restore the Republic, they were gambling on a notion in days when notions having genuine symbolic force had ceased to be, and the only question was who should have the plain material power. The struggle for the Caesar title became steadily more and more Negroid, and might have gone on century after century in increasingly primitive and, therefore, eternal forms. These populations no longer possessed a soul. Consequently, they could no longer have a history proper to themselves. At best they might acquire some significance as an object in the history of an alien culture, and whatever deeper meaning this relation possessed would be derived entirely from the will of the alien life. Any effective historical happening that does take place on the soil of an old civilization acquires its consistency as a course of events from elsewhere and never from any part played in it by the man of that soil. And so once again we find ourselves regarding the phenomenon of world history under the two aspects life courses of the great cultures and relations between them. Chapter 3. Origin and Landscape. C. The relations between the cultures. I. Although consideration of the cultures themselves should logically precede that of the relations between them, modern historical thought generally reverses the order. The less it really knows of the life courses which together make up a seeming unity of world happenings, the more zealously it searches for life in the web of relations, and the less it understands even of these. What a wealth of psychology there is in the probings, rejections, choices, transvaluations, errors, penetrations, and welcomings. And not only between cultures which immediately touch one another, wonder at one another, fight one another, but also as between a living culture and the form world of a dead one whose remains still stand visible in the landscape. And how narrow and poor, on the other hand, are the conceptions which the historians label influence, continuity, and permanent effects. This is pure 19th century. What is sought is just a chain of causes and effects. Everything follows and nothing is prime. Since every young culture superficially shows form elements of older cultures, these elements are supposed to have had continuing effect, forquered, and when a set of such effects has been strung together, the historian regards it with satisfaction as a sound piece of work. At bottom, this mode of treatment rests upon that idea which inspired the great Gothics long ago, the idea of a significant singleness in the history of all mankind. They saw how, on earth, men and peoples changed, but ideas stayed, and the powerful impressiveness of the picture has not worn itself out even today. Originally it was seen as a plan that God was working out by means of the human instrument. And it could still be regarded as such at a far later stage, in fact so long as the spell of the ancient medieval modern scheme lasted and its parade of permanence prevented us from noting that actuality was ever changing. But meantime our outlook also has altered and become cooler and wider. Our knowledge has long overpassed the limits of this chart, and those who are still trying to sail by it are beating about in vain. It is not products that influence, but creators that absorb. Being has been confused with waking being, life with the means by which it expresses itself. The critical thought, or even simple waking consciousness, sees everywhere theoretical units subjected to motion. That is truly dynamic and Faustian, for in no other culture have men imagined history thus. The Greek, with his thoroughly corporeal understanding of the world, would never have traced effects of pure expression units like Attic drama or Egyptian art. Originally what happens is that a name is given to a system of expression forms conjuring up in our minds a particular complex of relations. But this does not last long, and soon one is suppositing under the name a being, and under the relation an effect. When we speak today of Greek philosophy, or Buddhism, or scholasticism, we mean something that is somehow living, a power unit that has grown and grown until it is mighty enough to take possession of men, to subject their waking consciousness and even their being, and in the end to force them into an active conformity, which prolongs the direction followed by its own life. It is a whole mythology, and, significantly, it is only men of the Western culture, the only mankind that lives with, and in this picture is the Western whose myth contains plenty of daemons of this sort, electricity and positional energy, for example. In reality these systems only exist in the human waking consciousness, and they exist as modes of activity. Religion, science, art, are activities of waking consciousness that are based on a being. Faith, meditation, creation, and whatever of visible activity is required as outcome of these invisibles, as sacrifice, prayer, the physical experiment, the carving of a statue, the statement of an experience in communicable words, are activities of the waking consciousness and nothing else. Other men see only the visible and hear only words. In so doing they experience something in themselves, but they cannot give any account of the relation between this experience and that which the Creator lived in himself. We see a form, but we do not know what in the other's soul begot that form. We can only have some belief about the matter, and we believe by putting in our own soul. However definitely and distinctly a religion may express itself in words, they are words, and the hearer puts his own sense into them. However impressive the artist's notes or colors, the beholder sees and hears in them only himself, and if he cannot do so, the work is for him meaningless. The extremely rare and highly modern gift, possessed by a few intensely historical men, of putting oneself in the other's place, need not be considered in this connection. The German whom Boniface converted did not transfer himself into the missionary's soul. It was a springtide quiver that passed in those days through the whole young world of the North, and what it meant was that each man found suddenly in conversion a language wherein to express his own religiousness. Just so the eyes of a child light up when we tell it the name of the object in its hand. It is not, then, microcosmic units that move, but cosmic entities that pick amongst them and appropriate them. Were it otherwise, were these systems very beings that could exercise an activity, for influence is an organic activity, the picture of history would be quite other than what it is. Consider how every maturing man and every living culture is continuously bathed in innumerable potential influences. Out of all these, only some few are admitted as such, the great majority are not. Is choice concerned with the works, or with the men? The historian who is intent upon establishing causal series counts only the influences that are present, and the other side of the reckoning, those that are not, does not appear. With the psychology of the positive influences is associated that of the negative. This is a domain into which no one has yet ventured, but here, if anywhere, there are fruits to be reaped, and it must be tackled unless the answer to the whole question is to be left indeterminate, for if we try to evade it, we are driven into illusory visions of world historical happening as a continuous process in which everything is properly accounted for. Two cultures may touch between man and man, or the man of one culture may be confronted by the dead form world of another as presented in its communicable relics. In both cases the agent is the man himself. The closed-off act of A can be vivified by B only out of his own being, and eo ipso it becomes B's, his inward property, his work, and part of himself. There was no movement of Buddhism from India to China, but an acceptance of part of the Indian Buddhist store of images by Chinese of a certain spiritual tendency, who fashioned out a new mode of religious expression having meaning for Chinese, and only Chinese, Buddhists. What matters in all such cases is not the original meanings of the forms, but the forms themselves, as disclosing to the active sensibility and understanding of the observer potential modes of his own creativeness. Connotations are not transferable. Men of two different kinds are parted, each in his own spiritual loneliness, by an impassable gulf. Even though Indians and Chinese in those days both felt as Buddhists, they were spiritually as far apart as ever. The same words, the same rites, the same symbol, but two different souls, each going its own way. Searching through all cultures, then, one will always find that the continuation of earlier creations into a later culture is only apparent, and that in fact the younger being has set up a few, very few, relations to the older being, always without regard to the original meanings of that which it makes its own. What becomes, then, of the permanent conquests of philosophy and science? We are told again and again how much of Greek philosophy still lives on today, but this is only a figure of speech without real content, for first Magian and then Faustian humanity, each with the deep wisdom of its unimpaired instincts, rejected that philosophy, or passed unregarding by it, or retained its formulas under radically new interpretations. The naive credulity of erudite enthusiasm deceives itself here. Greek philosophic notions would make a long catalogue, and the further it is taken, the more vanishingly small becomes the proportion of the alleged survivals. Our custom is simply to overlook as incidental errors such conceptions as Democritus's theory of atomic images won the very corporeal world of Plato's ideas, and the 52 hollow spheres of Aristotle's universe, as though we could presume to know what the dead meant better than they knew themselves. These things are truths and essential only, not for us. The sum total of the Greek philosophy that we possess, actually and not merely superficially, is practically nil. Let us be honest and take the old philosophers at their word. Not one proposition of Heraclitus or Democritus or Plato is true for us unless and until we have accommodated it to ourselves. And how much, after all, have we taken over of the methods, the concepts, the intentions, and the means of Greek science, let alone its basically incomprehensible terms? The Renaissance, men say, was completely under the influence of classical art. But what about the form of the Doric temple, the Ionic column, the relation of column to architrave, the choice of color, the treatment of background and perspective in painting, the principles of figure grouping, vase painting, mosaic, encaustic, the structural element in statuary, the proportions of Lysippus? Why did all this exercise no influence?